Hello everyone and welcome to Dublin, welcome to Pro Tour Theros. Rich Hagan, Zach Hill, Marshall Sutcliffe here at the news desk for you at the start of 3 epic days of Magic. So much to get through, and guys, lots of deep strategy and limited. Marshall, I know you're excited about. Zach, for Constructed, and you were part of the guys and girls at Wizards of the Coast who made Theros for us. But for the first 10 minutes or so, we're just going to do some nuts and bolts because Magic keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
It does.
And it turns out that means new people. So new people, this is kind of for you. So let's start off with Marshall. Tell us what we're actually going to see over the next 3 days. Tell us about the schedule and the formats that we're going to get.
All right, so the way that Pro Tours work, they're now dual format. This is something that is relatively recent. I think when you were playing, it was when it was first coming in, right? When you were still on the Pro Tour. So we're going to be seeing 3 rounds of draft and also the actual draft portion itself today, which is, I mean, it's one of my favorite parts. So you want to watch that one. Zach and I are going to be calling that first draft. So you get to basically sit behind the shoulder of a pro and watch him draft, which is fantastic. Then we're going to watch the actual matches. So 1, 2, 3 of those, and then we get to watch Constructed. It's standard for this event, and this format is brand spanking new, so there's a whole lot of stuff to talk about, a whole lot of things to look out for, and we're going to do 5 rounds of that. We're going to repeat that process the next day, and then we're going to have the top 8.
Okay, now top 8 is slightly different, isn't it? Because we don't do both formats, we just do one, it's standard, but it's also best 3 out of 5.
Correct.
So that means a little more emphasis on the sideboard, the 15 cards that you can bring into your deck after game 1. So that's your scheduling and format. Now Zach, Marshall's already said the standard format. So here we go into jargon land. What is standard right now?
Yeah, so the way to think about standard, it's basically the last 2 blocks worth of Magic sets, plus the most recent core set. Now in our case, that's Return to Ravnica block, that's Return to Ravnica, Gatecrash, Dragon's Maze, plus Magic 2014, and then of course Theros, which we're going to see really the debut of this weekend.
Okay, so as standard goes along, it kind of grows and contracts. So it could be anywhere from 5 sets right the way up to 6th set with Born of the Gods, 7th set Journey into Nyx, 8th set M15, which I imagine is kind of heading out the door of Wizards right now because they work best part of a year ahead. But right now we're at the smallest that standard can be. What does that mean for a big set like Theros?
Yeah, well, it's a combination of not having as many cards in the format and having the rotation. All of Innistrad block, which actually had 2 large sets in Innistrad and Avacyn Restored, rotating out, means that this is basically a whole new frontier. I think we're going to see a lot of new decks we've never seen before. A lot of the new Theros cards have a chance to shine. One of the things about Return to Ravnica block is there's a lot of gold cards and a lot of just kind of generically good spells to put in more decks. I think we're going to see in Theros more specific cards and more enablers, more things that you build a deck around.
Okay, so we start with, here's an idea coming out of Theros, now how do I fulfill that ambition using a lot of the cards from the previous block?
Right.
So you think starting point for a lot of decks will be Theros?
I think Theros is where you're going to get cards that you say, like, I want to make a deck about this. Now, the tricky part, of course, is that you've got 3 sets of Return to Ravnica block, so we're definitely going to see old staples, Sphinx's Revelation, Voice of Resurgence, a lot of the cards that we've seen several of. But, there's nothing in Return to Ravnica quite like, Bident of Thassa, Bow of Nillia, cards with just tons of crazy abilities that you're never going to see anywhere else.
Okay, now Marshall, you've said that we have 16 rounds to get to a top 8, but what about the scoring system itself? How do people get the points that they need to get into the top 8?
Well, so they're going to get three points per match win.
Okay.
So that's every time that you win the 2 out of 3 match. Right. If you draw the match for some reason, which doesn't happen that often, but it does pop up, you're going to get 1.
How does that happen? How do you get draws?
Generally speaking, a draw would happen because there's a timer on the match round. It's 50 minutes. At that point, there is extra turns called. The players are allowed to play 5 turns, and if there's no winner determined by the end of those 5 turns, then the match is considered a draw. You get 1 point for that. You will receive 0 for a loss. Now, as we go down the tournament, it's using Swiss pairings, so that means that you're going to be playing against somebody who has a similar record to you. So if you're sitting at 9-0, you've gotten off to a fantastic start. You're starting off on day 2. You're going to be playing somebody else who's also 9-0. So it doesn't get any easier. You're going to play harder and harder competition, better and better decks, and better players as you go through.
Okay, give us a very rough guide. I'm not going to hold you to this in any way, but we've done this a bunch of times. What kind of numbers are needed to be in the mix for top 8? What should people be looking for when they're at home? Are we kind of, like the fourth loss is pretty critical, right?
Yeah, the fourth loss is usually the point where you're on the borderline. Like even if you've received the fourth loss, you are not technically eliminated. Usually, like people do get in sometimes with 4, but that's also the time when you don't really expect to make it into the top 8.
Okay, and it's also true that because of this idea of the sort of ever ascending mountain that you get of this, like, well, I'm at 5-1, now I'm playing someone else at 5-1. If you have your losses early, it means that your tiebreakers are not very good, because your tiebreaks are made up of basically what all your opponents do in the weekend. Okay, so that's the way things work with the scoring. And now, Zach, I'm going to see if we can pull up a graphic for us of the prizes on offer, because we talk about the glory and knowing that you're great at Magic. But I want to see just what is on offer at this Pro Tour. So let's head on towards the prizes. And I think the headline number has to be pretty life-changing. Let's take a look. There we are on the screen. Woo. Zach, first, $40,000 US.
Yeah, not a bad first prize, Rich. And I mean, that's the type of money that really sort of can kind of alter the course of your life up until that point. I mean, that is a huge chunk of change, especially if you're playing a card game. And, we've seen a lot of first-time Pro Tour players, not people that have been making a living at this for years and years and years, go on to win Pro Tours.
That's right.
And that's, it makes Magic a little bit more important to you.
Yeah, and also, Marshall, long after the spotlight has moved on from players on day 2, the fact is that you see people in round 15 and 16 knowing that if they win those last 2, maybe they finish 49th.
Yes.
For $1,500 US.
It's a legitimate goal, and we also saw in that graphic that up for grabs is not just dollars, but also pro points.
Right.
And pro points, you can translate those to dollars eventually. I mean, it also means Pro Tour invites, appearance fees, status on the Pro Players Club. There's a whole lot that it gets you, and those are just as sought after as the actual dollars in a lot of times.
All right. Well, I can tell you that down in the hall, something pretty exciting is about to happen. It isn't round 1. It isn't even the draft, because first, it's one of the big events of the Magic year. It's time to hand you over to the Pro Tour historian, Mr. Brian David Marshall, for the 2013 Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame ceremony.
Good morning, and welcome to the induction ceremony for the 2013 class of the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame. This year's crop of Hall of Famers is an unprecedented bounty made up entirely of Pro Tour champions, something no previous harvest can claim. They also come into the Hall on top of their games. These are 3 players who you could all expect to see playing on Sunday, one or all 3 of them. One player is renowned for his mastery of Limited, yet he's won a Pro Tour playing Constructed. Another is a Masters Series winner from a bygone era, who recently took down a Grand Prix. And our third is one of the most beloved figures in the history of the game, while also being one of the game's most dominant players. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my profound honor to present to you the 2013 class of the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame. The United States Ben Stark has a career told in 2 parts. After starting out in the early days of the JSS, he made the jump to the Pro Tour with a debut in London 2000. It was not long before he was rattling off a string of finishes that left people wondering if he was going to be one of the game's greats.
He was like, 9th, 13th, 48th, 7th, 6th, back-to-back top 8s, and then 2 events later he was gone.
He left the Pro Tour and had to fight his way back several years later.
He actually won back-to-back Pro Tour qualifiers in Orlando, and it was great to see him come back around.
His return saw him bring his top 8 total to 4, highlighted by his win at Pro Tour Paris.
Ben is sort of my kryptonite, if you will. We've played 6 times now. Both in PT Paris, which we both top 8'd, Ben won, and at GP Indianapolis, which we both top 8'd and Ben won.
He is one of the game's most influential Limited players.
He just wants good games, and he wants to play against good players. He wants to make the worst players as good as him.
Stark teaches Channel Fireball how to draft.
He's responsible for the success of a lot of other people, besides just himself, because he's very willing to share his knowledge.
But he has demonstrated mastery in both limited and constructed en route to winning multiple trophies.
Ben's a bit modest about, his constructed ability. He's obviously, in-game constructed play. He's absolutely, one of the best in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the United States, Ben Stark. The United States' William Jensen started his Magic career out as a JSS player from New England.
I was actually there when I was probably 16, he was 15 or so, when he actually got the nickname Baby Huey.
He quickly moved up the professional ranks with his debut at Pro Tour Rome in 1999.
His mental game of Magic is on another level, and always has been, even when he was a kid.
But I could pretty quickly tell that he was really excited about how to get better and that he was a really good, strong player.
He established himself as one of the game's elite players, earning trophies at the Grand Prix level and in the first ever Masters Series in New York.
Jason in this unwinnable matchup at just the end of this, 32-person Murderer's Row tournament.
He ultimately claimed Pro Tour victory in Boston as a member of the Brockefellers and the fourth top 8 of his career.
Upsetting the super team of Phoenix Foundation headed by Kai Buda, winning with Brock Parker and Matt Lindy.
With a groundswell of support from the game's best players, Jensen gained momentum with Hall of Fame voters.
His ability to process 6 people's cards at once, is a very enviable skill. The team that I was on, we had 3 smart guys that could each take care of their own corner of the universe, but Billy knew what was going on at the whole table.
Never before have I met somebody who knows not only so much about the game of Magic, but about everything it takes to win a Magic tournament.
I'm very proud to think of him being one of the kind of the pillars of the game.
He quickly justified their support with another Grand Prix title earlier this season at Grand Prix Oakland.
In many respects, he was the best parts of Kai and Dirk and Marco, all wrapped into one person.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the United States, William Jensen. The United States' Luis Scott-Vargas made his PT debut at San Diego during the 2004 season, when he became one of the first players to make that transition from Magic Online superstar to Pro Tour player.
Just seeing Luis's path from Magic Online to the Pro Tour inspired me that I could do the same thing.
His first tastes of success came when he made back-to-back U.S. national teams, but Pro Tour triumph was not far behind.
Me watching him play games made me a lot better. And we definitely did play games, and he let me beat him maybe a couple times. I don't know.
He broke through with a flourish at Pro Tour Berlin when he won the whole tournament.
He's down 0-2, doesn't matter. Rattles off the 3 wins he needs, goes on to win the Pro Tour. I mean, those of us who were paying attention already knew this guy was one of the best, but it really just sort of proved it once and for all.
4 more Pro Tour top 8s and countless money finishes followed in that trophy's wake.
She totally is the poster child of, I need to win about 80% of the time in constructed and about 80% of the time in limited. That is an incredible feat.
He is the cornerstone of the Channel Fireball super team, which changed the face of professional Magic.
This is a pretty easy hit for me.
Yeah, definitely hit for me.
Genesis Wave could have been mythic too.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised.
He makes Magic videos, writes Magic articles, does Magic commentary. He's really the total package.
Cards, and sometimes you just can't counter their first threat and you die.
Yeah.
I actually think his voting total is a little bit low, given kind of what he's been meant to the game.
Even if he didn't have the accomplishments that he has in Magic, which are among the best of all time, he would still be a first ballot Hall of Famer to me.
He is one of the most beloved figures in the Magic community.
He knows just intuitively the correct play at all times. It's insane. He can just come into like this super complicated board state and just know exactly what to do.
As well as one of the most dominant players over the last 10 years.
A Pro Tour champion, 16-0, the spiritual leader of one of the great teams of all time, I don't think I've ever had an easier vote to make than for Luis Scott-Vargas.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the United States, Luis Scott-Vargas. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2013 Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame class. That concludes our ceremony. Thank you for watching. The draft for Pro Tour Theros will begin shortly at 10 a.m.
Fantastic stuff. One of the real highlights of the Magic year. It's so great to see, well, I was tempted to say the culmination of a journey, but Zach, we could see this weekend the first someone with a ring on winning that Pro Tour.
Well, and that's what's so exciting about the Magic Hall of Fame, Rich, is that these guys can still play, and in fact still do, and in fact are still really, really good.
Yeah, I think this is the best chance they've ever had of going straight from a Hall of Fame ceremony into winning the whole thing.
Right.
With respect to people like Paolo Vida, Dama de Rosa, and Ken Jisama and all these great players from years gone by.
Right.
But wow, what a great class for the Hall of Fame. Now, to business, it's Pro Tour Theros, 16 rounds across 2 days, followed by a top 8 best 3 out of 5. How do you get to be here? If you're just starting out on your Magic journey, let's look at the ways that you can be part of a future Pro Tour. This one, it's too late because you're watching at home. But for the next one, Born of the Gods or Journey into Nyx, this is how you do it. Let's start off with actually what makes up the bulk of the field. Roughly 50% of the field do this by winning a Pro Tour qualifier. Zach, super nuts and bolts. What's a PTQ?
A PTQ is basically a local tournament that is a qualifier tournament. It's usually held sponsored, either by a game store or by a tournament organizer. It's in a venue probably very close to home. You win one of these, you get an invite here, you get a plane ticket, you get flown out here no matter what part of the world you live in.
Okay.
And that's usually the way that most people get their start on the Pro Tour.
Okay, and we have 4 Pro Tours a season, and overall, there are 800 Pro Tour qualifiers, so 200 per PT, and they're spread all over the world. We have 71 countries in our World Magic Cup each year, and the PTQs are sort of spread between those regions. Not every country gets a qualifier every single season, but 800 PTQs across the year, and anyone can go to those. So if you've been playing Friday Night Magic for, 3-6 months maybe, and you've got a constructed deck you like, you can go along to a PTQ. If you've just started with Theros, well, there are PTQs right now for Born of the Gods that are Theros sealed deck followed by Theros draft. So in a sense, everyone's sort of at the same starting point as you are. So that's PTQs. Now, strictly between ourselves, it's quite tough to win a Pro Tour if you're a PTQ winner. And that's because the other half of the field is stacked with the best of the best of the best. And here's how they stack up. So what have we got next? Well, we have the Grand Prix Elite. It says high finish at Grand Prix based on attendance. So in the preceding season, Zach, we're looking at not just the winners, but then people who make top 4 if it's small, but top 8 if it sort of goes above. I think it's 1,200 players and above.
Right, and those are players that, have made it to the top of a really large tournament already. A lot of consecutive back-to-back rounds. They've learned how to play over 2 days of Magic, which is someone kind of trying to come back into the pro scene. I've forgotten how hard that was to play your 14th consecutive match. So those are people that have played in a tournament like a Pro Tour, and a lot of the times people find breakout Pro Tour performances after a big GP debut.
Can you talk me through a couple of players who are sort of right at the pinnacle of that GP group this time around?
Well, I think the first person you have to talk about is actually Neil Oliver, who won the largest Magic tournament ever.
So this is Grand Prix Las Vegas with 4,450 odd players?
Yeah, a number of players that I really, it's hard to count. I can't imagine playing in a Magic tournament that big. You also have Josh McClain, who kind of struck up a rivalry with Reed Duke,
right?
Player of the Year finalist. He got second at GP Miami,
beaten by Reed Duke
in
the final,
and then got his revenge at GP Detroit, where he was able to defeat Reed Duke the second time around.
So it turns out, particularly if you're in North America, it's quite hard to even make the final because Josh McClain and Reed Duke have got those locked up, it seems. So they're your Grand Prix high finishes. Now, it's really tough to do well on the Pro Tour. It's incredibly hard to make the top 8. But sometimes if you just fall short, there's still a big reward, not just cash, not just pro points. If you make the top 25 of the previous Pro Tour, which in this case is Pro Tour Dragons Maze from San Diego, well, the top 25 from there get to have another go at it. They get to come back and they say, yeah, okay, I didn't quite make the Sunday showdown, but I get to have another go. Let's move on and let's take a look at the top 4 finishing teams from the World Magic Cup. That is the next group that we have. And Zach, tell us about who qualifies by that route.
Well, we saw actually Team France won the whole thing. And of course, the captain of that was Raphael Levy.
Yep.
He's enjoying a luxury of riches as he's qualified through the Hall of Fame already.
Right, sure.
So, he's definitely, no matter how you slice it. We have the Hungarian team. Actually, a lot of stars there. We have Thomas Nag out of that team. We've got, of course, the Czech Republic, captained by Pro Tour Return to Ravnica winner Stanislav Sivka.
Sure.
And then actually the Icelandic team. All 3 of them, or I guess 4 of them, qualifying out of that tournament as well.
Yeah, and BDM, I know, is going to talk extensively on air about the Icelandic team because he has a story to tell. I won't spoil it now, but it's very, very sweet and lovely. All right, now the next group are the Magic Online qualifiers. Now, there's 2 sets of these. Some of them are Pro Tour qualifier winners online, the 16 of those, but then you also have the Magic Online contestants, either between 2012 or 2013. So let's move on again. You see the top 4 there, and you win a Magic Online Championship Series tournament. And again, some terrific players here.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to look at Dmitry Budakov, who actually made the Players' Championship last year. We saw when Reed Duke qualified out of Magic Online, kind of a disappointing performance at the Players' Championship. Not so for Budakov. He really kind of finished in the middle of the pack, put up a really, really solid performance. And then, of course, David Kaplan.
From Canada?
From Canada, yeah, the Magic Online Championship Series.
Yeah, and also someone who has been responsible for tuning a Pro Tour winning deck for Alexander Hayne,
exactly.
Pro Tour Avacyn Restored. Now you get the real big guns. These are the people who are members of the Pro Players Club. Platinum, Gold, and Silver. Okay, so the way these work, the Platinums are the best of the best of the best. They get flown around the world. They get their airfare. They get their hotel accommodation. They get appearance fees. They get buys at Grand Prix. It's pretty sweet to be a Platinum Pro. That's kind of your top 20 players in the world. And unsurprisingly, quite a lot of Hall of Famers who are currently playing are also Platinum status. Then you get your Gold players. Gold players are often Pro Tour champions. You get people, and people with multiple Pro Tour top 8s. You get, for example, Dennis Rashid, who had 2 top 8s in 2012. You get people like Lucas Yuklovsky, who was top 8 for the Czech Republic Worlds 2010. So up against a Gold Pro, all it really means is that maybe they didn't have a perfect season last time around.
Right, or they weren't able to fly around the world and attend a lot of different Grand Prix.
Sure.
But usually if you're playing against a Gold Pro, they know their way around the game of Magic.
Don't they just? And then you have the Silvers. Now the Silvers are really interesting because I kind of think of them as silver bullets because they have one shot. They got enough pro points last year to be very competitive on a global scene like this, but not quite enough to say, sure, you're on for the year. For them, this is their one Pro Tour, and they have to do well here. And then if they do well here, they can chain that into the next Pro Tour, Born of the Gods, do well there. Then they're starting to get the points they need to be Gold or Platinum for the next Pro season. But the Silver Pro, Zach, it's... How tough is it when you are down to your one shot?
Yeah, I mean, being a Silver Pro is you're always kind of on the cusp of tremendous success. We didn't have the terminology back when I was pro touring very much, but I was always around to like 15, 16 pro points a year for a given season. What's hard about that is so many of the superstars, the Platinum Pros, are on these huge testing teams where you have 15, 16 of the best players of the world knowing that you're going to have an amazing deck, knowing that you're going to have the draft format figured out. lot. For a lot of silver pros, an individual pro tour is their chance to make that leap, to put up a huge finish and get on one of these giant teams, or to form a team of their own to really remain competitive against the Channel Fireballs and the Star Cities of the world.
For sure. Now, there's one more group who are allowed to play at Pro Tours, and it turns out that they're the Hall of Famers. That's one of the little perks for being in the Magic Hall of Fame. And these are the greats of all time. They're voted in each year. They have to reach a certain threshold, maximum of 5. This year we had 3 come in, and they are allowed to play at every Pro Tour. Now, we often see, Zach, some players have left the game. Some people are very busy with work. We see them maybe once a year, maybe once every couple of years. There are a lot of Hall of Famers in attendance, quite a few of which we wouldn't have necessarily expected to see.
Yeah, we're seeing Camille Cornelissen, a back-to-back Pro Tour finalist, come back. Bram Snepvangers, Ule Rade, Antoine Ruel, a lot of the European Hall of Fame members. I'm also really excited to see my good friend Frank Karsten back away from the coverage side, working with Team Channel Fireball for this event.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether Frank's got any hair left, because Frank is a great organizer. He's one of the great analysts and theorists and organizers in World Magic. And he spent a week with Channel Fireball. I'll be interested to see how Frank's nerves are holding up. But that is how you qualify for this. Thanks very much to Zach Hill. Zach's going to head off because you're in the booth for the draft. And I'm delighted to say that I am about to be joined by 3 members of the Magic the Gathering Hall of Fame. And not just random members of the Hall of Fame. Turns out it's the people who got inducted this time around. So they're going to come on in, come on round, boys, come round the set and join us at the desk. Let's, here they come, Murderers Row. Dear Lord, I've never seen so many seats at a Magic tournament. Here they are, Ben Stark, Luis Scott-Vargas, William Jensen, here they come. And we're going to have a nice chat with these gentlemen. Yeah. Quick quiz, who's the worst Magic player at the table? It's me. Right, so, gentlemen, how was that for you? Ben, what was that like?
It was pretty cool. I mean, saw a lot of old pictures of me when I was really young and kind of scraggly, but it was really awesome to have all your friends and your family here, you know.
Yeah, I think people sort of tend to imagine that Magic players don't have friends and family other than testing teams. So it's kind of fun to actually see mums and dads and sisters and aunts. Billy, who did you have with you this time?
My mother, my father, my sister, and my aunt.
Yeah, and that's got to be pretty cool for them as well to see that. And Luis, how about you? Who was with you?
I brought my wife.
Fantastic. And is this the first time she's been to a Pro Tour?
No. She came to, basically when we have a sweet location, she came to Chiba, to Rome, to Hawaii, San Juan. So.
Okay. And so obviously she'll be at Atlanta next year.
Hawaii, actually a couple Pro Tours later.
Oh, okay, fair enough. All right. So let's look at sort of right back at the start. Why Magic? Luis, start with you. Where does Magic come into your life?
I learned to play when I was 11. My friend bought a couple starter decks of Revised and a couple packs of The Dark, and then we just played, kind of muddled through, didn't really know the rules. And then I kind of got hooked. I mean, I just kept playing from there. And even when I wasn't always playing, I was actually always reading like Pro Tour coverage, and I really got into that, sort of thing.
So were you attracted to the competition, the players? Was it the artwork, or was it the sort of constant voyage of, if you like, intellectual discovery in the game?
Kind of like Ben, the flavor of the game is really what drew me into it to begin with.
Wow. I'll give you a right of reply to that.
But no, I mean, initially it was like the flavor and just like the fact that like it looked really cool. Eventually it became the competition. That's kind of what it's been like for most of Magic.
For sure. Billy, how about you?
I started playing, in like 95 when I was 13 or 14 at summer camp. And definitely at first, it was something I started just to fit in with all the other kids playing even. And then I definitely was attracted to the fantasy element, dragons and demons and whatever. But like Luis, after that, it became about the competition, and then even after that, it became more about the people.
Were you already a gamer at that point? Because I believe you played quite a lot of chess as a young child with Dad.
That's true. I always did like to play games, but I never really did anything competitively, went to tournaments or anything like that. But I guess stuff between my father and myself got pretty competitive.
Yeah, and would he let you win?
Never.
Okay, so that's a good tip. Parents at home, you want your boy to get a Hall of Fame ring, don't let him win at chess. Ben, how about you?
Very similar to theirs. I mean, I was never really into the flavor of the fantasy element that much, but I love a good game, always have. Like when I was a little kid, I used to play all the board games all the time with all my friends. And then when I started 6th grade, I was 11, there was Magic, and I played a couple games because my friends introduced me to it, and it was the best. It was so much better than all the other games, so I just played it from there forward.
Give me a couple of people who've been important to you in your Magic journey, perhaps someone who specifically Magic related and someone else who perhaps is less apparent,
Sure.
not necessarily a testing
Sure,
partner.
no problem. I mean, you know, as far as Magic related, there's probably like two people that were like the most influential on me. The first would be Antonino De Rosa.
All right.
I won my first PTQ when I was 15, and it was for London, 1999. And my parents were like, you know, kind of iffy on letting me go. Like, they might let me go, you know, but they weren't that comfortable with it.
Sure.
Antonino was a couple years older. You know, he had flown back and forth from Italy all the time since he's from there and was living in Florida. So then he went and won the very next PTQ in Florida. And then my parents were very comfortable letting me go with him. So I was able to go from there forward. And it was his idea that we just start going to all the Grand Prix and stuff. He kind of realized that, like, in South Florida, we weren't going to get better because there weren't really great players. But if we started traveling and playing against all the good players, you know, doing drafts against Huey and, you know, Finkel and all the best players then, and going and playing in some Grand Prix, we could probably get to that level, you know, or at least close to it, hopefully.
Okay, and away from Magic?
Away from Magic would be my parents for sure. They were like so super supportive. Like, I look back at it and I can't even believe the things they did. Like, my dad drove me to JS and stayed with me for the weekend up in Orlando. That's like a 4-hour drive. They drove me to PTQs in like Atlanta and Charlotte, like 10, 12-hour drives when I was a kid. They just went so far above and beyond for me to like play this game.
Billy, same question to you. Magic, not Magic?
In Magic, I guess the earliest was probably David Humphreys, I'd say.
Okay, who now works inside R&D for
That's
Wizards?
correct. Yeah, when I was growing up, you know, the local stuff in Boston, he was the guy who I always thought he was the best player in you know, in the area. So I always tried to watch him and learn from him, and he was always very friendly, very nice guy. He'd talk to me, we'd play, you know, we tested together for several Pro Tours, and I really think I learned a lot from him in my youth. And for non-Magic, certainly, I guess it's sort of Magic, but not, I don't know. Tom Shea, the owner of TJ Collectibles, the store where I grew up playing.
Right.
He really went above and beyond to like help me out to like make my Magic dreams come true in terms of like I would go from school every day to the store.
Right.
And then he would close the shop and drive me home every night.
Oh,
which
wow.
was not, you know, it wasn't particularly close either. It was 15 minutes each way.
Sure.
You know.
Yeah, 3 hours a week, it kind of adds up,
exactly.
Right?
You know, and he would help me out with cards, sleeves, whatever. So I guess, you know, I've always been grateful for that.
That kind of reminded me, I said there was two, because my Dave Humphrey, so to speak, would have been Neil Reeves.
Right.
For Magic, he kind of like took me under his wing when we were like doing a lot of drafts back then, and kind of like watching him play and seeing him draft and playing with him all the time, I kind of got to learn like next level Magic, waiting on your spells and playing really good, you know? I just forgot, and I kind of wanted to.
Sure, absolutely.
He deserves the credit.
One
He's
of the
amazing
best
player.
limited players of all time.
One of the best players of all time. I mean, he may not have played a lot of Constructed, but when he knew how to play his deck, limited or Constructed, he's an amazing Magic player.
Luis, how about you?
So for Magic, I guess the guys I lived with in Northern California, Paul Cheon being the name everyone will recognize, since you know we had a lot of success together, and then our roommates Matt Benjamin and Ira Owen, just where we all got to play a lot of Magic, we all got to hang out, we were all going to school at the same time, so that was like a pretty huge influence on me. And then it shifted into the team with like, you know, David Ochoa and Josh Sutter-Layton kind of like to start with, and then all the rest of Team Channel Fireball. We've got, you know, Ben and Ifro, and just there's too many people to name, Paulo, all these people.
Sure.
They're the guys who kind of made it so we all got better together. We all had much better results, and teaming up was, I think, beneficial to everyone.
For sure.
Yeah. For non-Magic, it's definitely my wife, Geneva, just because she lets me go to all these tournaments. I mean, she you know, realizes that this is a really important thing for me and something that I really like doing. So there are, you know, times when it's like, well, I'm traveling kind of a lot, but, you know, luckily she does put up with it.
So the next question is one that people ask me all the time, which is dumb, because how could I possibly know the answer? But it's very hard to answer. You are the first class in the Hall of Fame where everyone has won a Pro Tour. And the question I get asked most often is, what does it feel like to win a Pro Tour? So just try and take yourself back to the moment, not necessarily of the winning, but when you knew you were going to win. The board state is such, your hand is such, whatever it is, where you're just like, I'm going to win this Pro Tour. What is that like, Luis? Kick us off.
Well,
Berlin, 2008.
So I was playing against Mate Zadokai, who's actually here since he top-aided the last Pro Tour, but we're playing the Elf Mirror in the finals, and I've started to go off. I've cast the Weird Harvest. I have all the elves. I have Glimpse going, and all I was thinking was, don't screw up, don't screw up. But I knew I was going to win. There's not really anything either deck could do once the other deck was going off. It did feel awesome, but in the moment, it was more like, I actually 100% have this one. Let's try to make sure that happens.
So there was an element of sort of being frightened of it being snatched away.
Yeah, it's funny because the whole tournament I hadn't really thought that way because I'm just like going off and I knew how to play the deck well enough. I'd played it like hundreds and hundreds of games.
You were playing an elf combo deck, right?
Yeah, elf combo. So once you start going off, I knew what to do. But that particular one, it's like, this is the last time. This is me winning the Pro Tour. All right, let me just slow down a little bit. I was playing pretty fast during most of it, but I slowed down a little at the end.
Okay, Billy, we go back to 2003 to Boston.
So mine was actually pretty unique because it was a team tournament.
Indeed, yeah.
I had already won my match, so I was standing. So I was standing with Matt Lindy, and we were watching Brock Parker play his whatever it was, second or third game. I don't really remember. And there came a point where Brock had a morph out. It was a Titanic Bullbox.
Oh my lord!
And his opponent tapped out, and I knew that Brock had him dead on board. So I just waited with bated breath, thinking in my head, please just kill him.
Because you couldn't talk to your teammates.
Yeah, you couldn't talk to your teammates at the time. Yeah. So I'm thinking, please just kill him, please just kill him. Then he attacked and morphed the Bullbox, and I jumped up, and yeah, it was very exciting.
Did you ever imagine that moment? Did you, was it something that you saw not just being good at the game, not just having success, but actually winning a PT?
Yeah, I actually did. I mean, honestly, I was always very confident, and I thought it was something that I'd one day achieve. And I was actually extra happy that it happened in a team tournament. I always enjoyed doing well in those more than the individual stuff.
Yeah, one of the best team names of all time, still, without doubt. The Brock of Valor's fantastic. All right, Ben S., how about you? 2011, the most recent of our Pro Tour winners.
Mine was a lot more similar to Luis's. I was playing the Cobblade deck, built by Channel Fireball. Mostly, I think, Josh Eder-Layton, who's probably the best deck builder in the world now, and Kibler.
Kibler does get blamed for this one.
I was about to say, and Kibler and Brad. And, it was similar to Luis's because in Game 4 against Paul, even though I'm not going off, I have a Baneslayer in hand, a Gideon in adjacent place. I don't remember the exact permanence, but I knew I was going to win 3 or 4 turns before I won. I mean, I think Paul even conceded before I dealt lethal, as I had the whole board, just completely, mucked up with these ridiculous permanents,
Sure.
So, I was kind of I wasn't thinking don't screw it up because it wasn't like Elves where, maybe if you misclick, you're no longer going off and you lose. I kind of knew I couldn't even screw it up, you know what I mean? We're at a point where I'm at, a ton of life, and I've got Gideon in play and Baneslayer in hand and all these cards, and he's playing Boros, And that's not to diminish his deck, because it wasn't even a good matchup for me. I was lucky to be in that position. I feel like if I played Paul 100 times, he'd win over half of them, But for me, it was I knew I couldn't screw it up. I knew I was going to win, and it was just that was 3, 4, 5 turns before I won, so it was really a weird spot.
Did you get to enjoy it then? Did you sort of sit there going, 3 turns from winning the Pro Tour? 2 turns from winning the Pro Tour?
Well, I wasn't counting the turns.
But
obviously I did enjoy it. Paul's a good friend and a great player, so for me, I couldn't really super rejoice in it because I kind of I kind of appreciate being on both sides of it. As someone who was in his 3rd Pro Tour top 8, had lost previously twice in the top 8, I felt good about it, but I wouldn't say that I was jumping for joy. It was almost more like a relief,
Okay. It's perhaps inappropriate to describe this as an accomplishment because becoming a member of the Hall of Fame is really as a result of all your accomplishments within the game. But what does being part of the Hall of Fame mean to you? Let's start with Luis.
For me, it's more like a recognition kind of what Magic has meant to me and how it's played a part in my life and kind of both what I've given to it and kind of what it's given to me. So I think it goes both ways. I feel really honored that people believe I should be here and they have shown that appreciation. So for me, it's more this is what I've been working towards, and this is in a lot of ways a culmination of the part Magic has played for me.
Mm-hmm. Billy, I think of the 3, perhaps your journey to the Hall is most interesting because Magic is full of young people saying, what have you done for me lately? And there are a lot of people who certainly weren't playing Magic when you were winning your Pro Tour and dominating. And so a lot of your journey has been about kind of explaining Magic's history to a lot of people who are unaware. So I'm particularly thrilled that you're here and part of the Hall.
Thank you. In a sense, I think that's true. I had a lot of very, very, very respected Magic players sort of in my corner, and even today, when I got up on stage and think about what's happening. It's like I look to the left and I see, you know, Reed and Owen and Kibler, and then on the right is Finkel, Ifro, and Brock, and it really is like the whole, you know, my whole life.
It's a pantheon,
like,
isn't it, really?
It's like, you know, I've known half of those people since I was 13, 14, 15, and, you know, that's what really it's all about to me, is like all the relationships I've made, the friends I've made, and just really a validation of what I've devoted most of my life to.
Sure. And Ben?
And as someone who was there back then, he was the real deal. I can tell you, like, for me, you know, I mean, I know I'm a good Magic player, but, you know, I don't think of myself as one of the best Magic players of all time, you know? I mean, I'll take that accolade in draft. Like, I am really good at draft, but, like, I'm not number one, but, like, one of. But in playing ability, when I look at the players I'm being inducted with, you know, I think of them as, like, the greatest Magic players of all time. I remember Huey being one of the best Magic players of all time. I've seen Luis, as Raptor described in the video. He can, like, any game is going on with 3,000 permanents on turn 12, and he just looks at the board and he knows the best play. I can't do that, you know what I mean? If I looked at that board, my head would start to spin, you know? Like, I wouldn't know what to do. Sure. So, I mean, for me to be inducted into the Magic Hall of Fame, I look at the list and it's like all the people that I look up to as the best Magic players of all time, Kai and Finkel, Luis and Huey, you know, all of these people, you know? So, I mean, I don't know, that's what it's like to me. It's amazing to be here, and I mean, I consider myself just really lucky to be set in the same category as these guys.
Okay.
You know?
I don't want to make them blush too hard, but the one word that for me links all three of these gentlemen is the word mentor. And it's very noticeable to me that all three of you go a long, long way out of your way to mentor other Magic players, and not just other very talented Magic players, but I've seen you all just constantly looking at people's decks. You're between rounds, you'll look at a guy's at his first PT. At a GP, you'll sit down with people and build. Obviously, Luis, you're all very busy with making videos and articles and running sites. What is it that makes you, all three of you, so determined to give back to other Magic players? So, if I can start with you.
I mean, I can't speak for the other two guys, but you know, I'm pretty sure that we all love Magic so much that it's kind of hard not to want to share it with other people. Like, I really enjoy talking to other people about Magic. I know that when I was, you know, not good at Magic, other people helped me, and having people to help you is like really valuable. There's nothing better than seeing someone go from, like, you know, a newer Magic player to an awesome Magic player. Like Shahar Shenhar played at our local shop in Northern California,
right.
And I remember when Shahar was not good, and now he's insane. He's like one of the best, you know, and he won Worlds. Like that's just pretty incredible. Just me looking at Shahar 4 years ago versus Shahar today, and that's the sort of thing that I like to repeat as often as I can.
Sure, Ben. There was one of my favourite moments of the whole Worlds Week in Amsterdam was when I got to spend time with you on air, and something you said that was one of the key moments of the whole week for me. You said, I want every Magic player in the world to be the best Magic player they can possibly be, and if I can make that happen, then my Magic just got better for them being better. I was just like, wow.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know a lot of people like winning, but, you know, I mean, if you're a world championship fighter, do you really enjoy going back and beating up amateurs? Like, you want to win, but you want to play against the best also, you know what I mean? And to me, like, you know, Magic is only fun if other people really understand everything going on in the game, and it's like a mental battle where we can, like, outmaneuver each other, you know? Like, Huey's an expert chess player, right? I barely know how to play chess. Huey's not going to have fun beating me in chess, you know? But in Magic, where we're both experts, I think we can have good matches and really enjoy ourselves.
Billy, how about you?
Well, for me, when I was coming up, I had, you know, the good fortune, like I said, to have a lot of Pro Tour caliber players in my local area, and I think that they, you know, and even when I got to the Pro Tour, a lot of the established players, Finkel, whomever, had a profound impact on me, and I always remember how much it meant to me when people who I respected so much did things for me. So I guess, like, I just try to pay it forward in that regard.
Yeah, because one of the abiding memories of the last Pro Tour was how utterly thrilled you were when Reed Duke won his last round match to become platinum. I mean, it was like you had won a Pro Tour.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's how I feel. I mean, you know.
How can you not be thrilled for Reed?
Yeah. Newsflash, we have Ian Duke, Reed's brother, coming in, and I believe he has some amazingly desperate stories of what a terrible human being Reed Duke is.
I don't believe you.
I believe you may hear on air that he once didn't hold a door open for somebody.
I don't believe it.
I probably didn't see
Really?
them.
Okay, maybe it's a podcast. Maybe that's just like older brother thing, but okay. We're almost out of time because it turns out they've got some Magic to play in a little while. How would you each like to be remembered long after you've packed the cards away, which will obviously be about 20 minutes before you each die, I imagine. But how would you like to be remembered by the game, Luis?
As a great limited mastermind.
Okie doke. Go on, give me a proper answer. As a proper limited.
I think as someone who contributed to the community, whether it's through the team and through the website, and all of these things, that just something that made Magic better for more people.
Okay, Billy?
I think I'd like to be remembered as, a good influence in the community and a good team player. Not in a sense of a team tournament player,
Sure.
but just a team player.
Ben.
I mean, I would like to be remembered as a great limited mastermind. I grew up going to my friends' houses and booster drafting all night, 3, 4, 5 nights a week, doing 10 drafts. That's all we did all the time in South Florida. So, I do feel like, that's where I can contribute to the game, and that's where I'm my sharpest.
Okay, so final question. It turns out that although we have 3 Hall of Famers, there are some divisions here, because we have, as far as I can see, 2 members of Team Channel Fireball.
And one enemy.
Yeah, is this like an arch enemy game? I have 2 slightly different questions, and they go like this. Ben, first question to you. Do you have a constructed deck and the limited skills to get to 13-3 and make the top 8 of Sunday at this event with a little bit of prevailing luck?
Sure, I think so. Like I said earlier, I think Raptor's the best deck builder in the world right now, and he pretty much built our deck, and I think it's very good.
Okay. Don't need any more than that. Billy, question for you is, do you have a constructed deck and the limited skills to go 13-3 at this event and get into the top 8 on Sunday with a little bit of prevailing wind and luck?
Yeah, I absolutely believe that I do.
Fantastic. And finally, Luis, do you have a constructed deck and the limited skills to go 12-4, finish in the top 16, and join us in the commentary booth on Sunday?
Well, I figure if I can go 9-1 in constructed, then I have a pretty good shot at doing that.
Okay, super. All right. Well, best of luck to our 3 Hall of Famers. Fantastic to see them. Ben Stark, William Jensen, Luis Scott-Vargas, and what an honor it is to spend time with them. Guys, thank you so much, and best of luck this week.
Thank you.
And we're done, right?
Yeah, you're off. Away they go. The time is now around about 9:45. That means we're 10-15 minutes away from draft action. And
Getting
that
this
means
thing
that
off.
pretty soon I'm expecting a Brian David Marshall to join me here on set. So, a reminder of what we're going to have this weekend. 3 days. Day 1, we begin with Theros Limited. So it's draft action. The players draft in pods of 8, so they sit round, table of 8, it's just like you would play at your local store. Seating is random, the pods go up randomly, but once you're locked into your pod of 8, you will be stuck within those 8. You can't play anyone else, you will play 3 rounds within that pod. And fundamentally, although draws can happen, what that really means is that at the end of the morning, somebody at the table will be 3-0. There'll be 3 players at 2-1, 3 players at 1-2, and somebody at every draft table will still be winless. 0-3 in Theros draft. Now remember, at the start of the show, we were talking with Marshall and Zach, and they said that basically the 4th loss is really, really critical. That's where you start thinking, I need a lot of luck to make top 8, to go 12-4 and maybe just squeak in. So if you're 0-3 coming out of draft, that is the end of the road for you, almost. And to be honest, it is really, really tough to get from 1-2 out of draft. So the first 3 rounds, absolutely huge. The way the structure of the tournament works, the further we go, the more constructed matters. We open with draft, then we go into standard. Rounds 4 through 8 today will be standard. Remember, 5 sets in standard. Return to Ravnica block, then you've also got M14 and now Theros. Theros, big set, so big impact on standard. If you get to 4-4, so that's an even record, 12 points or more, you get to come back on day 2. At that point, we draft again. So by the end of round 11, we've done the majority of our action is in draft format. Again, it's Theros. And again, this time, the seatings won't be random. This time, it's all based on record. So overnight leaders will all go up against each other. You'll have the 1 player, or maybe 2, who are on a perfect 8-0 record. You'll have 6 players at 7-1. They'll all sit down to draft together. And again, what that means is that you've maybe got an 8-0 falling to 8-3 at the end of the first draft of day 2. So at that point, the field kind of compresses because you find even amongst the 5 and 3s, somebody is going to climb their way up to 8-3 at that table. Then we go back to standard. At that point, limited is gone away. Rounds 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16 are standard. And for the most part, each of those rounds is what we call single elimination, because most of the players, by the time you're at 9 and 4, you're essentially in the last chance saloon. It's single elimination Magic. If you lose, you will not be coming back on Sunday. So at that point, the end of 16 rounds, the top 8 advance to Sunday action. It's standard again, and what we will have is the best 3 out of 5. Quarterfinals, semi-finals, and eventually someone will play for $40,000. So that's what's coming your way over the next 3 days. I'm delighted to say that I'm about to be joined by the Pro Tour historian, Mr. Brian David Marshall, who has just had one of the best hours of your Magic year, correct?
Oh, absolutely. I am just always humbled and honored to be a part of the Hall of Fame induction ceremony every year. Just these great players who have made Magic such a part of their lives and have in turn had their lives enriched by Magic. And it's just always amazing for me to see that swell of emotion as they're sort of like, their name's going to be called, as their like family, their friends, their peers are applauding them, and just go, it's very emotional.
I really hope that comes across on screen. I don't know what it's like for you at home, but the atmosphere is electric for the Hall of Fame ceremony, not least because there are 410 players who are watching this, who are about to set off on their own, hopefully 19-round journey towards a Pro Tour title that can propel them towards sitting in the front row in the suit to get the ring.
And you know what? Magic can be such a dispassionate game sometimes. In the sense that if you want to be as successful as these players are, you really need to divorce yourself from feeling too bad about that last round loss, about not drawing that land, or even drawing that land that you needed. You can't get too high, you can't get too low. That's part of the formula for success, And it's and so to actually just see Magic players sit there and just sort of like
peel back the hood,
just sort of like open up their arms and let that kind of wave of emotion come over them is pretty special and kind of rare in the tournament year.
For sure. The Hall of Fame is in the books and about to start round 1 with a draft. So for the next 10 minutes or so, while the players set themselves up, BDM, you and I are going to set the scene, not so much for what you should be drafting when you're on Magic Online or at your local store, but more, what are we going to see this weekend in terms of kind of what we're actually watching? So let's start with the very first thing. The players sit down at their table. We're going to have a feature table under the lights. Do the players look at who they're drafting with? Do they pay attention to that?
So you certainly, you talk to pros, and they're always like, look, I open up again, that dispassion comes in, right? I open up my pack, I look through it, I take objectively the best card. But I got to tell you that they always say that, but at the same time, you'll hear people say, well, I saw Kibler was sitting next to me, and I know he likes to draft this. Or we did a lot of play testing with Ben Stark, and Ben really, Ben's always going to be, pretty agnostic about what he's taking. But certain players have tendencies, and I think that does factor in. But for the most part, I think your approach is you want to be, I'm just going to take the best cards. I'm going to be open to the table, or I'm going to come in having a plan. Either or, but being very definitive in what you're going to do.
Okay, so one of the first key and exciting moments is when our featured player opens their first pack.
Oh, I can't wait.
So what should we be watching out for in that first row of 14 cards?
I mean, so if I was sitting there, I'm looking for 2 cards. I'm looking for Wingsteed Rider, or I'm looking for Grey Merchant of Asphodel.
Now that's interesting because neither of those are rare or mythic.
No, those are really the 2 cards I most want to see when I open up a Theros pack to draft. Obviously I'd like to see Agent of Fates in the rare slot there. I'd love to see
a Polukranos at a mythic or something?
Sure, but I really like the heroic deck. I really like the Black Devotion deck.
Okay, so just to confirm, Wingsteed Rider 2/2 heroic, it gets bigger and it flies for 3 mana, 1 white, and Grey Merchant 3 black for a 2/4. But it drains life according to your devotion to black. So you put that down, you've got a Disciple of Phoenix out. That's a 4-point life swing right there.
Right. I mean, you'd love an Abhorrent Overlord. You'd love a Fabled Hero.
Sure.
But just, I mean, for me, when I draft, certainly I'm always looking at commons, and those are the things that you can expect to see. So I think players are thinking about Lightning Strikes. They're thinking about, Grey Merchants. They're thinking about, where do I take Baleful Eidolon? Where do I take Hopeful Eidolon? They're thinking about the commons because you can't count on the rares being there,
Sure.
and you can't even count too much on the uncommons being there.
Well, no, because it's worth remembering, just do the math on this. There are 24 packs going in the whole table. There's 3 uncommons per pack.
Have you done the math on this, Rich?
Somebody else did it for me. It had big numbers. So 72 uncommons in the whole draft. So there's only like 1 and a bit. And they don't do bits in Magic. So a lot of uncommons, there'll only be 1 or sometimes just none.
Right. You can't reliably say, I will see this will get passed to me.
So I won't get 3 Sea God's Revenge.
No, probably not.
Probably not. I'd settle for 1. Okay, so my next question is, let's suppose for the sake of argument, I open my Grey Merchant of Asphodel. Wingsteed Rider would do fine as an example as well, but a card that kind of pushes me in a direction. Yeah. So I've got my Grey Merchant, let's say. I get my pack 2, there's a, Lash of the Whip or something, so I've got a bit of black removal, hooray. Tell me about signals and what should we be looking for in terms of what our player, our camera hero player, if you like, is looking at and seeing what isn't there. What are signals? How do they work?
Well, I mean, certainly if you get past a Lightning Strike, a Grey Merchant of Asphodel, a Wingsteed Rider, a Voyage's End, a Voyaging Satyr maybe in green, or a Leafcrown Dryad, that's probably a fairly, if you see one of the top commons in a color, and maybe there's, you can look and you can go, is there a rare gone? Is there an uncommon gone? Is there a common gone? If there's another common gone, if that was the first pick that your opponent to your right took, and you're like, oh, well, this is a pretty clear signal. If there's a common gone and Lightning Strike is still here, I should feel pretty good about being red.
Okay, so we should at home be able to watch the draft and get some sense of what we're happening upstream, if you like, to the right of our player. All right, next question. Every draft format is different in terms of the number of playable cards within the whole set, and also playable cards within each sort of color pair or archetype. And the sort of phrase we use for that is how deep a format is. How far down the pick order you can go and still be playing reasonable cards. So how deep is Theros? How late in the pack are people going to get things?
I mean, I think you see playable cards coming 12th, 13th in this format. Certainly 10th to 12th is very reasonable to get cards that you want in your deck. I mean, you can see cards, you can look at a pack and know that something's going to come back around the table to you if you're, in a good position, and, there are cards that you want that maybe, isn't something that other decks aren't going to want. If you're a heroic deck, some of the auras, that are draw a card or have some, marginal utility, then maybe they're not going to want to go into another deck, and if there's not another heroic deck,
maybe like an Aqueous Form or a Scourge Mark or something like that. They often go very late.
Scourge Mark is a good example.
I think this format in some ways reminds me a lot of Lorwyn, in that one of the great tricks to that format was because it was tribal, there were a lot of very powerful cards that only belonged, in air quotes, to one player at the table.
I liken it a little bit more to Modern Masters.
Ah, right. Okay.
I actually think it reminds me a lot of the Modern Masters draft format, in the sense that there are these decks, and there's a lot of them, right? I mean, you can be any of the 10 guilds in this format.
So black-red Minotaurs, for example, is
exactly
right there. You open a Kragma Warcaller and go from there.
Red-blue Chimera Scry.
Right. Fly and Scry.
Fly and Scry. yeah, absolutely. You can like go in any of those 10 directions.
Sure.
And there are cards and strategies and pick orders for each of those archetypes.
Okay. What do we mean by switching, and when should we be looking for our player to switch?
I don't know, like 3 or 4 cards in. I mean, you'll see it later, I think, but you really want to.
So what is it? What is
Oh,
switching?
I'm sorry. So switching is, again, you go Grey Merchant of Asphodel, you take a Disciple, second pick.
Sure.
And then you're like, wow, there was a Disciple there, but I didn't see another black card.
So the black stops coming.
And then you get
in our
past
example.
a pack, and there's 2 red cards, a white heroic card, a bunch of green cards. You're like, there's no black here. Green looks open. I know, hey, all right, you know what? I'll take a green card, and maybe I'll be green-black, but maybe I'll abandon the black.
Is there an element of pure visual to that? Like you open up, like most packs are balanced at the start, so it's pretty unusual to see a pack where in your very open there is nothing from 1 or certainly from 2 colors. You never see a 3-color pure opened pack. But by pick 3, you can often see 5 green cards, 4 blue cards, an artifact, and 2 red cards.
It's somewhat obvious to you, and I think especially players at this level who've just drafted, possibly 100 times by the time round 1 starts. Certainly also have a sense of what's there and what's not there.
Okay.
Sort of. Just embedded in their psyche. They're like, okay, I get it, I know.
Okay, well, we have draft covered for you here at magicthegathering.com. So many ways to enjoy the draft. We're about to go live for the first pick of the first pack. You'll get the draft viewer later on, where you'll be able to see every pick from the table we're about to see. We're going to take a look later this morning at the first pick of everyone in the draft we're about to see. So we get to see where did it all go, and if our player opens the Grey Merchant, but the player on his left opens Grey Merchant, what does that mean for the player on the left?
One of the things I'd really like to do this weekend also is take a look at some of the draft archetypes and really break those down.
Well,
and talk about how those decks work.
How about when they're building for their half hour? How about you and I do some Magic Online data? We see what people have been doing out in the real world, and we unveil all the top commons, all the top uncommons.
Wingsteed Rider!
Yes, I know. The keys to all the archetypes. And also, I want to point you in the direction of our text colleagues, because Nate Price has a fantastic piece going live with just sort of seeing almost like a corner of a draft. If you take 1, what does that mean for the player in seat 2? What does he get second? What does player 3 get third? What if you change what player 1 does? And that changes what player 2 does. And that means player 3's got a completely different set of choices.
And all the information just starts tumbling downstream.
Absolutely. So that's all coming your way. And then we might play some Magic at some point. 3 rounds of draft, 5 rounds of standard. We'll do it all again tomorrow, and then a top 8 on Sunday. The Hall of Fame are in the house in their numbers, and we thank you for being in whatever part of the world you are here on this European morning on Friday. So, for Brian David Marshall, Rich Hagan saying thanks for being with us for this opening pre-game show. It's time to take you down to the booth, and for the first time, Mr. Marshall Sutcliffe.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Zach Hill, and we are super excited. It is draft time. Now, for those of you that were just watching, you had a chance to check out the Hall of Fame induction ceremony, which was really great. 3 awesome people getting honored for something that they're awesome at. Ben Stark was one of them.
Yeah.
He's considered the best limited player in the world at any given time. There's kind of a couple people that bump up, but he's always in the conversation. Yeah. We're going to be watching him draft right now. Zach, what do you think?
Oh, I'm so excited to see what Ben does. I mean, he always has. In addition to just being solid and very good, he always has an innovative approach to essentially every format. I remember when he was talking about how to draft the Gruul deck in Gate Crash, and he was like, no, you play like 14 and 15 lands because all your creatures, have Blood Rush.
I remember him saying that too.
And like no one else realized that.
Yeah.
Right? And so I'm wondering kind of if he has a key to the format that nobody else quite understands.
Yeah, he's kind of a unique guy in that way. So opinions and Magic players go hand in hand, right? We've actually got a piece going up on the written side of coverage from Nate Price where he asked a bunch of pros about some early picks out of a pack. You can check that out at dailymtg.com to get Nate's feature article. And he said he asked the same relative question of 8 pros, and he got 7 different answers. And that isn't. We see that all the time.
Right.
And Theros has been especially pushing that direction. Ben Stark, he's a very opinionated guy. He really is. You ask him and he will tell you very directly exactly what he thinks about something, yet he still manages to stay open-minded where he can pick up on things like what you were just talking about. He can see small niches in a format or look at things in a way that other people don't.
Well, the thing about Ben, I think, is that he's always willing to learn. I mean, you heard him talk about this. He's excited when, other people improve, and I think he's excited when he improves by virtue of being around other talented people. If he had everything figured out, he wouldn't need to be on one of these giant teams. So, I mean, I think definitely, despite the strength of everybody's opinion, everyone's realizing this is a rich, complicated format.
Yeah.
There aren't a lot of just sort of straightforwardly bad cards.
No.
There's, a lot of different ways you can take archetypes, even in the same color combination.
That's right.
A base white splash green deck is totally different from like a base green splash white deck, even though they both like play guys and make them bigger. Right. So, I mean, I'm definitely excited to see not just how Ben's draft goes, but once we get a sense of the entire table, how everyone around him influenced his deck.
Yeah, speaking of everyone around him, it's going to be interesting to see this too. I bumped into our coverage co-worker, Jacob Van Lunen.
You should watch where you're going.
And out on the floor when we were watching the Hall of Fame ceremony, and I said, "How you feeling?" And he's like, I'm pretty nervous. He hasn't been on the PT in a while now. And, I think that this is something that we take for granted. Like, we're watching Ben Stark. He drafts PTs years and years and years in a row now, right? But not everybody at the table has that level of experience. How much do you think that gives him a leg up? Just like, not skills aside, but mentality.
Oh, I think it's huge. I mean, definitely something that was really challenging for me at the first Grand Prix I was back in like 5 years, just getting used to drafting timed and under the lights. You can't just riffle through your pack and think about it and pass whenever you're ready.
Yeah.
They're calling, 45 seconds, you got to lay out your cards, you got to do that. It's really hard to explain kind of unless you're there.
Yeah.
But it totally can throw you off your game sometimes.
Yeah.
But if you've done this, 100 times, you're just going to be used to it.
Yeah, and I think that we won't get a distinct feel for that because we're just going to be watching Ben's draft, but we will keep that in mind as we see the other players that are passing to him. Now, the way I've been viewing Theros recently is thinking of Theros in 2-color pairs. And that's something I think when the set first came out, I didn't really have that mentality. I kind of thought that a few would emerge. And I would be like, oh, you want to be the red-green deck or the black-white deck, right? And then you can play black-green, but is that a thing? I'm actually just trying to go down the list now. I'm in list mode where I'm like, I don't really know. And the one I wanted to ask you about, Zach, were the cards that have activated abilities that are not on color.
Right.
I've been using those as kind of my guide. Like, well, the black-white one, it wants to block and make the game go long. So when I draft black-white, I'm going to try to do that. Am I way off here, or
no,
is this going to end horribly for me?
So this set was designed by Mark Rosewater, lead designer, developed by Eric Lauer. One of the things that both of them like to do, their last major collaboration was Innistrad,
right? Which
worked
is
out pretty
the
well.
best, yeah.
But a thing they like to do is have, and really this is kind of a thing that R&D has been doing more of, is have what we call like signposts. So it's like, drafting is hard. So you want cards that tell you kind of what the color combinations are about and what they do. So the one for in black-white's a great example, right? It's like a defensive, but as the game goes long, its drain can not only end the game by itself, but kind of keep you in the game and prevent you from dying.
Right.
So you want that to kind of blend into the color combination's overall strategy.
Right.
You look at, I believe it's Crackling Triton or something. The 2/3 for 3, it can deal 2 damage if you sack it and pay 2 in a red.
Right.
It's early defense, but it also serves as a removal spell, but it can also go to the face. So, you don't want to fight those color combinations with your enablers. You want them to make sense and kind of help you understand how to play those kinds of decks. And that's exactly what the role of those cards is.
Okay, I think we're about ready to go down to the feature match area here. And so why don't we go down there? When we get down there, we'll continue the chat until the packs actually gets open. Remember, this is a pro tour. Like Zach mentioned a minute ago, we are talking about a timed draft where the whole room is synced up and doing the same time. So it takes a minute to get everybody seated and get the guy with the clock and the mic and everything set up. But why don't we head down to the feature match area right now for the first draft here from Pro Tour Theros. Are we in? Can we talk? All right, here we are for the first draft of Pro Tour Theros. One of the best drafters on the planet, Ben Stark, recently, and by recently I mean half an hour ago, inducted into the Pro Tour Hall of Fame. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm here with Zach Hill, and we are excited. This is draft. This is the thing that I look forward to the most from the Pro Tour. I love seeing what the pros come up with, and I can't wait to see how Ben Stark approaches this format.
You see Ben smiling right now. I think he's ready to get down to business. Quick wardrobe change, and now we're off.
All right, so let's take a look at what Ben Stark opens up here. He's pulled a grip tied to the front. Ooh, there's a Theos Emissary, a card that you and I are both very fond of, Zach.
Yeah, and you see him selecting that right out of the pack very quickly. Theos Emissary, my pick for probably second best uncommon in this set. Gains
quite an
card
honor.
advantage. Yeah. I mean, the bestow ability is very powerful. Casting it as a 4-mana 3/3 that draws you cards when it hits is very powerful. In blue, exactly. Great color combination.
And poor Ophidian, I mean... He looks at that like, what happened to you?
Scroll Thief feels probably pretty bad.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he takes.
He does, in fact, take Theos' Emissary. Now, tell me, Zach, with that kind of a pick, what's the color that you would most like to move in on here?
I mean, I think you just draft a solid blue deck. I mean, you're sad that you're passing Grip Tide as kind of the second best card in the pack, but I mean, you can always just cut the guy on your left. You don't really depend on him. I think you're pretty open at this point. I mean, it's not even if it slots into a particular archetype or kind of deck.
Okay.
It's just a good card.
He's taking a look at his next pack, and he sees a Prescient Chimera. There's also a Scholar there, and those are the two best blue cards, but it looks like he's pulled Dauntless Onslaught to the front here, which is maybe the most powerful card outright in the pack. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Dauntless Onslaught is incredible and is probably better than it even seems like because being able to target 2 creatures is so powerful with Heroic.
Okay. He is passing a Hopeful Eidolon here and an Oread, so maybe you can get one of those back. Probably not. Those Eidolons tend to go pretty early these days.
I think if he tables one of those, he's going to be fortunate. He's probably not going to table the Horizon Scholar or the Prescient Sphinx either. That's one of the things about this format, though. In any other archetype or any other set, after you take a really good blue card, you'd be excited to see a 6-mana 4/4 flyer.
All right, we have a turn of events here, Zach. He's been passed. This is a pick 3 Lightning Strike that he's got pulled to the front. There's also a Triton Fortune Hunter, which would go well with what he has so far, but there's a Magma Jet and a Lightning Strike in this pack. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, Magma Jet, Lightning Strike in the pack tells you that red is open.
Right.
Sometimes you can't view early picks as signals because they might have just taken a card of higher rarities. With both of those in the pack, red is open, and I think you have to capitalize on the chance to move in on that.
Interestingly, Ben took the Magma Jet there. He decided to pass a Lightning Strike. That's an interesting question. I've been asked that and have asked quite a few people on their thoughts between those two cards, and you'll get a lot of different answers. Apparently, Ben is in the Magma Jet camp.
Yeah, I think those cards are really close, but I mean, especially when you're Ben and you're an extremely skilled player that just wants to have as consistent a deck as possible, I think Scry is incredibly valuable.
He's got 3 decent red cards pulled to the front here. He has an Ordeal of Perforos, which it looks like is what he's going to take. He's passing a Spear Point Oread, and there's also the Borderland Minotaur, which, at least for me, has really performed. I mean, it's not a flashy card, but just putting that 4 power on turn 4 has been pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of the cards in this set have sort of tricky play value, but sometimes, I mean, 4/3 for 4 is a very solid body in a set without that much overt size until you get to the late game.
All right, so let's see what Ben finds here for his 5th pick. He's got a Temple pulled to the front, but there's also a Fanatic of Mogus that he is now pulled to the front, and it looks like that's what he's going to take here.
Yeah, he's also got Dragon Mantle, which is a card that in this set with all the heroic, again, is way better than it would seem otherwise. Temple, very important because the red-white deck's mana isn't always that great, but he doesn't know if he's blue or white yet, so I think he just went with a Fanatic of Mogus.
He did, yeah, and that makes sense. I mean, Fanatic of Mogus, a pretty powerful spell. You know, it gets overlooked because people focus on its special ability. It's also just a 4-power creature for 4 mana, which can do some work. All right, so let's see what there's a Boulder Fall. That's not really going to be under consideration, but I see a Spark Jolt and a Triton Fortune Hunter. It looks like he is trying to solidify himself in red-blue here. What do you think about red-blue in Theros?
Oh, I think it's a great archetype, and Triton Fortune Hunter is exactly a card you want. You have a lot of removal, a lot of incidental targeting. That card advantage, very, very powerful.
Okay.
So, I mean, and we saw himself leave himself open. You know, he switched with the second pick white card, but it looks like he's getting rewarded now with some pretty deep blue in that pack.
He is indeed. He's got a Benthic Giant that he can see, but there's a red card. What is that?
That is a Dragon Mantle.
All right, Dragon Mantle. That's a card that has been going up and up the list for me, Zach. It's cheap. It replaces itself, and it's actually quite powerful, too. This card just seems to have no downside at all.
No, you're really excited to see that card in the pack this late.
Yeah.
And, you know, Fire Breathing, not a card you're really excited to play, but it just goes to show you how powerful drawing a card is in the game of Magic the Gathering. Because Dragon Mantle, very high pick in this environment.
Yeah, especially because it targets, right? Oh, wow, red is just wide open here. He opens he has a Spear Point Oread and an Ill-Tempered Cyclops. Now, this is an interesting pick because Ill-Tempered Cyclops is a fantastic card on its own, but Spear Point Oread can target, and he does have a fairly strong heroic sub-theme going here.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Triton Fortune Hunter, who if you use it enough, is going to win you the game by itself.
Okay.
I think the Cyclops a little bit more powerful of a raw card, but Oread, the synergy is just too much to pass up right now.
And it looks like Ben has agreed with you. He sees a Stymied Hopes, which is a card that has been kind of a fringe playable. He takes the Priest. I don't know if he's going to be able to activate that card, so he might just not run it. But, you know, the Stymied Hopes, very high upside, but a fairly big downside, too.
Yeah, I mean, I think with Priest, you get some upside if you have some incidental white mana, but it looks like he took a, Aqueous Form out of this last pack?
Yeah, another card that could do quite well in his deck.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Fate Foretold, even better.
Yeah, probably better, yeah. Drawing cards, a lot better than scrying. Yeah, it really is. So let's see what he picks up here. Another Fate Foretold, it looked like?
Yeah, I think so. Or was that Fate Foretold? Or, again, I thought it was Aqueous Form, so I obviously need to get used to the art. But
yeah, you're used to white boxes with bold black text on them.
And that was a huge table, I believe.
I didn't see what he got there.
I think he got the Minotaur that we were talking about.
No way.
Fourth
Wow.
I mean, red looks wide open.
It looks really open, yeah.
And
there's a Thassa's Bounty and something else. It was actually, that was an Aqueous Form, right? That last card.
I'm no longer going to comment about Aqueous
You're not
Form.
going to go put yourself out there.
All right, he picks up a Boulder Fall super late.
Yeah. So what we're going to get now is the way this works at the Pro Tour on a timed draft is that the players get to now review their picks. So he is going to look through, and this is the only time when he gets to actually look through all of his picks and actually get to the point of, you know, figuring out what his mana curve is, how many creatures he has, what holes he needs to fill here, and how his colors look overall, because he clearly moved into red pretty hard, and then blue really came back around. So I feel like Ben's in a pretty good spot this draft. He feels well positioned for the table right now.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't want that Thassa's Bounty right at the end, because in red-blue tends to be a pretty removal-heavy deck, and being up 3 cards can be very powerful in this color combination. In addition to being just good in general. But I think you have to be very excited, especially tabling the Lowland Minotaur.
Yeah.
I think that's when you have to recognize, if you're Ben, that red is just wide open. And I think you're going to want to draft just like a base red deck to capitalize on your Fanatic of Mogus and support it with kind of individually powerful blue cards or Heroic Enablers if it comes down to it.
What's the best card he can open here? Dragon? Stormbreath Dragon? What are we looking at here?
I was going to say Stormbreath Dragon. I actually think you like Hammer of Porphyros quite a bit here.
Yeah.
Anger of the Gods, very, very good right now. I think, but yeah, I mean, I think Dragon or what's the 4/5 for 4?
Ember
Ember Hauler or whatever it is.
All right, let's take a look here.
all
I see
good
some
cards.
sweet picks already. There's a Nimbus Naiad, which is the one that caught my eye. He's got that pulled to the front. There's a Wild Celebrant. It's not that great. A Satyr. Yeah, there's really only one pick. He's going to have to pass a pretty nice white card with Celestial Archon, but I think he's got to be happy to pick up one of the best common bestow creatures, especially in his colors.
I mean, you're excited about that Nimbus Naiad, but it is kind of strictly weaker than several other cards in the pack. I mean, you're not mad to take that, but I don't think you're excited that that's the pack that you opened.
Fair. Yeah, we were just dreaming on Ben's behalf about what he might open, and Nimbus Naiad didn't quite make our list there.
Yeah, I mean, that said, I mean, the card is extremely powerful. You're not mad to have a Windrake, a 3-mana 2/2 flyer. The bestow ability for 5 mana, basically the card Griffin Guide, which has always been a limited standout. Clearly, it's a little bit more expensive, but you're getting some flexibility in return.
All right, this pack does not look great for Ben. There's a Borderland Minotaur, which, like we mentioned before, is fine. But, I mean, he super wheeled one of those. He's going to pass the Crow and Horse here. Borderland Minotaur, a card that I was just talking about that I liked. I'm not sure I love having to second pick it like Ben has here.
Don't like second picking it when you got it, 12th or 13th previously.
But hey, it is what it is,
Yeah,
right?
it is what it is. It makes your Fanatic of Mogus a lot better. I mean, the card's huge. It's, again, good in this color combination, good with tempo cards like Voyage's End or Griptide when you get them. Curves very nicely, actually, into the Naiad that he just took.
Oh, true. So, yeah, one of the things that we're going to be paying attention to here is the fact that he did pass an early Griptide and a very late Lightning Strike. Yeah. I think that Pack 2 is probably going to be a bit worse for Ben, but when we get back to Pack 3, I bet you he is going to get a nice set of cards. There's another Nimbus Naiad and a Griptide. He's pulled them both to the front. This is where, if you're used to drafting at F&M or with your friends, where did you see something, Zach? I just saw your eyes get big.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I was just looking at the depth of the pack. I mean, there's
wow, yeah.
A good amount. There's a Shipwrecked
Ordeal.
Singer that I was kind of looking at that some blue-black drafter is going to be very excited to see later.
Yeah, now Ben decided to take the Griptide. He doesn't have that many ways to interact with his creatures right now, and so with his opponent's creatures, so it's definitely good for him to start picking up some ways to interact.
Well, and Bounce just better in this format than it is in a lot of others, courtesy of both the heroic and monstrous mechanics. Being able to reset a creature that has already kind of gotten huge is just really, really good in this particular format.
There's a Wave Crash Triton, I see, and he's pulled up something else. Is it a Dissolve?
That's a Wave Crash Triton. That was a Crackling Triton.
He took the Crackling then.
Yeah, he did.
Yep.
The card in that pack that you're looking out for is Prophet of Krufix, the 2/3 that lets you untap and cast stuff on your opponent's turn. A blue-green drafter is going to be really happy to see that.
Yeah, that card, if you get that thing on turn 4 or turn 5, it is nasty. They just dump their whole hand. Turn 8, turn 9, it's a lot less impressive. But
yeah.
All right, so let's take a look at what Ben has here. There's a Spark Jolt, and there's another Crackling Triton here. So he's back-to-back Crackling Tritons. They're on color. It's a really solid card. He's got to feel pretty decent about picking these up in the middle part of the pack here. Again, this pack hasn't gone incredibly well, but it also hasn't abandoned him.
Yeah, I mean, it's not garbage or anything. I think you want to be taking these Crackling Tritons probably 1 or 2 picks later than he has
ideally, yeah.
So that is not the most exciting. But I mean, it's exactly what your deck wants. It offers up removal. It stabilizes the ground. It lets you bestow some cards. The other thing that's awkward for him a little bit is that he's got a lot of double red, and these Crackling Tritons kind of demand early blue. So not the best for his mana base, but it's not exactly bad either.
Yeah. All right. It looks like he's going to take a. I think he's got a Skull Cleaver there. Yeah, that's what he took.
The Minotaur Skull Cleaver.
Yeah. So a solid aggressive card. It's a kind of card that some decks really, really want, and other decks won't want as much. We'll have to see what Ben ends up with for his final build, but it can certainly punch through a bunch of damage.
Yeah, it can. It's pretty good in concert with the blue bounce spells, too. You get to cast one of those on your opponent's end step and then make sure it clears the way for 4.
Yeah.
You aren't going to get a Minotaur Lord or anything with this guy, but I mean, it's sort of like you kind of want to pick a direction, either, Crackling Triton or that, but I mean, it's always going to be a playable card that allows you to turn pretty aggressive.
All right, so nothing too exciting here. There's a Portent of Betrayal there. That's the threaten effect, as we call it. It means you get to steal your opponent's creature for a turn, which has a pretty profound effect on the board. It takes away a blocker and adds an attacker to you. So if you can be the aggressor, you can do it. I think he took the sideboard card there.
Yeah, he took Peak Eruption, a card that also, there was another copy going around the table. I think he knows he passed some good red, and that not only is there likely to be another red deck, but it's likely to be pretty good. One of the ways you can defeat those decks, especially as reliant as they are on the monstrous mechanics, is by just attacking their mana base.
All right, now interesting here, he picks up a Spellheart Chimera. We were actually having a chat about this card where I got up on my soapbox and then realized we were talking about a different Chimera. But what do you think about this? Is this going to make the cut? It looks splashy and cool, but is it good?
Well, I mean, Ben has a lot of 3-drops. The thing is, like, you see Spellheart Chimera, you want it to be like a 6/3 or something. It's probably not going to be that large, but a 2/3 flyer for 3 is very, very good. So, I mean, I would expect Ben to play it, especially given how his deck looks.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if he does that. You know, he does have a few enchantments and stuff that are going to eat up the non-creature spell slots, so that'll kind of come down to what it ends up being. He picks up an Annul here, a reasonable pickup. Not a card that actually sees that much play in draft, but it does come in out of the sideboard, and it's certainly a card that you can run.
You see a Sip of Hemlock still in that pack. That is a signal that black is way open. You saw Shipwreck Singer earlier, of maybe making you wish you weren't in red. Oh, another Peak Eruption there for the mirror.
Okay.
Ben, I mean, I think you're exactly right, Marshall. I think after passing that Lightning Strike earlier, he's just not really reaping a lot of the benefits of red cards in this pack.
No, but I tell you, I bet you anything in this third pack, he's going to get hooked up nice. I think we're going to see some pretty sweet stuff.
The challenge there is just going to be making sure his mana base is functional.
Yeah. So he's just picking up cards that aren't probably going to make the cut for him. There's a Scourge Mark. There's also the unblockable equipment. So these are cards that generally don't make it into people's main decks and certainly won't for Ben. So let's see what he has. He's going to get a chance now to review his picks. This is going to be the last time that he gets to review his picks, because after the third pack, they will disperse to go actually build their decks, where they can take a much larger chunk of time to actually look at the decks. So, Zach, give me a temperature gauge here. If you're sitting in Ben's seat, we've just finished the second pack. How do you feel? Are you pretty happy with the deck? Are you kind of wishing you get some really sweet stuff? How do you feeling about it?
I mean, I think you think the deck is kind of fine. I mean, you see him move the Spellheart Chimera to the front. He's like moving a Satyr Rambler up there to the front. You're never really excited to play that guy, but you kind of need a 2-drop. I mean, I don't think you think your deck is bad right now, because you have a lot of individually solid cards. It's not super cohesive. The mana curve is not very great.
Okay.
Your cards kind of are fighting with each other a little. You've got some really aggressive cards. You've got some more defensively geared things. You don't have that many heroic synergies, but you have some. That said, I mean, his individual card quality is actually rather high, I think.
So this third pack is going to be really important then, right? I mean, this is going to make or break how good this deck actually ends up being.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely looking to get, especially after pack 1, I think he's looking to get paid off in this pack, and I think your expectation is that you're going to be.
Yeah, I think so too. All right, so he is mere seconds away from looking at his pack 3 pick 1. We're watching Ben Stark draft. We're in Dublin for Pro Tour Theros. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe with Zach Hill here, and the players. This is a big one. This third pack is really going to determine how good Ben Stark's deck is. He sees another Celestial Archon, but he hasn't actually hit a card that he can play yet. And this pack was just awful for Ben. So really nothing great for him at all. There's a Coastline Chimera, which is not a card he wants to play in the deck. I mean, he can cast it, but this is the ultra awkward position of being in a spot where there's just nothing for you. He's got the Anvil Rot Raptor pulled to the front, which is, I mean, that is just not a card you're happy first picking out of any pack.
No, you're not. I mean, if it were me, I think I'd just hate draft the Celestial Archon right now. You don't really want to play against it. Farika's, what is it, Mender?
Yeah, Farika's Mender.
The 4/3 is like really good. But,
yeah, you see Ben shake his head, and he's wearing his emotions on his sleeve. He's got to be disappointed with that pack. His pack 3 pick 1 is literally a hate draft. A hate draft is a term we use to say that when you take a card from somebody else. All right, now he picks up something better, a Perforos' Emissary here, and he is going to windmill that out of this pack and be quite happy about it. Another of the very powerful Emissary cycle. He's got one of each of his colors now, and that's happy times for Ben Stark.
Yeah, I mean, that is a lot more where you want to be at this stage in the draft. I mean, you're still looking at that pack and seeing it's not terribly deep for your colors, which could mean that your opponent took something in those colors. On the other end, it looked as though a rare was missing. So you can't really infer a whole lot from that. I mean, Porphyros' Emissary is an excellent card.
It is.
It offers, the combination of evasion and size on one card, in addition to the potential for card advantage when you bestow it. Also perfectly fine to just cast on turn 4. It's got essentially you're forcing your opponent to double block, which is really good in this set that has a lot of ways of making your guys bigger.
That's right. Let's see what Ben picks up for pack 3. Jeez, he's got an Ordeal of Thassa, which he takes, which it's a fine card. It will actually do pretty well in his deck, but again, I just can't imagine that that's the card he wants to be taking this early in his pack here.
No, I would completely agree, especially with his mana curve not being particularly low.
Yeah.
If you've got Ordeal of Thassa, I mean, you really want like, 1-drops, or at least grizzly bears that have, or like 2 mana creatures with 2 toughness.
Yes.
So that when you put an Ordeal on it, it's more likely to be able to actually attack through your opponent's blocker.
Right.
I mean, the Satyr, Reveler, the 2/1 trample, like even if you equip Ordeal and it gets bigger, it can still probably get blocked and killed by whatever your opponent has.
That's right. Now let's take a look at this next pack for Ben, and it's similar to the others. There's a pick for him, but he's not going to get anything back unless that Portent comes back around. It was a Crackling Triton here, and that's his 3rd one, and it's a good card, and it will do good work in his deck, make no doubt about it, but again, this 3rd pack has not delivered. We, and I'm assuming that Ben was really looking for this pack to bring the goods, but this is how draft goes sometimes. I mean, there hasn't been that many blue or red cards. Like, his opponents might not even be in blue-red, it's just the packs just aren't cooperating,
Yeah, I mean, you have to think your opponent's not in it after that mammoth first pack, but
right.
I mean, we're just not seeing available cards. There's been a lot of deep white, and the blue and red just very disappointing.
It's just another awful pack. There's a Spellheart Chimera again, but again, that is just a rough card to make actually work well, but he doesn't have that many other choices. He takes a Wild Celebrance. Is that what that was?
Yeah, that was Wild Celebrants. I mean, the card is not bad. It helps you out with your red devotion. It's, 5 power, 3 toughness. Like, Frost Ogre is a totally playable card. Like, sometimes you get an artifact.
Face when he took that?
I did not.
He kind of half rolled his eyes like, wow. And there's his Xenagos the Reveler. I don't think Ben is equipped to splash it. It's a sweet card.
I mean, you're just looking at this pack. You're seeing Nylea's Emissary. You're seeing Leaf Crown Dryad, Xenagos. Yeah, I mean, you've got to. There wasn't really a time that he could have moved into green, but when you take a null out of that pack, you know that somebody's getting paid off, and it is most definitely not you.
Yeah, but you do also, this is something to note at home. Ben Stark is a very, he's a strict drafter. He keeps himself in line. There's a Thassa's Bounty. He doesn't seem interested in it. Fate Foretold, I think, is more his speed here. He needs 2-drops. You mentioned it. He's got a couple of Ordeals, and he slams them down as he takes a Bronze Sable. Obviously, if you read it there, that's a lot of flavor text. Not the ideal 2-drop for Ben Stark, but he needs to pay attention to his curve. I was saying a second ago, he's a disciplined drafter, and he passes a slightly off-color Planeswalker for a card that he probably won't make his main deck, but might. There's another Leaf Crown Dryad. Zach, are you just dying over here?
Yeah, I mean, it hurts. I mean, he was able to pick up an Akroan Crusader really, really good with his double Ordeals. So actually, I think Crusader is probably better in his deck than it would be in a lot of decks.
Fate Foretold as well.
Exactly. So, I mean, I think you're not disappointed with that pick. But again, the quality of the green cards is just first pick after first pick after first pick.
Yeah, it's interesting because I didn't see that in the first pack. At least I didn't see it. There's an Anvil Rot Raptor that he's going to pick up. And, I mean, calling this third pack a disaster might be strong words, but it's approaching that. It is definitely wreckage here for Ben Stark, and he is going to be pretty unhappy, I think, with that third pack. The good news is the first two were pretty good to him as far as getting the baseline down for a deck. He has a few ways to interact with his opponent. He's got, a bunch of 3-drops that have decent abilities like the Crackling Tritons, and I think he's going to come up with a playable 23-card deck, but it did not go according to plan there, that's for sure.
No, I mean, his deck, he's like a perfectly serviceable deck.
Yes.
But it's just not an exciting deck.
Yeah, he essentially, I mean, how many cards did he get that are going to make the main deck out of this third pack,
I mean,
4, 5, 3?
I think he's playing a lot of them. I just think they're like, he's probably playing both Bronze Sables. He's probably playing the Akroan Hoplite. I mean, he's excited about his Emissary. Again, I mean, he's going to have a deck of cards. It's just not the kind of well-oiled machine that you're used to seeing or that you really want in order to 3-0 a draft of Theros.
Right, and remember, this is the very first thing in the morning here in Dublin. So, we're talking about the way for these players to get off to a great start at their Pro Tour is this draft right here. And what you see Ben looking at is a little piece of paper that they'll bring out that tells the players where to go. He gets a quick glance at the camera, and I got to say, he looks a little bummed.
Yeah,
he looks really bummed now.
Yeah. His face is literally pained looking.
It is, yeah.
And I mean, that's the thing. I mean, Ben, not really a guy to conceal his emotions.
No.
He's kind of looks how he feels.
Yeah, he does, and you can get a look at Ben there on the left, and he is not super happy with the way things have gone. And, I don't really blame him. I mean, this is a really, really rough third pack for him. Welcome back to the booth, guys. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm here with Zach Hill. And that was really interesting. I mean, I feel bad for Ben, but it was kind of good watching, because I've had that happen a lot of times to me. And it's one of those weird things where, like, that shouldn't have happened, right? Like, all the signals were there. It looked like nobody to his right was in his colors, and then the wheels just came off in the third pack.
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, it's possible because, like, the first pack, second pack, I mean, he wasn't getting cut. There just wasn't anything there.
Yes, that's right.
For him. I mean, it wasn't deep at all. And then once you get a little bit later, you can say, okay, well, maybe the person to his right or a couple seats down switched colors, and that's why the density of quality cards wasn't there.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, that's something you just don't see very often when you get rewarded in your first pack as much as Ben did.
Yeah.
Now, the good thing for him is, because he was so kind of graciously rewarded in that pack, at least comparatively, he's going to have enough cards to make a deck. I mean, he's got removal spells, he's got Triton, he's got Magma Jet, he's got a pair of emissaries that can win games by themselves. Only has one Grip Tide to kind of deal with bigger creatures, though.
That's
so I
a
could
big
see,
problem.
Yeah, I could see that being a pretty huge problem for him, actually.
Yeah.
His deck just kind of isn't cohesive. You can't be excited to have this deck if you're Ben.
Yeah, and I mean, he's going to come up with the most reasonable build for it. And of course, Ben Stark plays at an incredibly high level, so you certainly not discount the fact that he could have a skill advantage of not just the draft portion, but actually in game against his opponent. So he does have that it must be nice to be Ben Stark, right? Where you're just like a world class limited player on both ends of the court there.
Well, something I think also to pay attention to. I mean, he does have like the Minotaur that can attack for 4. He's got Fanatic of Mogus with the potential for double Lowland Minotaur and Wild Celebrants. He might be able to steal games that way.
Yeah, he can. And also those Tritons, the Crackling Tritons, those go to the head.
No, totally.
Yeah, you can just start throwing them and get in for the last 4 damage or something. It ends up being a lot if you can, you can piece together a game where you get in for 4 with the haste guy, you Fanatic of Mogus for a chunk, and then maybe you finish him off after getting in with your Bronze Sable a few times. Or
yeah, not excited about doing that, but that might be what you have to do.
Yeah. All right. So I'm told we are ready. So the players are going to be deck building now. That's what we're going to do now. They're going to go split up, lay out their decks, register, and get all that stuff done. But for right now, I've got Rich Hagen over at the news desk waiting. So let's send it over there. When we come back, we'll have round 1 where we're going to be watching Ben Stark play the deck, and we're going to see what ended up happening. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
Alrighty, there you go. So, Ben Stark, BDM, not necessarily all the best cards in all the best orders.
Yeah, I was walking around the floor looking at some other drafts, so I didn't quite catch all of Ben's draft, but I did catch the part where he was like this.
Yeah.
You know,
Draft analysis with BDM.
he's just like,
Sure.
he looked pained.
Okay.
I guess that maybe the draft was not his dream scenario for his Hall of Fame induction weekend.
Now, why weren't you watching all of Ben Stark's draft?
Well,
what were you doing?
I was watching Guillaume Wafatapa pass cards to Kai Buda.
Okay.
And watching 6 other players at the table go,
Yeah, as you kind of would.
Yeah.
Yeah, that must be pretty interesting. Any sense of how that will have gone for 2 stellar players?
I think that they both stayed within their range. So.
Also known as blue and white cards for Guillaume and everything else for Kai, presumably. All right. Now, we're going to show you our air quotes leaderboard. Here it comes. Now, strangely enough,
they're all tied.
They're all tied at 0-0. And the way we've chosen this for you, we've just gone for 2 set-piece leaderboard sort of pods. So these are 2 draft pods of interest. On the left of your screen, you are looking at Ben Stark's table. So
this is the feature table from the draft.
This is the feature table that we've just watched. So you have Hannes Karem of Estonia. Now, he has a Pro Tour top 8.
Top 8 at Worlds in Memphis.
Okay. Then we have Walter Scuderi. Now, he's got an interesting one. He's played in 4 Grand Prix. This is his Pro Tour debut.
Oh, excellent.
And then we have Andre Prost. Now, Andre Prost, he's there as USA, but occasionally that sort of morphs into LAT, I think, is for Latvia.
He's nomadic.
Yeah, he is the Latvian national champion at the World Magic Cup time, and he has 2 Pro Tour top 8s. People forget, sort of lost last time around, 7th place Pro Tour Philly 2011, and then 8th at Dragon's Maze earlier this year. Then you've got Zhu Wang from China, played a handful of GPs, 15 and 12 record there. 2 Chinese players in our featured draft pod. Now, who knows, 3 rounds from now I'm going to look really stupid, but I think Zhuang Liu could be quite an interesting player here. He's only played 1 PT, that was Dragon's Maze. But on debut, how did he do?
He made day 2, and he went 9-6-1. So, you know, I certainly would have loved to have gone 9-6-1 in my first Pro Tour.
Yeah, and that sort of feels...
As opposed to 1-3.
Yeah, that kind of feels commensurate with the kind of level of performance we talked about with Dmitry Budakov at the World Championship. Now, obviously, World Championship, a higher level. But just to go into that level of competition, come out with a positive record, head held high, well done to him. So that's... all to do. Then we have Ben Stark. Now, you see on the screen, on our giant video wall beside us, you've got this little 2. What is that 2 about? And this, and then on the other side, we've got a 24 and an 8 or a 9 or something. What's that?
So we have the Magic top 25 ranked players, which takes into account last year's results and this year's results. And you know, Ben Stark is the number 2 ranked player in Magic right now.
Behind Josh Utter-Layton, who was also, not entirely coincidentally, the reigning player of the year. So you've got Ben Stark. Now, Pierre Dajon is from France. He has a very high Grand Prix winning rate, well over 60% there. He made his Pro Tour debut in Paris. And finally, tell me a bit about Chapman Sim. That name rings a bell.
Chapman is he's team coverage.
Indeed.
He does. You can often find him contributing text coverage at Asian GPs.
But also, he's found enough time to not cover so that he's got 12 pro points. He is one of the silver pros. Remember we said earlier this morning, if you're silver, it's like a silver bullet. This is your one shot. You do well here, you can link into future Pro Tours. If it goes wrong, if the draft went wrong and you're 0-3, kind of bye-bye and it's back to the Pro Tour qualifying grind. Now, on the other side of our screen, let's take a look at our second featured pod today for you, and we begin with David Caprioli of Italy. Now, I've got to be honest, this is his Pro Tour debut. He's played in 5 GPs, and he wins about 40% of his matches at GPs. I think this could be a tough day at the office. You'd have to think. so that's David. Dusty Ochoa, meanwhile, has quite the resume.
Well, I mean, you know, he, what percentage of constructed matches do you think he won at the last Pro Tour?
Well, he probably went like 9, well, like 11-2 or something.
So he won like 80%.
I would think
more of his matches.
Yeah.
To bring his lifetime constructed match win percentage up to
43%.
Yeah, that's a little misleading though. To be fair, Dusty Ochoa is a player who qualified for the Pro Tour early on a handful of times, but never really stuck with it, and then stepped away from playing competitive Magic to take care of his store.
That's right.
has now come back to playing the game and is playing at a very high level.
Yeah,
and
not
doing
only
really well.
not only was he second to Craig Wescoe at the last Pro Tour, but while his constructed ranking 43%, 75% at GPs and Pro Tours in limited. He's a machine. That's Hall of Fame numbers. That's Ben Stark being jealous numbers. So Dusty Char, you would expect him to a minimum 2-1 at this table. You'll see how he goes through the morning. Now, number 24, our 24 ranked Magic Pro right now is Matt Costa, terrific young man, 21. And boy, did he get the key of the door. He spent the last week in Team Star City Games, which is a phenomenal week to spend.
Yeah, he's got his. There's only 3 players, I think, on the Star City Games team who don't have Pro Tour top 8s. He is not in that 3. He's already accomplished that. Just been a pretty kind of quietly dominant player. Sort of maybe overshadowed a little bit by Reed Duke, who still doesn't have that top 8 on the Star City squad. But a phenomenal player.
Jeremy Bright is in his 6th Pro Tour, dating right the way back to 2002. Then you've got Eric Froelich, the number 9 ranked player, 3rd in the Player of the Year race last year, part of Team Channel Fireball, of course. And then we've got David Kaplan, who's a very interesting character all round, from Canada.
David is a Mox player, got himself to Worlds in 2011 via the Magic Online Championship.
Right.
And then proceeded to top 8 that event.
Yeah, made the semifinals there.
Is as a well-known figure in the Legacy community, where he, basically popularized the Canadian Threshold deck.
That's Nimble Mongeese Squeezes, whatever.
Mongeeses, yes.
Yeah.
And his. So he's an accomplished player, been around for a long time, and has had success in a number of different formats, and works with the Canadian team.
Then you've got the Grand Prix Strasbourg champion, Thomas Enervoldsen, you can see down there. And then finally we have Mariano Cartacchini. He's 28, he has 1 lifetime pro point from Argentina, 3 Grand Prix to his name. Again, you would think he's going to have to do a lot of work to get those numbers up.
So keep in mind, so we're going to assume with 1 lifetime pro point that this is his Pro Tour debut.
We can safely say that.
It's Pro Tour Theros. Pro Tour Theros is set against a backdrop of Greek myth.
Yep.
And stories of like a lowly, serf, who just goes up against the gods or goes into the underworld and returns with his lost love. I really feel like we're going to see. I think just this. I have this sense, this foreboding, if you will, that we're going to see someone, make a very deep run who has not been to the Pro Tour before.
Well, I tell you what, we will keep an eye on that. It's not something we often do because, truthfully, it is so hard to do well at your first and even your second and even your 10th Pro Tour that we don't often track first-timers. But this show, let's see if he's right. Let's see if there is a hero waiting to emerge at their very first Pro Tour. We'll keep an eye on that through the day, and especially tomorrow when we see who's still live at their very first show, trying to make it 3 days, not 2 and not just 1. All right, so that's the players we're going to follow through the morning, but we've just seen Ben Stark draft. What about you at home when you're drafting at Friday Night Magic, maybe later tonight? Except in Japan, where it's probably already Friday Night Magic, but hey. And then, what are you going to do when you're drafting in Magic Online? Well, it turns out a lot of you have already been doing just that. So we've got all the 10 major archetypes. Strangely enough, they're split into 2 color pairs. And right now, we're going to show you the top commons, the top uncommons, and the keys to drafting all 10 of the major archetypes. So, let's get to it, and we begin with my favorite color pair just generally in Magic, shockingly enough, blue-white. So let's take a look and see what we've got. First of all, let's take a look at the top commons. Now, let's do the legalese bit here. When we say the top commons, it says at the bottom of the screen there, the most frequently first to 5th picked commons among draft winners on Magic Online. So first of all, these cards were drafted by people who won their draft.
From here, I thought that text said, do not try this at home.
You just want to put people off so you can draft the Wingsteed Rider.
Don't draft this deck.
Yeah. So again, Wingsteed Rider is not necessarily the most picked These are
it just should
the
be
5. Okay, and they are picked 1 through 5. So that means Wingsteed Rider went 4th sometimes. It went 3rd sometimes. I know that you love Wingsteed Rider. What else should we sort of be really paying attention to there?
Nimbus Naiad's a very important card. Again, and Observant Alcyon. Both of these cards are crucial cards for your heroic deck. They're bestow creatures, so if you need to play them earlier in your board development, you can play them for 3 mana as a 2/2 flyer for 3 or a 2/2 vigilance for 3. But you can also get to 5 mana and, say put an Observant Alcyon on your Wingsteed Rider, and suddenly you have a 5/5 vigilant flyer.
Wow. Yeah.
And maybe you have find a Hopeful Eidolon in there, and then suddenly you have a 7/7 lifelink.
Yeah. Which someone can lash of the whip to make it only fairly large. Okay.
Vaporkin, by the way, is an amazing card. How
high do you pick that?
I will first pick that card. There are not a lot of 2-drops in this format, and if you can get the premium 2-drop creatures, especially something like Vaporkin, which has evasion, you can put together a deck that just runs over your opponent.
And it also has a drawback that you just don't ever read.
Yeah.
Oh,
it just forces you to play correctly.
Yes, turn it sideways and hit people. All right, let's look at the uncommons then. See what they are in blue-white. Here we go, up on the big board. Battlewise Hoplite, Phalanx Leader, Sea God's Revenge, Favored Hoplite, and Ordeal of Thassa. What stands out for you there?
Well, Sea God's Revenge is an interesting card to me. It is a card that, assuming we get to 6 mana, either does everything or does nothing. Someone asked the question the other day, is like, have you ever cast Sea God's Revenge on your opponent and then they ended up with more creatures in play than they started with? Well, let's just say I have a Wingsteed Rider with an Observant Alcyon and a Hopeful Eidolon, and then I have another creature with a Thassa's Emissary on it, then you bounce 3 creatures, and then 3 creatures come back into play, and then card just still in your hand. So you really need to be exerting pressure with that card. My favorite cards there are the Favored Hoplite and the Battlewise Hoplite. They're premium creatures for the heroic deck, but Phalanx Leader is
it's naughty, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. We did a draft last night, and I had 2 of those, and about 35 ways to target it, and and it got out of hand really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, when it's sitting there and you've got like 3 other creatures, and then you're just like 2 heroic spells in a turn, and you just sit there going, "Oh, that's cheeky."
But here's the thing. I mean, a lot of people look at that card as a 2-drop. And for me, a lot of times when I'm playing the blue-white deck or the green-white heroic deck, that card will be a 4-drop because I want to play a creature, maybe even play creatures on turns 1, 2, and 3, and then on turn 4, play my Phalanx Leader, and then play an enchantment on it, play an aura on it, and get everyone a little bigger.
Okay, let's take a look at the keys to this archetype then. 3 sort of bullet points for you to take away. So if you're drafting blue-white, a heroic deck at heart, evasive threats and powerful early drops lead the way. Wingsteed Rider and Favored Hoplite are keys, and then bestow creatures and cheat combat tricks like Triton Tactics, I like that card a lot, and God's Willing enable quick starts. This I know has to be one of your absolute favorite archetypes.
It is, and you can just throw Voyage's End and Griptide in there. When Griptide's at the top of your curve, when that's the most expensive spell in your deck, it's going to be pretty exciting when you cast it.
Okay.
Because you're like, bop, 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 and then bounce that, and bop, bop, bop. That's technical terms. I don't know if you followed
bounce
it,
that, bop, bop, bop. Okay, I'll remember that. So we're going to stick with white. We're going to pair it now with red. Let's take a look at the top 5 commons in red-white. Wingsteed Rider again. And interesting though, you've still got Observant outside, but then Titan Strength +3/+1 with some Scry, Spear Point Oread, +2/+2, and of course First Strike, which is really tough to deal with. And then Lightning Strike. Oh, hey, it's a magic set, and it's removal that also counts as burn, and it's popular. What a shock.
Yeah, it's cheap. It's great against the heroic decks. It's exactly the type of card you want to have, your opponent's like, that turn 4 where they play Phalanx Leader, and they're still going to get a bonus off it, but you just want to kill that thing as quickly as possible. You just want to kill Wingsteed Riders as quickly as possible. And a lot of times that card will just give you reach, right? You just get to close the game out and just, aim the burn at your opponent's face.
Have you drafted yet the deck where you sort of kick off with Lightning Strike, Lightning Strike, Lightning Strike?
I haven't. I actually haven't. I haven't played a ton of heavy red.
Sure. Okay.
I tended to be white blue, white red, white green.
Okay, and the red therefore for you is more of I would like something in there that I can deal with something rather than
right.
I'd like to start my opponent at 11 metaphorically.
Right.
Okay. What about the uncommons then? Red, white uncommons coming up next. Top 5 again. These are drafted 1 through 5. That's what we're looking at here. So you've got the gold card, a Crow and Hoplite, right at the front of your screen there. Magma Jet, the white Phalanx Leader, and then 2 ordeals. Talk a little bit for me about the ordeals in general within the format.
All 5 of these are great. They're good even without a heroic deck. But you put them on a heroic creature, they get a counter. You attack, they get a counter. If they've already had a counter, for example, your creatures, your Wingsteed Rider already has a counter from some other, saving it with a God's Willing. You put an ordeal on it. It gets a second counter, you attack, it gets a third counter, and it triggers. So you gain 10 life, you deal 3 damage. Ordeal of Tour Theros is just magnificent. Yeah. It's a magnificent card in that deck. You can trigger it. We haven't even talked about green-red, but like on a card like Staunch Heart Defenders, that card automatically, if you get to attack with a Staunch Heart Defenders and an Ordeal, you get to just trigger it the turn you play it.
Because it goes 2 counters, 2 counters.
2 counters, 1 counter. Yeah.
So they're the uncommons. Now let's see about the keys to drafting red-white. 3 things to look at. There you see cheap heroic threats backed up by potent combat tricks to end the game quickly.
Potent combat tricks being Lightning Strike.
Indeed, because that is potent and it's a combat trick. Favored Hoplite, Wingsteed Rider, and this time Arena Athlete joins the mix to offer powerful early plays. And then I think this is very important. Coordinated Assault, Dauntless Onslaught, and Dragon Mantle enable the heroic creatures, and the thing that really links those cards, they are cheap.
Yes.
It isn't about targeting, it's about targeting cheaply.
I don't recall or don't want to reveal necessarily who said this, but the words Dragon Mantle is the best red common has been uttered by someone with a Pro Tour top 8.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, I don't know if I agree or not, but
sure,
it's certainly been said.
Just that it's been said. All right, that's red-white. Let's keep you with white still.
Yeah,
don't worry,
white.
other fans. Now we get to green-white. By the way, we think we'll see a lot of green-white in Constructed, but let's get to the top 5 commons in green-white. Wingsteed Rider.
Are we tired of Wingsteed Rider yet?
No, never. Leaf Crown Dryad, I'll be drafting that for the rest of the year. Observant Outside, Divine Verdict, reprint this time. And Time to Feed is an interesting one because there's a lot of words on that, but what it really amounts to is if you just sort of forget the words and just go, removal spell.
Yes, it's a removal spell, and especially, again, in a heroic deck where maybe you already have a counter on your creature, you get to target it with the Time to Feed. I like to call it John Grisham's Time to Feed. It's a
God.
Let's say you have a Staunch Heart Defenders. Time to Feed my guy and your guy. I get to put 2 counters on the Staunch Heart Defenders. My 4 fights your 3 or less, and I gain 3 life when your creature dies. Pretty exciting card. And green-white, for example, especially. Time to Feed is critical because you just don't have a ton of removal. That's why we see Divine Verdict there, and I don't think we've seen it in any of the other color pairs with white.
Okay.
At common, because you really you don't love Divine Verdict, you don't love a Neck Snap, functional reprint there. It's not always the best removal, but sometimes you're green, you're like, I've got these big dumb guys, I'm attacking you. Okay, kill that. You just need to kill stuff. So Time to Feed and Divine Verdict do what you have better answers in the other colors, like the bouncing and lightning striking and whatnot.
Okay, let's look at the uncommons then in green-white. Top 5 coming your way. I'm surprised Time to Feed isn't uncommon, given all this fun stuff it does. You've got Chronicler of Heroes at the front there.
I love this card.
Okay.
I really do.
Phalanx Leader, Centaur Battlemaster, the gigantinormous version of Heroic. That's 3 +1/+1 counters when you trigger the Heroic. Nemesis of Mortals and Heliod's Emissary. Talk to me a bit about Nemesis of Mortals.
Let's save that for the green-black, and we'll talk about it there. But in the meantime, time, just talking about the Centaur Battlemaster, we had a draft the other day where Rashad's opponent, Monstrous, hit some guy, just some gigantic monster.
Sure.
And Rashad's like, okay, let's see. I will time to feed my Centaur Battlemaster and your smaller guy, and then I'm gonna
6/6.
hunt the hunted.
My counters and another 2 counters.
Centaur Battlemaster, and your guy. It was gross.
You start with a 7/7. I start with a 3/3, and at the end I've got a gigantic thing, and your guy's dead.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Super. Yeah. Centaur Battlemaster. Well, I love cards. I call them red alert cards. They're cards that they're not necessarily doing anything at all on the battlefield.
You're not thrilled. You're not thrilled tapping 5 mana for a 3/3.
No.
But if you get to untap your mana and do anything with it, it's just, the proverbial house.
Indeed. Let's look at the keys to drafting green-white, if that's your thing, if you are a Selesnya drafter, as it were. Let's take a look at the 3 keys for green-white. There they are up on the big board. Heroic base deck with a solid early game and an explosive late game. The Battlemaster, the Staunch-Hearted Warrior, time to feed, big swings in the mid-game, and Hopeful Eidolon and Leafcount Dryad offer huge value in the mid-game when paired with big, heroic creatures.
Putting a Hopeful Eidolon on that Centaur Battlemaster, 7/7, lifelink, smash.
Pretty exciting.
Yeah.
Green-blue is up next. Let's take a look at the commons for green-blue. Here they come. Voyaging Satyr, Griptide, Nimbus Naiad, Nessian Asp, time to feed. What do you pick out there?
I mean, where's my welcome turn?
Sure.
Where's my Vaporkin? I mean, green-blue is great. This is a deck you get. Voyaging Satyr is a card that's gone up in people's pick orders because it really, it lets you, play a 4-drop on turn 3, lets you Griptide on turn 3 in green-blue. Nimbus Naiad lets you, make these big green guys and just fly them over. Again, we talked about that Centaur Battlemaster. Well, suddenly an 8/8 flyer out of nowhere on turn 6, takes the game over pretty quickly.
Uncommons, please. Let's take a look at those. And you will see Horizon Chimera, Thassa's Emissary, Nylea's Emissary, Nemesis of Mortals, and Sea God's Revenge. So now we see some emissaries.
Right, and we see things that, again, we talked about that Voyaging Satyr, and now, look, Horizon Chimera, Thassa's Emissary, Nylea's Emissary, all cards you want to be able to play on turn 3.
Sure.
Right, like these are cards you want to, you're trying to, catch up to these much faster white decks that we've seen.
All right.
And then Sea God's Revenge on turn 5 is much, much better than Sea God's Revenge on any other turn after it.
Sure. All right, here are the keys to drafting green-blue. Beefy green creatures. They are backed up by powerful tempo plays. You've got Voyage's End, Griptide, and Sea God's Revenge. They keep the opponent off balance. Green heroic creatures create massive threats to finish the game
They get
quickly.
out of hand very quickly.
Let's get into control mode and let's look at blue-black as a pair, which traditionally is all about the kill everything all the time and tricks galore. Grey Merchant of Asphodel, Voyage's End, Nimbus Naiad, Read the Bones, and Lash of the Whip. So some very different cards
I feel like there's 2 very different decks in blue-black.
Okay.
I feel like there's blue-black, but I feel like we could have probably done a separate slide for black-blue.
Right, okay.
Do you know what I mean?
You're talking about the balance between the colors.
Yeah, I'm talking about the balance between the colors. Obviously Nimbus Naiad and Voyage's End are going to be good in any deck with blue, but like if you look at a card like Grey Merchant of Asphodel, which is again one of those cards that I love to first pick and just like take a big swing, on the first pitch and hope that everything lines up, and I'll get out if I have to. Grey Merchant's something that really, really wants to be heavy black. But there's also blue-black, which is a lot of bestow creatures, a lot of flyers, and again those tempo plays. You can and some of those tempo plays will be removal spells in black.
Yeah, so you're more interested in things like the Farika's Cure maybe and Lash of the Whip. Well, that's double black.
And you're looking to Vaporkin and you're looking to Nimbus Naiad and just attack and then just bounce their guys and get in there. But you can also be black-blue. I mean, let me tell you something. Voyage and you play a Grey Merchant of Asphodel, drain them for 6, bounce it, scry 1, replay it. That does a lot of work. That's 12 points.
The top uncommons: Thassa's Emissary, Erebos' Emissary, Shipwreck Singer, Keepsake Gorgon, card I love, and Horizon Scholar. So they're your big uncommons. Let's see what the keys are
Can we
to
just
drafting
stop
blue
for a
black.
second and just say Shipwreck Singer is a really like undervalued card still, I think, in a lot of people's drafts.
Okay, so what are the keys to drafting blue black? Control deck with plenty of answers and a good long game plan. Early game spells like the Cure, return Phalanx, the 3/3 defender that can turn not defensive if you've got blue as well. And then the Grey Merchant, Prescient Chimera, and Sip of Hemlock round out the late game. We will grind on. Let's head to red-green. Maybe this is going to be super aggressive. Traditionally,
Do you want to do this very aggressively?
Yeah, here we go. The top commons, they're Lightning Strike, Voyaging Satyr, Nessian Asp, Time to Feed, and Nessian Courser. The 3/3 for 3, what's not to like there?
Nothing. I mean, again, Nessian Asp on turn 4, 4 drops on turn 3. Let's take a look at the uncommons.
So the uncommons, Magma Jet, the Ordeal of Perforos' Emissary, Centaur Battlemaster, and Stone Shock Giant. And noticeably, you're very much red there in the top uncommons. Only the Battlemaster sneaks its way in within this archetype.
Stone Shock Giant's another great outlet for that Voyaging Satyr. Helps you get to that 7 mana to make it monstrous and falter, as we like to say, means creatures without flying can't block this turn.
Sure.
And so get all your fatties through, and that's just a great way to end the game.
All right, let's see what the keys are to drafting green-red then, as we look at our 3 sort of bullet points for you. So you've got ramp creatures like Voyaging Satyr. They enable huge, monstrous effects in the middle and late game. Voyaging Satyr, Ill-Tempered Cyclops, and Nessian Asp provide plenty of options at common, which is super important because that's what you see all the time. And finally, tick, 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 boom. Stone Shock Giant provides the ticking clock at the end of the game.
Speaking of tick, tick, boom, let's take a look at white-black. This is a deck that can feel very much like, it feels very Orzhov. I know we're not using the guild name, but it can feel like a very Orzhov, methodical, dismantling type deck sometimes.
Okay, so the top commons here, we've got Wingsteed Rider because it's white, so there we go. Hopeful Eidolon, Grey Merchant, Read the Bones, and Observant Alcide. So how does that kind of play into this if you like, Orzhov idea?
So what I think what happened is you opened up a Wingsteed Rider.
Right.
And then you didn't see any more white cards.
Sure.
And then you started taking black cards.
Right.
So I think that's how that plays
okay,
in.
Sure.
But there's just the Grey Merchant's a card that maybe isn't going to have like the impact in a largely black deck. But maybe you're draining for 5 or draining for 6 with it when you play it. You're getting in with some flyers. You're activating your Scholar.
The Scholar of Aetherius.
Yes.
Sure.
Tick, tick, tick. That's kind of the card I was thinking about there.
Right. Sure. Just very grindy. It sits there.
Let's take a look at the uncommons, and I think.
Yeah. So once you hit uncommon, you've got the 3/3 Vigilant Sentry of the Underworld. You see at the front there. Ordeal of Heliod, Pair of Emissaries, and again, Phalanx Leader. What I'm very interested in is that in all these color pairs, there seems to be no concession to the double casting costs. It doesn't matter which way round you are, people are picking, you're just relentlessly picking these double cards.
I think a lot of times, again, Phalanx Leader's a card you want to gamble on in the first pick, right?
Right.
You're like, I'm going to take this Phalanx. I mean, it's conceivable that maybe you wouldn't play it in some white-black decks, even if you first picked it and were white-black, but probably not. And again, there's not a lot of splashing here, so you're, a lot of times your mana base is 9/8.
Yeah.
And, and you can pick up some, you can pick up a Traveler's Amulet or something like that and sort of get the mana you need to go to your second black or your second white. So it's not that hard.
Just a quick note, beginner players, if you're just starting out, 9/8 mana base.
Sorry.
We mean 17 lands. Well, we're going to say that all weekend. Might as well tell them now. 9 lands of one color, 9 islands, let's say, and then 8 swamps. That's a 9/8 split.
And I should probably amend that to either 10/8 or 9/9, because a lot of the players are talking about this format as being an 18 land format.
So you want to play 18 in your draft deck and then 22 creatures and other spells. All right. So let's take a look at the keys to drafting white-black. You've got this slow down strategy with solid blockers and a grindy late game plan. Scholar of Aetherius and Grey Merchant combine to bolster your life total while reducing your opponents, which is always nice. Black and white removal can handle threats from the early to the late game. That's very true. You've got the full sort of range
You've
there.
got a whole range. You've got, Sip of Hemlock at the top.
Yep.
You've got Last Breath and Farika's Cure down at the bottom. And you've got a bunch of stuff
Divine
in between.
Verdict
Divine
in the
Verdict
middle.
again, yeah.
Sure. Neat stuff. Lash of the Whip as well. All right, 7 down, 3 to go. We're up to blue-red. Now we get to see what Ben Stark would have wanted.
Sure.
Let's see how much of this he got. Lightning Strike, Vaporkin, Nimbus Naiad, Rage of Perforos, the 5 mana, 4 damage plus Scry, and Voyage's End.
This is like an all-star lineup, right? I mean, this is just like all the best cards of white-blue and all the best cards of white-red that aren't white. You know, it's just, you know, great cards, great commons. You know, Vaporkin, again, if you can back that up with, you know, Voyage's End, bounce your guy, Lightning Strike, kill your guy, you know, do something, draw a couple cards, you know, gets really, and again, Wave Crash Titan. Triton is a really powerful card in
so
this
that's
deck.
your 1/4 heroic.
That's the 1/4
for 3.
heroic, and then, you know, you can put your, you know, your Dragon Mantle on it and draw a card and tap that guy down for a whole turn. And there's a lot of tricksy stuff you can do in red-blue, especially in the uncommon spot.
Let's look at the uncommons then, blue and red. What are the uncommons for us? Here we go. You've got Magma Jet, Thassa's Emissary, Ordeal of Perforos, Perforos' Emissary, and a card we haven't seen before, Flame Speaker Adept.
Yeah, this is a card that it shines in red blue because you have so much scry. You know, again, you see that Magma Jet, you see the vapor, the Voyage's End on the previous slide. You know, there's all sorts of just Aqueous Form is a card you get to put on your Thassa's Emissary, so you get to scry and decide whether or not you want to draw that card when your unblockable Thassa's Emissary hits them. And oh, by the way, you know, or you could put that Aqueous Form on your Flamekin, on your
Vaporkin.
On your blah, blah.
Flame Speaker
For
Adept.
your Flame Speaker Adept. Thank you.
Welcome. Keys to drafting blue-red. Let's take a look. So, Fly and Scry approach. I just want to do it so I can say I'm playing Fly and Scry. Allows for aggressive starts along with card selection. Cheap red removal spells keep blockers off the board, while cheap threats attack. And late game bombs can be neutralized with your Wave Crash Triton and your own targeted spells. 8 down, 2 to go. It's time for black-red. My second favorite archetype, got to be honest here. Lightning Strike, Death Bellow Raider that has to attack every turn. Minotaur Skull Cleaver, 4/2 with haste. Lash of the Whip removal. Farika's Cure removal.
Yeah, this deck is capable of some of the most aggressive starts in the format. You know, start with that 2/3 on turn 2, attack, add in a 4/2 on turn 3, back it up with removal, and you know you're dead pretty quickly.
Yeah, let's look at the uncommons in black-red then, and I would imagine that Kragma Warcrawler's in there somewhere. Ta-da! Yes. There he is. I think, not necessarily the most powerful, I think that is my straight-up most favorite card in the set. Because when I see it and I'm in those colors, I'm like, and you've just made my deck so much better.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Mogus's Marauders.
Yep.
I love that card. It's a great finisher. You just get all your guys in and intimidate and haste. And
I am prepared to wager with you, and this isn't an actual wager because I know this actually.
Yeah.
4 of those uncommons and 4 copies of each of those uncommons probably going to be seen in constructed action round about round 4 with quite a lot of those commons that we just saw. There is a very interesting. It's either the best draft deck in the world that's so good it's going to rule standard as well, or it's just a very good draft deck, which means it's going to die horribly. But we'll see. More on that later on.
Speaking of dying horribly, let's talk about black-green.
Oh, well, hang on. Let's just
do the keys. Sure.
Keys to black-red. Because if you want to have fun with Kragma Warcrawler, let's see what the options are. Aggressive starts, powerful late-game reach spells, make it a handful for slower decks. You've got Fanatic, you've got Grey Merchant, you've got Lightning Strike, no life totally safe. And that's very true of the Kragma Warcrawler as well. The powerful Minotaur sub-theme is available. It is difficult to assemble.
Well, you know what? Marshall Sutcliffe wrote some of these slides, and I think it's difficult to assemble because he won't draft those cards. So, you know, you gotta be in it to win it, Marshall Sutcliffe.
That's what we're saying. All right. So now, finally, black-green is up next. Let's take a look at our final color pairing and our commons: Nessian Asp, Voyaging Satyr, the Grey Merchant again, Sip of Hemlock, and Read the Bones. Just talk a tiny bit for me about Read the Bones and card draw within Theros.
Card selection and card draw. You know, usually you get one or the other. You know, we talked about card selection earlier. Scrying, you get to look at cards and decide whether or not you want to draw them during your next draw step. But Read the Bones lets you look at the top 2 cards and then push them, push one, or leave them both on top and then draw 2 cards. So you get to go as many as 4 cards deep into your library on turn 3. very powerful cards.
Okay, uncommons are up next. Here they come. We begin with Keepsake Gorgon, Nylea's Emissary, Nemesis Mortals, Freaker's Mender, the 4/3 that returns creature or enchantment, an Insatiable Harpy. Really?
Yeah, that card.
That's the 2/2 lifelink.
That's 2/2
right?
lifelink,
Okay.
and then you get like a 2/2/2 enchantment on it, or any kind of bestow, and it gets out of hand. It's a Serra Angel, in black very quickly.
Okay, so let's take a look at the keys to black-green. Huge green threats. Unreasonable black removal spells to clear the way. You can use your graveyard as a resource.
Nemesis of Mortals and Commune with the Gods.
Yeah, you use graveyard as a resource for card advantage. And finally, Time to Feed, Sedge Scorpion, which by the way is another terrific 1-drop, and Keepsake Gorgon control the board. I believe we have now guaranteed that you and I will never win an 8-4 ever again. So we hope you enjoyed that. That is the look at Magic Online. And that ultimately is what you did, because they were your first through 5th picks in those first few days of Magic Online drafts.
Are we going to see what they did?
I think we should. So let's take one last look at the leaderboard coming in. These are the 2 pods we're going to focus in on in the first 3 rounds. Ben Stark, our number 2 ranked Magic Pro right now, he was drafting on the left-hand side of your board against the likes of Hannes Karem, 2 top 8s for Andre Prost, Chapman Sim down there from Singapore. On the right of your screen, one of the other stacked draft pods, Grand Prix winner Enna Volton, Kaplan of Canada, the 9-ranked Frolik, 24-ranked Matt Costa, runner-up from the last Pro Tour, Dusty Ochoa, and the likes of Caprioli and Cardacchini going, wow, here goes my Pro Tour experience. We are going to start Pro Tour Theros. It's time for round 1. It's time for Ben Stark live in action. It's time to get down to the booth and our very own Marshall Sutcliffe.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Zach Hill, and it is that time. We are heading down for round 1 from Pro Tour Theros. We just watched Ben Stark draft, had a chance to chat with him.
Oh, yeah.
And he echoed our comments. He was like, that last pack was a nightmare.
So he sounded like he looked.
Yes, he did. Yeah, he was wearing his emotions clearly and truly. And we are actually ready right now to head down to the feature match area for round 1 from Pro Tour Theros. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Theros here from Dublin. My name is Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm in the booth with Zach Hill, and we have quite a feature match area here, Zach. Hall of Famers, and also Chris Pikula, who almost made the Hall of Fame. We put him in the feature match area too.
Yeah, he got an invite to this tournament, basically to give him an opportunity to kind of get back, which is something that he wanted to do.
Yeah, let's take a look at our feature match. It is already underway. We have Ben Stark on the left-hand side of your screen versus Hannes Karem on the right from Estonia. Ben is the number 2. Yes, the number 2 ranked player right now for Magic the Gathering. It's a new top 25 ranking system that we have, and Ben is currently second. If you wanted to know who is first, it's Josh Utter-Layton. All right, so let's see what we have underway here. Ben Stark is not at 20. I believe he just took some damage, but he has a quick start here, Zach. I see that there's a Perforos's Emissary on an Acrone Crusader. Really a nice 1-2 punch for Ben, whose deck doesn't have this very often.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things we were talking about is he was excited to pick that card up to go with both of his ordeals, and that's exactly the start that he wants. Hannes Karem, though, not a bad start either. Double Shipwreck Singer we're seeing there.
Wow.
He's got Master of Waves in his hand, 2 Farika's Cures, really, really good in this situation, assuming Ben didn't get both of those attacks, and now a little bit weaker. He really kind of wanted that second black on the second turn, but Double Shipwreck Singer is still not a terrible start.
No, now the Perforos's Emissary is going to get triggered here. It's going to take out one of the Shipwreck Singers, and this is going to allow Ben Stark to play his Crackling Triton, and the next turn he can use one of those to kill the other Shipwreck Shipwreck Singer if he wants to.
Yeah, Ben missing his 4th land drop. Perforos Emissary is actually in his hand. I think you were talking about Ordeal of Perforos.
Sorry, yep.
But
That's what I was talking about.
really an excellent start for Ben. Karem all the way down to 8. Karem has a ton of action, really high quality cards, but that turn 1 Crusader into turn 2 Ordeal looks like it's just going to be a little bit too much for Hannes. I mean, Ben just cracking in for 4 with that Crusader every turn. And again, Hannes still doesn't have double black for his Farika's Cures. Not that those are even going to do too much right now.
Yeah, but he gets a bunch of 2/3s. Now, here's a blocker, though, for Hannes Karem. He's played a Coastline Chimera from his hand, which doesn't look like he has the mana to activate it currently, but it's still a 1/5 with flying that can block quite well.
Well, and that 5 toughness crucial for the Crusader, which is currently a 4/4. So Ben would have to trade his Crackling Titan in an entire turn just to deal with it. And kind of wants to save that Crackling Titan, I believe, to go to the Dome with Karem all the way down to 4.
Yeah.
You see him playing Fate Foretold now, looking, I think, for just more lands so he can get that Borderland Minotaur out of his hands.
Yep, and in they go, 2/1/1 soldier tokens, a Crackling Triton, and that Akroan Crusader that is fully beefed up, sitting at 4/4. All of them into the red zone. Hannes Karem, he has no untapped mana, but he has 3 creatures that he can block with here.
He would really like to be able to activate that Shipwreck Singer, but he just can't. Ben still has 3 mana up for Crackling Triton. And we get some real tokens.
Yeah, I
now.
like that. I like those real tokens. All right, so Shipwreck Singer is going to eat one of those tokens. The Marauder is just going to die, and the Coastline Chimera is going to profitably block here. That means that Hannes Karem takes 1, which is crucial here because if he took 2 that turn, he's effectively dead as the Crackling Triton represents lethal. Though right now, let's see what Hannes comes up with. He's forced to just pass a turn back, which is going to allow him to leave his Shipwreck Singer activation up. He can use it 2 different ways, but it looks like Ben Stark is just going to take it out right now.
Yeah, and with 3 attackers, and Karem's only got 1 blocker, that looks like he's going to be presenting lethal from the under-respected Bronze Sable.
That's right. It's a 2-drop that he needed, and everybody attacks, and that's going to do it. The thing about Shipwreck Singer, Zach, is that you can't. It doesn't do anything unless your opponent's creatures are already attacking. You can't do it preemptively.
Exactly.
If Zach does it before combat, it's not going to get anything done. Theros is available now on Magic Online. Play in Seal Deck and Booster Draft release events from now through October 23rd to add the Harvester hero avatar to your collection. And then get ready for the Face the Hydra Challenge running October 24th to November 6th. For more information, visit mtgonline.com. All right, so going into the sideboard here, I mean, we did, even though the draft for Ben, for those of you that watched it, you'll remember that the 3rd pack for him was, well, it was kind of a nightmare. You know, he was really actually had high expectations for it. You and I talked about it in the booth, Zach, that, you know, we would expect the 3rd pack to bring him the goods. And he actually felt the exact same way. He thought he was going to get hooked up as he put it in the 3rd pack, and it actually was awful for him. That said, he did actually end up with quite a few sideboard cards in his deck. He's got some annuls and stuff like that floating around.
Yeah, we actually have seen him looking at a couple of annuls he was thinking about bringing in. He's bringing in, what's the card? Benthic Behemoth, a 4 or 5 hexproof. Benthic Giant. Really, really good, obviously, against blue-black control that's relying on stuff like Sip of Hemlock to control larger creatures. Really like that sideboarding decision from Ben. Yeah, and, you know, and we've talked about, I mean, we were saying this during the draft, Ben's deck didn't really come together like he'd like, and that's sort of what he said. But it definitely has the potential to just win some games out of nowhere, exactly like it did just then.
Yeah, let's take a look at Hannes Karem here as well. He's actually had some pretty nice performances. He's from Estonia. Let's take a look at what he's done here.
Yeah, he's represented the Estonian national team at the World Magic Cup. He actually made the top 8 of Worlds in my hometown,
in your hometown
Memphis.
Of Memphis. That's awesome.
In 2008. Sadly missed that one because I was in Malaysia at the time. He's got a 64.3% win rate in Standard.
Very strong.
Extremely strong. Qualified via the Magic Online Championship, which you know, makes a lot of sense because you're probably not hitting up that many PTQs in Estonia, probably only one or 2 a year. And you know, 54 lifetime pro points means that Karem is a Pro Tour mainstay. I mean, this is a guy that knows how to play some Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a chance to talk to him at the last Pro Tour. He was on the news desk with me for a little bit on a segment we did. And yeah, he's been playing for a long time, and he certainly has some accomplishments under his belt. Now, unfortunately for him, He is playing against a man who has basically every accomplishment that Magic offers under his belt. He is now officially in the Pro Tour Hall of Fame as Ben Stark. As of an hour and a half ago, he was inducted. We had a ceremony here. It was fantastic to watch that. Everybody's really happy for all three of our new inductees, and all three of them are in the feature match area here. We've also got Chris Pakula, who had a really strong showing of votes during the Magic Pro Tour Hall of Fame voting section. Just didn't quite make it, and he's got a chance here, though, at Pro Tour Theros to put together a string of wins and up his bid again to stay on the ballot.
I was just looking at some of Stark's stats. I mean, we all know Ben as a Hall of Fame electee, but we always talk about, okay, he's a limited master, blah, blah, blah. Well, what does that mean? That actually translates into a 66.4% win percentage in draft on the Pro Tour. Now,
at the Pro Tour level?
Right, yeah. To give you an idea, like most pro players at the Pro Tour, if you're hovering around 60%, you're like an all-time great.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, 66 is just absurd
here
for Ben.
Yeah. All right, so Ben's taking a look at his opening 7. He's got a couple of lands, and it looks like he is keeping it. What you see is he's showing it to the person who's doing the hand selector, so that we can bring you that. Now you get a nice look at it there, but we'll also keep it updated for you as we move on. Here at the Pro Tour, we have some pretty sweet little tricks up our sleeve with bringing you the cards in hand and that kind of stuff.
So he's got 2 lands and a Magma Jet, which is basically an auto keep right there. He can curve that into turn 3 Crackling Titan. We already see his Benthic Giant out of the sideboard. You always like to draw your sideboard cards on your opener. It obviously costs 6 mana.
Sure.
But with Magma Jet, you're at least reasonably confident you're going to get lands. But is Ben shuffling it back, or is he?
I think he's shuffling
his opponent's deck. I was like, that is a very surprising mulligan to me. But
yeah.
Turns out you have to randomize your opponent's deck here at competitive level Magic.
That's right. I thought that was interesting, too, that Ben boarded in the Benthic Giant, because it would be easy to overlook a card that after having ran over your opponent with small creatures, but it's very astute what you said earlier, that the ways that Hannes Karem's deck is going to be able to deal with a big creature are very narrow, and none of them hit a Benthic Giant.
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing, but like you realize that your opponent didn't see a second black mana in his turn, just had a million cards in hand. You may not know he has double Farika's Cure, but you're assuming he maybe has like Disciple of Phoenix, some Great Merchant of Asphodel that he wasn't casting. I mean, he's not just sitting there with a grip full of cards losing. Right. You saw double Shipwreck Singer, so you have respect for your opponent's deck and its ability to make the game go long, and I think you have to sort of start planning around that as soon as you can.
All right, so Hannes Karem has kept his hand. He's opened up on 2 swamps here, and not the quick start for Ben Stark this time.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a totally different deck. On the other hand, Karem looks like he missed his 3rd land drop.
He did indeed. It looks like he's going to be doing it again. He's drawn in a Crow and Horse, which could get interesting a little bit later. But for now, Ben Stark goes on the offensive.
Wow.
Borderland Minotaur follows up the Crackling Triton, which just already cracked in there for 2 damage. So the heat is on for Hannes Karem. He needs to find some lands, and he needs to do it quickly. He does not this time, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is
6 damage.
Exactly. Yeah, this is a draw from Karem that you could really think you might could afford 1 or 2 missed land drops, but not 3. And he's going to be hard pressed to get back in this game.
He really is. We see that Ben Stark has curved out quite nicely here as well. He played a Crackling Triton number 2 plus the Crone Crusader, and I didn't quite see what he's playing here, but I think he just Magma Jetted.
Yeah, he's got an Ordeal of Thassa 2 on the Akroan Crusader, so I mean, just a savage beating going on right now.
Just getting nasty. He also just scryed 2 and put them both on top, and Hannes Karem, unfortunately for him, couldn't put up much of a fight, had mana issues both games, and Ben Stark had quick starts.
On 7 maybe. On 6, 2 lands on the play is an auto keep.
Yeah, and that's been describing exactly what happened.
Ultra Pro is a leading manufacturer of trading card game sleeves and deck boxes. If you're looking for official Theros portfolios, card storage boxes, deck boxes, sleeves, and playmats, Ultra Pro has you covered. For more information, visit wizards.com/magic merchandise.
So yeah, I mean, we were not that excited by Ben's deck. Neither was he, but I mean, he won. He won this feature match in one of the fastest features I can remember seeing in recent Pro Tour memory. A kind of fast way to kick off this tournament here.
Pretty ideal way to kick things off. All right, so we're going to move over here to Chris Pikula. You get a look at him on the right-hand side in the plaid shirt. He is playing up against Brady Boychuk. He's from Canada. And Chris Pikula, interesting story. You know, I think that Chris is a story that his story needs to be told. For somebody like me, you know, who came back to the game a few years ago and doesn't have that long history with the players, you know, I had to get to know who Chris was and see why he was getting the votes that he was getting for the Pro Tour Hall of Fame. And awesome guy, really one of the most popular players ever to play Magic. You know, I've heard stories of people just grouped around him while he told stories about his matches, you know, back in the day. And he is actually up a game right now as well over Brady.
Yeah, and Luis up a game as well. You look at Pikula's stats, he's got 3 Pro Tour top 8s and 4 Grand Prix top 8s from a time that there weren't nearly as many Grand Prix around right now. So if you're looking at Grand Prix stats from the early days of Magic, those are really, really impressive and rather dominant as well. He was noted, you know, he was always a kind of upright personality in the game's kind of Wild West old days and earned a lot of the respect of his peers because of that. And of course was one of the first invitational cards after Rootwater Thief and Avalanche Riders with the very popular Meddling Mage that for a while was like the best 2-drop in the game.
Yeah, and if you look at Meddling Mage on the original artwork, that's Chris Pikula right there. You can take a look at his stats there on the right-hand side. And yeah, Chris was instrumental in the early days of doing some rules enforcement and how that kind of stuff worked, and he definitely improved the game as a whole for everybody. And you know, a lot of people were responsible, but he was one of the most vocal ones.
Yeah.
All right, so Chris has kicked off things with an Akroan Crusader of his own here.
Yeah, it looks like an Akroan Crusader that we just saw.
Phalanx.
Yeah, a Return Phalanx, a card I really, really like in blue-black control. I mean,
shields up.
Yeah, or shields down if you have an extra 2 mana to spare.
Absolutely.
And the Titan Strength, Ordeal of Porphyros, both cards that you love to cast on a turn 1 Akroan Crusader, but just brick-walled by that return right now.
That's pretty insane because Return Phalanx is one of the only cards that can actually do this, right? Like for 2 mana, it's like this or Baleful Eidolon out of those colors, and that's it.
So Pikula realizing that he doesn't have a lot going on besides this Titan Strength, so it's going to allow him to replace his 1/1, so he's not really going down a card. And with just mountains and cards that lose on board to the Return Phalanx, the Scry is actually really important for him right here. He knows he needs spells.
And they trade off. So he has to kind of bite the bullet here. You know, not a play that you're excited to make, but he was able to get a Scry activation and still keep a creature on the table while getting a really pesky blocker out of the way, so he figured it was worth it.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a counterintuitive play, but actually, in my opinion, a really excellent play for Chris.
I think so,
because otherwise, the cards you have in your hand just lose on board to your opponent's creature, and like you kind of want to apply some pressure.
That's right. All right, so here's a Read the Bones for Brady. He's going to get to Scry 2. Then he's going to follow that up with a draw 2. So, for instance, he can push these 2 lands that he's drawn to the bottom of his deck and draw 2 fresh cards. He can keep one or the other. And he has decided to just keep both. He's like, look, I just want lands. I'll take the next 2 lands off the top. I don't want to miss land drops. And it looks like he feels like his long game is good. And Chris unleashes the ordeal here, and that's going to put a counter on. And this is going to be a hold your breath scenario for Chris Pikula, because if Brady can untap and play something big or that can get in the way of that, it's going to be a huge turn. If he can't, Chris knows that he's going to be able to get full value off of his ordeal here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even with the Triton Tactics plus Triton Fortune Hunter, not a bad start, and it's going to hold off the token with the ordeal on it, but it's not going to kill it. And I mean, again, like we're seeing the value of Chris's play right here. Boychuk drew the lands he needs for a very strong hand of Prescient Chimera, Annul, and Triton Tactics, but doesn't have much in the way of defense right now.
Right.
And he's electing not to use the Triton Tactics right now.
All right, there's a 2-headed Cerberus there for Chris Pikula. Another great target for the cards that he's already played, the Ordeal, Titan Strength. Those things go really well with that card.
Yeah.
I also see that he's got a card that I know you like quite a bit, Zach. It's the Fanatic of Mogus.
Yeah, Fanatic of Mogus. A 4-2 for 4, already not terrible, but on this type of board could deal 4 directly to the dome with Boychuk at 13. That's a huge chunk of his life total, almost a third of it.
That's right.
And we see a null kind of not really great in this matchup. I mean, if Chris draws some bestow creatures, it might become a little bit better, but I think he's going to want to get that Chimera on the board as soon as he can. I mean, the downside of that being even it's not big enough once that token grows to a 4/4. Where you might wonder a little bit about Brady Boychuk. You see the Canadian flag right there, wondering if he's part of a team mana deprived. But he's got a Grand Prix top 8 at Calgary of 2013, 7 total lifetime pro points. So he's been on the stage before.
Yeah. You know they changed their name?
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, they're Team Face to Face.
Face to Face.
Fuss a fuss.
The best way to play Magic.
It is. All right, so 4 damage here and 2 attacks. Now this is a critical one because this is the 3rd counter going on that little token, and that means, oh, wow. All right. It looks like, I don't know if you saw that, but Brady started to tap his mana right away before Chris had even targeted the Fortune Hunter. But it looks like the Triton Tactics is going to save it. It's gonna act as a draw a card as well here, which is, wow, that's really great. And but remember, it does still have 3 damage on it, and even though these 2 creatures are still attacking, it's not going to be able to jump in the way of the token there.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be able to block this turn and lock a creature down. He elects to go for the Cerberus, I think, just to not get blown out with a combat trick. But, I mean, his Fortune Hunter is still going to die. Oh, okay, so he realizes that.
Yes.
He dies, my guy doesn't attack next turn, you take 2?
Yeah, he needed to prevent the most damage possible, right?
Yeah. I mean, and Boychuk having to take his entire turn, not able to deploy the Chimera just to Triton Tactics and not die.
Ugh, that's misery.
Yeah, it is. And, I mean, he's got to lash the whip in this hand to try and help stabilize. But Chris, Boychuk 7 life, Chris with 6 power attacking next turn. We're really beginning to see the brilliance of that counterintuitive play with the Titan strength.
Absolutely,
I mean,
really great.
Without that, I mean, we wouldn't be playing a game of Magic right now.
This is a really awkward spot for Brady Boychuk as well because he has Lash of the Whip. What did he just play?
There's a huge Dragon Mantle on that 2-headed Cerberus.
Oh, wow.
The Annul in
hits
Boychuk's
it?
hand, finally paying off.
Yeah, so no card draw there for Chris either. But this is a weird sequence here because Brady decides he's going to play the Prescient Chimera to put up a blocker while the 4/4 token is locked down. But he's also got Lash of the Whip in his hand that he wants to use on the token later. So right now the big question here is, does he trade? He could go down to 3 life here if he's not careful.
Yeah, and 3 super relevant against him on a red deck because Lightning Strike would just threaten to end the game right away. Wow.
And Chris Pakula has just curved out here. Perforos' Emissary on an empty board from his opponent means that thing is going to get in for some serious damage. Oh, wow, some super powerful cards in hand for Brady Boychuk, too. He has Ashiok, Nightmare Weaver, and he has Erebos' Whip.
Yeah, of course.
Whip of Erebos.
Whip of Erebos, 1 mana short of activating the Whip of Erebos, which would give him a little bit of life.
Put him back up to 10, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, still not exactly enough. I mean, I think he's got to want to cast Lash. I mean, maybe you cast Ashiok and hope that Chris Pakula attacks Ashiok, but I think Chris is just going to send to the face right here.
I agree, and he does just that. What is he? Did he draw a Magma Jet too? He did. Jeez. Great draw for Chris Pakula. But I have to say, Zach, what you mentioned earlier about Chris's great turn 3 play there, that is not a play that very many people would make.
No, I mean, you want to pile creatures onto your Crusader, but I mean, you just look at your hand and you can't beat what's on the opponent's board otherwise.
Right. All right. So the Whip takes down the token. But unfortunately for him, it's Magma Jet to your face, and that's it. Chris Pakula is our winner of that match. I've also got updates from the side tables. Luis Scott-Vargas was up a game last time we heard, and William Huey Jensen was up a game. So the Hall of Famers and Chris Pakula here are really doing a great job of putting it to them. Get a look at Chris Pakula there. Smile on his face. I'd be happy too. 1-0 with the PT.
1-0 with the PT with a really good deck.
We'd like to thank Card House Games for being an official card retailer here at Pro Tour Theros. Enter the code PTDUB when ordering on cardhousegames.com for 10% off your next purchase. For more information, visit cardhousegames.com. Yeah, great stuff from Pakula there, though. Really showing, his stuff here, his metal, if you will. Welcome back to the booth. Marshall Sutcliffe here, with 2 T's. This is Zach Hill. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. And, so great stuff, though. I mean, it is interesting to me because the rest of that game was pretty self-explanatory from Chris Pakula's side, right? I mean, he played out his bells, he turned his guy sideways, and he won the game. But that play... not intuitive.
No, not intuitive at all. And what we saw in both those matches actually is the sort of counterintuitive power of the ordeals. We saw it deployed to great effect again on an Akroan Crusader out of Ben Stark's deck.
Yes.
An otherwise mediocre draw turning into just a massacre because he was able to pile on damage so quickly.
That's right.
And then out of Pakula's mono red deck, an archetype where you're a little bit more used to seeing enchantments doing really good work. But really turning two games that would otherwise just not have been particularly close into really one-sided aggressive draws. So I think those cards kind of showing they might be a little bit better than they look if you were to just read them.
Yeah, now tell us a little bit about mono red. Like, is this something that we can expect to see often in Theros?
Oh, I think it's one of the best archetypes you can draft.
Is it hard to get?
It is hard to get, although a lot of cards that are really good in your deck, like Two-Headed Cerebus being one of them, and Akroan Crusader to a little bit less of an extent, are just not really high picks in a lot of other decks.
Okay.
Fanatic of Mogus, really good, but again, you don't, you've got to be a very particular deck to really want it. I think the deck is a little bit less common now that more people know just how good Dragon Mantle is. But, the deck's still able to capitalize on the ability to kill you very fast and a lot of great tricks like Titan Strength.
All right. Well, Rashad Miller is our floor reporter for these rounds, and he's down on the floor right now with Chris Pakula for a quick word.
Hi, Rashad Miller. I'm here with Chris Pakula. And he's been given an invitation here for his many years of contributions to this wonderful Magic community. First of all, I just want to know, what does that mean to you?
I'm excited to think that, everyone would seem like everybody really wanted to see me play, so that's a good feeling, Twitter was certainly happy when I got the invite, so I think it was Twitter's idea in the first place. But, it means a lot to me that people like to see me play.
Yeah, Twitter has a lot of good ideas out there. Okay, so personally, I've never drafted the mono red deck like you have. Well, I was going to ask you if that's something that you really like to do, or how did that end up?
This is definitely my first time. I wasted some picks on some blue cards and some white cards. My deck would be better if I had just committed. It really did seem like red was open. So maybe if I was more experienced in the format, like a month from now, I would have realized I could go mono red. Like I got Dragon Mantles really late. It's possible if I should have even picked up on it earlier. What really killed me was the double white cards I got that were very strong, or double white casting cost. So it just ended up not being worth it. And I was a little worried about how I built my deck because maybe some powerful cards in my sideboard. But I showed it to John Finkel, and he said I did the right thing. So I feel pretty good.
If it's Finkel approved, it's probably a good deck. Now, for those of you who've seen the original art of Metal and Mage, you'd know that this is the actual Metal and Mage. So I haven't
seen it. That's so sad.
Well, we're old. We're kind of old fogies in this game, but I do have a question for you. How hard is it for you to resist the urge to sit at a match and then just tell your opponent that there's a card that they can't play?
I never do that, actually. People say it to me a lot. I feel like if I used that joke, it would get old very fast. So I've resisted the temptation to do that.
All right. With that, we're going to send it back to the booth with Marshall Sutcliffe and Zach Hill.
Hey, welcome back to the booth, guys. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Zach Hill. And, you heard him say it. He walked over to Finkel and was like, "Is this okay?" And Finkel said, And so Chris confidently walked into the feature match area with his mono red deck.
Hey, look, anytime John gives you the thumbs up, you're probably not too upset about your draft deck.
Yeah.
I mean, and every card we saw, I mean, is really, really solid in that deck. I mean, again, like some cards, Titan Strength, Two-Headed Cerberus, not as awesome in just a generic deck, but really, really, really good in a deck that's as single-mindedly offensive and with as much range as mono red.
I'm sure his opponent would agree that his deck was offensive in that case too. Now, what about what he was talking about? You know, he said he had some powerful white spells, but they were double mana symbols, and he didn't want to disrupt the beautiful thing that is playing a mono. If you've never played a monocolor deck in Limited, it's really nice. You look at your opening hand and you just think of a number. It's like, oh, I have 3. There's no color or anything like that. All right, let's send it back down to the floor. We'll talk about that in a little bit. We're going to go back down there for more action from the feature match area right now. All right, back down in the feature match area, we see William Huey Jensen freshly inducted into the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame on the right-hand side of your screen there. He's playing against Yu Min Yang. He is from Chinese Taipei, and we're getting a look at their hands. There's a Battle-Wise Valor. It looks like we're pretty deep in the game here. Last I heard, Huey was up. Huey is William's nickname. He was up 1-0. And I see cards being scooped up here. And I believe that we have a match finished up. I think Huey may have just 2-0'd. He did indeed. So we didn't actually get to catch much of that last action there. But so far, Chris Pakula has won in the feature match area. Ben Stark made short work of Hannes Karem thanks to his mana issues and Ben Stark's quick starts. And Chris Pakula also takes it down. So, you know, we have Hall of Fame heavy, a lot of Hall of Fame votes down there in the feature match area, and they're showing us why.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I think it's a triumph of just long-term experienced players.
Yeah, sure.
You know, I mean, you see that dialogue happening there. I mean, Theros is a hard Limited set to figure out. And I think it rewards just, you know, really rich, complex Magic knowledge and skill. And that's what we've seen. I mean, really decisive victories, it looks like.
That's right. Players. Now, this one looks a little bit less so. There's a lot of permanents on the battlefield as we jump over to Luis Scott-Vargas, looking sharp as ever in his suit. Again, he was just inducted, and I mean, like, the ceremony was an hour and a half ago, so he was just up on stage, and everybody was clapping, and now he's down in the feature match area shuffling cards and playing against Wenzel Krautmann.
Yeah.
And it looks like Luis is up a game here as well from last we heard. We're getting our overhead camera set up right now for you guys, and it seems that Luis is at 9 while Wenzel is sitting at 16. Luis Scott-Vargas, you get a quick look at his stats. I mean, he's a machine. There's just no other way to put it.
Pretty absurd stats. $245,000 from Magic in the bank.
Yeah,
not too bad.
Not too bad at all. And, you know, he's earned a few extra dollars in the coverage booth with us as well. He's always a fan favorite, and he just does an excellent job as well. So, LSV, we know him.
Yeah, and Krautmann, actually, I've seen in the booth a few times, I believe, from the World Magic Cup. Yeah, he's got 51 Grand Prix, 4 Grand Prix top 8s, the winner of GP Warsaw earlier this year.
Okay.
And 52 lifetime pro points, who's been around a while. His first Pro Tour was Pro Tour Houston back in 2002. So, I mean, he's played at a few of these himself.
All right, so let's see what the heck is going on with this board state. Looks like not enough here. Luis was up to 21, where Wenzel was all the way down to 3, and we just see him extend the hand there. It looks like Luis was able to position himself in such a way that he had an overwhelming onboard advantage and was able to finish off. I don't know what that was. Was that some type of Voltron-esque, you know, bestow monster? Welcome back to the booth, guys. I'm Marshall. There's Zach. I couldn't quite see what Wenzel had going on there.
I think it was a Fleece Mane Lion with every enchantment in the block attached to it. I couldn't quite figure out exactly what it was, but I mean, it looked huge, but Luis just had a zillion spells.
Too many permanents. You know, one of the things that I find really interesting about Bestow, which is what a lot of those auras were, I'm sure, on that Fleece Mane line, is that you really do. It's a skill testing decision to decide whether you want to, like, if you're attacking, it's often correct to just bestow up and keep getting in. But when you're blocking, it's not that clear cut.
Yeah, like sometimes you need an additional blocker. Sometimes you need to leave your mana up either to cast combat tricks or to represent combat tricks.
That's right.
I think that, I don't like to talk about like bluffing that much. It may sound more subjective than it is. But in this format where you have both the monstrous mechanic and tons of auras in the set, it's a really significant disadvantage not to represent any instant speed tricks.
Right.
Because it's just so easy for your opponent to deploy 3 or 4 power worth of virtual haste. Just more ways creatures can get bigger and attack that turn.
That's right.
So I think it's incredibly advantageous to be able to represent mana.
I've been on that other end of that stick where you're like, well, I could monstrous here, but he's got 4 mana and some of it's blue.
Right.
Like I just can't do it here.
Right.
Like
if I walk
it's
into
just not worth the
Grip-Tide.
risk. Yeah. So and you get grip-tided, and then next thing you know, you're way behind, and that's just not something that's possible. All right, Rashad Miller. He is right now down in the feature match area with our coverage partner and also Hall of Famer, Luis Scott-Vargas.
15th.
Rashad Miller here with 15th ranked player.
I believe so. One below Craig Wesco, wherever he is.
Should all the rankings just be how far above or below Craig Wesco you are?
I mean, I think he would be all right with that.
All right, so Luis Scott-Vargas, newly minted Hall of Famer, and we just saw your deck. We only saw it a little bit, but as we came in, it was doing some crazy things with mnemonic walls. Tell us what happened right there.
I kind of went off. I grip-tided his guy, and then next turn, chumped the mnemonic wall. End of turn, rescue from the underworld, sacking my other mnemonic wall, get back both mnemonic walls, get back grip-tide, get back Lash of the Whip, grip-tide his guy, cast another mnemonic, and somewhere in there I cast another mnemonic wall as well. So he had to draw the same Afaro's Warden like 3 times.
Okay. Now, also, we saw on the other side, well, I was watching your game a little bit earlier, and I saw this humongous bestow monster that was there. And then, I walked away, and I came back, and there was a different humongous bestow monster. Like, what was the combination of cards there, and exactly how did you deal with those things?
The first one was just like a Nessian Corsair. I was able to kill it eventually with like a Lash of the Whip and blocks. The second one was a Fleeceman Lion that had gone monstrous, so it was like a 4/4 indestructible, then a 4/6 indestructible, then a 7/9 indestructible that can tap a creature whenever it attacks. Like, it got pretty big, but I was able to cobble together enough grip tides, and I had a flyer going, so I was able to outrace it.
Well, there you have it. Luis Scott-Vargas staying cool and calm no matter how big an indestructible creature is. Rashad Miller sending it back to the booth.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. A few words from Luis Scott-Vargas. I kind of went off there. 2 mnemonic walls getting back at the same time and getting full value. The guy is a machine. He's a noted Dak Faden supporter and also a Hall of Famer, Luis Scott-Vargas.
You mean the greatest thief in the multiverse?
Formerly.
Oh, excuse me.
we have the rankings, and he's down a little
bit. And Louis is also a big fan of dirtling, which it sounds like what you're doing when you're casting multiple grip tides.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he just did. All right, I am told it is time for us to go back to the news desk. We're going to be over there for a little bit. When we come back to Zach and I, we'll have round 2 here from Pro Tour Theros.
By my reckoning, that's about 25, 26 minutes, and that was 4 feature matches done and dusted. Goodness gracious me. Rich Hagen, Pro Tour historian, Brian David Marshall. Let's get one of the big bits of news out of the way right at the front. Your over-under on how many rounds it'll take before none of this year's Hall of Fame inductees are still wearing a suit.
Who?
Yeah, it's like, Luis in a suit, Ben Hess in a suit, but I'm like, nah, there's like...
So it's 2 with a parlay into how long it takes Ben Stark to get into a Heat jersey and basketball shorts.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so as you can see, there's plenty going on still in round 1. I've got some results for you from our leaderboard, the 2 featured draft pods that we're going to show you. So let's take a look at those, and I'll tell you what we've got so far. Now, the way that scoreboard works, on the left of your screen is 1 pod featuring the number 2 ranked Ben Stark. On the right, a second pod of 8 players with the number 9 ranked Eric Froelich and the number 24 ranked Matt Costa. So, results. Well, of course, you saw on camera Ben Stark monster his way past Hannes Karem of Estonia 2-0. Also in that pod, Walter Scuderi is a winner. He defeated Chapman Sim from Singapore by 2-1. And I see just coming in, Pierre Dajon of France is off to a winning start over Zhu Wang of China. So the only result we're waiting for there is Prost against Juran Liu. A don't think they've played before. Now on the right-hand side, what have we got there? Well, David Caprioli, he's underway with a win over Jeremy Bright, played in a handful of Pro Tours. Jeremy Bright, Caprioli on debut. Mariano Cardacchini, he's on debut. He is still 0-0 with Matt Costa, so he's at least putting up a fight. Don't know the game score in that one. Big match was Thomas Enervoldsen of Denmark up against Dusty Ochoa, the finalist from the last Pro Tour. They are still tied, but then we do have a result, and this is a big one, BDM, for the first round. Eric Froelich against David Kaplan, and it was Kaplan who took the match by 2-1.
Wow, and Eric Froelich has not done a lot of losing in limited on the Pro Tour of late.
Sure, I mean, he's terrific. I mean, not only he's obviously in our top 25 ranked players, which we're going to look at in a moment, but also he was third in Player of the Year race last year, and he was one of those players who at no point was he the favourite to win Player of the Year, and that's partly because of Yuka Watanabe was so dominant.
Front runner.
That's right.
Right.
And then suddenly you're like, oh, and at the end, yep, only a couple of people got ahead of him.
Yeah.
He's a terrific player.
Been literally just dominant for the last 2 seasons.
And I can tell you, just coming in, Matt Costa has defeated Mariano Cardacchini of Argentina on his Pro Tour debut, so he has to wait till at least round 2 for his first win. Matt Costa, 21, GP Baltimore champion from 2012, and part of the monstrous Star City Games team.
Did you win your first Pro Tour match?
Do you know I actually did? To be fair, it was the only match I won at my first Pro Tour, but I co-led that Pro Tour.
Me too.
Yes, it was a very special feeling, I can assure you. Thank you for that. And also, Dusty Ochoa has defeated Thomas Enervoldsen. The match is coming in thick and fast.
Pretty big match there.
Yeah, it is, but also it points to something that you said, BDM, which is that you feel that the format in this building, at least, is pretty fast, by which I mean the players themselves are playing at a fast pace, quite apart from the turns in the game.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have already gotten, multiple dozens, if not approaching 100 drafts in this format.
Wow.
Yeah. So they know the cards. If you've seen this when you're playing at your Friday Night Magic and you're drafting with someone and they're like, oh, this is kind of my pre-release. I haven't played with the cards yet, and they're reading the card, or they pick up your card and they read it and they're like, oh wait, how does this work? And
not here.
This is crisp and everyone knows what's going on. And maybe there's an occasional like, how do these cards interact? But it's very brisk.
Another result come in. Zuran Liu of China defeats Andre Prost 2-1. 2-time top 8 for Prost. Zuran Liu from China, 9-6-1 on debut last time round. He's underway with a win. His
10th Pro Tour victory.
Indeed. Go him. Well, that's probably not going to bring him into our top 25 rankings. There you see the scoreboard complete for us. Our 2 draft pods are done. But there are still round about 16 minutes left on the round, and then of course we have 5 additional turns. Now I used additional there, BDM, very carefully. I would have called those extra turns once upon a time, but not anymore, and here's why. Medamai.
Yeah.
Medamai can attack on those additional turns.
Just can't attack on the
extra ones.
Yeah.
So that's quite important. If you get to the end of a round and you're still drawing and you're into additional turns, Medamai can still do his thing.
Have you taken any extra turns with Medamai yet?
Do you know I have not?
It's quite fun.
Is it quite? Yeah, because what's better than having your turn again?
Yes.
All right, so for our next little section, we're going to introduce you for the first time here at the Pro Tour to the Magic the Gathering Pro Top 25 rankings. And Brian David Marshall with you, taking a look here from the floor of Pro Tour Theros at the Magic Top 25 Pro Rankings. BDM, first of all, what are the rankings?
So the Pro Rankings are a way at looking at the most 2 current seasons of Magic. Results from last year's season, the previous season, 2012-2013 season, and the results from the 2013-2014 season.
Okay.
They combine the players' pro points, accumulated over those 2 years.
Yeah.
And then decay the points from last year based on how far we are into this year.
Okay.
So if we're at 10% into this year,
Yep.
we would decay 10%. And you had 70 points last year. You would have
had 63.
You would have
essentially.
63 points from last year. So it's the
Right.
thing. And as we move through the year, those points from last season will decay. The points from this year will go, in at 100%. And then at the end of the year, when 100% of this season is in, 100% of last season will have decayed,
Out the
and we
door.
will have a top 25 list that perfectly aligns with the Player of the Year race.
All right.
And we'll have our Player of the Year and our number one ranked player, and then we'll go into the following year.
All right. So, lots of pro points on offer this weekend because even if you just play and don't win a match, you're going to get 3 points. So that's, 300 players getting 3 points each. 900 pro points is a lot in terms of percentage of the whole year.
The bottom 10 or 15 players on this list will very likely look radically different come Monday morning.
Absolutely.
Or Wednesday when it gets revealed on dailymtg.com.
Absolutely. Look out for that. So here are the top 25 coming in right now. Let's take a look. First of all, here's your full list. So just play a game at home. How many of those players' names do you recognize? Would you be able to say, oh yeah, I know him, he ... did something, I watched him on something, he won such and such, my brother faced him at some GP that he went on to win. How many of those 25 could you say something about, I wonder? I mean, you and I can't really play this because if we can't do 25, we're in the wrong business. But I would
imagine for most players sitting at home, maybe Li Shitian may have escaped their notice, despite the fact that he has a Pro Tour top 8 last season.
Indeed.
Or Su Ching Kuo, maybe just sort of like outside of their circle of normal event coverage, a World Magic Cup champion.
All right. Why don't we see what some of these people have been up to, and we will work our way down. So we begin with the number one ranked Magic Pro. It is Josh Utter-Leighton of the United States.
Josh is a machine, and this is someone who's still 5 years away from Hall of Fame eligibility.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he won't be eligible for I think 4 or 5 more seasons. But I mean, he's a ways away. He is the only person in his class, who sort of accumulated the necessary points, and he's a monster. And by the time that Hall of Fame ceremony comes around, he could have a resume that looks very similar to Paulo Vitor Damadarossa's.
With the sort of 8 and 9 Pro Tour
7,
top
8,
8s.
9 top 8s.
Yeah. And of course, one of the...
And a dedication, right? Like a dedication to playing Magic. When the Channel Fireball team talks about Josh Utter-Leighton, they're like, okay, he wakes up, he has breakfast, maybe he brushes his teeth, and then he starts playing Magic. Sometimes he starts playing Magic and then remembers he has to brush his teeth,
Sure.
But he just starts playing Magic, and he just plays Magic for 12 hours.
Yeah, and one of the things that leads to, something that I know they value very highly, we talk a lot, sentences of Ben Stark Limited. We don't often say the sentence Josh Utter-Leighton constructed in quite the same way.
Sure.
But certainly this weekend is a litmus test because Josh is largely responsible for the deck, which we won't reveal right now, but the deck that Channel Fireball are kind of coming with this weekend. And I think they're close to uniform in playing it. They may even be all of them on the same deck.
Which even though we've seen the Channel Fireball deck, we haven't seen that kind of total lockstep. Also, just as an aside on Channel Fireball, Josh Utter-Leighton, obviously brings this great, play testing regiment, I should say, and this great, Ben Stark brings this just incredibly intuitive grasp of limited. A subtle addition to the team for this event that may have slipped people's notice is Frank Karsten, Pro Tour Hall of Famer Frank Karsten.
Yeah.
And Frank Karsten brings to that team rigor.
Yes. Yeah.
He brings a little intellectual rigor to the team. Not to diminish anything, but those guys are all so confident in their abilities, in their intuition, in their reflexes. Frank's like, well, I think you guys are probably right, but I'd just like to do some math in check.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Can we see?
Did you see Brian Kibler's tweet about they've decided they're all going to go home and just have Frank simulate the Pro Tour? You hadn't seen that one?
No, I did not.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So, I'm as we go through the Channel Fireball players on this list, I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a little extra pep in their step this event.
Okay.
And if so, that may be somewhat due to Frank.
Okay, well, let's see if there are any more Channel Fireball people on the list.
Maybe.
Like, oh, look, here's number 2. It's from Channel Fireball. He's a Platinum Pro. It's Ben Stark. 61 Pro points last season, already 27 this. His 4 Pro Tour top 8s. And I have to be honest, I felt a bit ashamed of myself in Paris 2011 because the fact that all the Fireballs were on Core Blade, basically, a lot of them, Ben Stark was the one who I was like, well, I've done the maths and there are 13 rounds of constructed and 6 rounds are limited and you're the limited guy, so presumably it's the other ones who are going to win.
Right.
And so then when Ben just monstered his way through everything with absolute precision and dominance, it was like, yep, I learned something today.
So, I mean, if you saw the Hall of Fame induction ceremony we did, we produced these little videos where some of the players talk about the different players. And Josh Utter-Layton spoke to Ben Stark, his prowess as a constructor player. He's like, look, he's not the guy who goes out and builds the deck, right? I mean, that's not really what he does. He'll have some ideas, but I mean, he steps back, he's going to draft, he's going to work out pick orders with Frank, you know what I mean? He's going to do his thing. But give him a deck, put him in a situation, and in game, he's as technically excellent as he is with 40-card decks. I mean, he's got top 8s in 3 Pro Tours in his career where he's had to play constructed.
Sure.
3 of his 4 top 8s are constructed top 8s. So, it's almost like we do him a disservice by talking about how good he is at limited because he is a remarkable constructed player in game.
But you can't help it when he's one of the top 5 limited players of all time,
and
something like that.
He's gonna be having a birthday, I think, tomorrow.
Isn't he 30? It's the big 3-0 for Ben. Well, here's someone who is not quite half a lifetime away from 30, but heading that way. Here's the 19-year-old who is your reigning Magic the Gathering World Champion.
Yet. He hasn't turned 20 since Amsterdam?
No, 1-9, 19, yeah. Shahar Shenhar, no wonder he's smiling. 53 Pro points last season, 30 this already. And then what is that about? No Pro Tour top 8s?
Yeah.
Pardon?
He's number 3 on that list as well. It's the player, 3rd most lifetime Pro points at this Pro Tour.
Without
a
the
top 8. Right, without a top 8. Again, we talked about this a little bit in the preview for this. This is a guy who compares very favorably to Kai Buddha. 3 Grand Prix wins. 3 Grand Prix wins as a teenager before he ever gets a Pro Tour top 8. Kai's first win at above Grand Prix level, World Championships.
Sure. Yeah, so, that's very true.
So they to me, very comparable. And I'm so impressed. I mean, as amazing a Magic player as Shahar is, you can't talk about him and not mention what a remarkably composed, just pleasant person he is. I think that there's this almost like stigma from the old days of the Pro Tour, maybe that some of the younger players would be a little brash and a little cocky, and that may or may not have been true, but I think some people have that perception. If you ever want to dispel that notion, just spend a little time around Shahar Shenhar, who has every right to be the most arrogant jerk in the room.
Sure, or Matt Costa.
Right.
Or Reed Duke.
Yes, absolutely.
It really is a myth now.
Yes,
it is
it really
not
is.
the cocky kid ruling the roost.
Yeah.
It really isn't. They're just super nice guys. He's number 3. And now we go very international. Shahar, of course, sort of dual nationality, Israeli and United States. But Yuya Watanabe, I don't think he is dual. Yeah, I don't think he's dual Japanese-Israeli status. I think he's straightforwardly from Japan and already a 2-time Player of the Year, 2009, 2012.
Already has 17 Pro points this season.
Yeah, just quietly by not doing very much.
Does he keep them buried in his yard in a mason jar?
Something like that, I think. You see the 2012 Player of the Year, that's because he won the Players' Championship, which is now the World Championship, the individual.
Came very, very close to being a 3-time Player of the Year.
Yeah,
I mean,
he
came down to
favorite.
the last rounds of Pro Tour Dragon's Maze.
Absolutely. I mean, even with sort of 4 rounds to go, it looked like he could do it. And then when Josh finally ends up, overtaking him by making a deeper run. But I mean, he's such a great player.
Yeah, terrific. I mean, and has accomplished a lot. He also has a Rookie of the Year title, right? Worth remembering.
Sure, of course.
2007.
Yep. So that's
another player who, by the way, is years away from Hall of Fame eligibility.
Yeah, he's
4 years away.
Still 4. Good grief. Okay. Now here's a man who presumably is about 15 years away from Hall of Fame eligibility because he's still only 12, as you can see there. It's Reed Duke. He's not actually 12, by the way. Don't worry. Platinum Pro, of course, and huge emotion in the feature match area. We talked about this when the Hall of Famers came in BDM earlier this morning. Talked with Billy Jensen about how thrilled he was when Reed made platinum in the last round of the last Pro Tour of the season. Just a huge emotional load, and Reed was super emotional.
Both players have both Reed and Billy have been influences on one another. I feel like Reed offers Billy this connection to the next generation of Magic players and someone who is as passionate about being great at this game as Billy is.
There's someone else on this list who sort of forms a sort of triangle in there, which is Owen Turtenwald. Those three, because the three of them together took down a team event earlier this year.
Right.
And just a terrific, I mean, I wouldn't want to play any of them, but the three of them together.
Right. So we're in this, and Reed, of course, is with Team Star City Games. A super team, made up 15 players, 12 of them with Pro Tour top 8s. Reed's one of the slackers on that team. He doesn't have a Pro Tour top 8 yet.
I'm amazed they let him in, really.
He's the 4th most pro points at this event without a Pro Tour top 8.
Okay.
Would you be willing? We talked about imaginary wagers.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to wager some sort of wardrobe bet that he does not have a top 8 when the season concludes?
No, he's obviously going to. I mean, logically he will. I mean, you can make a case for saying that in any given weekend on any given random format, he may be the best player in the world.
Right. Does well at Limited, does well at Legacy, does well at Standard, Team Limited, Modern. He's the whole package.
Okay. Well, here's someone who sort of had a career of 2 parts. Number 6 on our ranking list is Willie Adel of Brazil, and he has absolutely burst onto the scene. Twice runner-up at Pro Tours in 2007. Goes away from the game. His wife's ill. Life's not super for him. He gets his life together, gets his business together. Home life, comes back, starts being awesome again.
So interesting, like people were joking about the banners we had set up for the Hall of Fame.
All right.
And how Ben Stark's photo on the banner, he bears a somewhat
American Willie Adel
passing resemblance to Willie Adel. They look a little like each other, and they were teasing Ben that they got the wrong picture up there. But
okay.
There's also a resemblance in terms of that career in 2 parts.
Yeah.
Right. That idea of being away from the game, and you're never away from the game, right? Like, Ben was not away from the game. He was playing Magic Online all the time. Willie, I'm sure, is playing locally, playing on Magic Online, a very active player on Magic Online. But like that time away from the Pro Tour seems to have sharpened his senses and also like heightened his emotions about the Pro Tour. We've talked to him a couple times at these last few events, and he is deeply emotional about what it means to be on the Pro Tour, what it means to do well. You get a real sense of what it would mean for him. He's someone who was on that short list for the Hall of Fame this year for a lot of voters. He was certainly right in the mix on my ballot. I think I had him toggling between 6th and 7th on my ballot this year. He's certainly going to be right there, if not closer, next year, depending on how this goes. And just it's been really good to have him back, and really interesting to see that it's like, that wasn't just some flash in the pan 2 Pro Tours you did well at. He's able to put together that kind of career that makes him stand out from the rest of the pack of pros.
Indeed. Let's take you back to Japan for our 7-ranked Magic Pro. Number 7 is Shuhei Nakamura, and the 2008 Player of the Year. 22 Grand Prix top 8s, 5 Pro Tour top 8s. Came closest Columbus 2004. I think Pierre Canali won that one.
Yes, he did.
That was extended?
Yeah, it was extended.
That's right. Affinity.
It was Affinity.
Yeah, okay.
Our second Hall of Famer on this list right now. Shuhei Nakamura, of course, elected on his first ballot.
For sure. as you would expect. Now, he actually went up to 7, overtaking our next gentleman, which is Tom Martell of the United States. Tom Martell is now 8th, and that's because Shuhei made the top 16 of the Grand Prix last weekend. Remember, what happens is every major Premier event, Grand Prix, Pro Tour, it counts towards these rankings over the 2 seasons. So let's take a look at Tom Martell. That's Shuhei Nakamura, number 7. Here's Tom, a Pro Tour champion, and that was a culmination of an incredible journey for him.
Yeah, he's someone who's just been at this for a long time, and he has figured it out. Right? He has just solved it. I mean, it's hard to sometimes give credit to people you've known for a long time. You know what I mean? Like you want to give them a little bit of a hard time, and I've given Tom a hard time occasionally as someone I've known. But honestly, he's just at the top of the game. People give Tom a little bit of a hard time for his so-called humble brags. Where he'll comment on a situation or compliment someone in a way that reflects back on him positively.
Sure.
And he's sort of a master at it. And one of the clips we didn't use in the Hall of Fame video is he was talking about like Luis Scott-Vargas' 3-year median, and he's like, and Luis almost has one of the best 3-year medians of all time.
Yeah, and yet you didn't put the clip in. I'm truly astonished.
And Tom, of course, has just been on an incredible roll where he's got like a 3-year median right now that's somewhere around 11.5 or 12.
Yeah, and by that we mean, on average, in the last 3 years, he's finished in the top 16 of the Pro Tour. He's that good.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Just historically top-line numbers. Someone who I think will also be in the Hall of Fame discussion come next year.
Someone else who's Hall of Fame worthy and discussable, certainly, Mr. Eric Froelich of the United States. There he is, our number 9 right now. 65 points last year, 8 so far. This pretty quiet year so far. And that 3rd Player of the Year for last season is the thing that really sticks out to me for Eric.
Yeah, no, Eric has just been in the thick of every event he's played in. He doesn't, he's not someone who ever, punts a match away.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? He's, everyone gets their losses here and there, but like he is ferocious in the pursuit of his wins and really focused and really just one of these very crisp players. And they talked a little bit about this with LSV in terms of how quickly he can just step into a game and go, oh, this is what's happening. Eric also possesses that quality.
Let's go to number 10. Let's take you to Europe and to a Pro Tour champion, Stanislav Sivka from the Czech Republic, as I say, 53 points last year, 15 this. The champion of Pro Tour returned to Ravnica. And BDM, I want to talk just to clarify something at home, because I got emails from a few people when we unveiled the rankings, and they said, so does that mean that Sivka's like defending his 30 points from last year? So is he going to just fall off? And no.
His Pro Tour victory and return to Ravnica was the first Pro Tour of last year. So sort of the parallel Pro Tour to the Pro Tour we're at right now.
But the answer to the question is no. He does not defend his points, because the points he got last year, the total, the 53 points, they degrade over the whole year in terms of the percentage of pro points that are being given out. So let's say 5% of the whole season is given out at this event. 4 or 5%. That means 4 or 5% of his 53 total from last year will go away. So you won't see Pro Tour champions who spike to big event suddenly just falling off the radar entirely. That's not how it works.
But those points are crumbling a little bit.
Oh, all the time.
And a fine dusting around the floorboards.
Yeah, when you're sitting at home, if you're sitting at home in the Czech Republic and there is a Grand Prix in Brisbane that you are not at, when you wake up on Monday morning, there'll be this little dribble down. So that's your top 10 nonetheless. Now, one of the most famous names in the game, if you don't know this guy, I'm guessing you're kind of new. So we have Brian Kibler is our number 11. Coming right up, here he comes, Platinum Pro, 9 points this season.
Platinum smile.
Well, absolutely. 2 Pro Tour titles, never mind top 8s. He's got 5 top 8s. And I think the Pro Tour is just a better place for having a Brian Kibler on it.
Absolutely. I mean, just a great deck builder. He really is like the people's champion in some ways. I mean, he builds the decks and plays the decks and wins with the decks that I think if you're sitting at home, I mean, and you guys know this because you're sitting at home, he plays the decks you want to play, and he plays with the cards you want to play with. You know what I mean? He finds the creatures and he attacks, and he's been doing this before it was cool, as they say.
Sure. Do you think we will see him? Is there room for him, perhaps I should say, to be playing a red-green Domri Raid Xena Ghost?
I think
like Huntmaster of the Fells equivalent type thing.
I think that when you're talking about Brian, you have to assume that he starts out his deck list with a forest, a plains, and a mountain, and then maybe they get shaved away and replaced. But you know what I mean? Like he starts in that section of the color wheel.
I'm going to take you back to the Czech Republic now for one of the all-time great Grand Prix stalwarts. And number 12 on our list is Martin User. There you see him. Now, I beg your pardon, 17 Grand Prix top 8s. Most Magic players will not attend 17 Grand Prix in their Magic career. He's top 8'd 17 of them.
And won 4 of them. He's won 25% of the ones he's top 8, a little less, but just ridiculous. Where was Martin for you when you were doing your Hall of Fame balloting last year? Because I felt like for a long time, as you're looking 2-3 years in the future, certainly I was like, and then Martin will be in, and then. I mean, he has this just incredible resume. He's this incredibly dominant European player, but falls a tiny bit short on the Pro Tour top 8s with just the 2 top 8s.
I really hate that you asked me that because I was very quiet on Martin User last year, or the season just gone. No, not for me.
Yeah.
Because he is precisely that one rung below the best of all time, where you don't win Pro Tours.
And let me ask you: is it
I
also
feel terrible saying that?
But is part of that because you feel like there's still untapped greatness in Martin?
Yes, I just wish he'd care a little more. He seems to do it so effortlessly. He wanders in. He came to a Grand Prix 6 weeks ago, M14, and just went. Yeah, kind of feels like this is my GP to lose because basically there aren't enough people in the room who can beat me. He made the top 8. He got his double opportunity deck, ran into the fastest deck in the top 8, and just got undone. But his difficulty is he knows he's better than almost everyone.
Right.
But hasn't yet made himself better than everyone, which the 3 members of the Hall of Fame here, at least once, have.
Right.
So there you go. Let's take you to 13. It's David Ochoa. By the way, if you're wondering what's happening to the live Magic, we have got the last result in, which means it won't be long before pairings for round 2. So you're not missing any live Magic, that's for sure.
Are we going to power through this, or are we going to come back?
Well, we'll carry on and we'll see how they go. Okay. We'll know when the pairings come along. The top 25 aren't going anywhere. They're all playing out there.
Not until Monday.
That's for sure. So here's David Ochoa, Channel Fireball once again. And
he's the sommelier. We talked about the limited expert, the constructed expert. He is the gourmand of the Channel Fireball team. He is in charge of finding out where they're going to eat and what they're going to drink.
That is true. I was amazed to find, though, that when I go to Louisville next week for the Grand Prix, he will go to KFC with me. I'm like, really? I thought I'd have to pay you to get that photo opportunity. But no, he's like, fried chicken is fine. So that's David Ochoa. We bring you all the hard stats here on MagicTheGathering.com. Who is number 14? It's another American. It's another Pro Tour champion in our list. Number 14 is Craig, King of the White Weenie deck, Wesco. And of course, he is your champion, defending champion from the last Pro Tour Dragon's Maze.
Yeah, I mean, was your reaction when the Theros spoiler came out and Soldier of the Pantheon was revealed? Was your first thought Craig Wesco?
Yes.
Yes.
It
Fabled hero.
It just was.
Wingsteed Rider.
Kind of closely followed by Paul Rietzel.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's sort of my thought on him. Now, 15 is someone we've already seen at this desk today, and there you see him at the big video wall. It is Luis Scott-Vargas, Hall of Famer, one of the all-time greats, well and truly.
It's so funny. I mean, the Hall of Fame is about accomplishments, and you almost feel bad talking about how beloved Luis is in regard to his Hall of Fame induction. It's almost like you could split him into, red Luis Scott-Vargas and blue Luis Scott-Vargas.
Right.
And both of them could go into the Hall of Fame.
Sure. That's an interesting way to look at it.
Community and team building and writing and videos and commentary and then there's just this stone cold killer. Yeah. Who, has one of the best 3-year medians of all time.
That's very true. Next up, number 16, Channel Fireball. Again, it's Mr. Owen Turtenwald, your 2011
Well, actually
player
started
of
City
the
Games.
year. Oh, oops.
Yes.
The once and maybe future Channel Fireball. Who knows? That's the thing with these
They're
teams.
so 90210, these kids.
The thing is, if at home you're thinking, okay, so what is it with this team business? So the thing is, it's always to your advantage to test with people better than you, smarter than you, people with more experience than you. And the best pros know that they can maximize their chances by being in a group. But the groups are very fluid these days.
Sure, and also it's about a chemistry, right? It's about an alchemical mixture of players that can be greater than parts. And Owen has really found a home with the Star City guys. I mean, he feels really connected to them, I think, and feels really a part of that team in a way maybe he didn't always feel on the Channel Fireball team. Also helps he's a little older and wiser.
Yep, for sure. 17, we're going to take you to Asia. We're going to take you to Li Shi-chan. There you see him, the Hong Kong gold level pro. So he's qualified for all the Pro Tours here, first at Grand Prix Birmingham in 2008 with a couple of national teams. And we're going to stay in Asia for our number 18, which is Mr. Su Ching Kuo. And what a story the World Magic Cup was last year, BDM.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a player who was mostly known for his Grand Prix success, a well-traveled Grand Prix player on the Asian circuit and had racked up a number of top 8s, but gets the World Magic Cup as this pro with a ton of points and is his national champion and just takes the team on his shoulders all the way through. One bonfire of the damned later, they're into the next leg of the competition, and before you know it, he's winning it with his modern deck. Also worth noting, this is the player with the most pro points right now without a Pro Tour top 8 though. World Magic Cup champion, but still waiting for that breakthrough on the Pro Tour. Will he get it this season?
19 is Raphael Levy of France. He's a Hall of Famer and a Team World Magic Cup winner. Who's number 20? Well, it's Makahita Mahara, another world champion. The hits keep on coming. Here's the next lot. Ari Lax, 21. There you see him. He's already got a 9th place finish at a Pro Tour. Looking very serious there, Ari. Who's 22? It's Alexander Hayne of Canada. 23, we go to Italy. Samuele Estrati. 24.
A couple of Pro Tour champions there.
Yeah, indeed. Here's Matt Costa, we were talking about on Star City. And it turns out that we're so generous, we're going to give you 2 number 25s because we couldn't split them. 25 is Ivan Flock of the Slovak Republic, Team World Champion, 6 national teams, mind you, and very emotional when he won Grand Prix Lisbon last year. And then, tied for 25th, the fabulous, it is so good. Team World Champion with Mike Jacob and Paul Chion 2008 in Memphis. And that, boys and girls, is your Magic Pro Tour Top 25 ranking. All right, everyone, welcome back to the News Desk. Rich Hagan, Brian David Marshall with you. We are closing in on the start of round 2, and I'm just sort of looking on my sort of private ticker here, tell you that we've got some sort of last big name results coming in. I believe that Conley Woods was a winner. Yes, he was. Palavita Dama de Rosa, who didn't have a great season last year, back on the Pro Tour and ready to rock and roll. And Yuri Peleg, one of my favorite underdog world champion winners.
Talking about world champions, yeah.
2007 world champion. He's off to a win. Notable round 1 losses, I can tell you, Jerry Thompson lost. He's in a tough draft pod, by the way. And Osip Lebedovitz, the 2003 Pro Tour Venice champion, is a loser in round 1. So, pairings for round 2. look a bit like this. 4 sets of players in the feature match area. You're going to see Michaelis Pantelides of Cyprus against Shahar Shenhar, the reigning world champion. You're going to see Gabi Izak of the United States. He is playing Yuya Watanabe. Then you have Jimmy Hartman of the United States up against Reed Duke. That's three lots.
Yeah.
And then on video, we thought you'd give you Mark Morrison of the United States against the #1 ranked player in the world, Josh Utter-Leighton.
And that's the #2 player in the world, and the #3 player in the world, and the number
We went 1, 3, 4 because Ben Stark we've already put in.
Oh, yeah,
Because
so
it
you
turns
know.
out he was a Hall of Famer
Right.
today. So he was in round 1. We thought we'd give him
1, 3, 4, 5.
a little breath away from,
Sure.
from the lights. 1, 3, 4, 5.
Change
So-
into his Heat jersey.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me. All right, so we're good to go. We're going to hand you down to the booth. Enjoy round 2 of Pro Tour Theros 2013.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Zach Hill, and we're 1 round down here, just at the very beginning of what is ultimately a long tournament, especially for the top 8 competitors who will be playing three days of Magic in a row, but we're still here in the very early stages. Nothing's really been shaken out. We have Josh Utter-Leighton versus Mark Morrison ready to go in the feature match area for round 2 here from Pro Tour Theros. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Theros here from Dublin. My name is Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm in the booth with Zach Hill, #1 ranked Magic player in the world, right there. Josh Utter-Leighton. He goes by Raptor. That was his Magic Online name as well. And he is playing against Mark Morrison, also of the United States.
Yeah.
And we have a pretty slow start here. Just mana bases being developed. Get a quick look at Josh Utter-Leighton's really stellar statistics. He hasn't been around as long as some of the other players, and he has put together a magnificent career in a very short period of time. It looks like Josh is actually on Grixis colors, which is our nickname for black, red, and blue, and he has the natural Grixatron. he's got
Grixatron.
You like that? Yeah, he's got the all three of them, all 3 of his land colors on turn 3 here. He plays a Returned Phalanx, which is a noted blocker. We like that one quite a bit here. Ooh, this is a card that you like quite a bit here. It's the Crucifix. Not Crucifix, Crufix.
The Prophet of Crufix.
Yeah, so Prophet of Crufix is a 5 mana 2/3, which that's not the good part. The good part is you get to untap your lands on your opponent's untap step, and you can play creatures as though they had flash. And so that lets an early one, which is what we have here from Mark, it can really allow him to just dump his hand on the table much, much, much quicker than his opponent
Well,
can.
and he's actually got the combo, which is Prophet into Nessian Asp.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which is, it basically lets you get your 2/3 for free. It gives you an instant speed 4/5.
Mm-hmm.
You have a lot of mana with which to monstrous it, untap, and still cast something if you get to that point.
Now, it looks like Mark has played a Nessian Courser here, which he has offered up for a trade to Josh Utter-Leighton, and Josh took it. He says, yeah, take that thing out, and here's a Lightning Strike to take out the Prophet of Crufix right now. So there was a little bit of value gain there from Morrison, a reasonable tempo hit, but he, unfortunately for him, his Prophet has had enough fun for right now. But he still does get the Nessian Asp, and he decided not to play it last turn for some reason. He does get it down now, though, now that the Crufix is gone.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he was trying to play around a counter or something, but Josh doesn't have dissolve mana up. Now we're seeing the unicorn get a little bit bigger. Josh, the reason he's doing that is just trying to find a 4th land. He's got a grip full of very expensive spells. Double Erebos' Emissary, Keepsake Gorgon, Thassa's Bounty. Great hand from Josh, but just no lands to cast it.
Yeah, pretty awkward to have to cast that card on your opponent's creature, but you do what you got to do. Hitting land drops is how Josh is going to end up winning this game, and we see monstrous hit thanks to that unicorn there, and all of a sudden it's 8 damage hitting Josh Utter-Leyton. So Mark Morrison, he is going to try to capitalize as strongly as possible on Josh's mana woes early by creating a massive 8-power threat that is going to end this game in short order if Josh can't come up with some way to deal with it. He kicked things off by playing an Erebos' Emissary, a reasonable start to the proceedings, but that on its own isn't going to be able to block that thing.
And he actually doesn't have enough creatures to even be able to discard, and that Sip of Hemlock takes it away.
It does. The extra 2 damage from Sip of Hemlock plus the damage on board means that Josh Utter-Leyton stumbled a bit on mana. Mark Morrison was able to get ahead thanks to the profit and take game 1 here. Qualifiers for the next Pro Tour have begun, and the format is Theros Sealed Deck. You could be on the big stage for Pro Tour Born of the Gods, taking place February 21st through 23rd in Valencia, Spain. For more information, visit wizards.com/PTQ.
So one of the things we saw about that match, this is not a format with cards like Doomblade, Dark Banishing, at common, Pacifism, even not a card that we see. So when you're behind on mana and your opponent has like a monstrous Nessian Asp or even a monstrous Ill-Tempered Cyclops, there's just not a lot you can do about it. Your damage-based removal can't take care of it. The best thing you can do is either, Grip Tide or Voyages In, which doesn't really solve the problem.
No. This is where cards like Baleful Eidolon really shine.
Right.
We've seen Sedge Scorpion do this type of thing time and time again where, you can make a huge green or red threat and just hold it at bay with your 1 or 2 drop forever. Especially Baleful Eidolon, since you can bestow it, create a death touch blocker that even if it gets killed, you've got a backup plan there. That's where, like in that scenario, the Sip of Hemlock that we saw from Mark wouldn't do it. Let's take a look at Mark. And what are his accomplishments here?
Yeah, so he's played at 5 Grand Prix. He has a 60% win rate, which again, or 60.5% even, which is solid. It's kind of at the level we were talking about, where it's like, okay, you're really experiencing some pretty regular success. His first GP was at Grand Prix Washington in 2010, so I mean, he's this pretty recent player, and he won as a PTQ to get here, and this is his first Pro Tour. So you're not thrilled to be in the same draft pod as currently #1 ranked Josh Utter-Leyton.
Right.
But, I mean, he was able to get ahead so far.
He seems pretty chill. For somebody who's facing down the machine-like... Look at that guy. He is so good.
Josh, he's dominant.
He's a Terminator. I mean, the guy is just... You can't phase him.
I will say that I definitely approve of Mark's shirt.
The hot pink shirt.
Oh yeah, absolutely love it.
It looks sweet.
Might have to go get myself a copy. Might have to clone it. Phantasmal image targeting shirt. I think it's pretty awesome. But yeah, I mean, you're talking about death touch creatures. The other thing that we're seeing that kind of is, at least judging by these matchups, maybe more prevalent than we realize, is actually just 3-color decks. Yep. We see Josh firmly submitted in Grixis. Mark Morrison, green-black, but he's playing 2 Unknown Shores, so he's splashing something off of that. Really kind of atypical kinds of decks relative to what we're used to seeing.
So... we're getting a quick update from Rashad on the back tables, and Shahar has 8 mana in play with a Colossus of Akros, which is that huge card we were talking about. Yeah, 8 mana, and he's also got Boulder Fall. So getting there, doing it big over there for Shahar Shenhar.
Doing it the hard way, just play 8 lands in a row.
Mm-hmm.
All right, where it looks like... again, you see him showing the coverage reporter exactly what his hand is, but it looks pretty reasonable to me.
From this angle, it looks like he has about six or 7 Ashioks in his hand.
Yeah, That's it must be nice to have that many Planeswalkers.
Yeah.
And we see Josh taking a mulligan right now, so you got to be pretty happy if you're Mark in this place. Up a game, decent hand, got both colors of mana, keeping your 7 cards, and Josh down a game mulliganing.
Yeah, you definitely have to be happy about that. I mean, he'll take any edge you can get against the #1 ranked player in the world. All right, we've got Jimmy Hartman. And on one of our side tables, it's Reed Duke versus Jimmy Hartman, and we're told that The Jimmies picked up the first game in that match. I had a chance to check out Reed Duke's deck. It looked pretty good.
Oh, yeah? What
I think it was
did
black
it contain?
white. Yeah, I think it was black white.
Oh, solid.
Yeah, I think that was Reed's. I saw a lot of decks in a very short period of time. All right, so Josh Utter-Layton, again, going down to 5 cards, but look at him. He looks exactly the same as when like he wins the Pro Tour. It's like, yeah.
I mean, that is a skill that I don't necessarily possess, which is refusing to tilt.
Yeah, you wear your emotions on your sleeve more.
Very Ben Starkian.
Yeah.
I guess so. Okay, we're seeing sort of what I'm looking at his hand now. He appears to be splashing for Horizon Scholar, which is a pretty good card to add blue to your deck too. Again, he's I don't believe playing a single basic island. Although I could be wrong about that, but obviously 4/4 flyers that draw you cards are not bad. Yeah, he's splashing it off a pair of Unknown Shores and a Temple of Deceit. No islands in his deck. The blue cards are 1 Griptide and 1 Horizon Scholar and 1 Prophet of Krufix. It looks like he has a little bit of green mana fixing as well. Yeah, or no, actually he doesn't. He's just trying to kind of get there off 2 Opaline Unicorns.
Okay. Yeah, it seems fine. The unicorns can certainly help you do it. I think you'd be much happier to have the shores be elsewhere, but right away we see Josh Utter-Layton, even the #1 ranked player, misses land drops sometimes. He's had to mulligan down a bit, and well, he's found a pseudo land drop here, but he is facing down a 3/3 Nessian Courser here from Mark Morrison. So Mark is doing exactly what he needs to do. He's applying pressure early in the game. Let's see if he can keep that up. This is going to be a huge turn here. If Mark can bolster his board presence with a big 4-drop, it's going to put him in the driver's seat to finish off Josh before he can get settled. If he is not able to do that, then Josh has a chance actually to get back in this potentially.
Yeah, but that Agent of Horizon's just huge there. It's not only 3 damage, adding to the already existing 3 damage a turn clock. Mark can actually use the ability, meaning that if Josh is trying to stabilize with permanence and doesn't have removal spells, Mark can just hit for 3 a turn. There's not really a lot Josh can do about it.
Mark had an interesting decision there. He has Fade into Antiquity in his hand, and he was considering using it on the Traveler's Amulet to just completely lock Josh out. But if he does that, then Josh can just draw lands naturally, and Mark wouldn't have been developing his board any further.
Well, and that's exactly right. I mean, having another threat on the table is sort of like putting your opponent behind another turn, because you don't have to take off an entire turn just to do that.
All right, so this is pretty decent here, though. Mark Morrison he went 3/3/5 on his drops, but that's a Baleful Eidolon, right?
Yeah, it's a Baleful Eidolon, and crucially, it's an enchantment, meaning that this Fade into Antiquity can get rid of it. Yeah, so, and that's exactly what we see.
Yeah, so things working really well for Mark Morrison here. He's had a good draw, and Josh Utter-Layton has to extend the hand. Mark Morrison, a little bit of luck on his side, and he's able to defeat the #1 ranked player in the world, Josh Utter-Layton.
And sometimes you've got to let fortune fall your way.
That's right. You can play Magic at a store near you every Friday. Earn Planeswalker points and battle against your friends in Friday Night Magic. October's FNM promo card is Gore Clan Rampager. Visit wizards.com/FNM to find a store near you. I know how much you love that card, Zach.
I am obsessed with Gore Clan Rampager.
That guy's beefy.
The best thing about Gore Clan Rampager is it has the ability gets drawn off of Domri Raid. Very important
and
ability.
It has very spell-like qualities as well. So Pencilite looks like he's from Cyprus here, and he is actually up a game over Shahar. So even though Shahar was able to get a bunch of mana, apparently it wasn't quite enough in that first game. Yeah, you can see I actually can get a look there at McCullis's T-shirt, and I see it says Cyprus right on it. It's got a little mana symbols there. It looks kind of cool.
That's pretty awesome. Yeah, a quote, I believe, from Jace on the back. Or it's something from some counterspell. Yeah, snide blue mage quote. But,
the one where you just envision somebody holding their hand up like, wait.
Yeah, hold please.
I am not going to allow such things. Yep.
So
you get a look at Shahar Shenhar. He is number 3, I believe, in the rankings. I think Ben Stark is 2, and Shahar is number 3. We'll see on our graphic when it comes up. But yeah, Shahar Shenhar, our world champion for the year.
I believe 5 Grand Prix top 8s.
That's right, with 3 wins.
Yeah, which is insane. Along with his absurd GP win rate, 68% win percentage, 75% in standard, and 70% against Hall of Fame players.
He's unbelievable.
Yeah, Shahar an absolute machine.
He really is. All right, so a Sedge Scorpion to kick things off for Pantaleidis. I don't, it looks pretty decent here. He's facing down a green-red deck, and a Sedge Scorpion against green-red is one of the best cards you can have.
Yeah, I mean, like Deadly Recluse, as we saw in M13 draft, it just kind of capable, not quite the green Doomblade, as Luis has been known to refer to it, especially against a first striker, but still a very, very good card. You made that up?
Yeah,
I always just give Luis credit.
Yeah, he deserves it.
When it's a ridiculous statement that's still more or less true.
Yeah, it's generally a Luis statement. That is for sure. All right, so we see a pretty awkward hand here for number 3 ranked Shahar Shenhar. There's a boulder fall, which is it's mulligan-like at this point in the game.
It's mulligan-like, but I mean, it's not as though Pantaleidis is putting a lot of pressure on him, and
it's true.
Currently it would wipe out both of his creatures.
That
so
is true.
He only needs a mere 5 more mana to cast it.
Unfortunately for Shahar, I think he's going to actually just miss his land drop this turn.
I mean,
like you mentioned, he's not really under pressure, so it's not the end of the world here, but it could get ugly. He's trying to decide between a couple of cards. He's just going to pass the turn back, it looks like.
Now, he's got 3 mana open for Boon Satyr, which he could cast. Doesn't really want to trade it with the 3/2. You could cast it, threaten or I guess you have a first striker, so your opponent's probably not going to attack into it in any case.
And that's an Omen Speaker for Michalis, and he is taking a look. He's getting his scry here. Again, though, Shahar can't be too bummed about that, right? I mean, there's just not really any pressure coming in. Michalis would have to spend his whole turn's worth of mana to get his unblockable guy going, and he doesn't want to do that. He needs to keep developing his board. So
yeah, we see Michalis put away, I believe it was 1 card. On the scry.
One on top, one on bottom?
Yeah. Now, Shahar could cast Boon Satyr here, but you really want to save that until you can bestow it. Again, Shahar missing another land drop, but not under a lot of pressure, as time defeats can get him out of a hole if Michalis plays anything smaller.
Right.
So really just kind of a lot of sitting around drawing cards right here. Michalis missing a land drop now, too.
Okay. Destructive Revelry in hand for Shahar Shenhar as well.
All right, there we go. Got a 4th land finally. The question is now what to do with it.
He's got an Ill-Tempered Cyclops that he could run out. I see he's got time defeats. He's got 2 of them, Nessie and Asp for when he hits a few more land drops here, and he still has that Destructive Revelry in hand as well. Quick update, Yuya Watanabe up a game over Gabby Izak.
Now, we see Michalis, we see Shahar not casting Ill-Tempered Cyclops. Michalis representing a lot of counter spells. He has a ton of mana up.
Yeah, he just played a Horizon Chimera on end step as well. So there's some pressure.
That is some pressure, and it also means that Michalis is getting ahead on life as well. And I mean, successfully time walking Shahar, who didn't want to run anything into a counter spell.
Yeah.
Pretty huge turn for Michalis there.
Right, and now we see that Michalis has decided to be the assertive player here, and he's attacking with his 3/2 Flying Trample. He's also attacking with his Unblockable. And, he gets, and Shahar could do nothing but say, sure, I take it all.
Yeah, I mean, that's essentially a 3-turn clock, 2 turns to get Shahar down to 1, meaning that if Michalis wanted to alpha strike, he could, just kind of forcing Shahar to do something. Now the grip tides from Michalis are going to be just absolutely incredible here.
They absolutely
forcing Shahar to miss land drops. I mean, Shahar not casting that 4-drop is really putting him way behind.
Yeah, he's falling way behind now.
Horizon, or what is the 3/2? Again?
Horizon Chimera?
Horizon Chimera. Is that what it is?
The 3/2 Flying Trample?
Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, I'm confusing my Horizon Chimeras and my Horizon Scholars, but, I mean, that play is just vicious.
There's also an Agent on the table here, too.
Yeah, right.
A lot of Horizon.
And Agent, the Horizon is what it's all about right now. The Agent, the unblockable ability costs 3 mana a turn, but not really easy threat to deal with.
Man, these grip tides are going to be just nasty. No, it doesn't look like he wants to use it, though.
Yeah, if you use Grip Tide here, you're not able to make your Agent unblockable.
Before the draw step.
First you go?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, he says before your draw step, now I'm going to grip tide. All right, so he just wanted to just make sure that that happens. So this is during Shahar's upkeep.
Yeah, and I mean, McCullough's not really not a whole lot of benefit doing out of your main phase.
Whoa. Yeah,
he put it in your hand.
He put it in his hand because of the draw steps.
Yeah. But definitely a good thing to catch.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, the thing is, the attack for 3 was still the same clock, because now he can just attack for 6 twice again with unblockable spells. And Shahar, grip full of very powerful cards, but just not able to really play them out in time. We had when Nate was doing his exercise about what first picks do you take, the Horizon Chimera was at the top of the list. Awkward to first pick a gold card, but the card is so powerful.
It's sweet. All right, this is Fate Foretold.
Jeez.
He's going to draw an extra card. Try to hit another blue mana source here. He still has been kind of crimped with just that one island for the duration of the game. And yeah, look, this means that he doesn't... Oh, he's attacking with this. So what is he representing here, Zach?
I mean,
he's stacking a 1/1 into a first striking 2/2, so he's got to have something, right?
Yeah, I mean, he happens to have Savagers. He also just is like, maybe I'll just be willing to draw a card. Who cares?
Okay.
Don't really want to block with the ill-tempered Cyclops. So.
And there's a mana producer. Unfortunately, it's just not what Shahar has in mind here.
Yeah, McCullough's not able to represent his Annul or his Triton tactics, but just doesn't really matter a whole lot right now. I mean, I have to wonder if he could have just activated the Agent of Horizons and just got in for 3 more damage, threatened lethal next turn. But I totally understand he wants to draw a second blue mana for both Prescient Chimera and Sealock Monster that are already in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, if he mises an island there, he's pretty happy. He gets to activate. He gets to get in there.
Yeah, and you don't want to lean too heavily on your Agent of Horizons because your opponent might have something like Magma Jet, in which case it just, the clock doesn't really matter much. But, I mean, Shahar now, he's got time. He's got a time to feed, which can help pad his life total, but just not very many good targets for it.
All right, so he's going to use this turn to play a Voyaging Satyr, and then he's got an Ordeal of Nylea, I believe, that he's played on the Ill-Tempered Cyclops. So, unfortunately, this is one aspect of the ordeals that you have to take into consideration when you play a deck with them, which is that they only do something if you're able to attack. And Shahar is not in a position where he can attack, so that ordeal is probably not going to do anything. I mean, he needed to get out of his hand, but it's just, this isn't a situation where he can actually use it.
Although one thing that it is setting up, and I agree, most of the reason he casts it's the only time he's going to have 2 mana available this game, he is setting up, not dying on this attack, falling to 1 due to the evasive creatures, the next turn attacking and using time to feed to take care of the Agent of Horizons, which would put him back up to 4, meaning that he wouldn't die due to the Horizon Chimera again.
Very nice.
Which would allow him to then use the other time to feed. He would actually probably target the Horizon Chimera and not the Agent first. Right. So he has a sequence of plays that can get him out of this situation, and he has to cast the Ordeal right now in order to open up that option.
Right, that's great. Super tight here. I mean, because this plan is very precarious. Right?
Oh, it's extremely precarious.
Yeah, if McCullough plays another threat of any type, then all of a sudden the wheels come off. All right, so.
And he finally gets that second blue mana.
He flicks it down on the table with force, and you can see he's got a grip of blue cards here. He's got 4 out of his 5 cards are blue. But he just passes a turn back here, and still no land here for Shahar. He had to block with his Voyaging Satyr, which was a mana source, which he now doesn't have, because a Nessian Asp, is like, to make the plays that we were talking about earlier, that's going to be an important thing to sort of hold down the game. But now Shahar is just in an incredibly awkward position.
Yeah, and the extra blue mana from McCullough is just huge right now, because that Triton tactics means that not only is this creature unlikely to die to time to feed, but that Shahar wouldn't even gain the life from it. Which means that Shahar is still likely to die to those 2 evasive creatures.
Time to feed.
So looks like Triton Tactics is going to act as a functional counterspell here, and it's a critical one. The life gain and the creature dying are two. Shahar needed both of those things to happen. It wasn't just like kill your guy. Yep, and that's it. Shahar scoops up his permanence, and Michalis Pantelides, he won the match.
Yeah.
So we saw 2 upsets here in the feature match area in quick succession. We saw the #1 ranked player Josh Utter-Layton fall to Mark Morrison, and then shortly after that, we just had Michalis Pantelides, and he defeated #3 ranked Shahar Shenhar. We've got Yuya Watanabe still up a game over Gabby Izak. We're going to jump over to that one, I believe. Show your devotion to Theros today by purchasing your Magic apparel at mtgmerch.com. We're sporting some Theros-related gear here today, so you guys can get a look when we're on camera of some of the shirts you can pick up over at MTG Merch.
I'm kind of digging it. All Theros-related shirts right now.
I'm wearing one of those shirts right there. Look at that Elspeth one. That one is...
That's pretty sharp.
Yeah.
Willoughby was digging the Nyx-themed Planeswalker symbol. Getting a nice subtle reference in there. Yeah.
All right, so let's take a look here. You see Yuya Watanabe. He's the one who always looks like he's so pained, but then he just wins all the time anyway. And
he's also the one that's always winning all the time.
He is indeed. And he's ranked 4 on our pro rankings right now. You see Gabby Izak. He's on the right-hand side. And like I mentioned a minute ago, Yuya's up a game here. So let's see what the board state looks like. It looks like Yuya has, a Prognostic Sphinx trigger, which he's resolving and putting... It looks to be 2 cards on the top. He's also attacking with a Leaf Crown Dryad, and there's a Ill-Tempered Cyclops that's just sitting there.
Yeah, I mean, some pretty good rares for you. You've got Nylea, you've got Prognostic Sphinx, holding the ground there with the Scorpion. Just add a little bit to your green devotion while you're at it. I wouldn't mind being in Yuya's position right now.
This seems pretty decent for him for sure. He plays a Staunch-Hearted Warrior post-combat here. And he's looking to be in a good spot. This is the first time that we've seen a god bless our presence on the battlefield here. This one happens to be Nylea. Gods are in Limited. They're very tricky. They're not easy to get value from you. When they become a creature, they are insane.
Yeah.
And when they're not that great. They're a card you have to kind of work with.
They're far more like late game cards. They're kind of like JMD Tombs or like Artifacts or something where they're good mana sinks and they have a minor effect on the board.
Right.
I mean, I'm definitely not going to argue with all my creatures having trample in a green deck.
Right.
The boost effect is good. It allows you to win most combats, but it's expensive. But of course, when you do get that 5th point of devotion, the game suddenly swings around a little bit.
Yep.
And we see a lot of Minotaurs in Isak's hand, but not a huge amount of mana to play them all, though he's going to get a couple onto the table right now, it looks like. Yuya, no cards in hand, but that is not really what's operative when you have a Prognostic Sphinx.
Exactly.
He's going to be drawing something good every turn.
Right. We see a Skull Cleaver here. It's got its trigger and it's attacking as a 4/2.
A relevant aspect here. Yuya not really a fan of taking 4 damage from that, but if he blocks with a green creature, he's going to lose devotion for Nylea. And given that he knows what's on top of his deck with Prognostic Sphinx, I think he's going to prioritize getting that 5th point of devotion very highly.
Yeah, he's 1 away from making Nylea a creature, correct? 1,
yes,
2, 3,
that's
4,
exactly right.
Okay. And remember, he's just got to scry 3 thanks to Prognostic Sphinx, so he could easily set up the top card of his library to be the one that enables Nylea to become an actual creature and start attacking. It's pretty exciting stuff here at Pro Tour Theros. We're in round 2. So very early on, this is the first draft of the weekend. There will be another one tomorrow.
which I'm going to be excited to see.
Me too.
Isak down to 10 life too. I mean, Watanabe threatening lethal if with a combination of attacks, because that Sphinx is getting through, and something is going to need to block Nylea if Watanabe has another green source. I kind of assumed that he was scrying to the top, just digging for any green permanent, but it's possible he wasn't doing that and just saying, look, I'm going to draw just some good cards.
Yeah, we saw him put 2 cards on top.
Yeah.
So he definitely had his choice, and he knows what he can get, what he's going to draw next turn, even if he doesn't attack.
Yeah, I mean, and he's got a lot of options here. I mean, the thing you want to make sure to do in this slot is not die. You're going to be playing around the black-red Minotaur Lord whenever you see your opponent have a pair of Minotaurs on the table.
Yes.
Again,
the Kragma Warcaller.
Kragma Warcaller, exactly. And two-headed Cerberus can deal tons of damage out of nowhere.
Yeah, a card that I've seen quite a bit, though. I don't think it would actually be super amazing here because of the fact that all of Gabby's cards are red. Is the wannabe Minotaur, right? Mogus's Marauder.
The Devotion. Yeah, exactly. Mogus's Minotaur, of course, gives all of your creatures Intimidate for each devotion you have to black. Now, Gabby, unfortunately, doesn't have a lot of devotion to black right here.
All right, so here's a trigger, and you were right. Yuya did. He was just thinking things through, but he did actually get Nylea into active mode. Now, she doesn't have Trample, but everybody else does, and she's a 5/5.
I think she's a 6/6.
I think she's a 6/6 indestructible. So really just a huge force to be reckoned with here. And Yuya puts a card back on top of his library thanks to the Prognostic Sphinx, which looks like it's going to get through unscathed either way. So Gabby's sitting at a virtual 7 life, and that means that he actually could just take this hit from Nylea this turn, but it means that the Sphinx is likely to kill him the next. So he's probably going to have to throw a chump block in front of Nylea, I'd assume here.
Yeah, I would completely agree. And the question here is just what is the least likely creature to give you some way to win the game?
Yeah.
And I think that's the Cerberus right here.
All right, so Jimmy Hartman on our back table. The string of upsets continues. We have Reed Duke falling to Jimmy Hartman. He said he rides a Biden of Thassa to the victory is what I'm being told by Rashad. 2-1, Jimmy Hartman over Reed Duke.
Yeah, in other news, attacking and drawing cards is very good.
Yeah.
I know no one would have guessed that. So what we see in the feature match area are 1, 2, 3, and 4 ranked players. Right now, it looks like 1, 2, and 3 have all fallen.
Right.
And have been upset right here. So just some potential shaking up of the race.
Yeah. So Yuya Watanabe, he attacked with both. There was a chump block on Nylea with a 2-headed Cerberus, but he also used Nylea's ability to do 2 more damage to Gabby via the Prognostic Sphinx. He can pay 3 and a green to give a creature +2/+2 until end of turn. All right, so Gabby is now taking a look at his hand here and trying to decide how he can come away with this.
And sorry, I got my rankings a little bit wrong. It's 1, 3, and 5 that have currently fallen. Ben Stark, obviously, we featured.
He's sitting in 2.
He's sitting in 2. Yeah. So he already got his feature match. So
and he won.
We're looking a little bit at, and he won.
You know, we were remarking that actually in the feature match area earlier that our Hall of Famers. We had all 3 of them. We also had Chris Pikula, who was almost elected in the Hall of Fame. They all won. They swept, and now we've got these power hitters from the top 25 rankings list, and they are just dropping like flies here in the feature match area. Now, Gabby's getting aggressive here. He's going to attack with his Borderland Minotaur. He's also sending in his ill-tempered Cyclops. Mr. Grumpy Pants there is battling. What's going on here, Zach? Is he trying to take Yuya off of Devotion?
I think that's exactly what's going on. I think he also just has to attack.
He's just desperate.
I mean, he's like, it's like an alpha strike, they call it, right? I mean, he's featuring 5 lethal damage in the air, period. So you kind of have to hope your opponent just is like trying to play super conservatively, maybe like you said, overvaluing his Nylea and giving you an opening to hit for enough damage to use your boon of Erebos to push through the last few points.
In conjunction maybe with a monstrosity from the ill-tempered Cyclops.
Exactly.
That kind of
Obviously a great combo with the trample ability.
Unfortunately for Gabby, he's playing Yuya.
Yeah, right.
Yuya's gonna think through every possible option here. And I mean, I certainly don't blame Gabby for making this play here, as he is facing lethal damage. But it doesn't look like. Remember, even if Nylea becomes not a creature anymore, she still is going to be on the battlefield, and she is in fact not a creature. Devotion has dropped well below 5 here, but she does have the ability to pay the mana, and there's nothing for 1 black mana that matters here, right, Zach?
Yeah, I mean, not that I can think of off the top of my head.
I don't think there's there's nothing that reduces that Prognostic Sphinx down enough to make this happen.
Making sure to scry for value, Yuya over here.
And, you know, Gabby really does have to sit there and wait, because he has to make sure that Yuya does it. And there it is. Yuya Watanabe activates his Nylea to finish off Gabi Izak, and that is going to put Yuya at 2-0 here. So good for him. He held the fort down for the highly ranked players down in our feature match area here.
Oh, yeah. The highly ranked players / the Yuya 2-time Player of the Year squad.
Yeah.
People always talk about how Japan's not as dominant as it used to be, but Yuya certainly is.
Zach, let's take a look at Nylea, God of the Hunt. This is the first time that we've had one of the, I love saying this, by the way, legendary enchantment creature god, right, on the battlefield. Walk us through how these gods work.
Yeah, so the whole idea behind the gods was that, they're gods, so when they have followers, they kind of come to life. That's what the devotion represents. So you get a bunch of followers, and eventually your god kind of awakens and starts to wreak havoc on the battlefield. That is just one of the most beautiful
designs you guys have ever done. I mean, it even harkens to these subtle things that you hear about, these mythological themes, which is that the gods were fickle. And if you didn't follow them, they would do bad things. But if you get a bunch of people together on a field and you're like, we really dig Nylea, she might even show up and hang out for a while.
We need some help. Yeah, she'll come chill out at your party.
Yeah. I honestly just think you guys are brilliant for coming up with that. It is so resonant.
Well, I'll be glad to call myself and the other developers in the set brilliant.
You earned it this time.
A thing that did happen in development is that the costs of these were reduced. Originally, they were 6-7 mana creatures, but we tried to get them down a little bit less expensive, so that if you were able to get a great devotion draw, they could start hitting early. You see on the slide there, Burning Tree Emissary. There's a mono green deck that plays Colonian Tusker. Obviously, these are all cards that really help your devotion very
for
early.
Standard.
Yeah, it's standard. Also, the trample ability, it's one of those things that, like, how much should you pay to give your creatures trample? Well, not a lot until it's there.
Yeah.
Right? And then, that combines great with monstrous ability, monstrous creatures like Pelucranos, just sort of creatures that can
Centaur
get huge.
Battle Master.
That's
what he needs, is some way to get through all that damage.
Right. I think Scavenging Ooze can get quite large. So, I mean, all the abilities add up. And again, 4 mana to give something +2/+2, not an exceptionally good rate.
Right.
But it's the threat of the ability.
Right.
So many times it's so powerful.
Yeah, really cool seeing the gods in play. They've been an interesting case study for Limited because, if you open one up, the temptation is to be like, sweet, and just windmill slam it. But they're actually pretty tricky to make work. If you can manage to set yourself up such that you are monocolored in there, or at least your permanents are heavily favored towards that color, you can make them work.
Right.
If you don't, it's often correct to not play them, which is weird.
It is weird.
It wasn't what I thought when I first read them, and I appreciate that complexity that you get from this level of card, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing a few of them in the standard portion later today. Welcome back to the booth, guys. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Zach Hill, having a little chat about the gods.
Yeah. Another great combo, by the way, is a god and the god's respective weapon. It is going to add 2 more devotion to your side of the table and basically give every one of your creatures about 400 million different abilities.
Yeah, and those things, to flip side that coin in Limited, oh my goodness.
Oh, yeah.
Those are just straight up scary.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we're ready to head back over to the news desk where Rich awaits after that round 3 here from Pro Tour Theros. See you guys in a bit.
Hello, everyone. Rich and BDM back here with you. My lord, this draft's going fast.
Yeah, they're like, BDM, Rich needs you back in the studio. I'm like, wait, what? I just doing a broadcast news run through the hall.
Yeah, absolutely. We're keeping an eye not just on our 2 feature pods, but some other matches around. Olivier and Antoine Rouel, both Hall of Famers from France, are here, and Olivier is winning. He defeated Grand Prix winner Mark Lolligue in the last round to go to 2-0.
I just spoke to Olivier.
Oh, right.
I was like, oh, you know,
how is he? Has he been?
He's great. He's like, I don't have as much time for traveling and Magic right now, but, you know, I'm excited to play here. And I'm like, oh, you know, how's your deck? And he's like, limited or constructed? I'm like, well, constructed. He's like, I don't know. And he's like, limited? He's like, well, not very good. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. And he's like, oh, I'm 2-0.
Yeah.
You know, and I was like, oh, okay.
Sure.
He's like, you know, the last time I was 2-0 at a Pro Tour was probably 2005. And I was like, oh, how'd that season work out for you?
Yeah, so he was like running. That was the toe-to-toe with Kenji Samura for Player of the Year?
Yes.
Yeah,
that was one where he just kind of ran out of gas in Japan. Like, he just literally seemed to deflate from all the travel and the relentless competition.
Well, Kenji Samura won in 2005, taking the title from Gabriel Nassif. I have his result come in. He's 1-1. Owen Turtenwald is 2-0. Sam Black is 2-0. Samuel Estrati, modern master, with his win at Pro Tour Philadelphia 2011, is 1-1. But let's focus on our 2 featured draft pods. Let's take a look at our mini leaderboard within our 2 pods and see what we've got. So on the left of the screen is our first pod, right of the screen, the second. So they only play within their respective sides of the screen. So let me see. Hannes Karem still playing at 0-1. Walter Scuderi of Italy, he is 2-0 thanks to a 2-0 victory over Liu of China. Andre Prost has fallen to 0-2, and that's because Chapman Sim of Singapore has opened his account. And you see down the bottom there, Pierre Dajon of France has leapt out to a 2-0 lead. That is because he has defeated Ben Stark.
What was Pierre's resume like again coming into this event?
Solid. You know, he's what I would call a European Grand Prix regular. Someone you see on day 2 a lot, but not necessarily on Sunday evening.
Sure.
All right, he's one of those guys. But France is having quite the resurgence. Not only are they team world champions, but you've got Jeremy Desardi, one of the best Grand Prix records anywhere at the moment in the world. You've got Timothée Simoneau, similarly a Grand Prix winner, and you've got the likes of Louis Deltour, Dajon. Right. Suddenly,
and perhaps the cheers from the crowd as the French team won the World Magic Cup wakened the sleeping Rouel brothers out of their, you know, their slumber,
France is good
their
again.
Enchanted sleep.
Oh my lord! So that's on the left-hand side. What is this guy like? And then on the right-hand side of the big board, as you can see there, you have the matchup between you got David Caprioli of Italy. He has gone to 2-0 because he is a winner again. This time over Dusty Ochoa, 2-1 that one.
Eric Froelich at 0-2 I don't know the last time that sentence has been uttered at the Pro Tour.
And that's because Mariano Cartacchini of Argentina has his first lifetime Pro Tour win. It is over Eric Froelich, so congratulations to him. Good news, Mariano. It actually does get easier from there, it turns out. Big match was Dave Kaplan up against Matt Costa. Kaplan wins again. Go Canada. 2-0. And there's an interesting sort of little subplot, BDM, to the Canadian story. There is team face-to-face games, which is
formerly Team Mana Deprived.
That's right. And they're your usual suspects of Alexander Hayne and Kaplan and John Stern. But I had a bunch of emails in the last couple of weeks from Canadian Magic players, not who were qualified, they didn't have a sort of vested interest themselves, but they said, hey, listen, you know what? There is also a group of Canadian qualifiers who have got together and seen the success that Hayne and Co have had, and say, hey, there's no reason, sure, right now we're the Canadian B team, but there's no reason that can't mean that we can upset some people above us and fight the flag for Canada. So they're like quietly confident that they have some proper answers for this
And I believe that team is called, do you know their name?
Remind me.
Team Manners Deprived.
Oh, it never is.
It is.
Good Lord. Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. So that's where we are in terms of that. Now, you're thinking, how do we find out this stuff? Why do people tell us this stuff? Well, partly it's on email, sometimes it's on Facebook, sometimes it's on Twitter. And if you want to get involved, you can use the hashtag PTTHS. It's up there on the right of your screen right now.
Our Twitter names are down there.
Indeed, they
if you
are.
want to talk to us,
indeed.
Sometimes
Especially
we'll
him,
respond.
because he responds. I just look at them and go, I haven't got time for this. So, over the last few weeks, people have been starting to use that hashtag and sort of gearing their way towards these 3 days in Dublin. And our producer back in Seattle, Garth Avery, put together a little piece for us, just sort of showcasing some of the tweets that are out there as we head in to Pro Tour Theros. Let's take a look. So there you go, some fun stuff from the PTTHS hashtag.
500 career matches for Bram Snepfangers.
Yeah.
Pro Tour Hall of Famer. He is here, by the way.
He is, but he is not a winner in round 2.
Okay.
Because he faced last year's Pro Tour Return to Ravnica champion Stanislav Sivka, and Sivka advances to 2-0. So Bram loses his 500th Pro Tour match, but phenomenal achievement.
Better luck on your 600th Pro Tour match, Bram Snepfangers.
Yeah, in the next few years. Martin User is now 2-0. He defeated Daniel Toledo to advance to 2-0. And I would really love to be proved wrong by Martin just dominating the whole thing and finally going third top 8, win the whole thing.
Well, you know what? You see that the Hall of Fame is sometimes a crucible for, really forging that sword that the players use to keep themselves going forward. Players not getting into the Hall of Fame has often driven players to succeed. Brian Kibler's 2 Pro Tour victories come after he had to fight his way back onto the Pro Tour because he was like, I kind of thought I was a Hall of Fame viable candidate. Oh, I'm not? Well, I'll show you.
Sure. And maybe that's exactly the caring that he needs.
And remember, Martin also had a very humbling World Championship.
For sure.
He had a very humbling World Championship. A Reed Duke, inverse of Reed Duke's season this year, but very similar to his Players Championship. I don't remember if he had 2 wins or 3 wins, Martin. But I mean, he didn't have many of them.
Few wins.
Yes, well south of 5.
Yeah, for sure. Someone who we've already talked about this morning is doing well at the World Championship. We were impressed by Dmitry Budakov of the Russian Federation, a Magic Online competitor. I can tell you that he won this round. Sam Pardy, who is he's really straddling the 2 worlds very nicely now, a Grand Prix champion out in paper Magic, but also a MOX player. He lost this past round. I can tell you also, China's Zhu Wang, this just coming in from Nick Fong, has defeated Hannes Karem by 2-0 at one of our feature match tables. So, what's coming up next? Well, we're in the middle of draft and we want to explore where the big cards go. And we've got a new feature for you now here at the Magic Pro Tour. So, for the first time here at Pro Tour Theros, it's time for First Pick, First Pack. Hello everyone, Rich Hagan, Brian David Marshall, welcoming you to Pick One, Pack One, First Pick, First Pack, First One. Basically, what do you open and what do you choose? That's what it really boils down to.
And if I'm not mistaken, we're going to talk about this, but then you can actually go to the coverage, the text coverage at dailymtg.com and dive into the draft viewer.
Absolutely.
And really see the ramifications of these first picks and follow your way through a draft, kind of peering over Ben Stark's shoulder or peering over Chapman Sim's shoulder.
All right, so let's take a look at the table that we're looking at. So this is on the draft viewer right now, so you can follow along with this on your web browser or your mobile device too if you want. So there were the 8. We began with Ben Stark. He was passing to Pierre Dajon. Then it's Chapman Sim of Singapore, Hannes Karem the Estonian, Italy's Walter Scuderi, Andre Prost of Latvia / the US, and then the 2 Chinese players, Zhu Wang and Zuran Liu. So they're your 8. We're going to take you round the table, starting with the player we saw right at the start of the day, Ben Stark. So let's take a look at his first selection of cards. And up on our big wall, which is how we're going to stare at this, a Crowan Hoplite. You've got the instant Boon of Erebos, Ifara's Warden, Fade into Antiquity, Grip Tide, Lagona Band Elder. Then you've got the Priest of Erois, Return Centaur, Setessan Griffin, Sipper Hemlock, Big Removal, Stymied Hopes, Thassa's Emissary, and then you've got the Titan, and finally Vanquish the Foul. So BDM, what interests you there? And I'm going to guess the answer is not a huge amount.
Well, I love Thassa's Emissary. It's one of my favorite cards in the set.
Right.
I'm pretty happy with it in a heroic deck. I'm pretty happy with it in a blue-black deck. I'm pretty happy with it in blue-green. You know, I also like the Grip Tide. You know, nothing else there really jumps out at me. So I would probably just take the Thassa's Emissary unless I had some sense of that black was going to be wide open, and maybe I could take the Sip of Hemlock.
Now, I was going to ask you about that. Is that the trouble with Sip of Hemlock is it's a card that, although it sort of pushes you towards black, it doesn't help you with Devotion, which is what you want to be pushed towards black for.
Sure, but again, it's also good in a blue-black deck where you're going to have flyers and you're going to have a little bit of tempo, and then you bounce something and they replay it, and then you bounce something and they replay it, and then you're like, kill it, you know, and you've kind of been stalling them out for a while. So, but I the Thassa's Emissary is just, the bestow cards are so good.
Okay, one other question I have based out of this pack, you would never pick it first, but Stymied Hopes down there, counter target spell, lets its controller pays 1, scry 1. What is your thought in general about counter magic within Theros?
So, Stymied Hopes has really just gone up for a lot of players in the closing weeks because they're realizing, again, because bestow is so good, because the removal is so expensive, because so cards like Sea God's Revenge, cards like Sip of Hemlock, you know, tapping out to bestow a Thassa's Emissary onto your guy. You don't often have an extra mana lying around.
Sure.
And Stymied Hopes is going to get something, and it's going to get it good, and then you're going to scry 1 for the rub-ins. You're like, leave it on top, go.
Yeah, thanks so much for playing. Now, let's see what Ben did take. For those of you with short memories or who weren't up in time, it was indeed Thassa's Emissary. Now, in a moment, we're going to head to Pierre Dajon, who's the next player around. Will he have any sense when he looks at those cards without a Thassa's Emissary, what Ben may have taken?
I mean, he's probably going to look and see it. He sees an uncommon missing. He's going to probably think, you know, he could be a Phalanx Leader. It could be an Emissary. You know, but I mean, an Emissary in general is a pretty good thing. But you don't have a great sense of what it's going to be.
All right, so that's Ben Stark. So here's the table again. He's just taken Thassa's Emissary top right. So those cards will go to Pierre Dajon, but he is looking at a completely different set of problems. So here's Pierre Dajon's opening pack, and Aqueous Form, couple of white cards, Battle-Wise Valor, Chain to the Rocks, the Disciple of Phoenix, big in black, Dissolve, Erebos' Emissary, you've got the Sandals, you've got the Guardians of Meletis, Ill-Tempered Cyclops, Farika's Mender, Spearpoint Oread, then you've got a little bit of fixing over there, you've got the Voyaging Satyr, and Wave Crash Triton. So, BDM, talk us through this pack.
So, cards I mean, you know, Aqueous Form and Battle-Wise Valor are cards I like, but I'm not going to first pick them certainly not out of a first pack. I like Disciple of Phoenix if I'm trying to force the Devotion deck, but you know, I don't like it more than I like, say, Erebos' Emissary here in black. That's certainly one of the first cards I'm looking at. Ill-Tempered Cyclops and Spearpoint Oread are both, you know, very good, but not necessarily reasons that you want to get into red. Voyaging Satyr, tremendous card again, getting your mana accelerated, you know, quicker than your opponents, being able to make 4 drops on turn 3, being able to monstrous for 7 mana on turn 6, if not sooner, with multiples is huge. So I really like Voyaging Satyr, and of course, I'm a big fan of the Wave Crash Triton. Sorry, just a card I really like, and I could see myself taking any of those 3. I'd probably take the Erebos Emissary, but I think my guess is on the floor, the prevailing wisdom right now is Voyaging Satyr. Is this like a game show?
Okay, I think we're about to hear an sound. Let's see what Pierre Dajon took. He took Chained to the Rocks.
Oh, Chained to the Rocks, sure.
He just went straight up.
He said, I'm going to be white-red.
Right, and that's what that says pretty much right there?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, Chained to the Rocks, perfectly reasonable.
Okay, so that's Pierre Dajon. Let's look at our table again. There's going to be a rare missing when we get round to Chapman Sim. Let's see what Chapman Sim of Singapore has to look at. And the first thing you spot there is, looks like there's plenty of white cards. You've got an Nefara's Warden, Setessan Battle Priest, you've got the Traveling Philosopher, Yoked Ox, which, by the way, may see some play in Standard.
It already has.
Yeah, right, that's it,
It
exactly.
already has, absolutely.
And then black, you've got the Blood Toll Harpy, which is decent, Mogus's Marauder, Nessian Asp down there, Satyr Piper. You've got the Horizon Chimera, Dragon Mantle, which is a card you said had been like super high for some people.
Yeah.
And the Humble Traveler's Amulet. But maybe we should just start with something super obvious. What a lot of people who are just starting out learning to draft, they go, what's my rare? Well, there's a Spear of Heliod there.
Yeah, I mean, Spear of Heliod is you want to be white heroic. I think it's one of the absolute best decks you can end up in. And if you end up with a couple cards like Traveling Philosopher or some other some bestow creatures that are unbestowed, where you're playing them for their casting costs, you can get a pretty above the curve army pretty quickly with a Spear of Heliod, and it also makes life very difficult on your opponent if they're trying to attack back, because you're able to use it to kill their creatures.
Yeah, and we've said that removal isn't super strong in the format. This is not only just good removal, it's good reusable removal.
Especially if you have like a Hopeful Eidolon on a creature and you're cracking in for 3-4, in the air and gaining life, and they have to race back. It's very difficult. So
let's see whether he does in fact
take
the rare.
Spear of Heliod, right?
Yep, he does. Spear of Heliod is for Chapman Sim. So we've seen a Tharsa's Emissary for Ben Stark, a Chained to the Rocks for Pierre Dajon, which is interesting for the flow for Chapman Sim later on. Who's next in our lineup? Well, it's now the Estonian Hannes Karem, 2008 top 8 of Worlds. Let's take a look at his pack. And BDM, what stands out for you there?
Well, let's see. Lightning Strike is just a, premium common. One of those cards that whenever it was like red and X, let's look at the top commons in red and X. Oh, it's Lightning Strike.
Yeah.
I love Night Howler. Bestow, one of the less expensive to bestow creatures. A little harder, you have to manipulate the game a little more to get some value off of it.
Sure.
To get some bonus. Last Breath, not so much. Spark Jolt, not so much. I like Triton Fortune Hunter. I like Crackling Triton, but
it's not super exciting, is it?
No. Nothing in here is super exciting. Divine Verdict we saw was a pretty popular common, but it kind of seemed to be in very specific decks that didn't have a lot of other removal. I think you just take the Lightning Strike here, right?
I just wonder whether, because Lightning Strike is a card that belongs in an awful lot of decks, as you already pointed out.
Right.
It belongs in red anything.
Yeah.
Right? And so, yes, that means he's always going to be able to play it, but it also means everyone wants it. And I wonder whether he looks somewhere else.
But if everyone wants it, that means it's also at a premium in terms of your opportunities to get removal. And if you want to be in red, you certainly don't want to, pass along a Lightning Strike to someone near you.
Sure. I'm just wondering whether he potentially is someone who says, I am not going to get involved in the can I be red-green, can I be red-white, can I hoover up bits of red removal that I might splash in a format that isn't very splashable, and that maybe he is someone who wants a Grey Merchant of Asphodel in his opening pack, hasn't found it, but goes, what is my next best thing?
I respect being greedy and taking a shot.
I do.
But I mean, Lightning Strike is to me the clear winner in this pack.
Okay, let's see what Hannes Karem did. He almost picked Lightning Strike. He was just one across.
Good job being greedy, Hannes.
And he went, I'm going to have this Night Howler. And
it's a terrific card. It's really, but the problem is it doesn't, you play it on turn 4, it doesn't necessarily
do anything.
Yeah.
for sure. All right, so that's Hannes Karen. We are halfway round our first pick, first pack. And next up, we have the Italian. Now, this is Walter Scuderi. You can see on the screen there. And here comes his pack. So we open up the 2-1 Flying First Strike Anvil Wrought Raptor. You've got the Defend the Hearth. Please don't play that at home. Dragon Mantle, Fanatic of Mogis. You've got the Snare Caster there. Then as we go on, Lost in the Labyrinth, which is a great flavor card apart from anything else. Observant Al-Sayed. You've got Thassa's Bounty. Oh, I'd like a constructed rare land, please. Then you've also got Staunch-Hearted Warrior, Read the Bones, Prowler's Helm, Priest of Eros, and the Opaline Unicorn to round out the pack. What are you looking at there, BDM?
Well, I mean, there's not a lot here. I mean, Fanatic of Magus is obviously a very powerful card, sort of a, not quite a Grey Merchant of Aciddel, but functions in a very similar way.
Sure.
And it is certainly one of the better cards in this pack. Read the Bones is, just tremendous card advantage in this format. Card selection and card advantage, you get to go 4 deep. And again, not a format that's putting a ton of early pressure on you in most cases. So Read the Bones, terrific. I really like Staunch-Hearted Warrior. I don't know that I want to first pick it. Observant Al-Sayed is, one of the top white commons, again, across almost every archetype that you could play. I saw, we were playing a draft last night with Gabe Carlton Barnes.
All right,
and he was red-blue with some scry effects and just, and he had Temple of Triumph in his card pool, and he's like, well, I'm just playing this in place of a mountain. I have nothing to do with the white mana. I just want the free scry.
Sure, that seems reasonable.
Not that you're going to first pick that. But
no.
To make the point. I think you take Read the Bones. Honestly, I've had a lot of success with green of late, and I would be kind of tempted in a semi-weak pack by the Staunch-Hearted Warrior, but don't tell anyone I said that.
I have one question for you before we find out what Walter actually did, and that's a question about so many of these picks we're seeing, not just here, but just across the board, are very committed in a direction.
Yes.
One card that is not committed in any direction at all other than upwards is Opaline Unicorn.
Yeah.
And that's a card that, apart from possibly a 15-land blue-white heroic deck, essentially will go in maybe 9.5 color pairs, and you will find a use for it.
I really like it. I mean, I tend to find, I feel like I'm going to get past another Opaline Unicorn more often than I'm going to get past a Read the Bones or a Fanatic or, an Al-Sayed.
Sure. So, but not a pick you would be frightened of early in
No,
a
absolutely
draft.
not. In fact, I've moved that up from my initial sort of assessment of the format. I was like, wow, there's not a lot of really high-end, common, colorless artifacts. And I had like Featherfleet Sandals up there. I was like, I don't think I'm going to first pick a color card, but the Unicorn has clearly
so sort of gone from 6 to 8 up to 3 to 5 kind of range,
or maybe even 2 to 3, but some decks.
All right, let's see what Walter Scuderi did. He went
awesome.
with the Staunch-Hearted Warrior.
Awesome.
I must say, it feels to me like, broadly speaking, the heroic abilities, although there are lots of different ones, they broadly fall into 2 camps. The really good, let's put some counters on this, and the really not so good, let's not put +1/+1 counters on.
Yeah.
Is that broad? I'm cheating slightly
There's the put some counters on it, and then there's the utility.
Yeah.
Right? The draw a card, tap a guy, creature can't block, all those guys. Staunch-Hearted Warrior is just fantastic. If you have a deck with a couple of ordeals in it, again, you put an ordeal on the Staunch-Hearted Warrior, and you attack for 5, and you activate your ordeal that turn.
Okay, so that's Walter Scuderi, where he was opposite Ben Stark 4 rounds. So by the time Ben Stark's pack got to Walter Scuderi, he was pick 5 there. But now we get another pack open. This time it's for Andre Prost of Latvia, and he opens top left a Borin Overlord. Shall I stop now?
No, I'm looking at the Grey Merchant of Aciddel also. Grey Merchant of Aciddel and a Borin Overlord, just like 2 almost like very comparable cards, and both cards that really want you to have Black Devotion.
So then there's if you want to get out of black, you've got a Crone Hoplite, Borderland Minotaur, Breaching Hippocamp, there's a Divine Verdict there, Omen Speaker, little solid 1/3 that's very good in heroic, Spearpoint Oread, you've got the black removal yet again, Sip of Hemlock, the Scholar, which works with the black. God, it's a super black pack, isn't it, really?
And I don't know that you want to get away from, the upside of that Abhorrent Overlord is so much. I don't know that you want to get away from it.
So do you just basically say to the guy on your left, unlucky, it turns out I opened Abhorrent Overlord, you've been past Grey Merchant, which you think might be a signal. It was a signal, and the signal is that you're going to be stuffed by me.
No, I mean, is taking Ordeal of Porphyros or I mean, Omen Speaker, certainly both reasonable picks as well. Where you could say I'm going to avoid black, but like you're just passing so many powerful cards down the road. You might actually get a black card back. You might. It's conceivable that a Sip of Hemlock will come around. You might get an Asphodel Wanderer
that's a lot more likely.
That you're not thrilled with, but you might play in your deck to sort of get yourself to that 7 mana spot.
So
and by the way, I'm sure people, you feel free to let me know on Twitter if you guys take Grey Merchant of Asphodel over Abhorrent Overlord. I think Abhorrent Overlord is above Grey Merchant, but it hurts. It hurts a lot.
So I'll let people at home in on a little secret. Sometimes we end up in a room together and I'm drafting on Magic Online and this guy's over my shoulder and his head is in his hands and he's like, you are so British and polite and nice and you get out of people's way and you draft nice, fair, normal decks and you don't brutally stick the knife in people. What are you doing? And I look at a pack like this, and this pack scares me as an inexperienced Theros drafter because I want Abhorrent Overlord and I want Grey Merchant, but I imagine all those people to my left going, that's a signal, I'll have Grey Merchant. 2 round from me going, I'll have that Sip of Hemlock. And I'm like, so what on earth is my pack 2 going to look like? Because the whole chain down from me is going to be black. Now, put my fears at bay. Tell me why I should be going, be a man and pick Abhorrent Overlord.
You can just take every single black card that comes around for the rest of the pack and go have those 2 players downstream from you go, oh, I guess I didn't understand what was going on here. Or I guess he switched into black. Or and just give them no more grist for that mill.
Right. So I just say, I am in charge of this black, and where it goes is up to me. Let's see what Andre Prost did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He sharpened his blades, took the Abhorrent Overlord. He went
with the Abhorrent Overlord. Okay, so that's 6 of our 8. Now we go into the Chinese portion of the draft table. It is Zhu Wang up next. Let's take a look at his pack. So first glance, we've got Aqueous Form, Omen Speaker, and Triton Fortune Hunter in blue. There's also a Shipwrecked Singer if you want to go that way. A couple of white cards of
Lightning Strike and Magma Jet. Omen Speaker, Daxus of Miletus is not a card. I actually haven't played with that card yet.
So I want to ask you about, in general, the idea of when you are in a set that is coloured in the way that Theros is really straightforwardly monocoloured, if you will. How dangerous is it to go gold straight away?
I mean, it gives you a pretty clear plan of what you want to do. It kind of takes a little bit of the agony of the 3rd and 4th picks out of your hands. Like, oh, I gotta hang a blue card. I'm blue black.
Sure.
By the way, I mean, I would be blue black. I love Shipwreck Singer. I think it's one of the premium uncommons.
It's very tricksy, isn't it?
It's just really just one of the really amazing cards in this set, and a real reason to be blue black. And so that's personally what I would take. Although, I know Marshall Sutcliffe is probably screaming from the sidelines, just take the Lightning Strike. Just take it. It's so good.
Well,
it could do anything.
I think Zhu Wang doesn't speak American, so let's see whether he would have listened to Marshall. What did he pick? He went with Daxos of Miletus. So maybe that's a straightforward, I want to be blue-white, and he's perfectly fine there, obviously. Yeah.
And he knows he's passing, red cards. He knows he's passing blue-black cards. He's also, he's passing 2 red cards, actually. So, just shoving people to his left into colors he wants them to be in so he can get, maybe the blue-white cards coming to him in Pack 2.
And remember, because of where we are here, what you're looking at is we're now heading back round the table towards Ben Stark, where we began. You see Zhu Wang there on the big board. He's about to pass to Zhuren Li, and then it will be Ben Stark again. So now we're at the
Ben Stark is going to see either a Lightning Strike or a Magma Jet out of that pack.
That's right, because he
Or
will
both.
be Pack 3 from this. So now we're going to see what Zhuren Liu will be passing to Ben Stark. So here's your offer. We've got a Prescient Chimera down there, Scholar of Aetherios, Triton Shoreleaf, Portent of Betrayal, Observant Alcide, Horizon Scholar, Dauntless Onslaught, Defend the Hearth, Demolish, Fate Foretold. You've got the Flamespeaker Adept, Guardians of Meletis, Hopeful Eidolon, and then something that costs $1 million in 74 colors, a 5/5 mythic flying thing. It's an Archon. When Ashen Rider enters the battlefield or dies, exile target permanent.
This is a card that I know if LSV opened this pack, he could not get away from that 8-drop, and it's very powerful. And we were talking at dinner last night. We went to a Hall of Fame dinner with and Ben's like, look, this is a format where it's quite reasonable that you're going to get to 8 mana. They were talking about LSV's penchant for playing a Boulder Fall, which is an 8-mana card, which in Ben's mind does nothing.
Sure.
He's like, that doesn't actually do anything.
Well, that's basically true, I think, isn't it?
He's like, it either kills like 2 really bad cards, or it doesn't kill 1 really good card, or. But he's like, but Ashen Rider, 8 mana. He's like, we're gonna get there. We can build our deck around this. He's like, this is a card that Ben would be, very happy to first pick, and it'd be interesting if it got past to him to see if he had gotten away from it.
Let's see what Zhuren Li goes with. He chooses the Ashen Rider.
Yeah.
And just says,
that gives you an idea. That gives you an idea of where this format is in terms of, the metronome of this format.
So don't forget, you can see all the picks from all the packs for all our 8 players on the draft viewer right now on magicthegathering.com. But right now, that is first pick, first pack. So welcome back to the news desk. Rich and BDM with you. We're just doing a little bit of housekeeping at the end of round 2, almost into round 3. Paula Vida Dama de Rosa, I believe, is a winner, as I'm just sketching back through here. Now, Dan Jordan, he's an interesting guy who...
Two Pro Tour top 16s?
Top 16s, that's right.
2 Pro Tour top 16s. So when you top 16 a Pro Tour, that's kind of like, that means maybe you lost your last round playing for top 8, or... sometimes you won your last round playing for top 8, but you finished 9th, 10th, 11th, what I call a virtual top 8. You have the same record as the lowest ranked player in the top 8, but your tiebreakers leave you on the wrong side of Sunday.
Yeah, and he's in a team with Christian Calcano, who he's played with before.
My favorite team name in this tournament.
Which is?
Mishra's Twerk Shop.
I have no idea why we banned team names. I really don't. Sami Hegfist from Finland defeats Zach Jesse by 2-1. Now, Nico Boni, he's a former team world champion from Switzerland. He's lost in one of the last matches of round 2 to James Pilar. And Dan Jordan, the reason I mentioned him, his results just come in, defeating Mikhail Kolosinski by 2-1. So that's there. All the matches are now in.
I hear feature matches being called out.
Why don't we take a look at our leaderboard for you? Let's take a look at our scoreboard, fill you in with 2 rounds of draft gone and 1 round still to go. So all our results from our featured matches are in now. You've got Hannes Karem at 0-2, Scuderi 2-0, Andre Prost 0-2. The other 2-0 is Pierre Dajon of France. Then the 1-1s, Zhu Wang and Zhuren Liu of China, who presumably will be hoping not to play each other, but at least there won't be a language barrier if they do. And then number 2 ranked Ben Stark, Chapman Sim are the other players there.
Interesting that the 2 most experienced players after Ben Stark in that are both 0-2.
Yeah, Andre Prost.
A handful of top 8s there between those 2 players.
It's very easy to be 0-2 at a Pro Tour.
Yeah,
it really is. I mean, you looked at Matt Costa playing in the last round against Dave Kaplan. You know, one of those two isn't going to win round 2.
Couple of top 8s in that matchup.
Exactly. So, that's there. Let's take a look at the other side of the bracket if we can. David Caprioli of Italy off to a tremendous start, along with the other David in the pod. Turns out that's the best name to have in that pod. David Kaplan of Canada 2-0. The 2-0-2s, Jeremy Bright in his 6th Pro Tour, played a bunch of team Pro Tours back in the day, and number 9 ranked Eric Froelich at 0-2, so they will face in the next round. And then the 1-1s, a pretty mouth-watering mix. Mariana Cardacchini underway with a win over Eric Froelich in the last round. Thomas Enevoldsen, your Grand Prix Strasbourg champion. And then you've got Matt Costa, number 24 on our top 25 rankings, and Dusty Ochoa, the runner-up.
Finalist from the last Pro Tour.
The last Pro Tour, which is just crazy. So it turns out that one of the facets of drafting is that as I say, you can only play people within your pod. But it's also a rule of high-level Magic that you only play people on the same record as you.
Generally, yeah.
So what that means is that, broadly speaking, we don't know which of the 1-1s will play against each other on our feature match tables. But we know that the 0-2s within a pod, they're guaranteed to face each other in round 3. And it also means that you're guaranteed that the 2-0s will face each other in round 3. So I'm looking at some feature matches for round 3. So we've got, how about a David Williams? We could start with him against a former Platinum Pro, Mr. Thomas Holtzinger of Austria.
Oh, and
who opened his draft with Austrian national champion.
Yeah,
absolutely. So that seems pretty reasonable. I can give you a Pro Tour champion in Osip Lebedavits.
Okay.
And he's playing against someone who recently got her first Pro Tour top 8.
Melissa DeTora. Are they both 2-0?
I do not know. I do not have that information, but it would not surprise me. I can tell you, we just mentioned Dan Jordan and that he was teammates with Christian Calcano.
Oh, no.
Well, Christian Calcano is in feature match action against Paula Vita Dama de Rosa of Brazil. But I believe that the video match is sort of a collision course of 2-0s, I think.
Okay.
So one of them is in the Hall of Fame from this year, and that's Luis Scott-Vargas.
Okay.
One of them is not in the Hall of Fame this year, but was
I know where this is
on
going.
the ballot for Hall of Fame this year. Chris Pecula, the meddling mage himself.
And Chris, by the way, is playing a mono red deck, really abusing Dragon Mantle.
And why not? Sounds like the matchup of the weekend so far. Why don't we get down to the feature match area? Brian David Marshall, Rich Hagan saying, enjoy round 3 of Pro Tour Theros.
Welcome back to the booth. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Zach Hill. Round 3. So this is an important one. I was just checking Twitter. Saw a couple of people, Osip Levidovic, he says he's 1-1 coming in. We do have him in the feature match area. He's not on our primary feature. Mm-hmm. That is going to be Luis Scott-Vargas versus Chris Pecula, but he said he's hoping to salvage a 2-1 because he's happy with his standard deck. Yeah. I think we're going to see a lot of that, people trying to just get through this draft for the ones that have a bad deck, mediocre deck,
right.
And the people with good decks are looking to secure that 3-0 start to the Pro Tour.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. I mean, that's the thing about starting out with draft. There's plenty of people, LSV being one of them, way more specialized at constructed. So if you come out of this with a good record, you're thinking that's good not just now, but for the entire tournament.
That's right. All right, they're ready to go down in the future match area. Right now we have a great one. It's Luis Scott-Vargas, newly minted Hall of Famer as of this morning. He's playing against Chris Pecula, somebody who narrowly missed getting into the Hall of Fame and is here trying to keep his bid alive. Let's head down to the feature match area for round 3 here from Pro Tour Theros. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Theros. My name is Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm in the booth with Zach Hill, and we have a doozy of a matchup here. Luis Scott-Vargas, you get a look at him in his suit and tie. He was just inducted into the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame this morning. He's playing against really an old school legend of the game, Chris Pecula. You take a look at him. He's got his groovy plaid shirt here, and nothing really going on yet. It looks like, oh, actually there is something going on. There was a Baleful Eidolon run out on turn 2 from Luis Scott-Vargas. It got Spark Jolted.
And Spark Jolt, really one of the few ways that you can get ahead on value against that card. So, you know, and now it's going to be unable to put a halt to Chris's assault. But
Yep, and we see a dissolve from Luis Scott-Vargas on turn 3 of the game. He's trying to keep the board clear of threats so that his long, grindy game plan can go into effect, and so far he's done exactly that. Chris Pikula, nothing on board.
Yeah, I mean, we see Luis with a very, you know, multiple mnemonic walls. I think he's got 3 of them. A classic blue-black deck that just really wants to go late. He has a Disciple of Phoenix as well. But, you know, Luis running out a Naiad there, kind of trying to get aggressive and take advantage of an empty board on Chris's side.
Yeah, he just decided that he didn't have anything else to do for the turn, so he's going to start applying pressure. And that is a Viper's Kiss. And is that a 2-headed Cerberus on the side?
That is, yeah. So
okay.
Viper's Kiss effectively just killing the Cerberus.
That's right. Now, there's a second Nimbus Naiad for Luis Scott-Vargas. So he actually had a really nice plan going there with 4 power in the air versus 0 power on the ground, but a Magma Jet is going to take care of the second Nimbus Naiad, which is really an important play here for Chris Pikula because he hasn't found a way to start applying pressure quite yet, but he also was falling behind pretty significantly. If he was going to start taking 4 damage in the air every turn, it would be hard to race, and now he's actually put himself in a position where he can start to try to rebuild and swing the race back in his favor.
Yeah, I mean, now, all of that being said, Chris has a Titan strength, meaning he can turn on that Cerberus whenever he needs to. He found his 4th land for the Perforos' Emissary. He's got, I believe, a Chrono Crusader. He's got Magma Jet in his hand right now, too, that I think he's saving to use on the Naiad. And Luis right now, he's got a Mnemonic Wall, but needs to use Lash of the Whip first to have a good target for it. Right now, just not a whole lot that he wants to kill with Lash of the Whip, so not a whole lot of action that he can bring to the table right now.
All right, so did Luis pass the turn? Because I believe that Chris took the hit from the Nimbus Naiad, and then on end step he decided to Magma Jet. So Chris taking a couple extra damage to make sure that this was the proper target for his Magma Jet, and now setting up another potentially good draw. He takes a quick look at Viper's Kiss. And right now, though, Luis sitting with 4 untapped mana, so Chris has to be wondering what's going on Luis' side of the board here.
Yeah, I mean, he could play any of his creatures, but I think what he's interested in doing is, casting both the Cerberus and the Crusader to just have multiple threats. Blue-black decks tend to have a lot of spot removal with Lash of the Whip or Sip of Hemlock. We see Griptide there as well, so getting multiple threats onto the battlefield can be incredibly, incredibly important so that you don't lose your entire turn due to a well-timed removal spell.
Now, Luis Scott-Vargas looks like he attacked with his... Oh, he played Read the Bones. He played Read the Bones.
Definitely did not attack.
Yeah, he hit both of his Nimbus Naiads, excuse me. But he played Read the Bones, but didn't hit a land drop?
Yeah, he evidently did not. And it still doesn't have, I mean, Chris jammed out the Emissary there, which normally you wouldn't really do after your opponent read the bones. But after you saw him miss a land drop, you have to say, okay, well, like I may just not be facing a Lash from the Whip, and now I'm in an incredibly good position.
All right, so this is going to be an interesting turn here. Luis has played...
Acquire an attack. Luis played Shipwreck Singer.
Shipwreck Singer, thank you.
Now, which it will eventually turn that at least the Crowan Crusader off, no matter how many 1/1s it's able to make.
It's interesting though because Luis can make the Crusader attack and then just straight up block it normal, putting pressure back on Chris to have a pump spell, which, as I say it, is exactly what happened. Titan Strength here is going to make sure that Shipwreck Singer sings no longer. It also is going to make, for Chris Pikula, a 1/1. It does have haste. Unfortunately, we're already into our attack step, so he doesn't get to use it. Soldier token there.
It looks like Chris is scrying away the card. Kind of an awkward block there for Luis. He's sort of forced to make it, despite how quality of a card Singer is, and despite the fact that he's guessing that Chris has a play, just because he's probably not going to be able to use the Singer's abilities, given that his hand is Erebos' Emissary, Mnemonic Wall, Lash of the Whip, Sip of Hemlock.
Right.
So just not really a lot of turns where we can sit around with lots of mana open.
Right. he definitely has a lot of action in his hand if he can hit to that 5th land. He plays Erebos' Emissary here, cannot block Perforos' Emissary. Unfortunately for Luis, though, he's going to take 3 damage, and he does find the land. He passes a turn back, though. This is an indicator of a whip here, right?
Yeah, and this is also an indicator, I think, really of the game, the tide turning severely in Luis's favor. With that 5th land, he's able not only to catch Lash, but to Mnemonic Wall and get it back.
And he's found a great target here, so Lash of the Whip is going to hit 2-headed Cerberus. It's going to not only prevent that Dragon Mantle from hitting, it also means that Chris Pikula doesn't get to draw a card off it. That's a pretty huge swing.
Yeah, that was a vicious play.
What do you think about Chris running out the Dragon Mantle there? I mean, Luis has to have something there, right?
Yeah, I mean, he does, but I mean, if you don't run it out, I mean, he's still going to kill your Emissary, which is pretty terrible for you.
So this way, he sort of directed that lightning strike to something that he didn't care about as much as the
I mean, it's a creature that just isn't doing nearly as much. So, I mean, I don't hate the play. I mean, you're probably not going to sit around not casting Dragon's Mail. I mean, I don't mind attacking with your creature and kind of drawing a removal spell and maybe doing it later.
Okay.
But I mean, the rewards, if your opponent doesn't have it, are huger. I mean, I think you can kind of expect a Lash of the Whip. So yeah, I think you could play it either way.
Sure. So Luis throws a double block in front of the Perforos' Emissary, and Chris Pikula ordered Luis's Emissary first, but Luis discarded a creature to it so that it would become 5/5. And I think you're right here, Zach. Looks like things have swung firmly in Luis Scott-Vargas' direction, though he is at 6. And we know that Chris Pikula has ways that he can finish off the game that isn't through combat.
I believe Luis just gained some life off of Grey Merchant.
Okay,
so I believe he's up to 9.
So now he's back up to 9, and that's definitely a big difference there. So maybe 10 it looks like. So things are moving pretty strongly in Luis Scott-Vargas' favor here. Chris Pikula has drawn a Spark Jolt, which is, it was really good early in the game, but it's not too great here, unfortunately, as everything's bigger. A 2-4, a 3-3, and an 0-4 just don't really care. And remember, Luis still has that whip in his hand that Chris knows about because he got it back with the Mnemonic Wall.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the question for Luis is when he's going to be able to start attacking now. Not really any phenomenal blocks for Chris. I mean, what Chris is sitting there guessing is, like, how many creatures does Luis have in his hand right now? I mean, is there any reason that I could, throw all my guys in front and try to get that Emissary off the ground? But
funny that you said that. Right when you said that, Pikula said, how many cards? He's definitely thinking about that.
Yeah, I mean, the downside for Chris he knows about Lash of the Whip. That doesn't make it easier to play around.
Right.
And with Luis missing this many land drops, you know that he has relevant cards in his hand. I mean, the best case scenario for you, I guess, is he just has a grip full of 6s, but that is probably not what's going on.
All right, so Chris Pikula blocked the Grey Merchant, but took the 3 damage. So he's going to be dropped down to 9 here. And it looks like he's going back on the offensive. And we have a Triton Tactics on both tapped creatures, and it looks like Chris has walked into a blowout here. Triton Tactics setting up big blocks.
Yeah, I mean, that was a devastating Triton Tactics. I mean, he's going to kill...
Trademark Zach Hill, 2013.
That's really the only...
It really
justifiable way to describe it. He's wiping out Pikula's board, blocking the 1/1, taking no damage.
Yeah.
His creatures are so big that Pikula's Spark Jolt can't even finish anything off. And I mean, if the game hadn't turned around before that, it certainly has now.
Yeah, Chris Pikula just in an awful position, forced really to make that attack. I mean, even if he put his opponent on Triton Tactic, it's like,
what are you going to
do? Just sit there and do nothing and just lose? I mean, Chris Pikula plays Spark Jolt, targeting Luis Scott-Vargas just to try to dig for something. But it's looking like it's going to be too little too late here for Chris Pikula, though. Remember, this is only game 1. Yeah. And I mean, this is a pretty classic limited matchup. It's a control deck for Luis Scott-Vargas. He's got some tempo plays and some ways to gain card advantage in the late game versus very much an aggressive deck here from Chris Pikula.
So Chris scrying to try and draw into something, but
he finds a Borderland Minotaur, which gets whipped on end step there from Luis. Luis is still holding a Sip of Hemlock, and he's also got a Mnemonic Wall in hand. And this is just going to get ugly from here. This is lethal, and that's going to do it. So Luis Scott-Vargas victorious over Chris Pikula in game 1 of their feature match here. So players looking to ignite your competitive spark, take your game to a Grand Prix and see how you fare against the best players in your region, as well as the top visiting Magic pros. Upcoming Grand Prix include Louisville, Hong Kong, Antwerp, Santiago, and Valencia. For more information, visit wizards.com/Grand Prix. I will probably be at that Grand Prix doing coverage, so come say hi.
I'll make sure to do that, Marshall. Yeah, so it looks like Osip was up a game against Melissa. Don't have results from any of the other matches, but I mean, what incredible players in the feature match area.
All right, and we just heard that Dave Williams has won 2-0 over Thomas Holtzinger, and wow, that was kind of a thumping. We only got through one game over here, and it was a pretty nicely paced game, and that one's just over.
Well, I mean, that's one thing that we're seeing in these feature matches, is that games in this format can end incredibly quickly. What's interesting to me about that is that, you know, people are saying this is an incredibly skill-intensive format, a lot of decisions, a lot of plays, deck construction's hard, drafting is incredibly intricate, and yet the games can finish very fast, and sometimes don't take that many turns. So, I mean, you know, we're seeing some of the faster limited matches that we're used to seeing here. And, I mean, I love it because that means that we can watch more Magic.
Yeah, we do get to pop in on other ones. You get a look at the main area where the players are playing. It's quite a scene out there. Really cool venue here, too, in Dublin.
Yeah, here
you get a sense for the action thanks to our big crane jig as it sweeps back over. Wow, this is a great shot, I have to say. This really does give you a feel for what it's like here in Dublin. Here's our feature match area. You can see that one of the tables is already barren. That was the one that David Williams and Thomas Holtzinger were sitting at, but that match is over, and we're back on our main feature match here. If you look back behind Luis, you can see a shot of Osip in his white backwards hat there, and he's playing against top 8 competitor Melissa DeTora as well. She's also a Community Cup champion.
A highly accomplished Magic player.
Yeah, you can see her right back there too.
It's got to be pretty empowering to Luis to be like sitting there playing on the actual spot where you're inducted in the Hall of Fame here at the Royal Dublin Society.
Does indeed. All right, we're underway here. A couple of mountains to kick things off for Chris Pikula with his mono red deck. No plays though thus far. And still nothing? How does he have nothing by turn 3? What's going on here, Zach?
I mean, I feel like he kept a 7-card hand with just a lot of tricks and expensive cards rather than mulligan. But, I mean, yeah, you have to expect as a mono-red aggro deck, you really want to be a lot faster than this. Because if all you're doing is putting no pressure on the opponent, you have to expect that he's got a better late game than you.
Yeah, because this is just ugly. Here's Triton Tactics to use as a a counter spell on the Magma Jet. He does still get to scry too, but this is an interesting state because I mean I'm not sure. Like Chris Pikula had 4 open mana, and he was facing down Luis with blue black, and Luis has showed him dissolve already. Just probably doesn't want to run his spells into it.
Yeah, I mean you have to assume if you're Luis that like Chris kept the hand because it has removal earlier on, and you know, I think that you're wanting to protect your Singer because you don't think he kept a 7-card hand with nothing.
That's right. Now Chris Pikula plays a Perforos's Emissary, and in one fell swoop, he also plays Dragon Mantle, draws his card, but unfortunately the swoop goes back in the other direction towards Luis. He plays his whip, and it's going to take down the Emissary here, one of Pikula's key threats.
Now, I mean, yeah, it's and that whip is huge because Dragon Mantle, you know, you'll see here, it's kind of a fire breathing with a card draw spell, but that means that not only would the Emissary be likely to attack for a lot of damage, but that even if your opponent does block with 2 creatures, you're probably able to kill them both.
That's right. Now, here's a Stone Shock Giant for Chris Pikula, which is normally a pretty sweet threat, and it is actually going to get in for some amount of damage here potentially, but unfortunately, Luis Scott-Vargas has used a mnemonic wall to buy back that whip, and it's just going to be able to kill this as it's sitting at a well-placed 4 toughness.
Yeah, and not quite enough mana from Chris's side to be able to level it up right here, so it's kind of, Lash of the Whip food right now.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Pikula, he does actually, so what he does is he plays a Dragon Mantle that's going to draw him a card. He knows that this creature is going to die, but he at least is attempting to set up a huge a huge hit here. Luis heads that off at the pass immediately, though, and blocks with Mnemonic Wall because he was looking at taking like 10 damage here.
Yeah, I mean, and that really isn't the end of the world for Chris. I mean, because Mnemonic Wall, good because it's card advantage. You're at least able to say, okay, he's got 2 lashes of the whip, but he spent a lot of mana to kill 2 of my threats, and he's at least not totally up a card.
Yeah, this was an interesting spot
wow.
for Luis. He decided to wait till the upkeep to fire off the whip, and he's going to be punished for it here as Pakula is going to answer with the Titan Strength, which does have that +1 on the toughness, which is just going to get it out of range. It is going to make this turn a little weird for Pakula, though, because it has shrunk down that giant considerably, and in fact enough so that if Luis wants, he can trade it. So he's actually going to make it attack, and he's going to trade it.
Well, but he has the Magma Jet.
But he has a Magma Jet, so that's not going to do it. So that was before blocker. So right now he has the ability to dump the rest of his mana into the giant. Right now it's sitting at 1 power.
I believe currently at 3 power, right? 3, 4,
it got
8, -4, -4.
Oh, but then plus again. Yeah, you're totally right. Yep.
I mean, this is a huge moment for Pakula.
Yeah.
He's able to connect for tons of damage, and now that giant is just not very vulnerable. And in addition to all of that, Luis was tapped out and couldn't use the dissolve that's in his hand.
That's right. And also on top of all these other problems on Luis's side, Chris Pakula is 1 mana away from paying the monstrosity cost on the Stone Chalk Giant. Now, here's a Disciple of Phoenix. Let's take a look at what you have. You have a Spark Jolt and a second Perforos' Emissary. So Luis is taking a look at what he wants to do. He's found a chump blocker, but unfortunately for Luis, if Pakula decides to if he could find a land on top of his library here, he can actually just do the Monstrous ability.
Well, exactly. And if you look at Giant, when he uses Monstrous, it prevents Luis from blocking.
That's right.
That's relevant because Luis has a Baleful Eidolon, a 1/1 Death Touch in his hand. And so if he casts it, he leaves dissolved mana down.
So Pakula is probably going to want to wait here then, right? I mean, right now, he can just let Luis chump and kind of take his hit here. It looks like he didn't find... Did he find the land? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7? No, he did not.
No, he did not. He's got a Dragon Mantle Spark Jolt in his hand, so some pretty good cards. Luis now knows about the Spark Jolt, so he doesn't expect that thing to live too long. He's got the Dissolve to protect it, though, meaning that Pakula can only get 1 hit in with the Giant if he uses the Monstrous ability.
All right, and as the board sits currently, if he does use Monstrous, it will not be a lethal hit. It will only be for 8. Luis is at 12. So
only for 8.
Yeah, I shouldn't. Yeah, that's still a ton of damage. So Pakula taking a look at Baleful Eidolon. This has been some great magic here between these 2 veterans of the game, and Pakula is going to do the similar play that he did before, where he casts a threat, throws a Dragon Mantle on it, and then he actually even finds another threat with his with the Dragon Mantle draw too. So this is a pretty nice board position here, and that is a Nimbus Naiad that is going to get put on top of that Baleful Eidolon, and that is such a strong play from Luis because he's going to be able to get 2 death touches out of this thing. So now Chris is going to have to try to set up. Oh, this is a big one.
A dominant Fanatic of Mogus right there, dealing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage.
7 damage, and this could be it for Luis. Let's see. He can block there. And then it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's actually not quite lethal here this turn, it looks like.
And you kind of want to, you almost want to hold back here just to be able to use your Giant next turn, which you know will end the game. I mean, the only downside of that is getting hit with a Sip of Hemlock. No, that's true.
Yeah.
But if you aren't hitting land, I feel like you think you're probably winning anyway. But we see, Chris just dealing a giant chunk of damage right here.
All right, there's a Pharika's Cure to take out the Mogus. We have had a fantastic game here. Luis blocked the Acrone Crusader, and it's down, so he still has a double Death Toucher, basically, one he can block and then do it again. Interestingly for Luis, though, you know, when Chris does Monstrous this ability, it now loses where if Luis casts the Nimbus Naiad without it, he can actually chump block with it.
Yeah, he could actually have blocked because it is a...
So tough decisions.
No, but he... Oh, right.
Because it has flying.
It has flying, although the Eidolon has flying, too. Yeah.
Follow the adventures of Planeswalker Dak Faden in the Magic the Gathering comic produced by IDW. special promo card unique to the IDW comic series comes in each issue. Find out more about these comics at wizards.com/magic merchandise. Dak has been demoted from greatest thief.
I mean, he's not a bad thief.
No, still a reasonable thief.
You know.
All right, so that was just an absolutely. I love that. That's got to be one of my favorite ones. Yeah, that was a fantastic game of Magic. A lot of decisions, a lot of back and forths there for both players.
Still maintain, you have a lot of removal.
But Chris Pikula was able to get there. Now, Zach, this is a card that we just saw do 7 damage without even attacking. And yes, it's still a 4/2. Tell us about Fanatic of Mogus.
Yeah, I mean, Fanatic of Mogus was kind of one of the early cards we made when we wanted to do really cool things with Devotion in the set. We knew that we could have a damage card. We knew we could push it. Eventually, we kind of said, it might be interesting to have this in Constructed with cards like Boros Reckoner, Ash Zealot, Burning Tree Emissary, Hammer of Porphyros. I mean, you don't need a lot on the battlefield for this card to deal a ton of damage. Yeah, it used to be a 3/1 for 3, and that could deal a little too much damage a little too quickly. But yeah, and the card was originally designed to kind of give some of the red aggressive decks a little bit more of a late game in Limited, because what we didn't want was that, like, okay, you either get your crazy Devotion draw or you don't and you lose.
Yes.
So this card gives you a little bit of range, but it's been a Constructed powerhouse as well. We saw it good in that game, dealing 7 damage.
7 damage, which was absolutely critical to Chris Pikula finding the win there. It got pretty close. The longer the game goes, generally speaking, the worse it is for Luis Scott-Vargas, the better it is for Luis Scott-Vargas. He wants the game to go long, as he has a million ways to grind out card advantage. He can get back his removal spells with mnemonic walls, and we've even heard that he can get back his mnemonic walls with Rescue from the Underworld. So we're talking about some pretty nice card advantage late there for Luis, and that really puts the pressure on Chris. But he's shown that he can play a few different gears here. That was not a quick start.
Well, that turn with a Titan strength was just the axis of the game.
It was
totally game-changing turn.
All right, so Luis Scott-Vargas has a 3-drop. It is Read the Bones. He can't be happy about losing the life, but this is such a critical type of card for his deck to keep things moving, keep the land drops flowing. And again, we see a fairly slow start from Chris Pikula, no 1 or 2 drop from his deck.
Well, I mean, it's great to be able to read the bones when your opponent doesn't have pressure and you don't have to discard. Like, he's on the play, so he doesn't have to. So,
right.
I mean, it really kind of is an ideal time to read the bones.
Take a look at Read the Bones on our card there. It's a really powerful draw spell.
The scrying, too, a little less relevant earlier in the game because you need both lands and spells, but it's still just raw card advantage, which can be incredibly powerful. We see now the that is a Centaur, a return Centaur, a 2/4.
Yeah, and it's targeted Luis. He's targeting himself so that he can get value later on with his mnemonic walls and also with his March of Return.
That's
pretty insane. Also, 2/4s are good block.
Yeah, really good against your opponent's 4/2s and 3/3s. Not this particular 3/3.
That's right. But here's the Disciple of Phoenix from Luis, and he's going to get a look at Sparkjolt Mountain.
Yeah.
So not a great hand here.
No.
And wow, and Luis is like, I'm just going to take your land drop away from you. Lets him have both Sparkjolts.
Well, having, because the Spark Jolts don't really do a lot here, and Luis can threaten a double block, which is actually very, very good against Chris right here. He basically trades a Disciple of Phoenix for the Emissary, which is one of the best cards in Chris's deck.
Okay. All right, Osip Levodovich and Melissa DeTora are tied at 1 game apiece on our side table, I'm told.
All right. Chris kind of going off with a Crowan Crusader right now, getting a 1/1. He actually has another Dragon Mantle in his hand if he wants to play it. A Rage of Porphyros he can set up on the return Centaur next turn. But LSV No Slouch has a Viper's Kiss for the Crusader, has Baleful Eidolon for anything large, Harpy with Lifelink, Grey Merchant of Asphodel, standout card of the set, can gain him back a lot of the life he lost earlier, and a Mnemonic Wall to top things off in case you're just in the mood to read even a few more bones.
Oh, I'm in the mood, buddy. This is fantastic stuff. These players both have powerful hands with a lot of great spells to come here for sure. And there's another Dragon Mantle, and man, that card is doing so much work. I mean, yeah, Chris Pikula is in mono red, so it's particularly good, but he's also just keeping that, you mentioned it earlier, Zach, the velocity. He keeps getting to draw cards. That soldier has haste as well. Now, Chris Pikula, is he just fearing Triton tactics right now, or what is he thinking?
I mean, maybe. I think if you attack with your 1/1 and you draw out a Triton tactics, you're not terribly afraid of it. But I think he doesn't want to commit to the fire breathing because I just drew Magma Jet right now.
Okay.
Now, interestingly, Magma Jet, Spark Jolt, Spark Jolt.
That's adding up.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. I mean, he's also got the Rage in his hand that he can use. But that's a lot of Scry, too, meaning he's going to be able to at least somewhat control his draws over the next several turns. And you can't be too upset that Luis took your land because, I mean, you still have 5 mountains, and it means you've got enough raw spells to really do some damage. Now, that said, Luis has a lot of high toughness creatures in his deck, but those are now going to, have to trade or double block against all of Chris's fire-breathing cards. I mean, his 1/1 token can trade for Luis's entire board.
Here's Grey Merchant of Asphodel. It's one of the cards that's really sort of made its big appearance here at the Pro Tour. It's a card that a lot of people have had their eye on, and Luis is going to drain for 5, as we say. That means that Chris is going to lose 5 life while Luis Scott-Vargas gains 5. He's also committed another 2/4 blocker to the battlefield here, which is, well, they're really good. I mean, the 2/4s for aggro decks, it gives them nightmares.
Yeah. I mean, we're seeing Chris kind of just decide which creature he wants to send in to trade. It looks like he's attacking with both of them because with 6 mana, he can actually kill 2 4-toughness creatures. But yeah, Grey Merchant, I mean, we saw Fanatic of Mogus do some work earlier, and Grey Merchant's kind of like a turbo Fanatic of Mogus.
Yes, it is.
Just like that? Yeah.
All right, so he's just going to block like that. Pump, pump, pump.
3 times.
And Chris just
pump the other one. So he's
leveraging
just moving
fire
in. It's
breathing.
just, we're going to breathe some fire here in the feature match area. So Luis takes, 5 there? Takes 4 there, so he goes down to 19. And Luis has Viper's Kiss, Baleful Eidolon, Insatiable Harpy, Mnemonic Wall, and Farika's Cure. You got to feel like Luis has the tools to find a way to win this game here, Zach.
Well, and now he has perfect information off the Fanatic of Mogus, too. Or the Disciple of Phoenix. And Rage of Perforos, a big hit for Luis there. Now Magma Jet, Spark Jolt, Spark Jolt. Again, it adds up to 4 damage. It costs 3 cards to do it. So a pretty big take for Luis right there. You see a Titan Strength now allowing that Emissary to become active, and Luis realizes that something's going on.
All right, we've got another update from the side tables. PV, Paulo Vitor Domina Rosa, and Christian Calcano are playing. They're tied up 1 game apiece, so a lot of great action here in our feature match area for sure. And there's a Titan Strength from Chris Pakula to keep his soldier token alive and to run over a Disciple of Phoenix.
Yeah, and keeping his soldier alive means that soldier can likely trade with whatever Luis's next biggest threat is. So actually a pretty trade that Pakula's reasonably happy with given the circumstances. You never want Disciple of Phoenix to go ahead and take your best card and then do something relevant.
Right.
But, Chris still has 2 major threats on the battlefield.
All right, here's a Baleful Eidolon. It's going to be bestowed on the Grey Merchant of Asphodel. So shields up for Luis Scott-Vargas here, though that Perforos' Emissary is threatening still, because if Chris can find a way to get rid of the Disciple of Phoenix, get it off the board or out of the way, Luis won't be able to block at all. That said, Luis is sitting here on 16 life. He's in a pretty stable position, and he has a lot of powerful spells in his hand. So if I had to guess here, I feel like Luis is ahead.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I mean, I don't hate here just 2 for 1ing yourself if you're Chris and like using Spark Jolt into Magma Jet on the Disciple, but I think you want to draw the card that you scried with first, just to make sure. I mean, Luis has a Viper's Kiss, so he can kill that Fire Breather whenever he wants to, but I think he's wanting to save it for a monstrous creature.
He's going to do it right now.
Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah, that's why.
So he was just deciding whether he needed to do it. Remember, he's also got Farika's Cure in his hand. And it's really tempting when your opponent has a card with fire breathing on it to tempt them into using a bunch of mana. Yeah, and then you're going to get your life gain out of it, and you can really do some damage there. But he decided that he was going to take the safe route here and just 1 for 1 his opponent.
Chris was sitting there thinking about whether he wanted to scry on his upkeep, but just no really excellent targets for him. So he's deciding, all right, I'll see what my draw step yields.
All right.
Right now, I mean, Chris likely going to 2-for-1 himself to get rid of that Disciple, but I mean, he needs to scry and he needs to get something going.
That's right. This is going to be pretty bad for Chris in the end, I think, because Luis Scott-Vargas has an Insatiable Harpy, which is a 2/2 flying lifelink for 2 black, and that's the kind of card that can really hurt Chris Pikula's stance in the game. And now that Magma Jet's sitting safely in the graveyard, Luis can run it out there and feel a lot better.
Yeah, exactly. And the Harpy with lifelink can get Luis out of range of any of Chris's big spells, and also gives him another blocker to actually deal with that Emissary.
That's right.
We're still looking at Mnemonic Wall too, which has yet to come into play. I mean, you kind of want to usually use it to get back a removal spell, but if you get back Read the Bones here, you're just going to be in such a commanding position as you lead open Freakus Cure.
Yeah, and Chris Pikula should be keenly aware of that, right? I mean, he should look at this and say, all right, but shields up for Luis Scott-Vargas. Now he has a Mnemonic Wall to go with his Gray Merchant of Asphodel that's wearing a Baleful Eidolon, and there it is.
Now, relevantly, Chris, with Spark Jolt in his hand, can actually trigger the 2/3. So he's it turns Spark Jolt into a combat trick with Scry 1 in addition to just 1 point of damage.
Yeah, that's a Flame Speaker Adept there. It's a 2/3 whenever you scry. It gets +2/+0 and gets first strike until end of turn. It can be explosive. It really, really can. Unfortunately for Pikula, he's kind of ran out. He's got 1 Spark Jolt left, and he's already used up, the Magma Jet and another Spark Jolt.
Wow. And I mean, Thassa's Emissary is incredible. Yeah. I mean, just totally incredible right there. I mean, 5 damage, 5 life, drawing a card. I mean, that really is going to put the nail in
what a
Pikula's
huge
coffin.
swing. Yeah, I mean, we knew that Luis was, positioning himself for some big play like this, but that is nasty. That is just cold-hearted.
And Chris, I mean, yeah, he's like, okay, I've got to start attacking right now. I can't just sit back and get clocked for 5 in the air. He's got Titan Strength, which is a huge pump for both that and the Adept. It was actually a pretty good play.
Yeah.
But
it would be if he wasn't facing down a 5/5 flying life-linking Ophidian. It's just there's so few cards in red that are going to be able to deal with that. And remember, Chris Pikula is mono red. This is, they're generally speaking, it's really sweet to be mono in mono red or mono anything really in limited. But there is a downside in that you don't have the tools available to you that you do when you play 2 colors.
Yeah, I mean, I think Threatens are kind of what you'd like to draw in rapid succession right there and right now, but even those aren't going to let you get too far ahead.
No, they're not.
Because he's just going to gain back the life he lost every turn.
Yeah, he doesn't have access to blue bounce spells or black hard removal, no green reach guys or anything. It's a pretty tough spot here. He draws a Magma Jet for the turn. But unfortunately, the damage is done here as Luis is at 19. Chris can actually do some sweet stuff, but that's going to do it. Luis Scott-Vargas improves to 3-0 here.
Yeah.
And he wins 2-1 over Chris Pikula. We'd like to thank Gaming Etc. for being an official card retailer here at Pro Tour Theros. Use the promo code Dublin when ordering on gamingetc.com to earn 10% off all singles and accessories. For more information, visit gamingetc.com. Dublin, that's where we're at. Pro Tour, and we've got, looks like tied at 1 apiece is Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa versus Christian Calcano. You get a little early look at the board state there. We're getting our overhead camera set up, so we'll bring you that shot once it's all there.
I'm just thinking back to Luis's match. I mean, 3-0 for Luis, who was kind of trolling himself in his Hall of Fame ceremony. He was saying, what do you want to be known as? A limited specialist. Clearly limited, not really his jam always. But, he's really good at it, obviously. Yeah. But, going 3-0 out of the first draft into standard with what he thinks is a really good deck, you've got to be I'm very, very excited if you're Luis.
Yeah, for you Standard fans out there too, we are going to be bringing you 5 rounds of Standard here. And this is the 3rd round of draft that we're watching. And so the next rounds are all going to be constructed, and we're going to get to see some really cool new Theros Standard decks. So stick with us throughout the course of the day. Hang out with Zach and I, the rest of the coverage team, as we bring you all of the matches here from Pro Tour Theros in Dublin. This is, you can see our themed play mats here. And now we take a look at the board state here. Remember, PV likes to put lands in front, so those creatures down below are actually on the battlefield here, and I see he's got a Hopeful Eidolon sitting on his Prescient Chimera, and he has a Guardians of Miletus, which is interesting. Not a card you see that often, but it does come in out of the sideboard sometimes.
Oh yeah, and I mean, if you look at PV's deck, it looks like he's a 3-color deck: Evangel of Heliod, Prescient Chimera, 2 Ray of Dissolution, so kind of a slower deck that PV is playing, and allows him to buy, so the Guardians allow him to buy some time to get his mana right and play some of his more expensive spells.
Now Calcano, he's running a red-black deck, it looks like. And wow, did he just play Perforos? He did. He just played Perforos, God of the Forge. Now, it doesn't do a ton yet, but it can. Perforos is an interesting card in Limited because it doesn't have that explosive punch that you might assume that it would that often, but if it gets active, meaning that it becomes a creature, it is insane, and that's exactly what's happening right now. It's huge.
Yeah, I mean, we see Two-Headed Cerberus doing a ton of work right there, being 2 red mana symbols, meaning that basically Calcano on 4 mana or 4 lands has 5 devotion to red for Perforos.
All right, here's a Ray of Dissolution, which is going to take out the Dragon Mantle. That is actually going to knock Perforos back down to mystical, sparkly world of an enchantment. He's no longer able to attack, but remember, Calcano has his draw step and 5 mana here to try to get back up. All he needs to do is play any permanent that has a red mana symbol in its cost, and Perforos is ready to do the dirty work here. And there it is. Ill-Tempered Cyclops and a trigger from Perforos, as Perforos is going to hit Paulo for 2 damage, and he's going to follow up with Tormented Hero as well. But what's happening? Here it is. Everybody comes into the red zone, and Guardians of Miletus is going to block the 2/3, and that means that Paulo's taking 8 damage here.
Yeah, 8 damage, 9-10 from the hero, 11-12 from the Cyclops. So PV at what was a very healthy 23 life, now looking to really need to stabilize right now.
Yeah, he really is. One of the key interactions with the gods is that if you can take your opponent off of the necessary devotion, even if it's the middle of combat, it will revert back to an enchantment and won't be attacking you anymore. So PV, he's got a 4/5 flying lifelink right now. So a perfectly serviceable defensive creature. You can even use it to attack and ensure the life gain. He's got options, but ideally, he can find a way to take Perforos and put him back from being a 6/5 indestructible to being just an enchantment.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I mean, who also has options is Calcano. I mean, in addition to being a 6/5 indestructible creature, Perforos can pump Calcano's entire team and turns every creature into a burn spell. We still see an Erebos' Emissary from Calcano's side. So, I mean, PV really about to take a lot.
He's under a lot of pressure. Also, Calcano is 1 land drop away from being able to activate Perforos twice, and there it is. So now all of a sudden, the cards like the Two-Headed Cerberus become huge threats. That thing threatens 6 damage.
Yeah, PV choosing to allow Calcano to untap in order to keep Last Breath
Portent of Betrayal here is going to steal away the Chimera potentially. Let's see what PV does about it, though. He's got to play.
It looks like he's last breathing something. The good targets are Cerberus, Hero, and Minotaur. I have to imagine you're going to want to target Cerberus to stop some of that Perforos madness.
And that's what's going to happen. That's going to bump Christian Calcano right back up to 20 life. And he's still looking to be in a pretty darn good position here.
We see, of course, PV casting it in response to the threaten effect in order to get a scry out of his Sphinx.
Yeah, that's right. Christian Calcano also gets a scry, but that's just a regular built-in scry. All right, and here's a little bit of insurance here. Perforos's Ordeal of Perforos here means that Calcano has a little bit of extra red mana on the battlefield just in case, and that's going to mean that Big Dad Oh, did Perforos not attack? 1, 2,
Perforos
3, 4?
is not
Oh,
active.
he went back down.
Yeah.
Right. Because that was 2 mana
Exactly.
symbols. Yeah, my
Exactly.
bad. I forgot the 2 mana symbols left. So, sad God has to sit on the sidelines. But it didn't stop Calcano from bringing the beatdowns here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like that hero's going to hit for at least 3, 4, 5 from the Minotaur, 6, 7, 8, 9 from the Sphinx. So, I mean, PV falling to a very precarious 1 life with Perforos out of the Forge on the table.
Yeah, and what that means is any creature spell for Calcano could be the win. Though PV will get his 4/5 flying lifelink. If he finds himself in a position, he could actually attack with it to bolster his life total back up to get out of 1 creature range. But of course, he really does need to pull double duty here. He needs his creature to block, and he needs to gain the life. So very awkward spot here for PV.
PV able to gain some life off Ray of Dissolution, hitting the Tormented Hero after the Ordeal of Perforos trigger goes on the stack. So PV still able to go up to 4.
Okay, so he's out of range at least for just a single creature.
Yeah, he can get into attack, go all the way up to 8. So, I mean, his life total is still a little bit padded, but what he doesn't have is an answer to all of Calcano's board and his remaining 3 points of devotion, which could very easily turn on Perforos with a single double red spell.
All right, here's a Sealock monster for PV. He is attempting to stabilize. He did attack with his Prescient Chimera with a Hopeful Eidolon on it. He wanted to guarantee gaining the life. It only brings Calcano back down to 21, but it does put PV back up to 8 life, which is a much more stable life total, especially considering that after killing the Ordeal and the 2-headed Cerberus, it looks like... and here's a trigger. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's got a little bit of insurance here.
Well, yeah, and that's Stone Shock Giant. Incredible right now. Because like we were talking about, it gives him 2 extra red devotion.
Yeah.
An attack with Porphyros, 2 damage from Porphyros, and threatening what's likely to be a lethal attack next turn because the 5/5 and the Guardians of Miletus won't be able to block.
Yeah, Sealock Monster and the Guardians would be locked down if Calcano... Now, does he have enough mana for that, though? That does cost 8.
He does not. He only has 6.
Okay, so he's a couple turns from that, but still, an active Perforos is going to make short work of PV if you can't do something about it here. Like you mentioned it, Zach, the double mana cost in that Stone Shock Giant was just critical. You don't actually see that much red with double mana cost and permanents. There's only a couple.
Yeah, you've got the 5/3 that blows up an artifact. You've got 2-headed Cerberus. You've got a couple uncommons like the Giant. But yeah, by and large, there's only a few things in the format that allow you to do that.
All right, so let's see what Calcano comes up with. I see he has Erebos' Emissary here.
Which, interestingly, it might be better to cast as a creature even if he had enough mana to bestow it, just to get 2 more damage off of Perforos.
All right, so just Perforos attacking here.
And you're feeling reasonably secure in your indestructible creature. But basically, okay, so Perforos just no longer a creature.
Yeah, was
thanks
that
to
a last breath?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is what we were talking about earlier, Zach, is that you can take your opponent off of the necessary devotion, even in the middle of combat, to turn Perforos back into an enchantment. So strong play there from PV. It allows him to not take any damage this turn, and things are looking pretty nasty. There's a Fire Drinker Satyr and a follow-up play of, you mentioned it, Zach, he's just going to run out the Emissary now, because that actually represented 4 damage right there.
Yeah, exactly. And PV falling down to 2, he's got 4 points of life he can gain from the Sphinx. The other thing is all of these last breaths mean that Calcano is nowhere close to dying. So, I mean, starting a race from PV's side is just not the easiest thing to do right now.
Yeah, and you'd think that he would be able to race incredibly effectively having the 4/5 lifelink with that Chimera, but right now, Christian Calcano is putting so much power on the table, it's not making it possible. He's also 1 red mana symbol away here. Actually, he's got it live again, doesn't he?
Yeah, the Fire Drinker Satyr turned Porphyros right back on.
So should Calcano have played that thing first then?
Very possibly, yeah. I think he may have wanted to been able to activate Perforos twice. and not have to commit to having a red mana up. But yeah, I mean, I think hedging against a bounce spell or a last breath may have been more effective because you definitely want your god to be able to connect.
Especially if you're going to cast it anyway. And PV was representing two specific spells there. He was representing Voyage's End and Last Breath. Both reasonable cards to have in the deck.
So you see Calcano play his land to be able to have kind of maximized monstrous right now, or monstrosity. Also the fire breathing off Fire Drinker Satyr, not irrelevant. Although he might end up taking quite a bit of damage if he ends up attacking with it. We saw PV having to leave the Chimera back on defense.
All right, and it looks like Calcano says, I'm shipping the team, buddy. Here they come. So everybody into the red zone, including Perforos. So PV, in order of priority here, says, well, we're going to make sure we take this Stone Shock Giant down. And now he's got to block. He's got to put blocks on everything else.
Yeah, and relevantly, I mean, shutting down the Giant, if PV is able to survive this attack, means that Porphyros not likely to be getting up and attacking anytime soon.
Yeah.
But still has to deal with it this turn.
Yeah, this is huge here. I mean, PV had to dodge the bullet of Calcano just playing a creature.
Right.
That just ends the game,
exactly.
you know. So he dodged that bullet. And now Calcano has made an aggressive all-in attack here. And PV is trying to find the best way to, well, survive the attack to kick things off. Remember, there's a Cyclops there that can get quite large. But also, he must try to set up the game going forward.
Yeah, the other thing he has to do is play around everything Calcano can do right here.
Which is like everything.
Yeah.
That's it. There is no math that works out correctly in order for PV to survive, even if he is gaining 4 life from his Prescient Chimera. And Christian Calcano off to a great start at the Pro Tour here. So awesome stuff down in the feature match area.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't have to think about that combat with a Fire Drinker Satyr, with Ill-Tempered Cyclops, with Perforos activations.
Right.
Basically just seemed like everything was bad for PV.
Yeah, so that was some really good stuff. Welcome back to the booth, guys. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Zach Hill. And yeah, I mean, I got to say that those were some of the best matches that we've had.
Yeah, those are some really good matches.
Yeah,
a lot of back and forth, especially in Luis's match. Where,
Luis versus Pakula was sick.
Yeah, we thought that could go either way several different times.
Yeah, we really did. I'm so happy watching these. I mean, these are, you know, this is what I love about doing this stuff out here, is getting to watch the highest level limited players battle. And I know that there's a lot of you at home that love that too. And yes, we are blessed with such things. Also, though, we mentioned it earlier, Standard's coming up soon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited for Standard.
Yeah.
I mean, at first, you know, I was talking to a lot of people several days ago, and they were saying, you know, really not a lot of innovation that we're going to be able to see. A lot of the decks have been found already. We've seen on the independent tournament circuit, there's been kind of a little bit of stability, although that changed dramatically in week 2. But people were saying, yeah, basically there's a bunch of mid-range green decks, blah, blah, blah. But coming up to the event, as people have been kind of more open and more confident in what they're playing, I think we're going to see more than a few surprises.
Yeah, I think so too. And I've had a chance to poke around with some of the teams during the registration, and you know, they'll let you. You know, if they trust you, they'll let you thumb through their deck. You can't say anything, obviously, but and we never would. But it is nice to get a sneak peek, and I have seen some very spicy, really cool decks out there, and I'm really excited to see some of these matches.
I feel like I've also seen like basically every color combination.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, well, I mean,
I've
there's
seen
just
a lot.
you know, you aren't used to seeing black, red, white control.
Yeah.
You know, in an environment, but I mean, basically everything is good.
Yeah. All right. So Rashad Miller is down in the feature match area right now with the calculator, Christian Calcano.
Rashad Miller here with my buddy Christian Calcano. Now, you're looking pretty cool, calm, collected during that game, but like right after you won, you looked like you were a little bit of disbelief. Like you were, what? First of all, did you think that maybe you weren't going to win that turn or that game? And what gave you the confidence during the game?
I mean, honestly, like on that last turn, once he tapped out, I had realized I had actually won the game, and I attacked with all my guys because Perfo a second pump. But the whole match, in general, I just played really bad, and I think I'm just really fortunate to have been able to get through it. So I'm just happy that, you know, I 3-0'd a draft for once.
Well, congratulations on that. One more quick question. Now, I don't know if this is true, but I hear you have a very controversial stance on Magma Jet. Can you tell me how you feel about that card?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Magma Jet just isn't very good in this format. I feel like a lot of the 2 toughness creatures aren't very good, and the spell just isn't very strong in this format in general. Like, I would prefer like a card like Titan Strength over it, and yeah, it's not a card that I'm looking to draft highly, whereas other people really are taking it high because they think it's really good.
All right, so that's Christian Calcano. I'm Rashad Miller. Send it back to the booth with Marshall Sutcliffe and Zach Hill.
Hey, welcome back to the booth. Great stuff with Christian Calcano. He's very candid, right?
Yeah.
You know, he lays it out there exactly how he sees it.
Well, and that was something we were talking about when we were watching the draft, is whether Magma Jet or Lightning Strike was a superior pick. We saw Ben Stark take Magma Jet over it, but you know, there's a lot of things that Magma Jet doesn't kill. A lot of 3 toughness creatures in this format that are really good. Nessian Courser, Ill-Tempered Cyclops being some of the most relevant commons.
Yeah, I'm on the Lightning Strike train. What do you like?
I think I don't know. I like not getting mana flooded. I think I'm probably on the Magma Jet train, but I think I see what Calcano is saying. There's just not that many things that it actually kills.
Yeah. I mean, and this is one of those things where it's like, it's close, right? Like,
it's really close.
If you come down on one side or the other, it doesn't mean that you're saying that the other one isn't good.
Oh, no, yeah.
It's just, sometimes they come in the same pack and you got to make the decision.
Right.
All right, so it looks like we're ready to head back over to the news desk where, well, I'm assuming Rich Hagen's over there, probably with BDM. Just throwing a guess out there, and so they're gonna talk us through. After that, it's standard time here from Dublin from Pro Tour Theros. So guys, we'll see you in a little bit. Yeah.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the news desk. Rich Hagen here with you. Haven't got Brian David Marshall, he's off somewhere getting ready for standard, it turns out. Players are going to be doing that as well. We're on a kind of lunch break coming up. Let me take you to our leaderboard. So this is the 2 draft pods we've been following through the morning. We're going to complete the story of those 2 pods for you. On the left of your screen, this was our draft view. Remember, you can see this in the text coverage. You can see every pick from every player on the left of your screen, including number 2 ranked Ben Stark, who pulled out 2-1, and I think he will consider that a pretty decent result. You always expect that somewhere along the line you're going to drop a game in draft. He has done. Hopefully he'll be able to come back tomorrow and go for at least another 2-1 or 3-0 there. Hannes Karem 1-2. Scuderi of Italy acquitted himself admirably at 2-1. Zhu Wang 2-1. Juran Liu 1-2. Pierre Dajon is your 3-0. Congratulations to him. Chapman Sim 1-2, and that means the 0-3, not quite 0-3 drop because it's the 4th loss that really puts you in deep trouble. But 0-3 is a terrible hole, and that's Andre Prost, multiple team leader for Latvia, also dual citizenship for America, 2 times Pro Tour top 8 in 2011 and 2013, but he is really up against it for coming back. On the right of your screen, David Caprioli of Italy, 2-1. Well done to Mariano Cartacchini of Argentina down the bottom. This is his first Pro Tour. BDM spotlighted. Who would the heroes be? Well, maybe Argentina. You've got a hero coming your way into standard. Cartacchini at 2-1. Thomas Enevoldsen, the Grand Prix Strasbourg champion, has got to 2-1 as well. And then the 1-2s, Dusty Ochoa, number 24 ranked Matt Costa, Jeremy Bright is 1-2. And Jeremy Bright was at 0-2. And that means that Eric Froelich, the number 9 ranked player currently, is 0-3 and right up against it. Just like Prost, he now must hope that the Channel Fireball deck for standard is really, really good. Now I can tell you that Team Channel Fireball think the Team Channel Fireball deck for standard is really, really good. So maybe we'll see Eric Froelich pounding up the leaderboard. So, sitting beside me, however, that's our sort of 2 draft pods done and dusted. We've just seen in the feature match area Mr. Chris Bakula, the meddling mage himself, which for those of you who don't know, for some of them weren't born when this was relevant.
I've heard there's people that don't know.
I think there are. When you won a Magic Invitational, the deal was you would be on the art of a card, and you'd get to help design that card. Meddling Mage, one of the iconic cards of all time, blue-white, name a card, that card can't be played. Well, that's this guy sitting right here. Chris, 2-1. A pretty reasonable start to the show all round, but a difficult round 3.
Yeah, I had to play LSV round 3. Nah, I think I made a mistake game 1. I won game 2 pretty easily, and then game 3 was just really, really tough. He sideboarded well against me, invalidated a lot of my cards, and then sort of made me discard the cards that weren't invalidated. So
sure, one of those things.
Yeah, it's good, but you know, if you have to lose to somebody.
Yeah, and 2-1 is a perfectly fine start, and obviously 2-1 losing round 3 is better than 2-1 losing round 1 when it comes to tie breaks.
Sure.
And tie breaks they're always important, but when you're looking at, you know, maybe a top 25 finish, you can often see people coming from like 18th down to 39th, all on a very similar point total. So keeping winning early is a really good thing. Tell us a little bit about your story. Let's go right back to the start. You're one of those players who can't have spent a long time playing Magic before you were on the Pro Tour, because you were in right at the start.
Right. Well, I guess I played for a year and a half or something before the first Pro Tour. Yeah, I started playing in college, and a friend of ours in college registered a bunch of us for Pro Tour 1, and we were excited. We're like, wow, you know, we love tournaments. That's why we played Magic. So when we heard there was a Pro Tour, we were excited.
Okay, now you had a ton of success at the start of the game, 1996 through 1998. You have 3 Pro Tour top 8s in those first couple of years. What was the Pro Tour like at the start?
At the start, the biggest difference was that it was really dominated by Americans at the start, with a few exceptions. Basically, if you played against someone who wasn't from the U.S., who you didn't know, they were probably not very good.
Sure.
This is especially big at Worlds, because of the way the Worlds invitations used to work.
Right.
And you'd have people from countries where Magic just hadn't developed yet, and they would be in Worlds. So, I mean, that was the big difference. And then, you know, very shortly thereafter, Magic became popular in other countries, so the rest of the world kind of caught up.
Of course.
I mean, there were some, you know, Europeans.
Yeah, you've got the likes of Rada and Hovey, for example.
And then I had basically quit playing by the time all the strong Japanese players showed up.
Sure. One thing that's very noticeable right now is that America is once again dominant in the game. And there have been periods where Japan have been very much at the forefront. You can certainly look at the years sort of 2005 through 2009. Japan, you would say, was the dominant force in the game. What would you say, to an extent from the outside looking in, because I know you don't play as much Magic as you would certainly like to these days.
Who does?
Yeah, well, quite. But what would you attribute the success of American Magic right now? Because it is clearly the dominant nation on Earth right now.
I guess it's the team solidarity is a big part. There's big groups of good players who are committed to testing and getting ready for turns with each other. Combined with some people who are basically doing it full time, you know, going to lots of Grand Prix, playing lots of Magic Online, basically, you know, the way Reed Duke does it. I don't know if there's people, I don't know if that's unique to the US, but that's definitely what a lot of the strongest US players are doing. So I don't know if there's people just not, I mean, I suppose I think it's still easier to go to Grand Prix in the US. Obviously, if you live in Europe, a lot of those European Grand Prix are close geographically to each other. You know, when you're in the US, you see a Grand Prix in this country, a Grand Prix in that country, but Europe's just not as big, so if you really want to go to all those Grand Prix, I suppose you can go to a lot of them.
Sure.
But I don't know, it seems like, I mean, there's a couple instances where it's just luck. The good players happen to be American right now, just like the good players happen to be Japanese at one point or happen to be German.
Sure.
But I think that the ability to go to a lot of tournaments, you know, people can even play in Star City tournaments every weekend if they want, if they really want to stay on their game.
Now, you've mentioned Star City there, and I want to ask you a question that I know the answer to, but they at home won't. Tell me who your teammates are that you tested with for this Pro Tour.
My teammates for this Pro Tour are Osip, former Pro Tour champion, is the most well-known name, I guess.
Sure, Osip Lebedovitz, 2003 Venice Pro Tour champion. Yep.
And then it's 6 people who were on 2 of the top 4 teams from Grand Prix Providence.
Okay.
The team, so it's the winners, which was...
So this is Eric Berger?
Eric Phillips, Andy Longo, and then the 3rd or 4th place team, which was 2 old school players, Bruce Cowley and Chris Manning. Chris Manning is an extremely strong limited player, who I think is really like kind of unknown, but just really...
He has really huge numbers.
He is very strong at limited. And then Kevin Bowman, who I actually went to high school with, was there third. This is his first Pro Tour. And then we were going to test with Gerard Fabiano, but he actually had to pull out of this Pro Tour. He wasn't able to attend.
Sure.
Yeah, and that's basically, I'm probably forgetting someone, but that's...
So now picture the scene at home. Imagine that you have a testing group lined up that is like those people Chris has said. So Grand Prix winners, a Pro Tour champion, really good. Then imagine someone says to you, hey, we're having this little castle thing. There's like 6 Hall of Famers. Like, we've pretty much all won Pro Tours. There's world champions in there. We could probably squeeze you in. What do you say to that person? And what if that person is a John Finkel, let's say? Because if you're you say, thanks, but I committed to a team and I'm going to commit to a team.
That's not exactly what happened.
Okay, go on then.
They asked me, Team Star City asked me before I committed. And it was a very difficult decision.
Yeah.
I still don't really know how I picked. I mean, I'm definitely closer friends with more of the people on the team I tested with, but I am friends with many of the players on Star City, but there's also some people on Star City who I have no real affiliation with at all.
Yeah. And is Magic a lot about the people for you? Is that a lot of your Magic story?
Yes and no. I mean, it was a tough decision. I still don't know if I did.
I mean, it sounds like the most unbelievably difficult choice you could possibly get.
I mean, really, the logistics played into it. Like, with my family and stuff, I had to make a decision, like, is it easier for me to go to New York to the weekend test or go out to Dublin a week early? They were staying in a castle outside the city, and the details, at the time I was making the decision, the details were very fuzzy on what the logistics were going to be. It was a tough decision. I really, to be honest, it's not like the deck tech that I feel like I'm missing. I'm just missing, the players I tested with are very good Magic players. But the idea of being holed up for a week with people who are basically at this point in time all significantly better than me, maybe not all, but most. Being able to like look over my shoulder and critique my play, I mean, that's just a big learning experience. Like, I don't care about their deck, but that would have been a good experience, but I can do that again at some point.
Well, I can tell you this for free. He says that a lot of those players would be better than him. This is a tremendous Magic player, and who knows, maybe a future Hall of Famer. Best of luck this week.
Thank you.
Hope to see you in the top 25.
Me too.
Because that would see you back again. That's
top 8 would be better.
Top 8 would be better than top 20. That's true. I hadn't thought of that. That's very true. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Pecula, the meddling mage here, 2-1 going into standard. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to lift the curtain now for you. We're going to go inside R&D. We had a chance to go to Seattle, the home of Wizards of the Coast, chat with the designers, the developers, the flavor makers, the artists about what makes Theros so special. And the first part of that is coming up approximately, well, now. Welcome to Inside R&D. I'm your host, Rich Hagan, and here in Seattle, at the home of Wizards of the Coast, together we'll explore a wondrous new world, seamlessly blending myth, legend, and ancient reality into a setting that is uniquely magic. Theros is a world where the monsters start big and get bigger. Theros is a world where heroes rise to meet epic challenges pulled from the eternal storybooks. And Theros is a world where the pantheon of the gods rule over all, waiting for us to show them our devotion. But for our stories to unfold, first, we need a beginning.
Okay, well, it all began when we did the 7-year plan, and for year 3, I had an idea, but it didn't work. And so what happened was Britti Dharma had said, we've been talking about doing Greek myth for a long time. Maybe this should be the spot where we do Greek mythology. And he had the idea of maybe that enchantment, an enchantment block is something we haven't done for a long time either. And he says, well, he felt like maybe enchantments would make sense with gods, that he thought there's some similarity. And so I got given the idea of, let's do Greek mythology with enchantments. And so I walked away, and I'm like, well, how exactly do we make this work?
Greek myth was a lot of the reason I wanted to be a fantasy writer, because you have, these stories have lasted for, eons. We have how Hercules solved the labors. There's something just eternal about these stories, and as a storyteller, that's fun. I think about when I'm planning a story, you need that problem-solving moment that, of course, the Greek myths are full of. So it's been a love of mine since I was a kid, and I was thrilled when they said that they were going to do a Greek mythology set.
When I was a kid, here's how I used to function. I loved to read, and so I would pick a topic. It would be space and the planets, or it'd be writing in codes, or it'd be Native Americans, or something. I'd pick a topic, and then I would just learn everything I could about that topic. Well, one of those topics was Greek and Roman mythology. That I got into it, and I read every book I can get my hands on. And so for a period of time, I was living and breathing Greek mythology. So when we found out that we were going to do Greek and Roman mythology, all this stuff comes pouring out.
Greek mythology is sort of the mythology. It's sort of one of the more ancient ones, and it's so many things are rooted in it that it makes it really interesting. But even beyond just that strictly textbook mythology, are other influences that you have. Like, one of my favorite creators of all time is Harryhausen, who did all those great movies, and Jason and the Argonauts, and all just incredible movies before we had all kinds of 3D, type of stuff. And those definitely were an inspiration for a lot of the things that we did.
Greek mythology has been something I've always been interested in. I took a class in mythology early on in high school, and read a lot of comic books with a mythological bent. I read Sandman by Neil Gaiman, I read Bacchus by Eddie Campbell, and I always wanted a Greek mythology themed Magic set, especially after Innistrad came out. It was very much like, wow, they can really hit a genre very hard and do a top-down set. I would love to see a mythological set like that.
One of the things that Magic started to do more of is what we call top-down design, where we take a real-world source and then we use it as inspiration to make a magic world. So one of the things I explain to people is, we're not just copying what it is. When we did Innistrad, it wasn't just like, here is Gothic horror as you know it. And when we do Greek mythology, it's not just here's exactly Greek mythology. So the trick is to sort of capture the tropes, but put our spin on them. So the idea is, there's a wooden horse, but it's not a Trojan horse. We don't have Troy, but we have Akros. So it's an Akron horse.
The world building of Theros kind of assumes that most of what you read in Greek myth is just literally true. What if there were a world where all these myths came alive? What if the gods were actual beings that just you could see on a day-to-day basis? What if all these mystical creatures literally were attacking your polis from time to time? There is a sense that Theros has a past and that people think about stories from long ago, but in most cases, most of those stories are literally true. You could actually go out and find the actual Hydra and fight it.
A top-down card design is when you take a specific concept and try to express it mechanically. So I want to do a top-down Hydra. I need to have a creature that can have multiple heads that's represented mechanically. We like to use +1/+1 counters a lot for that. And when they get cut off, they need to grow back. So the classic top-down Hydra, I think, is Protean Hydra from Magic 2010, where instead of taking damage, you remove counters from it, but then it grows twice as many counters back.
We've talked about doing Greek mythology for years. Years and years and years and years. And the reason we shied away from it for so long was we were afraid that too much of Magic was Greek mythology. So much of what Richard built the game on was built on, the essence of Greek mythology, and that all the different creatures from Greek mythology pretty much show up in Magic at some point. And so we were kind of concerned, well, how is this different? Magic has centaurs and griffins and cyclops and satyrs and minotaurs and on and on and on. Like, all those things show up. But what we learned during Innistrad actually was almost everything we used in Innistrad, Magic actually had done before. you know. But when you put them all together and like it's just those things, it had a very distinctive feel.
So one of the issues that we have with Theros is that people have expectations based on what they know about Greek mythology. And we're certainly not trying to represent the Greek myths precisely. Like, people aren't going to be able to, you know, to find their exact story. I was the lead conceptor for Theros, and so I did all the art descriptions. And one of the ways, rather than trying to, you know, accurately rep King Midas isn't in this set, but he was one that came up. It's sort of like, you know, we're not going to have a card called King Midas, or we're not going to have a card called Orpheus. But we can allude to those things that people know, say the card Rescue from the Underworld. It gives a sense of Orpheus. It gives a sense of, like, you know, the people will remember that story, and it'll be kind of a point of familiarity without trying to literally represent the myths.
You have to understand, in the Renaissance, there was a giant resurgence of sort of mimicking Greek artwork. So I think what people expect when they see a Greek statue is actually a Renaissance statue, which is a colorless white marble statue. But in actual fact, the ancient Greeks had very colorful statues. They were very brightly colored. So we try to mix somewhere in between that, where you'll see a lot of our architecture has some bright colors mixed into it, but it also keeps that white marble look.
Here was the challenge before me. The challenge was, we want to do Greek mythology. Top-down Greek mythology, a world inspired by Greek mythology. Now, when I went into it, I assumed to be a lot like Innistrad. But what I learned very quickly was, people know horror from pop culture, from movies and TV. I wanted the gameplay to capture the same sense that you got when you read Greek mythology. And what I realized with lots of experimentation is, it was about accomplishment. It was about building something. That in Greek mythology, you start with a young hero, an untested hero. In fact, the whole idea of the myth of the epic hero, that comes from the Greeks. And that you want to get him tested, and he gets help from the gods, and he's fighting against monsters, but he goes from being this lowly guy to being this mighty hero. And I wanted you to play the game and have that experience.
What is Theros? Theros is a land where myth is made real, where the things that make a hero are in the forefront. Fantastical monsters roam the lands. The gods, with their whims and their jealousies, are meddling in the lives of mortals. It's a place where incredible stories happen, where heroes who are great become even greater, and monsters threaten to destroy human civilization.
Heliod, god of the sun. Thassa, god of the sea. Erebos, god of the dead. Perforos, god of the forge. Nylea, god of the hunt. Together, these 5 deities cast their immortal shadows over the creatures and peoples of Theros. Let's find out how R&D brought gods to magic.
When I first sat down, I figured out real early on that we needed to have gods. That if we're going to do Greek mythology, it's not Greek mythology if the gods aren't there. The gods were like the core of Greek mythology. So I said, okay, well, if the gods are the core of Greek mythology, what is the core of magic? And that's very easy. I talk about it all the time. The color wheel is the core of magic. So I said, okay, the core of Greek mythology is the gods. The core of magic is the color wheel. Ooh, wait. Of course, the core of our gods has to be the color wheel.
Just coming off the Tales of Return to Ravnica, there's lots of gold everywhere, gold world, everything's gold. Play lots of colors is the theme. When we need to shift gears, we need something else to push you in a different direction. That's why Heliod and all the gods, they reward you for staying just their color so that you have a reason to do something besides play a super greedy multicolored deck. And we feel it's great to shift the gears for the new set to come in and change what decks people are building.
Now originally, by the way design made them is the gods went to Nyx. We had a brand new zone, you got a command zone, you got the exile zone, the Nyx zone, and they went to Nyx. And their enchantment effect would affect the game, but they weren't even there, they were off in Nyx. And then if you showed devotion to them, then they'd come into play. They'd come to the battlefield. And development rightfully said, like, well, I don't know, we need an entire zone. But they kept the essence of what we wanted, which is that the gods kind of, the presence is felt, but in order to get the, the mortal-ish, or, the physical part of the guy, to actually turn them into a creature, you kind of gotta you got to make them feel good, because that's how the Greek gods were.
Normally when we're trying to, like, this card's a little too good, we don't want like all the colors to play it, like, let's, instead of it being 2 colorless mana and a single black mana, we might like make it 1 colorless mana and 2 black mana, and that normally when we do that, we're making the card worse, or it's going to show into less decks, it's going to be harder to cast. Sometimes you won't cast it in that sense, it's worse. In this case, if we were to make that change, we were in many cases making cards better, so it changed a lot of development paradigms where by making cards harder to cast, they actually could just become strictly more powerful cards in this setting.
One of the biggest tasks was to go through and design after design after design, try and figure out what made this god unique, what kind of thing made them actually appear supernatural. That was very hard to do, and I think it translated from the concepts. And then it was also pushed harder in the final art, I think, which is oftentimes done by, like, if you take a low angle, like an upshot at a god, and you also show the environment that they're in and that they're 500 times bigger than you are. Like, they're the size of a mountain and they're smashing it. Then that's the kind of thing that we use to get across this feeling of, like, huge supernatural power.
Each god has sort of a signature weapon that is associated with that god, and each god's weapon is also an enchantment. We've talked about how the magic of the gods is enchantments. So anything associated with them, anything that's created from divine magic, has the enchantment type and has this kind of like Starfield look to it. So occasionally, if you're a very devout worshiper of your god, they might lend their signature weapon to you, and you can actually wield it. And this is considered a very great sign of approval from the gods. If you are able to be graced with the sun spear of Heliod, use it well.
Heliod is one god where, in many cases, we were trying to match up the abilities of the god as well as the associated weapon of that god in many ways. So, in part, that was one of the pieces that comes together if you're trying to analyze why each god has which powers. Like, Heliod can create a bunch of cleric tokens, and what's good with a bunch of little tokens? An anthem effect, which is what we have, where his weapon is giving all of your creatures +1/+1.
Thassa is the god of the sea. She is a god that believes in progress over time, but also can punish those who don't see things her way. She rules over the Tritons, which are the merfolk of Theros, and they believe that she is going to guide them to a grand future.
Thassa, we were trying to figure out what can blue do here. These gods have devotion. A bunch of counterspells doesn't help you. And so we said, well, we'll help by making the blue one faster to get on the battlefield and really reward you. And then we added the Master of Waves to give blue another strong devotion permanent to help build a deck.
When you die on Theros, instead of rotting in the ground, you transfer to this underworld where you live out in this world of the dead. The god who rules over this underworld is Erebos, the god of the dead. If you ever wish to leave the underworld, you have to ask Erebos. He usually says no. But sometimes it is possible to escape the underworld if you manage to sacrifice your identity. That's the cost of leaving the underworld. That's what you see in The Returned, which are these undead beings that roam Theros. They have a gold mask over their face. That's represents that they have sacrificed their identity.
It would be nice to tap into black getting power by paying life. We decided what would be cool was to make Erebos' whip play really well with him by giving your creatures lifelink, so that your creatures would add to your devotion, the lifelink would give you your life back, and then you could spend the life that you've earned to draw more cards.
Theros has one god for each color, but not in every case are we seeing the most obvious side of that color represented in that god. Perforos, we wanted to make sure that he would bring out a different side of red that we don't often see. Red is the color of passion, the color of art and creativity and inspiration.
So Perforos' god of the forge was really we were trying to tie into the fact that like he master of both sort of fire and earth, and that's just simply captured in terms of like whenever a creature enters a battlefield, it can do 2 damage to your opponent. We tried to tie this into being something that he could really take advantage of with his hammer. The hammer is putting 3/3 golem creatures into play. When each of those come into play, they can be dealing damage to your opponent. He also just has we wanted to give him sort of a more general exciting effect of giving all of your creatures an attack bonus we figure a lot of people are going to want to put this sort of strategy into an aggressive attacking deck with lots of small creatures, and with those small creatures just giving ways to pump them each turn is an exciting payoff for those style of decks.
Nylea is god of the hunt. She is the classic hunter archetype from Greek myth. She is she ranges over the forest, and what she declares as her prey is hers. You worship her if you wish to have skill in the hunt as well, but you might actually run into her hunting alongside you, in which case, don't take her quarry.
The green god, Nylea, is strong because the creatures that tap for mana also give you devotion, so she's the easiest one to get in there in battle and attack. And the hard part was making her bow. A bow sounds like it should be killing things, but green is the color that's least likely to just be eliminating creatures. And Aaron Forsyth came up with this idea of the 4 seasons. So the 4 seasons, if you look, you can figure out which ability is which. It's pretty interesting.
Nylea gives all your attacking creatures trample. Her bow gives all your attacking creatures death touch, which is cute. It also has this kind of crazy interaction where it means you only need to deal 1 damage to the blocker because of death touch, and the rest can trample over, and it's a very powerful synergy that we sometimes avoid because it's a little confusing. But here, you've got a god who's a mythic, and you've got a weapon that's rare, and it's a really exciting combination.
When design has signed you up for a cycle of mythic rare indestructible enchantments, that's a scary thing. Black and red can barely touch enchantments as it is. If someone shows up with naturalizes or disenchants, they're not getting rid of your god. So we had to be very careful about what we did with those. I'm very happy with where we ended up, but we went through a lot of iterations, and that's probably the single scariest thing in the set for me still at this point, is if something goes wrong and one of those gods is better than we meant, we're going to have an indestructible enchantment running around. Those are not easy to deal with. So I hope those work. I think they will, but I really hope they work.
The gods extend their influence over every part of the world, but for the mortals on Theros, there's a lot more to worry about than the whims of their chosen deities. In part 2 of our journey, we'll see how R&D turned Theros into a living, breathing world, packed full of staggering monsters, myth and legend made real, and heroes ready to answer the call. All right, hello everyone, welcome back to the news desk. Rich Hagan sitting alongside Mr. Ian, that's not a spelling mistake, Duke, older brother of Reed.
That's true, by 5 years.
By 5 years, and that's why he doesn't get to be a Magic core developer like you are. We're going to get to talk about Standard in a mo, but first, let me show you our new leaderboard. Now, it's still not quite the actual leaderboard, because as you'll see in just a moment, we have, well, it turns out there's basically 53 players with perfect 3-0 records, but we've picked out 16 of the finest names we could find there. So you've got the likes of Sam Black, Christian Calcano, Pat Chapin, Jeremy Desani of France, John Finkel has started off 3-0, from Taiwan, Hao Shan Huang. You've got Ireland's finest, John Larkin, with all his top 8 experience in the 90s. Hopefully we'll be doing a deck tech with him later today. Makihiro Mahara of Japan. You've got a Choa of Channel Fireball. You've got Hall of Famer Rada, Pro Tour champion Rietzel, Hall of Famer Ruel, Hall of Famer Scott-Vargas, Player of the Year Turtenwald, Pro Tour champion Jake Van Lunen, Pro Tour champion Craig Wesco. And there's 37 more still yet to taste defeat here at Pro Tour Theros. But the players are getting ready for round 4. And so, Ian, briefly, we're going to just touch on the 4 pillars of Standard. And these are the decks that we're kind of looking and thinking, we're going to see plenty of these somewhere out there today and tomorrow. So let's see our first slide, and we're going to begin with Selesnya. And so this is green-white, if you like. So we've got cards like Fleecemane Lion, we've got Boon Satyr, but then we also got, from previous sets, things like Trostani and Advent of the Worm. Tell us a little bit about Selesnya.
Yeah, absolutely. So this was a deck that saw a lot of success at Pro Tour Dragon's Maze in Ravnica block constructed. So it's no surprise that this was a great starting point for players as they started to explore the new standard format. Now, this is a deck that sort of toes the line between aggro and mid-range. It has bigger creatures than a lot of the aggressive decks, but it also has a lot of resilience as the game goes long. So we can expect to see some great new additions to this deck from Theros, like, as you mentioned, Boon Satyr, and cards like Trostani and Unflinching Courage really give this deck a lot of game against the other aggressive decks like Mono Red.
Okay.
And then some of these powerful flash creatures like Advent of the Worm and, as we mentioned, Boon Satyr give the deck a lot of resilience against the Supreme Verdict decks.
Yeah, and it's interesting that Boon Satyr has flash, whereas Advent of the Worm doesn't, but it's an instant 5/5
sort of a pseudo creature.
That's right, and it's a different way of doing things. And Boon Satyr, there's so much fun stuff you can do with that. Let's move on, and we're going to take you now to Red Deck Wins, another, unsurprisingly, pretty aggressive deck. Now, there are lots of takes on red, but we've got 4 cards up on the screen there. What catches your eye in?
Yeah, so absolutely. Fire Drinker Satyr is just a home run for this deck. This deck is super aggressive, and it doesn't mind taking a little bit of damage in the early game. So this is an additional excellent 1-drop that allows you to put a lot of pressure on the opponent. From there, you have a couple different directions you can go. Some of these red decks are going to seek to get in some early damage with creatures and then finish the game with burn spells like Magma Jet and Lightning Strike, which are just premium additions. Beyond that, you can go a slightly different direction where you actually focus more on Red Devotion, which is one of the exciting things that Theros brings. You can see up here on the slide we have Fanatic of Mogus.
Yes.
This is a powerful 4-power creature. When it enters the battlefield, it does damage equal to your devotion to red to the opponent. This can really finish off your opponent in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of red players have been known to play things like Lava Axe as, I'm going to deal you 5.
Absolutely.
And this can easily, the Fanatic can easily deal you 5. Oh, and then, by the way, I've got a 4-power body left over for 1 less mana.
This is what we in the business call reach.
Right.
And just real quick, a couple more additions from Theros that we might see. The Hammer of Perforos is an excellent way to stay in the game with control decks. And Perforos himself we might see this weekend as well.
Okay, well, we might see him indeed. And let's see whether he crops up in our conversation about Gruul. This is kind of mid-range, if you like. So up there, we've got an Ember Swallower. We've got Satyr Hedonist that accelerates your mana, Polukranos the World Eater, and then one of the signature cards in the set, another one, Xenaghost the Reveler.
Yeah, so this deck really puts the monsters in Heroes versus Monsters.
Yeah.
What we can expect to see a lot of early acceleration. Cards like the Satyr Hedonist, Sylvan Caryatid is also a huge player in this deck. And then you have a wide selection of excellent sort of mid-range monstrous creatures. Polukranos, as you mentioned, is excellent at cleaning out those red deck wind weenies that we saw earlier, like Fire Drinker Satyr. Beyond that, you have Stormbringer Dragon, which is a huge threat against the blue-white based control decks that we're going to see coming up. And Ember Swallower is actually a really exciting addition that I'm a little bit surprised to see, but does a great job at attacking your opponent's mana base.
Yeah, I think the thing is that there's such an upside to that 7 mana. If you can do it, and you've got Nykthos maybe, there's some there's some stuff going on there. All right, and finally on our Whistle Top tour of Standard, can't even say it, we're going so fast. Let's take a look at Esper Control.
Yeah, so at its core, this deck is a blue-white based control deck, so we can assume we're going to see the usual suspects like Azorius Charmed Attention Sphere, Supreme Verdict, and Sphinx's Revelation. But by splashing black, these decks get a lot of great additions from Theros. Thoughtseize is one that might come up in the mirror matches, and as well as Ashiok, Nightmare Weaver. This is a really exciting card you can use to put pressure on your control opponents, so it's great for the mirror match. Elspeth, Sun's Champion, is just a haymaker that can really end the game against other creature decks. And Hero's Downfall is a great way to answer enemy creatures, planeswalkers, you name it.
Yeah, and it's interesting that Elspeth costs what to a lot of people initially felt like almost like a sticking point mana cost.
Yeah.
Like 6 mana is a lot for a planeswalker in Constructed.
6 mana planeswalkers have somewhat of a sordid history in Constructed.
All right.
So we really wanted to make Elspeth shine, and
I think you have. I really think you have. Now, you're here all weekend. What are you doing at a Pro Tour when you should be back at home making cards? So, why do people send from R&D? Why do you come to Pro Tours? What do you see?
So, my job this weekend is to really just to interact with the players, see how people are liking Theros, see if they have any suggestions or grievances they want to air, and just to kind of touch base with the player base and see what people like.
And I guess the thing is, ultimately, when you're in the air quotes, ivory tower of Wizards Tower back in Seattle, ultimately, sometimes you forget that it's actual players sitting at actual tables slinging the actual spells that are driving what this is all about.
Yeah, actually, we never forget. I mean, Magic is just one of those things that's so near and dear to our heart that we really want to stay in touch with the players and listen to player feedback and make sure we're creating the best game possible.
So, a final question for you. Any particular player you're interested in following this weekend? Anyone you think might do okay?
I'm just really excited to actually see the team rivalries here. Star City Games versus Channel Fireball is one of my favorites to follow, so eager to see how that plays out.
Okay. I fed him such a softball there, and he refused. He is the
modesty runs in the family.
The second nicest man alive. All right, so that was Ian Duke. We've got feature matches coming up in round 4. It goes like this: 3-0 all the way. David Kaplan of Canada against David Ochoa of the United States. Hall of Famer Antoine Ruel in an all-France battle against World Magic Cup champion Timothée Simoneau. Then you've got another Hall of Famer. It's Bram Snetvangers, and he in fact is at 2-1 against Joel Larsson of Sweden, runner-up in a Pro Tour in the last 12 months. And we're going to start on video. We're going to go a bit old school, and we're going to take you to the Emerald Isle from Ireland, 3-0, their finest player of all time. It's John Larkin against Eric Phillips. You could have been watching this in 1998, and now you can watch it in high definition in 2013. It's time for round 4 of Pro Tour Theros 2013.
How you guys doing? Rashad Miller, Brian David Marshall. It's time to watch some Standard. Now, during the lunch break, we were doing a little chit-chat and we found out who the actual feature match was that we were going to watch, and found out that it's John Larkin versus Eric Phillips, and you were really excited about that. Tell me why you're very excited about this, to see this game.
Why don't we throw down and I'll talk as we walk into the match. But I am very excited. You should stay tuned. I know Ireland's watching right now as well.
All right, let's head down to the feature match area and watch some Magic. Here we go, round 4 of Pro Tour Theros. I'm Rashad Miller, here with Brian David Marshall, and we're about to watch John Larkin versus Eric Phillips. Why don't you tell us a little bit about this matchup and why you were excited to see these guys play? John
Larkin is an Irish player, probably the most successful player from Ireland. He's playing red, and he's led off with a Mountain and a Rakdos Cackler. John Larkin, you may not, if you've been following Magic for like the last 10 years or so, you may have missed his career, but he has 3 Pro Tour top 8s.
That's right. We see that right there.
120 career points, almost $50,000 in winnings, and he really was one of the game's best players at the height of his powers.
And he's fighting for the home team.
Yeah, he's from Ireland. Eric Phillips, you may remember seeing him a couple months back at this point, playing in Grand Prix Providence as that part of the winning team.
That's right. And Eric Phillips' play is a stopping ground, untapped into an Experiment 1, a card that we saw at the last Pro Tour doing a lot of work.
Yeah. So Eric is on a Naya deck, and Rob is on mono red. He's on red deck wins, as befitting someone of his veteran.
Yeah, usually those red decks find a way to scrape a win here and there. So second play for John Larkin is going to be first to attack for 2 with the Rakdos Cackler. He played a Mutavault, and it looks like he has another Cackler, nothing really that he can play for 2. And there we go, a second Rakdos Cackler, assuming there's going to be an Unleash right there, so it's a 2-2.
And Mutavault means that this is not a Devotion deck, right? There's generally room for Mutavault or nick those shrine to nicks.
Well, usually, definitely Mutavault does not increase to your devotion, but I'm sure there are a lot of players that just want to get a Mutavault in their deck at no cost.
Let's take a look at what Eric Phillips is working with in hand here, while he weathers this flurry of Rakdos Cacklers.
He's got a pretty sweet hand. He's got a Boros Reckoner, a Domri Raid, a Gorklan Rampager, Stormbreath Dragon, a hit from Theros, Selesnya Charm, and a Temple of Abandon, another card from the new Theros. A lot of thinking from Eric. Let's see if he can come up with a play here.
So here we see his land's going to come into play tapped at Temple of Abandon. Well,
eventually, something's going to come into play. Oh, so that was a pass of the turn from Eric. So this back to John Larson. He plays,
I'm sorry. He played the.
Okay.
Yeah, he played a Mutavault, activated the Mutavault that was already in play. So this is an attack for 6, 2 Rakdos Cacklers and a Mutavault, and there is a Selesnya Charm. That Selesnya Charm is going to put a 2/2 Knight token into play, which is also going to evolve the experiment one. So now Eric Phillip has a couple of 2/2s that he can interact with John Larkin's team.
There we
A
go.
little bit of LD, you're thinking?
Think about.
He says what you hear Eric saying. I got to think about this.
Now, definitely, there's a lot of incentive to, take this opportunity to destroy a land, but Mutavault is a 2/2 that you need 1 mana to attack with, whereas those Cacklers aren't. So those Cacklers actually bite the dust because that's where the blocks happen. And there's a 3rd Rakdos Cackler just to increase the pressure back to something from nothing for John Larkin.
Play Temple of Abandon.
Oh, there we go. 3rd land.
Yep, Temple of Abandon. That's a new card from Theros. It allows him to scry 1, keeps the card on top. Because it'll play tapped, but next turn he'll have access to green and red from that land to go along with his Stomping Ground and Plains. 2 mana, and Eric Phillips plays a Voice of Resurgence. Another card that made a big impact on the metagames of multiple formats.
Yeah, it was in one of the cards in the winning deck from Pro Tour Dragon's Maze.
So
right, Craig Wesco.
That card's been a lot of winning decks.
Creatures on my side.
Yeah.
I saw a draw from John Larkin. It looks like that was that a Chandra's?
He is playing Chandra's Phoenix.
Yeah, it looks like a Chandra's Phoenix. Just, remembering from all of the Duels of the Planeswalkers I've been playing. That's a card that makes it in almost all of the red decks that you have to play with.
So both these players 3-0'd their draft pods.
Congratulations.
Yeah, and now they're going to find out, how their play testing bore out for them. They're like, did I have the right read? Did I make the right sideboard?
So
can I beat a Voice of Resurgence?
I'm sure these are all questions that they have at least asked themselves once. So Mutavault attacks with the Rakdos Cackler. So we got a couple of 2/2s running into a Voice of Resurgence, and Eric Phillips doesn't have any mana available, so there's not going to be any tricks. Block on the Rakdos Cackler, that's going to yield a trade and a 1/1 elemental token for Eric Phillips. So that's going to drop Eric down to 12. All right, get a good look at John's hand. Looks like he has is that a storm? I think that might be. I'm doing the, lean to the side. I thought I saw a lightning strike, but I wasn't sure. There is a Boros Reckoner for Eric Phillips and the pass of the turn.
So Eric Phillips, New York area player, playing for a long time. He also has a Pro Tour top 8, although it's juniors at Pro Tour Rye.
Hey, that counts. I wish I were playing Magic during all of the junior stuff so that I could had a head start on everyone else. A lot of value to playing Magic from, the age of 12.
How many cards have 3, 4?
Wow, we got a mono blue, like a tsunami of blue on the back table between Antoine Ruel and Timothy Seminole. There's like 18 blue mana symbols.
That's together, right? Not one person.
That's together. I don't know how many waves are being mastered or not, but
sure
I imagine some will be.
Yeah, if not already, they will be.
Waves are confirmed by our weather reporter out in the feature match area.
Tsunami
Our surfing
incoming.
expert.
I didn't realize Marshall Sutcliffe was a surfing expert.
He is.
He's got the body for it.
He took it up after the Supersonics left Seattle.
So a lot of thought going into this next play. Not a very good mana base for John Larkin, so he's going to use that is a lightning strike that he uses to kill the Boros Reckoner.
Chain lightning's it.
Yeah, I do 3 to it, you do 3 to me. That's fair, right?
Here we go. Let's take a look at what John's been thinking about here. He's been thinking about a second red source.
Yeah, he's thinking about all of these double red cards that he has in his hand that he can't play because of the double Mutavault. So a Gore Clan Rampager comes down for Eric Phillips, and John Larkin has to read it. It's like, it's a 4/4 for 4. That's already pretty sweet. But also tramples, which is a great ability.
And here we go. There's that mountain he's been looking for.
So finally, John Larkin can play some Magic. I mean, I'm a fan of the land-only decks where you attack with Mutavault-esque creatures, but sometimes you want to be able to cast the spells in your hand.
So Antoine Morel's Waves washed over Timothy Simoneau game 1. Swept him out to sea. he didn't have enough hair. To give him just the last amount of weight he needed to stay on shore.
So there we go, 3 mana, and that is Chandra's Phoenix. He's going to get in for 2, no hesitation.
Halfway to dead, 10.
Eric Phillips is at 10, and despite John Larkin only having a couple of Mutavaults for a few turns, Eric Phillips is under a lot of pressure. He's not at a high life total, and John Larkin is sitting at a very healthy 17. I think this might be a Domri raid.
It is. I think we might have a fight.
That Domri raid, he's such a bully. Well, I guess he's not a bully. He's more of an instigator.
Yeah, he's a troublemaker.
Yeah, he's just a troublemaker.
Do you know what Chandra's Phoenix said about you?
Go get him, Gorehouse Rampager. Go Gore Clan.
He said you looked fat.
He said the Gore Clan sucked. So they actually do fight. Gore Clan Rampager picks a fight with a lowly 2/2 flyer, and it dies, but the Rampager doesn't attack in.
Right.
Now,
Eric's waited his life total. He knows he's playing against a red deck. He's been playing for a long time. He knows that, he doesn't know what kind of flurry of burn spells that John might unleash against him.
Right, and any burn spell is going to bring that Chandra's Phoenix back into John Larkin's hand, which is another potential 2 damage on top of whatever damage that burn spell actually did. John Larkin's looking at, looks like he has an Ash Zealot, Burning Tree Emissary, and another Lightning Strike to go along with his Mutavault. He's probably trying to decide how many of these 2/2s he wants to play. I don't know. Is there any reason for him not to just lay all of his creatures out onto the battlefield?
Well, he gets... He's sort of limited in how much red he has available.
That is true. Well, he can go red into Burning Tree Emissary, get red into Ash Zealot, and then not play any other spells. Or he can use the Lightning Strike to either deal with, a Domri or or the token. He can actually deal with the Elemental token as well. Now, Lightning Strike to the Dome would get him a Chandra's Phoenix back to his hand. And I believe, does Chandra's Phoenix also trigger when you deal damage to a Planeswalker with instant or sorcery? Can we get Chandra's Phoenix up to see what that guy says? Right, so this is obviously a big decision for John Larkin, and he's going to pass the turn. So it looks like he's not going to be playing either of those creatures, and the play is to use Lightning Strike for something or another.
Use Domri's first ability? Yeah.
Okay, so it's a spell, or if a Planeswalker deals damage to an opponent. So I knew there was Planeswalker in there somewhere, but the Lightning Strike would have to go to the Dome in order for the Chandra's Phoenix to be returned to John Larkin's hand. So he passed the turn, has 5 mana up, 3 of them Mutavaults, so not a lot of red spells going to be able to be cast, in one turn. And Eric Phillips taps 2 mana and plays a Fleece Mane Lion.
Yeah, that's one of the new cards from Theros. This card is, I mean, my experience with it has been largely in limited. I can tell you it is nigh unbeatable in that format.
Hey, I remember when Watchwolf, was a card when it first became a card, and a 3/3 for 2 was kind of unprecedented at that time.
Yeah.
You're like, whoa, this is crazy.
How about a 4/4 hexproof indestructible?
Well, that's just not. Well, it's fun for one person.
Yeah.
But it's really not.
It
fair.
really is. It really is. It doesn't seem like it should be fun even for you, but it is.
I mean, I'd have fun. So Lightning Strike is going to the Dome. Doesn't look like it's going to be redirected to the Domri raid, so the Chandra's Phoenix does come back. That gives him a flyer, and that might be all John Larkin needs to close out these last 7 damage. I don't know if Eric Phillip has a way to deal with the flyer in this deck other than Domri raid.
Well, he can fight.
Yeah,
you could also kill it with the Chandra's Phoenix.
Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen. Even though the Phoenix died and was reborn, I think it still remembers that Domri raid started that fight.
Of course, what we know is that Eric Phillips has reinforcements.
Oh man, Stormbreath Dragon. And a couple of more Domri raids, but I don't know. Is Domri raid a little too slow right now? Does he have time to replenish his Domri raids, or does he just need to draw a 5th land and play a 5/5 flyer?
Mm-hmm. There goes a Burning Tree Emissary. So he's got red-green in his mana pool.
Yep, red-green floating from the Enter the Battlefield ability of the Burning Tree Emissary. And with that red and a green, he's going to tap another mountain and play Chandra's Phoenix. Has 1 card left in his hand. We both know that it is a Ash Zealot. And Chandra's Phoenix is attacking, I assume, Domri raid. And he pointed kind of maybe over Domri raid to Eric Phillips, but we'll see. We'll find out exactly what has been attacked. Looks like John's actually still thinking about it.
Right. Interesting. Eric's kept that Gorkling Rampager back. Perhaps knowing Ash Zealot is a staple of this format, and not a card he can easily deal with his other creatures.
Right. And, I mean, any creature with haste it just represents another direct damage, quote-unquote, to Eric's already low life total. So he is definitely in full defensive mode as Eric does get his 5th land. It's in the form of a Temple of Triumph, so no Stormbreath Dragon just yet. But this might be the chance for him to play one of his 2 Domri raids in order to, pick another fight. Now, how defensive can Eric actually play right now? Because he's playing against a mono red deck, and I'm sure John Larkin's deck has 7 points of direct damage in the rest of the cards in this library. So how much longer can he wait before he just has to start attacking with either a 4/4 or 3/3?
Would you have been tempted to get in there with, your Chandra's Phoenix and just attack Eric down to 5 and let him burn his Domri raid to kill your Chandra's Phoenix?
I probably wouldn't have unless I had another burn spell in order to get my Chandra's Phoenix back, in which case I would have done that because the burn spell would have gone to the Dome and I would have got the Chandra's Phoenix back again. But, without having any other real impacting cards in his hand, Ash Zealot, it's fine if Eric ever decides to go on the offense and doesn't leave enough blockers back. But without having the direct damage in his hand, you really don't want to just throw away your Phoenix right there. You want to try to get, you want to ride it to victory, even though that would probably burn, riding a Phoenix because it's a Firebird. You're not laughing.
I gotcha.
I don't think you got it. I'll explain that joke to you later.
Yeah, just tell me when you're joking.
That was pretty serious. So, so Eric Phillips actually does the +1 on Domri raid, and he looks at the card, and it wasn't a creature because he put it right back down. We don't know what it is, but now he has 6 mana available.
And Stormbreath Dragon cannot be far away. Another new card.
Yep. Stormbreath Dragon it's a 5/5. It has haste. It also has protection from white. Also flies because it's a dragon, and it is a monstrosity. Get a look at it right there. The cards in hand trigger on the monstrosity probably not a big relevance here, but it becoming a 7/7 is probably pretty sweet.
Elemental tokens rumbling in with the Gore Clan Rampager.
It's like,
finally time.
Is it time? Yeah.
Stormbreath Dragon respecting the Chandra's Phoenix, saying, I'm just going to chill here.
Yeah.
See if she shows up again looking for a little revenge.
I mean,
you know how those bar fights can escalate.
Yeah, I mean, that Chandra's Phoenix, it's a feisty one. You can't see it, but John Larkin is just kind of slouched back in his chair. The red decks don't really want to be in this situation where, you know, there's a bunch of 4/4s and bigger, you know, attacking. If the 4/4s will stand back, you're fine with that.
Yeah.
Once they start
attacking, it gets a little different. Oh, boy.
So he drew a mountain. He's been needing a mountain for a while, but he also has a Fanatic of Mogus. Probably the reach that he needs. He has enough mana to play both of those cards. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 devotion. That's 5 damage right there.
Yeah.
He's pretty close. This is when John Larkin tries to see if he could squeeze some 2 damage in any way. But I don't know that that's a possibility right now because he's facing
not with
lethal.
a 3/3 and a 4/4. He's like, okay.
So there's Ash Zealot. And you just have to assume that if the Fanatic comes down, you kind of give up that you have nothing else. And is John Larkin's only chance to win this game well, I guess I don't have to finish that sentence because the Fanatic of Mogus actually comes down, and that's going to be 5 damage to either Eric Phillips or to the Dami Raid. And it looks like Eric's going to go down to 2.
And obviously, it's a different game if he doesn't attack Dami Raid, but, you know, that is 2 damage.
It is true, except that Dami Raid would have been able to pick another fight, and then another one would come down and draw a card. It's definitely mathematically, he would have been at 0, but I think it was the right thing to do in order just to try to get that inherent value without throwing your creature away.
Yeah. I'm going to fight.
So Dami Raid's going to pick another fight. And he's going to take out probably one of these 2/2s, the first striking one. And now Eric Phillips has a 4/4 Trampler and a 4/4 Flyer. And that damage is probably enough to be lethal. And there's another Dami Raid. And there's probably another fight that's got to be picked. And then there's only going to be one blocker. That has to be lethal. Everyone attacks. And John Larkin can't activate that Mutavault. He has only 1 land, which is Mutavault. Not gonna. Yep. The block scoop. All right. So a nice turnaround of that game from Eric Phillips to lead 1-0 over John Larkin.
So your pace of play in that game was probably too slow.
We'd like to thank Gaming Etc. for being an official card retailer here at Pro Tour Theros. Use promo code Dublin when ordering on gamingetc.com to earn 10% off all singles and accessories. For more information, visit gamingetc.com.
So, yeah, we got a couple of, we got at least one result. David Kaplan, who's also playing a mono red deck, defeated David Ochoa, who's apparently also playing a mono red deck. 2 games to nothing, I believe.
I believe that is correct.
Yeah, and then did we get a final result on the French matchup?
I believe, I think it's 2-1 Ruel. That might be over, or it's either 1-1. Can we actually get that confirmed, Mr. Marshall Sutcliffe? And while we get that information, even though any big creature would have done the job for Eric Phillips, it was really a Storm Breath Dragon that did it. Let's take a look at that card because it is a sweet one. It's a mythic rare.
Yeah, it's one of the big creatures from Theros that's gonna be a part of standard for a while. It kind of replaces.
And what a monstrosity it is! It's a hasty 4-power flyer for 5 mana, which is that's upside. Usually I'm fine with a 4-power flyer for 5 without any abilities.
Right, and importantly, you can play it, attack, and generally kill a planeswalker.
Yeah. That's always a big deal. The monstrosity ability is well positioned, and it deals with Sphinx's Revelations, which no one really wants to have to deal with. And the protection from white and helps you against the blue
Detention Sphere, Azorius Charm, things like that.
Yeah,
Chain to Rocks.
Didn't think about that one. I guess you really can't chain a Stormbreath Dragon to a rock.
No. It'll just take the rock with you.
Yeah,
with
it just flies away. And then do you lose that mountain? Is that
You
how
do,
it works?
you do.
In the Flavor Pro Tour, which I'm sure is coming up soon, the mountain just flies away with the Stormbreath Dragon. You know, and the blue removal spell don't really deal with the dragon. It puts it back in your hand, and then it has haste. So it's really, really well positioned to deal with control decks and to give red decks a way to compete. And there you get, that's a great view of what you would see if you were here in Dublin with us.
The Royal Dublin Society. If you're listening within Ireland, you're welcome to come on down, visit. It's open to the public.
Open to the public. Come down, watch your favorite Magic player, get a playmat signed, a card signed, shake a few hands, tell people how much you love them.
John Larkin.
Yep, John Larkin. All of John Larkin's friends, come on down. Family.
So, more than 400 players in attendance for this Pro Tour. Pretty big.
One of the bigger ones, not the biggest.
No.
It's definitely a big one, especially with the
lots of silver players, Mox players.
Yeah.
A couple of Grand Prix Las Vegas.
Yes, Grand Prix Las Vegas qualified a lot of players for this Pro Tour. And it looks like Bram Snapvangers and Joel Larson are headed to a Game 3. See if we can find out exactly what those guys are playing. All right, so these players right here are shuffling up.
Yeah.
So it looks like it's black-white control versus mono blue. I believe I heard that Joe Larson was on the Master of Waves plan. He definitely looks like a surfer. Not while surfing, but on his off days.
I gotta tell you, I'm pretty excited to see Frostborn Weird getting played in standard.
Hey,
it's on 3 or 4 tables in the feature match area right now.
A 1/4 for 2 is just ridiculous.
Yeah, and it has that extra ability of colored.
Being a 4/1 for 2 instead.
Well, I just meant it had blue.
Oh yeah,
or
it does have the I'm devoted to you and you.
Yeah,
it's kind of weird.
Frostborn Weird, Boris Reckoner, Fanatic.
Some of these gods are pretty understanding, to like a Frostborn Weird. How can you love me? Thoughts is like, how can you love me and Perforos? That just doesn't make sense, Mr. Weird. That is weird.
That's why he's so weird.
Yeah, he just
they knew that was coming.
I know. He just points to the nameplate.
Yeah. It's not you. It's me.
Yeah. It's not Frostborn makes sense.
Yeah. You're really looking to head judge this Flavor Pro Tour, aren't you?
Well, I didn't think I was very good at it, but it seems like I understand it very well. So maybe I should, or at least be, an executive producer or some sort, some type of special advisory position. Right. So, Mr. Larkin's going down to 6 cards. He didn't like his.
It looks like
5.
his opening hand was like 4 mountains, 2 lightning strikes, and a burning tree emissary, and he sent that back.
Well, now he has 4 mountains, a Mizium Mortars, and 1 card.
It looked like a Firefish Striker.
Is that a Firefish Striker? That guy isn't very devoted to Perforos, but he has other jobs.
Yeah, he's half in.
He's
got 1 foot out the door.
Yeah, I kind of like him, but who knows what's going to happen. All right, so we have a mountain facing down a temple of
Abandon.
And there is that Firefish Striker for John Larkin, first play of the game. Eric Phillips is doing his best Dragon's Maze impression. Maze's End impression by playing 2, coming to play tap lands, and he's finally able to play a 1-drop in the form of Experiment 1.
We see a Chandra's Phoenix join John's team.
A welcome addition.
Yeah.
And it attacks for 2. That's going to bring Eric Phillips down to 18. And not only does it attack for 2, but that is 2 red devotion extra for Mr. John Larkin. 3 mana, and there is a...
Oh, boy.
Oh, my God. Is that a...
Flames of the Firebrand.
Yeah, Flames of the Firebrand. It's going to split that damage 2 and 1. That's going to clear John Larkin's board and also clear the way for the Experiment 1. That's going to bring John Larson down to 19. He has an empty board, 3 mountains. He's looking at a couple of more mountains, the Mizium Mortars, and there is a Rakdos Cackler that just came down with a +1/+1 counter.
You see, John is... Larkin's kind of out of gas here. Though he does still have that Mizio Mortars, which can level the playing field.
Yeah, I mean, he's out of gas, but he could also empty Eric Phillips' gas tank as well as a Boros Reckoner comes down, which, has a little bit, has something to say about that Mizio Mortars. But that's going to evolve the Experiment 1 to a 2-2, and it's going to attack, and that's going to bring John Lawson down to 17, I believe.
Yeah, this is not the way. This is not the way Red Deck wins.
No.
Right. It just isn't. This isn't. This hasn't. He mulliganed. He didn't feel comfortable going down to 5.
Right. And he drew a hand that contained a card that did not deal damage to his opponent, which, maybe in this matchup, as John Larkin plays a 5th mountain, maybe he's decided that he needs to be the control deck, and, he needs to have more cards like Mizio Mortars to be able to clear the way, play a little bit more, slow the game down a little bit, be a little bit less aggressive, and win the mid-game with, a clear board and some devoted creatures.
Right. Mizio Mortars is a sideboard card for him. Card in the sideboard of Eric Phillips' deck that may have come in is could be an unflinching Courage, which would be pretty tough for the red deck to deal with traditionally.
If that card is in the sideboard for anything, it's definitely for the mono red matchup. So we had a play from, it looks like it was just a land from Eric Phillips, and his follow-up, he's tapping a Plains, a Forest, and a Temple of Abandon, and that is a Loxodon Smiter, and that is a big boy if I ever saw one, a 4/4 for 3 mana.
Sounds like Antoine Rourel, the Hall of Famer, has won 2 games to 1 over World Magic Cup champion Timothy Simino.
Yeah, it's good to see Antoine come back and play some games. He's one of my favorites.
Here's a Mizio Mortars.
There is the Mizio Mortars overloaded. It's going to
it kills all the creatures.
Yeah, basically just a Wrath of God-ish because
almost all the creatures. Yeah, he regenerates the Experiment 1.
That's right. Experiment 1 did evolve one more time before then, and now it's back down to a 1/1 because the 2 counters were removed to regenerate. And there's a Boros Reckoner to accompany that Experiment 1. So it's back up to 2/2. It attacks. John Larkin's going to go down to 15. John Larkin's looking at a couple of cards, 6 mountains, and
is there a more awkward dance partner than Fire Drinker Cedar and Boros Reckoner?
Come on, we could do this together. Like, we're both just going to do our own things, which is try not to block. So we do have, and actually this is the Rakdos Cackler of Shame. This is a 1/1 Rakdos Cackler, so it can block, and it's very, very, very shameful, that Rakdos Cackler. And now it looks like
this is just the dream here with Dommy Raid. Fight deals. Oh, he's waiting to see if he pumps it.
Well, either way, there's going to be some damage in the form of the trigger of this Satyr.
The proverbial bloodbath waiting to happen.
Does first strike matter when they fight? It does not.
Yeah, so Fire Drinker's Satyr says, if you're familiar with Jackal Pup, it's a Jackal Pup with fire breathing. But oh my, we have a Selesnya Charm on the Boros Reckoner, which fought the Fire Drinker Satyr, which is going to deal 5 damage to it, also 5 damage to John Larkin. The Satyr's going to deal its 3 damage to the Reckoner. That's going to get redirected possibly to John Larkin, and it doesn't matter what actually happened. John Larkin's done. He knew this game was over. There's no way a red deck's coming back from that. Are you ready for the next step in the hero's path? Come to Theros Game Day on October 19th and 20th and put yourself to the test in the Face the Hydra Challenge. For more information, visit wizards.com/Magic Game Day. I really want to face the Hydra.
Yeah.
Do you get? I know you get to face the Hydra at Game Day as we were looking at Bram Snapfinger, Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer, Bram Snapfinger.
Versus Joel Larson.
Yeah, Pro Tour finalist Joel Larson.
Yeah, Pro Tour finalist? Or quarterfinal, semifinalist. I think semifinalist.
I thought he was in the finals against Martel.
Well,
we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure that out. But
sounds like it's going to take another cup of coffee.
Yeah. I'm a little bit parched. But a Judge's Familiar. I'm just going to give you guys. We are early in Game 3. We have a Judge's Familiar over for Joel Larson. He has a Lonely Island along with it, and Brahm has a couple of land, no other permanents. He has a grip of 6 cards, and I don't know that he is at 4 life right now. That would be amazing if that. If we are 16 turns into the game.
It's 1916. While Joel looks at Brahm's hand, let's take a look at Brahm Snapfinger's career achievements. He's 37. He's one of the older players on the Pro Tour. He's been playing since the very beginning. 341 career pro points, almost $120,000 in earnings, 4 top 8s, and 8 top 8s at the Grand Prix level. And, wins more than half his matches, which is tough to do when you're talking about over, 17 years, 18 years of Magic.
Dude, I'm fine with just being a coin flip when I sit down at a match, as long as I'm just not the dog there. But so we get a good look at Brahm's hand, and he has a couple of 6/6 for 4 with Desecration Demon and an Alms Beast. That has to be out of the sideboard. He also has a Swamp, a Plains, a Hero's Demise, and an Underworld Connections.
So Joel Larson is playing one of the more exciting decks. I don't know, if you guys fantasy draft cards back at where you are, but if you picked Gale Rider Sliver as one of the cards to show up in a feature match today, you would have been correct, because Joel Larson is playing 8 1-drops in his blue deck. I'm sorry, 12.
No. Yeah.
He's playing 12. He's playing 12. He's got the
isn't enough.
Yeah, Judge's Familiar, Gal Rider Sliver, and Cloudfin Raptor.
He has all of the the blue flyers, that cost 1 converted mana cost.
What's really great to do with those little tiny flyers?
I want to draw some cards.
Arm them with forks.
Well, it's not really a fork. It's
like a Nathan's fork for the French fries, the Biden.
It's like an olive fork.
I guess. An olive fork. Yeah.
It's an olive fork. All right, so we did see a Gale Rider Sliver come down, and here.
Cocktail fork.
So Hero's Demise takes out the Judge's Familiar.
Well, actually, the Judge's Familiar took out the Hero's Downfall.
There you go.
He countered it.
There you go. Small victories, but that Gale Rider Sliver still tells the tale as it attacks Brahm down to 18. Third land, and that is a Thassa, God of the Sea.
Yeah, take a look at the cards in Joel's hand here. Watery Grave, Duress, Negate. Pretty good hand to have against the control deck.
Yeah, it's very good. Although I'm sure he would love to have a better threat density on board before those cards. But you got to take what you can get.
And he's going to start digging through ripping through his library here with the Thassa. He gets to scry every turn on its upkeep.
Yeah. That's one of the better parts of Thassa, God of the Sea. Brahm Snapfingers plays a Alms Beast with his 4th mana, and he passes the turn. So now he has a 6/6 attacker / blocker with not a real big downside in this matchup, I would think.
Yeah, I don't think you worry about giving lifelink to the Gal Rider Sliver.
Yeah, you can gain your 1 life. I guess technically you gain a 7 life because you did block, but that's not what it's all about. Eventually that Alms Beast is going to make its way through. So we got a spell from Joel Larson. It looks like it's a Duress.
Yeah, he duresses. He sees Underworld Dreams, Obsidian, Ghost Council, and
Devour Flesh.
Devour Flesh.
I would think that Underworld Connections just has to go.
Sure.
The Devour Flesh is going to kill a 1/1, and you can't target the Obsidian. So, the only other thing that I could think is if Joel really thinks he's going to get Devotion of 5 really fast, and he wants to be able to protect his.
He does take the Devour Flesh, and he can sit on his negate for
the Underworld
Connections.
I guess he is maximizing the spells that he has in his hand with that play. So Gale Rider Sliver comes in for 1. That's going to bring Brahm down to 17. Not a fast clock, but right now as far as card quality goes, Joel Larson is going to be getting better cards because of his scry every
Meta,
turn.
meta cards in the Ghost Council and the Underworld connections?
Well, not than those. We're just talking about the top of the deck. There's still a negate in Joel Larson's hand, and eventually I'm sure he has to have some way to deal with a Obsidat. And I say that and cringe a little bit because there aren't a lot of ways to deal with the Obsidat, but fingers crossed. Alms Beast comes in. Joel Larson's going to take 6. And we'd have to imagine that with this swamp that's coming down, we're going to see Obsidat hit the battlefield. But no, it's going to be Underworld connections. And there is a negate that Joel Larson was
and I think that's
on.
what Joel Larson really wanted to happen.
But if you're Braum, do you think that there has to be some answer for the Underworld connections if the Devour Flesh is the card that gets the rest away? Maybe, maybe not. Who knows?
Looks like Joel just drew possibly a Tidebinder Mage?
Might be. A very good double blue devoted card. So Mutavault is actually going to join in this attack, and it flies. Remember that, because it is a sliver when you activate it, so it attacks for 3. And
that's pretty sweet.
That is the Tidebinder Mage that comes down.
Pretty sweet little synergy. So Tidebinder Mage just for devotion. It does, it almost feels like a card you would side out here.
Maybe, but it's still a 2/2.
But it's got the blue and the casting cost.
It's essential. It's part of the plan.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Oh, I think he actually tried to tap the Alms Beast with it, and Braum, being I believe he is still a level 3 judge.
Yep.
To let him know that that's not the way. That's not the way red or green creatures look. They don't look like Alms Beast. So Braum picked up a Doomblade, so he's actually looking to be in control.
Yeah, I mean
of
he's got a Joel within 2 attacks here. Just
There's look at Braum. There's look at Joel. He definitely looks worried.
Someone pointed out that Braum is now a level 2 judge.
Oh, he's now a level 2 judge?
Yeah.
That happens.
Chris Lansdale, keeping it real for the judges.
That's why I don't claim, to be a judge anymore.
You're not a judge scientist?
I am not a judge scientist at all. All right, so there's the block.
Gets up to 12.
He does gain 2 life because Alms Beast gives all creatures blocking it lifelink. And there is Obsidat.
Oh, boy.
It's going to bring Joel Larson back down to 10. It's going to go away. He'll be back at the beginning of Braum's next upkeep. And he's going to have haste, and he's going to make Joel Larson lose another 2 life. After Scry, Joel Larson picks up a Frostborn Weird.
Which leaves him just a little shy of devotion.
Even with devotion, does he? I guess with devotion, he has a blocker for the Alms Beast.
An indestructible.
Yeah. Which would gain lifelink each time it blocked.
Yeah.
But there's still a Doomblade in Braum's hand, so Joel Larson is effectively.
Why does it have to be so hard?
He's effectively 3 devotion away from actually getting his Thassa online.
It's so hard, Joel, that it might actually just be impossible.
Yeah, that's he thinks it's hard without even knowing what that last card in Braum's hand is.
Right.
So there's the Frostborn Weird.
You got to get in. Do you got to get in for 3 here?
It depends on how. Maybe you get in for 2.
But you know the Ghost Council's coming.
Yeah, Ghost Council's coming back. You really don't have a way to interact with that other than throwing a creature in the way. So he's going to get in for 1. Does Joel have a card in his hand? He doesn't have a card in his hand.
No, Joel's out. Joel's blank. That's the cards in Joel's hand right there.
Seems like an attack with the Mutavault might have been a little bit better, and then chump block with the Gale Rider Sliver, unless he really wants to gain 2 life instead of 1 from the Alms
quite possibly.
Beast.
There's Doomblade.
Yep, Doomblade always gets his man. There's an attack for 11, and the Mutavault is going to jump it away to Alms Beast. That's with a gain of 2 life. It's going to bring him up to 10 and then back down to 5.
Scry that away. What's it going to be?
The knock of the deck?
Does
he have cards that good in his deck? Gale Rider Sliver is not one of them if he did. So there we have it. Braum Snapvanger wins 2-1.
Black-white control.
Yeah, I'm in.
The Orzhov Syndicate going to work.
Without actually, you know,
Be a shame.
they
Be a shame
gave
if something happened to your nice little beach community.
you know, they gave up the whole extortion ring, and you know, we're just gonna do it the easy way. You know, we had some big alms beasts, and you know, doom blades, and draw some cards. Here we go. Welcome back to Boot for Rashad Miller, Brian David Marshall. So in a second, we're gonna have an interview. I believe we're going to talk with the winner of that match. But up until then, let's talk a little bit about these Gale Rider slivers, because I really want to. I really want to play slivers in any format that it's actually playable in.
To be fair, you went as soon as you saw M14, you were talking about Gale Rider.
Yeah, you know, it's the sliver decks needed a real one drop, because usually all of the one drops are like all metallic sliver. It's just a sliver that doesn't do anything. Or you know, the best one was Virulent Sliver. That was the one that actually gave all slivers poison. But then everything else is like Screeching Sliver, Mind/Sliver. I know a lot of slivers. I don't know if you all are type it up and gather to see if these are actually slivers, but for some reason I know them all. And the sliver deck never really had this trump card just to make all the creatures fly, except for, you know, Winged Sliver?
Winged Sliver, yeah.
Which, you know,
was 2 mana.
Just didn't get reprinted.
Yeah.
It was 2 mana. It was still good enough. But this is Winged Sliver for 1 mana. It fits right in the curve. And that just made me want to play more slivers.
Yeah, you've been talking about this as like a modern deck.
Well, I tried to build a couple modern sliver decks. You know, I really didn't. You know, I'll build something, I'll play it. And there's like 12 different ways you could build a sliver deck. Trust me. There's 12 different ways you could do this.
Did you get all virulent?
I tried that once. I tried just all the muscle slivers and sledge sliver. I tried just the mana thing. I tried draw out a bunch of cards.
So one of the important things to me, by the way, just while we're talking about Gale Rider Sliver, is, you know, this is, you know, the first standard event for Theros.
It is.
You know, at the Pro Tour, but this is also like the first major Pro Tour event for Magic 2014.
Yeah, I guess it is.
You know, we haven't really seen these cards.
I'm trying to think if there was
There's been Grand Prix, there've been Opens, but like you know, at the very pinnacle of the competitive Magic scene, we haven't had a chance to see. You know, people find a way to use, say, a Gale Rider Sliver or some of the other slivers maybe in this format.
Yeah, especially with it having its time to shine. I would say, you know, M14, because you know, once you lose all of Innistrad block, you're kind of working. You're not working with a lot. Right. So M14 becomes that much better.
And it opened up a lot of cards from Gatecrash, which we just saw Bram Stepfangers playing with. Yeah. And I think Marshall Sutcliffe's ready on the floor to give us an interview with the Hall of Famer and talk about his Orzhov control deck.
All right, so enough for us. Let's listen to see what those guys have to say. Take it away, Marshall.
Hey guys, Marshall Sutcliffe down here in the feature match area, and I have with me the winner of that last match, Bram Stepfangers. Now, Bram, you're already in the Hall of Fame. And we had a Hall of Fame induction ceremony earlier today. Did you get a chance to watch it?
No, not really. I've been busy playing today.
Yeah, we had it before the tournament started. But how's things been going for you overall for the tournament?
Fine. I'm 3-1 now. Pretty confident about my deck, so yeah, I'm good.
Can you tell us a little bit about your deck? We noticed that it was a black-white. Would you call it a control, a mid-range? How would you describe it?
It's mid-range, since it takes the control role against the aggressive decks and takes the aggressive role against the control decks.
Okay. What's the main card that you use to be aggressive? We saw an Alms Beast. Is that a sideboard or a main deck card?
Alms Beast is main deck, but I've one in the sideboards as an additional, since it's a lot bigger than most of the creatures the aggressive decks use and still pretty cheap.
Okay. And what's the best card in the deck?
Thoughtseize, probably.
Yeah, I figured it was that or Obsidian, because Obsidian did some work for you there.
Yeah, Obsidian is pretty good, but not that important to this matchup I just played.
Well, thanks a lot, Bram. Good luck, and hopefully you keep the winning ways going.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, signing off from down here in the Tournament Center.
So Thoughtseize over Obsidian? If they were in the same pack somehow.
It's like some standard draft.
Oh, we're cube drafting. We're cubing, you know, last week on Magic Online. Same pack, and for some reason, all of the cards are really bad. For some reason,
I probably take Thoughtseize.
You probably take Thoughtseize. One's really well. I might take the Thoughtseize too. It pushes me in some crazy decks. But, enough for us. We're going to talk more about Cube after you guys are gone.
We're going to also talk more about Gale Rider Sliver in our modern deck. We're going to get brewing.
Yeah, our Sliver Cube is what we're going to talk about. So we're going to send it back to the news desk. I believe it's Richard Hagen, but I guess you guys will find out.
He believes it's me. It turns out it is me. Well done, Rashad. Yeah, I basically live under the desk between Pro Tours. That's how it works, more or less. That's why you never see me on GP coverage anymore. So let me give you some results coming out of round 4. They go like this. Sam Black is a 2-0 winner over Madison Jonas. Marcelo Mazzanino, great story here. This is an Italian PTQ winner. Playing in his first Pro Tour, he has defeated Patrick Chapin, the innovator, to go to 4-0. Jeremy Desani on the left there, he's gone to 4-0 at the expense of Ken Yukihiro, who's a terrific Japanese pro himself. Paul Rietzel, he is 4-0 at the expense of Till Riffert of Germany. Luis Scott-Vargas inducted into the Hall of Fame today, and now 4-0 thanks to a win 2-1 over Alex Sittner, as he's sometimes known. Owen Turtenwald, 4-0. Your number 16 ranked pro, you see it on the right of your screen, he's defeated Alex John by 2-0. A tremendous matchup. How about this? We didn't even get them, one of them at least, on our scoreboard. Olarada, 4-0. Who did he beat in round 4? Frank Karsten, no less, from Team Channel Fireball. A Hall of Fame matchup for that one. Now, I wanted to take a moment to congratulate Luke Southworth of England. He is at his first Pro Tour. He's just played Stephen Murray of Scotland. They were both at 3-0. Luke Southworthy advances to go to 4-0, so congratulations to him. Mikkel Bund of Denmark, 2-1 over Jacob van Lunen. Joel Larson, you've just seen lose to Bram Snetvangers. Makahita Mahara, 2006 world champion. He's defeated Sami Hegfist of Finland. Lucas Tajak has put an end to Craig Wesco's undefeated run that goes way back into the last Pro Tour, when of course Craig Wesco is your defending Pro Tour champion. You've seen Phillips beat Larkin, Dave Kaplan defeated David Ochoa, the number 13 ranked player, and Antoine Ruel is still going at 4-0 over Timothée Simoneau of France. So that's just some of the big matchups coming in. We're closing in on the end of the round, but we started talking with Ian Duke earlier on about our pillars of standard. So what we want to do now is start showing you deck techs that kind of showcase the baseline of what you can expect at your FNM, at your next big standard event. And we're going to begin with Ireland's finest, John Larkin. I'm going to send you over to the wall now, and it's Mr. Zach Hill for our first deck tech of Pro Tour Theros 2013.
Hi, welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Zach Hill, here with old school Magic Pro and Irishman John Larkin.
Hi, Zach.
It's been a little bit since we've seen you on this stage.
Yeah, it's been almost 10 years.
10 years?
Almost, yeah.
Goodness. Well, you're back. You're playing one of what we call the pillars of the format, the decks that people knew about. You're going to expect to see at your Friday Night Magic at PTQs. Playing mono red. Now we've got a couple of slides, a couple of the cards from the deck up there, and if you and I just want to kind of walk through and talk about what you're playing.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. So we're starting out with the 1-drops. Now, back when you were around, there was Jackal Pup.
Yeah, and this is Jackal Pup reincarnated, Fire Drinker Satyr.
Fire Drinker Satyr, yes. So it's like a Jackal Pup. When you take damage, or when it deals damage, you take damage.
Yep.
It's a 1-mana 2/1, but it fire breathes. Tell me, why is this card so good?
Well, I mean, it's just good value for money. I mean, 1 red mana on turn 1, you're putting pressure on them. If you have a few extra lands, you can pump this guy. So he's generally good when you're putting pressure on your opponent.
And if he takes damage, you don't care about that because you want to be the one attacking.
I mean, the aim of this deck is to put your opponent under pressure. If you're worrying about your life total, chances are you probably lost already. So it's just kind of, you're going all out trying to kill your opponent, and if you die, so be it.
Totally.
Live by the sword, die by the sword. That's how this deck works.
Well, and speaking of, you've got Rakdos Cackler, again, a black or red. Of course, you're just casting it for red, a 1/1 Unleash. You don't really expect to do a lot of blocking with this card, right?
Again, this is a type of card you want to cast on turn 1. You want to make him 2/2. You just want to get as much pressure on your opponent's life total as quickly as you can. If you're having to cast him without the Unleash, so you need him to block, you're probably toast already. So again, it's a very one-sided deck, and these 8 cards really help the kind of mana curve. It gives you something to play on turn 1.
All right, cool. So let's. Those are the 1-drops. Let's go ahead and take a look at the 2-mana creatures that are in this deck. And again, there's several of these. You see Ash Zealot over here, Burning Tree Emissary, and Fire Fist Striker. Now, again, why did you choose these? There's a lot of cards available in the format.
Yeah. So there was a lot of 2-drops available for the deck, but these 3 in particular are quite powerful. We found just kind of when we were testing. So the Emissary, for example, he costs 2 red mana because we don't have any green, and when he comes into play, you get 1 red and 1 green mana. So it gives you the opportunity to get an incredible draw, where on turn 2, maybe you've cast a 2/1 guy on turn 1, and now on turn 2 you're casting multiple creatures, which is really putting them under pressure. So that's why we included him. He also critically has got 2 red in his casting cost, which we'll see later is important for devotion.
Yeah, and I can't wait to check that out. Now I do want to ask about one thing. This card only adds red-green to your mana pool, which actually can't cast Ash Zealot. Is Ash Zealot just so good that you don't care about that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I wish it was red that he created. It certainly would have helped me in my last match as well. It was an issue getting that double red. But it's just, it gives you the opportunity to get a draw where your opponent has almost no chance to win. So for that reason, it's worth playing.
Cool. And then you've got Fire Fist Striker, of course.
Yeah, Fire Fist Striker. I mean, he's a 2/1 for 2, and when you've got a couple of guys out and he's attacking, he can get rid of a blocker by not letting them block. So it just, again, helps with that momentum.
Totally.
Generally, 2-power guy for 2 mana is a good deal, and when he's got a side effect like that, which really helps you keep the pressure on your opponent, that's pretty important.
Awesome. Okay, so those are the 2-drop creatures. Let's actually take a look at the next slide and see what else is there. Now, these are your 3-mana guys, and these are impressive. We saw Chandra's Phoenix doing some good work in the last game. Wasn't quite enough to finish him off, but flies over blocker as well. And then Boros Reckoner, which you were talking about, the red in the mana cost. This guy has 3 red. Tell us about some of these cards.
So, I mean, Boros Reckoner in my last match we saw actually quite a bit of, but on the other side of the table, and he was causing me quite a lot of pain. He's incredibly good value. For 3 red, you're getting a 3/3 guy. You can give him first strike when you want, and when he takes damage, you get to deal damage to either a player or a creature, which is just a great deal for 3 mana. You can't really expect much more out of a guy. So he's pretty powerful. Chandra's Phoenix, also pretty powerful guy. He's got flying, and that's actually pretty important in this matchup. A lot of the other creatures in the format don't fly, so it's just, he's a constant source of damage, usually. Not to mention the additional side effect that when he's in the graveyard, you get to bring him back if you cast one of your direct damage spells at your opponent.
Well, and let's actually talk about some of those direct damage spells, because you have a lot of them. We can go ahead and take a look at that on the wall. But you've got, now some players, I mean, I've seen, 2 Shock, 2 Lightning Strike, some maybe Mizium Mortars. You've got 4 Shock, 4 Lightning Strike, and 3 of this Fanatic of Mogus. Tell us about this burn package, right?
So, I decided to go the full complement of shocks. Some people play, what's the two?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of
there's
people,
other cards
Magma
anyway.
Jet,
Magma Jet is quite popular, but I decided just to go with shocks just for mana efficiency. It tends to get rid of a blocker early on. 2 damage for 1 mana is pretty decent. And the same with Lightning Strike. We decided to put 4 of them in there. They're incredibly powerful. 3 damage to any target for 2 mana, and it's an instant as well. And the last card is just quite incredible. This Fanatic of Mogus.
And why is he so good?
Because when he comes into play, you count up your devotion, and he deals damage equal to your opponent to that amount of devotion. So if you've got a couple of other guys in play, like on the last slide we saw guys with red in their casting cost, or red, all of a sudden you can set yourself up to do lethal damage on turn 4.
That's so good.
Yeah, if you get the right draw, I mean, that's quite a possibility. So that's why they're in the deck.
Yeah, and I mean, especially if you draw them in multiples. I mean, you just kill your opponent for like 14 damage.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they do cost 4 mana though, which is an issue in this deck because you've got, as we see the lands, you're often attacking with Mutavaults and they're often dying. So, the 4 mana, because they're 4 mana, is the reason we only have 3 of them in the deck.
Well, yeah, and we see Mountain here, and you just mentioned Mutavault. You've got 4 copies of this. Now, you know, a lot of players here showed up saying Mutavault was one of the keys to the format.
Yeah.
But we saw cards in your deck that cost, you know, red, red, red. We saw cards that cost red, red.
Yeah.
A lot of those, in fact. So why not just play all mountains? Why are we playing Mutavault?
So the key to Mutavault is it does help with some of your spells, which have colorless, but the most important thing about him is that on your opponent's turn, he's not a creature, he's a land.
And why is that important?
So if your opponent casts some of the cards that kill all your creatures, he survives because he's in land mode. And so he only turns into a creature when you want him to.
Awesome.
And he is effectively a creature more than a land in this deck.
That makes sense.
You could potentially only play 20 mountains if that's what you wanted to do, but we're adding these in for kind of that extra bang against control decks.
Yeah, just kind of some resistance. Okay, let's
Exactly,
take a look at your sideboard. Now, first card I want to look at, and then the next slide is just going to have the rest of your sideboard.
Yeah.
You have 4 whole copies of Mizzium Mortars.
Yeah.
Now, we saw you overload it last game. It was quite a beating, even though it wasn't quite enough to take it.
Yeah.
Why are we playing 4 copies of this card?
Good question.
Oh, yeah?
No, we're playing 4 of them because it's a powerful effect. There's a lot of 4 toughness guys out there that you want to get rid of.
Locks it in Smiter, Gold Clan Rampager.
Exactly, yeah. So there's a lot of them that need to be killed as soon as possible.
Sure.
And if you happen to be able to overload it, then it's a bonus.
Cool, and then let's very quickly just take a look at the rest of the cards in the sideboard.
Yep.
We see Hammer of Porphyros, Act of Treason, Skullcrack, and a card not a lot of many people thought was a constructed card before this tournament, Frostburn Weird. Just tell us about what some of these do.
Frostburn Weird is quite good in the kind of mirror match when you're playing against other red decks. He's still good for devotion because he's red, but he's got high toughness, but he can also pack a punch when you need him to.
Oh, okay.
So he's very versatile and pretty good. Skullcrack is against that the control decks who are gaining life and drawing
Sphinx's
extra cards.
Revelation,
Sphinx's
Ghost
Revelation
Council.
is the perfect card to cast it against. And worst case scenario, it's still 3 damage to your opponent, which is great. Act of Treason is in there for the kind of green decks.
Oh yeah.
If you're playing against a green deck, they tend to have really big monsters, so this lets you get control of it. Quite often they'll just leave one guy as a blocker. So you can take it, attack with all your little guys and their guy, and it kind of swings the tide in your favor.
Cool, and then finally this Hammer of Porphyros. Do you care more that it gives your creatures haste or that it turns your mountains into guys?
No, the important thing here is that the ability to turn lands into guys. So it's against control decks.
Oh, okay.
They're quite good at killing your creatures. You often end up in a stalemate in the end of the game, and this kind of helps give you that kind of staying power. You can keep making a 3/3 every turn and just kind of grind them down.
Awesome. So yeah, they're holding a handful of Doom Blades, Heroes Downfalls, or whatever, and you're like, okay, kill my mountains.
Exactly. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is John Larkin. Again, thank you very much.
My pleasure,
coming in
Zach.
at 3-1 right now.
Yep.
Representing your home turf.
Yeah, exactly.
Wish you good luck today, and let's head right back to the desk with Rich Hagen.
You can, Thanks very much to John Larkin there. Fantastic, a real personality of the game. Now, I've got to be honest, Zach, like, we sometimes get a little sort of sense of how comfortable people are with their decks, and I was hanging out with a bunch of the Irish guys, and they're watching John in the feature match area, and they're saying, Rich, I won't do the accent, but Rich, whatever you do, ask him really, really complicated questions, because he doesn't know the answers. Go on, make him squirm. It's like, with friends like these.
Yeah, I was going to say, Gotta love people having your back like that.
Absolutely. But 3 Pro Tour top 8s right at the start of Pro Tour history, and it's great to see him here, and 3-0 in draft. We'll see how that mono red pillar of standard holds up as the day goes on. Lots more pillars coming your way today, and then tomorrow, as we see the top decks begin to materialize, we'll see the innovations, the excitement, the weirdness, really, you're playing Colossus of Akros in standard. I don't actually know that that's true, by the way, but certainly the sort of more fringe and the breakthroughs. That's what we're going to see tomorrow. But in a way, if you start with the breakthroughs, you don't really know what they're a breakthrough from, and that's why we want to set it all up for you. Now, it turns out that when God invented the Pro Tour, he invented things like this for round 5 feature match pairings. At 3-1, a Pro Tour champion in Tom Martell against a 2006 Player of the Year in Shota Yasuoka.
Wow.
Okay, so we could have that on video, but we're not. At 4-0, Lucas Xiao of, well, depending how you want to view it, America or Canada. Very much part of the spiritual Canadian team, certainly. Right. He's up against the undefeated new Hall of Famer Luis Scott-Vargas. So we could certainly put that on camera, but we're not going to start there either. Or we could offer you another Hall of Famer in Sweden's Ole Rada, who beat Frank Karsten in the last round to go to 4-0. He's up against... Sam Black. So we could certainly take that as our first match, but we are not going to.
Well, what are we going to see?
We're not even going to see 2 undefeated players to start, because it's time for the talking to stop, the gloves to come off. It's time for the showdown. It's Channel Fireball against Star City. And for this, their chosen champions, their chosen heroes for round 5, at 3-1, are the aforementioned Hall of Famer Frank Karsten of the Netherlands, representing the Netherlands, and Channel Fireball against Patrick the Innovator Chapin from the Magic Hall of Fame, representing the United States and Star City Games. It does not get better than that, and that is coming your way round about now.
Shot Miller, Brian David Marshall. You know what I love about Theros?
What's that?
Devotion.
Yeah, we're gonna see some pretty devoted Magic players this round.
Wait, is it mono green devotion?
It isn't mono green devotion. I've heard pretty much every other than white.
All the colors can do it.
I've heard about all the colors but white doing devotion. I heard that there's a mono black devotion deck with Pack Rat. The only tokens that count towards your devotion, because they're actually copies of Pack Rat, and so they have a black pip on them.
Yes.
So every time you make a Pack Rat, you're also making a mana if you have a Nykthos Shrine to Nyx at some point.
You're going to run out of cards. That's only bad thing. You're going to run out of cards in your hand. But you know what? Unfortunately, you're not going to see that. We're going to see, some mono red devotion.
Well,
some mono blue devotion.
We're going to see the Channel Fireball mono red deck. Mm-hmm. Which we're calling, I guess, Nykthos Red, or I think they were calling it Academy Red.
Does it have Academy Raiders in it?
No, it has Nykthos Shrine to Nyx. They're referencing the old Tolarian Academy because they said of how much mana it can make. We're going to see the mono blue Star City deck. I think. I'm assuming Chapin is on the same deck. There's a chance he's gone off the reservation.
He may have innovated.
We're going to see the Innovator versus the Calculator.
Numbers versus, I don't know, like boxes with squiggly lines in it. I don't know. How do you represent innovation?
Take a look.
So here we go. We have the deck list.
Playing.
I can tell you that Frank Karsten is playing... I don't think he is playing. He's playing a Nykthos Shrine of Nyx. But there are some green mana symbols in his deck as well. He's got a Dominate, and he has a Xenagos, the Reveler.
Right.
Not as devoted as he could be.
Sure.
Xenagos likes to jump in and.
What are you guys doing?
Yeah,
I heard you guys chanting over here.
Hey, I got my glow sticks. Let's get it on. Let's do this party.
So it looks like Chapin is not playing the blue deck that we've seen.
People really wanted to see that blue deck.
I really want to see that.
I feel like we're gonna have a lot of chances to see that at least once.
But it looks like what we're gonna see is like a sort of beat downy to mid-range white-black deck, starting with Soldier of the Pantheon, Precinct Captain, Sin Collector, and Desecration Demon.
Wait, is this Patrick Chapin or is this Patrick Sullivan?
No,
who's playing here?
Patrick Sullivan Chapin.
Oh, Patrick Sullivan Chapin. I have never seen Patrick Chapin
play a Soldier of Pantheon. You've never seen him attack with a 2-1 for 1?
I've never seen him attack for 2 anywhere before turn 8.
This is not a. This is the Irish Patrick Chapin.
Yeah, Patrick Sullivan Chapin.
I've never seen him attack with leprechauns. Right, Soldier of the Pantheon, Precinct Captain. But I mean, he has some kind of cards that you would expect to see from Patrick. The Thought Seizes, and, Hero's Downfall,
Sin Collector.
So I mean, this deck feels like it's doing both things. It's very aggressive.
Look at that sweet one at the end.
Oh,
ooh, and it's just the whip, not the actual. Erebos.
Yeah, the whip of Erebos.
Yeah, he doesn't show up. He's like,
Erebos is too busy.
yeah,
Big
it's like,
time.
I can't make it here. Just take my
He's
whip.
like, what are all these white pips? I'm not. You're not devoted.
You don't care about me as much as you should, but I'll give you a whip.
Yeah, you can borrow my whip.
Yeah,
I'm not doing anything.
I want it back though.
Going to see the in-laws.
I want it back at the end of the day. That's I wouldn't have guessed, and I was going to say 1,000 years, but 10 years.
Yeah, and this might turn out to be pretty fortunate for Frank, who I don't think the mono red deck really wants to see Master of Waves showing up.
No, it definitely doesn't want to see that pro red. It only makes 2 1s, but and those 2 1s get in the way of a lot of the creatures that the mono red deck can throw in its way. So
while we're waiting to go down, just so people know, we're going to get right down to the floor as soon as these guys are done shuffling. Unfortunately mulliganing. Frank Carson is double mulliganed, so he's gonna be working with 5 cards against Patrick Chapin's full grip.
I mean, do what you do. You're mono red.
Yeah.
How many cards does it take to add up to 20
well,
damage?
The funny thing is the red devotion decks that these guys are playing.
I'm sorry. I just looked.
You just looked at the list.
I just looked at Frank Carson's list, and right on the side of Nykthos Shrine of Nyx, there's Tolarian Academy crossed out. See if you guys could actually see this. There's no chance. You couldn't see it. Sorry. You're gonna have to wait for the deck tech, but it's actually pretty funny. You know what? Frank Carson's actually a pretty funny guy.
Yeah, he's very funny. He's it's interesting. Like we talked a little bit about it at the news desk. He's a new member for Channel Fireball.
Yep.
And he's kind of like they felt almost like the missing piece. They felt like
they needed someone to really keep them grounded.
Yeah, or just someone to
crunch the numbers.
Someone to not even maybe just even collect the data. The idea that they might do 2 10-match sets of playtesting or 2 10-game sets of playtesting, and one person would have a wildly different result than the other person. Stories about a 9-1 and a 1-9 with the same deck against the same matchup. And he's like, well, let's dig into that. Why? What happened? What did you do differently? And someone who's just applying some of his intellectual rigor to the process.
Is he some type of matchup scientist?
He is actually a matchup scientist.
I need to pick his brain.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
So it looks like the players have decided to keep their hands, I believe. So we should be going down to the feature match area pretty soon.
Yep.
All right, here we go. Let's take it down. Let's watch some magic. All right, here we go. Round 5 of Pro Tour Theros. I'm Rashad Miller, here with Brian David Marshall, and we're about to watch Frank Carson play against Patrick Chapin, Channel Fireball, Star City Games.
Here we've gone, actually. We're already on turn 3. Frank Carson has played a Burning Tree Emissary with nothing to do with the mana. Patrick has played a Precinct Captain, and Frank has played a Domri Raid, which he promptly ticks up, although he could have fought the Precinct Captain there.
Yeah, that could have been a fight there, and that would have effectively gotten around the first strike of the Precinct Captain. But it looks like Frank Carson values his red mana symbols more than than the 2 damage and subsequent 1/1s that the Precinct Captain will create. As a Precinct Captain does actually attack. Not sure if it attacked Domri or Frank Carson. I believe it looks like it is Frank Carson. I don't know if you get a 1/1 token if you attack a Planeswalker. So there's Frank Carson's hand. Only 2 cards left.
And that's why he did not attack the Planeswalker. He Hero's Downfalls the Planeswalker.
Murder plus?
Yeah.
Hero's Downfall can kill target creature.
It's like a split card. It's like a split card. Murder and Mayhem.
Hey, that's a good one.
Yeah.
All right, so there's Burning Tree Emissary. He's going to get in for 2. That's going to bring Patrick Chapin down to 18. And a Stomping Ground tapped, I believe, is Frank Carson's play. He doesn't have a lot of cards. He has a Xenagos in his hand along with Porphyros, God of the Forge. And so He had the opportunity to play one of those cards if he really wanted to, but passed the turn to Patrick Chapin, who attacks again, gets another 1/1 soldier token, and follows that up with the Desecration Demon. One person has a very good board.
Yeah. And one does not. There we get a look at what's left in Patrick Kennedy. He still has a Hero's Downfall.
You have how many cards in hand? 4.
And he's going to be
definitely waiting for something a little bit better than a Burning Tree Emissary to kill.
It can stop Ozanagos. Can't really deal with Porphyros.
So Frank Carson staring at the mountain that he just drew. And he's looking at his Xenagos and a Porphyros, God of the Forge.
Yeah, take a look at Desecration Demon over here.
You know, that's a card that people really wanted to be a great finisher, and it needed to wait until maybe post rotation in order for it to be
I mean, this is
good.
what generally happens, right? You know, you see the other block leave, and then you see the cards that have been around for a little while but waiting to find a home. Suddenly, you know, it's kind of next man up mentality. They talk about that in sports. You know, someone goes on the injured reserve, next man up. Well, you know, we've lost a bunch of cards. Who's stepping up to the plate?
So all of the 6 men, if you were, you know, come off the bench for all of the decks.
Yep.
It's like, hey, it's my turn. I'm a 6/6 flyer for 4. I can do some things. Looks like Frank Carson has decided on a play. He plays the mountain, taps 4, and that is Xenagos. The
He's
Reveler.
Gonna make a wolf? Or?
Looks like it is the +1, so that's going to be a green and red. It might be a wolf. It is a green and red token of some sort. We'll find out. We'll actually get Xenagos up so you guys can see it. One of the new Planeswalkers from Theros. You always want to see a Planeswalker get some play because these guys are super cool. And
I'm sorry, it's a red and green Satyr token.
Oh, it's a Satyr, so you can put that in your Satyr decks, ladies and gentlemen. Along with all your Mutavaults.
If you're wondering what deck to play at Passover, you might want to play with Xenagos. Have him over for some Satyrs.
Yeah. Right, so looks like Frank Carson's considering, he's posturing as if he has something to do, but he's just going to say, go ahead, Patrick Chapin, do whatever you like.
He's going to let him attack with the Desecration Demon. It sounds like on the back table, Luis Scott-Vargas has taken an early one-game lead over Lucas Siao. Just fanatic of Mogus to just eat his life total in, you know, larger than 25% chunks.
Yeah, he's like a flame tongue for your opponent's face.
Or for their Planeswalker.
Yeah, he's face tongue.
Yeah.
All right, so an attack comes down, and it looks like a lot of those went Xenagos' way as Xenagos hits the bin. Frank Carson still at 13. He's tapping 5 mana now on his turn, and that is a Stormbreath Dragon who's going to sit back and play defense because there's a lot of offense coming away from Patrick Chapin.
Yeah, it's... yep.
Right, so Patrick Chapin's going to see what the bones have to say with a read the bones. He sees his Desecration Demon.
And a Ghost Council, it looks like.
Yeah. I mean, are those two you want to have in your hand? Why not, right? Keep the pressure on.
Well, we know that he's holding another Precinct Captain and a Hero's Downfall.
Yeah,
we the bones. He might just want to land. He might have been going for a land here.
He's very far ahead as far as the board is concerned. Even though there's a Stormbreath Dragon over on the other side, it's only a 4/4, and Desecration Demon is a 6/6. So that defense isn't going to happen. And the 6/6 is, you know, 2 attacks away from killing Frank Carson alongside those 1/1s.
1 top, 1 bottom. Sure.
So 1 goes on the top, 1 goes on the bottom.
Oh, there's that land.
So he does get the land, and he kept the Obsidian, which, you know.
That's a good.
It's kind of a, you know, reach, if you would,
right,
for that last 2 damage that will probably need to be dealt. Desecration Demon attacks. I can't imagine there'll be a block here because how important is it just to have a pro white creature that can keep off, at least the other creatures that are happening.
Sure.
Sure.
Second precinct captain. Now, Frank Carson is a very, very intelligent man. Has he thought of a way to get out of this situation? Now, he does have a second Stormbreath Dragon, but look at this board position. We have 2 Stormbreath Dragons for Frank Carson, but there's a Desecration Demon, a couple of Precinct Captains, and a couple of 1/1s. Frank Carson's at 7. Are the 2 4/4 flyers enough to make sure that the Desecration Demon doesn't attack? That is not the case, because in comes the team, says Patrick Chapin. And I believe he just flashed his Obsidat.
No, it's not this turn, but it's when it blinks back.
Yeah. Well, to play around it, I need to block here, which is also not going to end well. Yeah, I have no outs actually.
So talked about Frank Carson's much vaunted intelligence. he did the math and quickly moved on to sideboarding.
That's right.
Pretty good showing for a 5-card hand and none of the real action.
Yeah, definitely. So show the world you watch the Pro Tour coverage with the Theros Tourist achievement. Just log on to planeswalkerpoints.com and enter the redemption code IWatchTheros to earn your reward. We could do that too,
Sweet.
I'm gonna do it right now. All right, so we saw at the end of that game. I know we flashed on Patrick Chapin's hand, a little bit, and he had 2 more Read the Bones in his hand after that first one. So let's take a look at Read the Bones, and it's very reminiscent for me, at least, Sign in Blood, which had the additional ability to target your opponent, to deal the 2 damage, but the whole black using its life as a resource to draw cards and get further in the game, 2 life, 2 cards.
The ability to dig 4 cards deep too.
Yep. I mean that's definitely what makes it a lot better. But if you compare the cost, you have 2 versus 3, and now you get to dig 4 cards. And here we go. Here it is. Read the Bones. It's a common. It's good to see commons making it into these constructed decks from the new set. Powerful card drawing, reminiscence. A Night Whisper. That's another one that's kind of the same thing because you can't target with that one, and it's most often used in mid-range.
Sure, we've seen people playing Divination in this spot in the past in control decks, right? 3 mana, 2 cards. This is a little better.
Yeah, and originally it was scry 1, draw a card, then lose a life, but
It was actually scry 1, draw a card, then lose a life twice.
Oh.
So scry 1, draw a card, then lose a life. Scry 1, draw a card, lose a life. But that felt too fiddly, which is a game design term, talking about stuff, which just feels a little too clunky. Yeah, this is just cleaner, and you also are able to appreciate what the card does.
And I would definitely forget to do one of those.
You forgot to read one of them just now.
I know. I would have. I would play that card, and one of those things I wouldn't do. I don't know which one, but something would go wrong there.
When Mike Flores and I were doing our podcast for Topping Magic about this set, we were talking about Read the Bones, and Mike and Patrick have some affinity for the same decks, and I was teasing Mike, because he was like, I'm not going to play Read the Bones. That's not for me. I'm like, Mike, what are you talking about? This is absolutely the card you're going to play, black, white, draw some cards, you lose a little life, get it back. And he's like, no. I'm like, trust me. And I feel, while I'm not seeing Mike play it, I think seeing Patrick play it feels somewhat vindicating for me in this in this argument.
I'm willing to guess that both of these players would play Night Whisper in some way, shape, or form. So this is just tons times better than a Night Whisper.
It's funny, every match I've watched a Star City player playing today, I've seen them Read the Bones. I was watching Billy Jensen. He had that card in his limited deck.
It's a limited powerhouse. If you need to refuel or refuel,
would you first pick it in a second pack?
I don't want to, but I'd really love to have it. It feels, I want to do something really exciting, and that's a powerful effect, but it just doesn't get my juices going,
Yeah.
Like the deck that other people.
You want to be on a mission, right? You want to be on I took an Abhorrent Overlord.
Yeah, and we're gonna make this work.
I got a Wingsteed Rider, and we're gonna.
Yeah, we're like, I could draw 2 cards. It's very good. But
Yeah.
It doesn't do it for me. But I'd play it. I'd never cut it.
A lot of people would play Devotion
That's
decks.
at 3. Maybe I wouldn't play 3.
And I think a lot of other people. I think a lot of people thought that that Devotion decks would be secret or something. But I thought there would be a lot of Devotion decks.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember saying that I expect more Devotion decks than like at the Magic Online and Star City Games tournaments would be. But yeah, I think most others just expected the average decks from say the known decks. Yeah.
Here are two, great Magic thinkers talking about what they were anticipating coming in, and remember the idea that people felt like the Devotion decks were a little secret. Like all the teams thought that maybe their Devotion deck was a little secret because we didn't see them
At previous events.
Yeah.
It's.
And Jace.
Here, Patrick saying this isn't really my kind of deck necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that, Patrick. we all agree. Not that it looks like a great deck, but
you just need to add some red and blue cards.
Yeah,
There's a
exactly.
Grixis deck splashing white.
Yeah, and a couple of 7 or 8 casting spells, maybe a Boulder Fall or something. that seems like more what we would normally see from Patrick Chapin. But one of the hardest things to do when you're preparing for a Pro Tour is to figure out what everyone else is going to play.
To figure out what everyone else is going to figure out.
Yeah.
Right, and so I don't think Nykthos Shrine to Nyx was a tough card to figure out.
No, I mean anything that makes a lot of mana, it's going to be powerful.
Cradley, Academy.
Exactly. A lot of the best decks are the decks that can make the most mana. So here we go. We actually have game played now, and Frank Carson leads with the Mountain, no play, and he passes the turn.
So one of the things that's interesting about the Star City game, the Shadow Fireball deck, is they don't have 1-drops.
Yeah.
So it sounds like a Night Veil Spectre from Tom Martell just revealed a Master of Waves from his opponent's deck, and he is going to...
Awesome things are going to happen. That's at least 3 tokens.
4 tokens.
Yeah, at least 4 tokens, actually.
Yeah, that is the way we drew it up in the board in the room. That's a Soldier of the Pantheon there.
Yep, Soldier of the Pantheon. It has protection for multicolor, and you gain a life when an opponent plays a multicolored spell.
Like a Dominarid
or Burning Tree Emissary.
Yeah.
So, we're seeing a lot of these Devotion decks, and it leads into people playing, the triple hybrid cards from Ravnica block. When you're building this deck, are you just going on Gatherer and how do you look for all of the triple hybrid cards? Because I wouldn't have thought of Night Veil Spectre. But
Night Veil Spectre was high on that list. So there we see Burning Tree Emissary into Dominarid.
And Dominarid is going to come in with 4. So we're going to look at the top card. And it's a Frostburn Weird. So we are on the way to pledging our loyalty to Perforos.
Just giving Patrick Chapin life.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we forgot that part.
He got 2 life this turn. He's got another life coming next turn.
I don't know how concerned Frank Carson is about that.
No.
I think he's looking to do big things with all these mana symbols.
Right, and then we see he's got the Frostborn Weird. He's got a Xenagos, a Stormbreath Dragon, a couple lands. Let's take a look at what Patrick's working with here. We see another Soldier. We see that Desecration Team.
Oh, he has a Blood Baron of Viscopa.
Blood Baron of Viscopa. Talk about cards that have next man up from...
Well, he was one of the major men in
block constructed.
Yeah,
we haven't really seen much of him in standard yet. But yeah, he's just here. He comes.
All right, so Frank is looking at. He has a Perforos in his hand, and if he wants, he can play it, and it would be a 6/5 indestructible. I believe that's what Perforos's stats are. He also could play a Frostburn Weird. He also has a Stormbreath Dragon in his hand. But interesting, you were mentioning that the Channel Fireball Mono Red Devotion deck doesn't have any 1-drops in it. It seems as though they were trying to maximize the amount of mana symbols per card.
Right.
And a 1-drop is only going to be 1 Devotion all the time.
So there you get a look at the God of the Forge.
And it is a 6/5. It becomes an indestructible creature. And there it is. It has hit the battlefield. And Devotion is at... Actually, Devotion's only at 4.
Devotion to 4, yeah.
Devotion's only at 4, but this sets up the next turn, play a creature, and activate Devotion.
And then start fighting your Perforos.
Fight. That guy talked about your mom. Oh, did he? Do you like my Perforos God of the Forge voice?
Yeah, I do.
I've been working on it. I couldn't wait till I got here. All right, so both of the champions are going to attack the Dominator, and Dominator just goes down.
Can't block.
He cannot block. Well, he can't be blocked by the Burning Tree Emissary because he is multicolored.
I think we're going to get a Desecration Demon here.
Yep, Desecration Demon, 6/6, flying.
And if not, next turn, if he hadn't killed the Planeswalker, Perforos would be, walk the plains of mortals and be able to fight that Desecration Demon with Dominoraid's ability.
Yeah, not a lot of things with stuff. Look how big that hammer is. You just kind of squish whatever you hit.
He's like, yeah, nice one, Thor. I got you covered. Pull it out of the toolbox. Let's see which one's bigger.
Yeah, it doesn't really look that big, but it's
bigger than Thor's.
It's pointier also. That's weird.
Thor is not taller than mountains.
That's true. Okay, you're right.
Yeah.
Perforos is definitely the man among gods.
Well said.
Patrick Chapin approves of Perforos. So we get a nice tight shot of this hand, and it has a lot of options. He's got some decisions to make. Does he want to go aggressive? Does he play the Stormbreath Dragon just to posture in a defensive way? Does he play the Frostburn Weird and, leave mana open? He may even be concerned. Well, he's at 20 life, so he's probably not too concerned about playing his Stomping Grounds untapped in order to facilitate, a 5-drop.
I think that is what we're going to see.
Yep. Frank Carson goes to 18. That's going to give him 5 mana, and that is a Stormbreath Dragon. This also makes Perforos a creature.
Yep.
So now it's a 6/5 indestructible.
And he takes 2 because a creature entered the battlefield.
Yep. 2 damage is dealt to Patrick Chapin, and attack for 6, and obviously nothing's going to get in the way of a god. And live a tail. Patrick Chapin just takes it. So he takes a total of 8 damage that turn. He's going to go down to 14.
There we see. In addition to, he picks up another 5-drop in addition to his Blood Baron. He's picked up a Ghost Council.
Yep, Obsidian
Ghost Council.
Old Ghost Dad. He got a promotion at work.
Yeah. Ghost Dad 2.
Was that actually a movie? Don't tell me.
Ghost Dad was a movie.
I know Ghost Dad was a movie.
I don't believe there was a Ghost Dad 2.
Oh, thank you. Yet. So that's what Bill Cosby's been doing all this time. So Patrick Chapin thinking about this planes into Obsidat maybe?
Thinking about his 5-drops.
Yeah, he does have a couple of 5-drops. He has 2 options. He has Blood Baron of Viscopa and Obsidat Ghost Council. He also has a Hero's Downfall if he wants to save that to turn off Devotion at any point by killing either the Stormbreath Dragon or the Burning Tree Emissary, in which case he could play his Temple of Abandon, I'm thinking. Oh, Temple of Deceit is what he has in his hand. But he does go with the Plains to go up to 5 mana and play the Blood Baron of Viscopa. 4/4. It has lifelink, and it has protection from white and black. Those parts probably won't be very relevant, but the lifelink part, completely an issue for any red deck. So now Frank has to see an opening here. He knows that he's going to have a 6/5 indestructible creature for at least the duration of this turn. He also has the 4/4 flyer. Is this when you get aggressive?
Well, let's. He's also got Boros Reckoner, Frostborn Weird, and the Planeswalker still in his hand here.
Yeah, he actually has Xenaghost, the Reveler, in his hand, which he can play and then activate its 0 ability to basically get all of his mana back and play another spell. That's also an option. I believe you have to pick either green or red for your Devotion, or does it just count green and red creatures?
I think it just counts the creatures in play.
Right. So he would be able to get, I guess, 3 mana. So he'd pay 4 to get 3, and he would still be able to cast any other creature in his hand that he wanted to.
Scryed it.
He scries off his land, and now he's thinking.
Very thoughtful player.
Well, both of these guys.
Right, a little creature rearranging from Frank Karsten. I've seen players who actually arrange their creatures in order from the one they like the most to the one they like the least. And I'll tell you that story later, but it's actually true.
Is it about Rusty?
It's not about Rusty. It's about an actually pretty good player.
Decision, please.
Oh, you hear the judge. It's like, I appreciate that you're a thoughtful Magic player, but I need you to be a Magic player.
All right, so Stormbreath Dragon gets into the olive yellowish green zone and it attacks Patrick Chapin for 4. Down goes Boros Reckoner, and it's going to deal 2 damage, and a Frostburn Weird is also going to deal 2 damage. These are obviously Peripherals triggers, and Patrick Chapin is going to be at 6 life, I believe, should be. Now the tables are kind of turned. Whenever there's a god that's actually a creature in play, the tables are turning. But we've seen Peripherals do a lot of damage and limited. We just watched Chris Calcano a couple of rounds ago, and his match to be 3-0 just deal 14 damage over the course of the game. Desecration Demon gets tapped by Burning Tree Emissary, which really wasn't doing a whole lot because of the champions in play. So it's going to put a counter on Desecration Demon, but it will be tapped before attackers can be declared.
Oh, that's right. With the 2 soldiers of the Pantheon, Patrick gained a little life that turn off the Frostborn Weird and the Boros Reckoner. And by a little life, I mean 4. So he just gained back the life he lost from Perforate.
Yeah, exactly. That's where the life. That's where the life total changes was. The old net 0. Is this why this card's being played? I didn't think that this would be the. I didn't think that the gain a life part of the soldier would be the most relevant in most of these matchups, but it seems to be, as a hero's downfall takes out the Stormbreath Dragon, and then a third soldier of the Pantheon comes down. So that's going to be 3 life every time Frank Karsten plays. One of the creatures, one of the creatures that he really wants to play.
Yeah.
He wants to just get his devotion up. There are too many colors.
Need a little electricity here.
And all it takes is a little electricity, and this game would be
very different.
Very, very different. That's probably. Do you think Frank Karsten's thinking that right now? He probably have electricity in his sideboard at one point.
He may have. I would not be surprised if every red card was in his sideboard at one point or another.
So here goes Xenaghost.
Gain 3 life.
Gain 3 life.
You're going the wrong way.
We have to make a token.
He's going to make a token. And now he gets to deal damage. He actually gets to deal damage with his Peripherals.
Yeah.
Because,
So he gives Patrick 1 life over the course of the turn.
Yeah. But now, subsequent turns, every subsequent turn that the Xenaghost sticks around, that -0 is going to put another 2/2 Satyr into play, which also deals 2 damage to Patrick Chapin. And, later in the game, we'll probably deal another 2 damage by attacking him.
The token's going to tap the demon.
Oh, so this token, the token's just going to put the Desecration Demon on lockdown.
Right, but Hero's Downfall is probably going to have something to say about this.
Well, if it does, it's not going to say it yet. Well, I guess there's still some decision going on, Patrick Chapin.
Okay.
I thought he might want to play the Desecration Demon, but the opposite that, Ghost Council.
Declared. Hero's Downfall, Boros Reckoner.
Yeah, get that out of here.
So not only does that get rid of a very, very pesky creature, but it turns off Devotion 5, and Perforos, God of the Forge, is now just an enchantment.
Yep. And Patrick sends almost everyone,
I think
and
he's
then
sending-
everyone,
Yeah, he's sending everyone. There is a soldier of the Pantheon, a little bit off the
Soldier
the
of
screen.
the exit stage right.
Don't mind me over here.
He's like, I'm going to outflank him.
I'll go around the back, guys. So that's 2, 4, 6,
Soldiers of the Pantheon.
7, 8,
attack
9,
Theos.
10.
One soldier of the Pantheon and Blood Baron Viscopa attack you.
So 2 soldiers are attacking Xenaghost, and 1 soldier and the Blood Baron are attacking
to 15.
Frank Karsten.
Your turn.
All right, so Frank Karsten's at 6, untaps to see if he can draw anything that gets him out of this, and he drew a Mountain. That's probably not the card he wants to see. Now, with all of this mana, he does have the ability to activate his Frostburn Weird and his Perforos, but not facing down this board state. Patrick Chapin's just looking to close this game out. He also has an opposite that Ghost Council in his hand, which would end this game in a few blinks, but it doesn't really matter. The attack, the Alpha Strike is more than enough, and Patrick Chapin wins this match 2-0.
Yeah, and there's and that brings Chapin's record for the tournament up to 4-1.
Yep, he's.
I'm gonna have that though.
So we're gonna hear a little bit from Patrick, and before we move on to our next match.
Yeah, because we do have another match that's going to be coming up next. So there will be more Magic. Rashad Miller, Brian David Marshall.
Hey.
So we're going to talk about slivers again. No.
No. I mean, talk about a card like Blood Baron of Viscopa. There's a card. I mean, it obviously had a constructed impact at Pro Tour Dragon's Maze as in a block constructed format, but now it's you see those cards in block constructed, and the question is always can this card sure you're raking in AAA, kid, but can you hit a major league curveball? And we're seeing it looks pretty good so far.
Yeah, when you expect a field full of red decks, it's nice to have a 4/4 lifelinking creature because
remember the first deck that we saw at a major standard event was at the Star City Open a couple weeks ago, and it was a devoted red deck. It didn't have the Nykthos Shrine to Nyx, but it did have Fanatic of Magus.
Yeah,
and was just like attack you 7. Did you stabilize? Blah.
Nope. and a lot of times, all you really need to stabilize is 4 toughness and a little bit of life. We've seen that over the course of Magic in the form of, like Ravenous Bailoff or, the other 4/4s that come to play, gain you 4 life. Lifelink has always been a big deal when trying to buy more time to, whittle down all of the red players' cards so that, they spend all the cards to deal 22 damage, but if you gained 4 to 8 life, you're still not dead yet. Yeah. So let's take it down to Tim Willoughby and see what he has to say with Patrick Chapin.
Hi, Tim Willoughby here from the feature match area. Now, Patrick Chapin, that was quite a match against Frank Karsten. The first time we've seen the Star City Games team up against the Channel Fireball team this weekend. How do you feel about how it went?
Winning's pretty sweet. No, I mean, obviously known Frank a long time. We sat next to each other the round before this, so we both knew what each other were playing. But it was definitely a lot of fun. Got lucky in game 1, he double mulliganed. But then we had a really good game 2, and it came down to the wire. It was pretty awesome.
It must be kind of a funny one when you see the mulligans coming, because ultimately you kind of always want to have a good game, but in a Pro Tour, at the same time, you just want to win, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can't really think too much about it. Like, I lost to Nassif when he mulled a 4 at Worlds one year. Can't read too much into it. Got to just play hard, even when they're up, or even when they're down. But
awesome. And you're playing a devotion deck. We're seeing quite a few devotion decks here. But
actually, Frank was playing a devotion deck.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. A lot of other people are playing. I'm just playing a black-white mid-range deck. Frank was actually playing a devotion to red deck. So.
And how do you feel about that matchup? Do you think you're going to be seeing a lot of it today?
Oh, definitely. Definitely going to see a lot of... There's all kinds of devotion decks. I've already seen devotion to green, devotion to blue, and devotion to red. And I wouldn't be surprised. They've got to imagine there's a few, one or two devotion to black decks. But that's one of the reasons why I played the deck that I did, was thought that it matched up well against devotion decks.
So potentially good matchups all weekend?
I don't know. There's a lot of bad matchups, but hopefully I play against a lot more devotion decks.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Patrick. I think we got one more game left in the feature match area, but best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And Tim's right. We do have one more game to watch, unless it ends in the draw. We have at least one more game to watch in the feature match area, and that's going to be Rade, not Raid, versus Sam Black. And you guys wanted to see the Mono Blue Devotion deck? That's what Sam Black's playing, so we're going to get to see that.
Oh, boy. Okay. I'm excited.
You didn't even look at the deck list yet.
I'm looking at it right now.
I surprised Brian David Marshall with that deck. So you know what? Let's go ahead and watch these guys play. They're kind of waiting for us to stop babbling and, then reconvene babbling about the game.
Let's get down to the floor.
Okay,
I want to see this deck.
Let's get down to the floor. Let's watch some Magic. I want to see this. I want to see the game. All right, there we go. There is Sam Black versus Ollie Rade.
Ollie on the right here with the shorn head. And he is, looks like his Elvish Mystic got tapped down by a Tidebinder Mage on turn 2 from Sam Black. Lock it down.
You know what? Just like we
talking
drew
about
it up.
Bolt the Bird. He's like, bind the elf.
Bind the elf. You know what? I'm a fan of Bolt the Bird, unless I'm the one who's getting my bird bolted. Bind the elf. It's not as bad, especially with red mana over on the other side. But Scavenger Ooze is a nice follow-up.
Yeah.
Sam Black tied as for being ranked 12 amongst the rest of the Magic players here playing.
Tied for 25th.
Yeah,
in the top 25. In the top 25, he's tied with Ivan Flock coming in.
Yeah.
Hoping to move up in the rankings.
Look at the sweet cards we have in Ole Rade's deck. That's a Miscutter Hydra.
Hey. There's a card I got to preview for Daily MTG.com.
And did you say it was a hit?
I said, you're going to see it as a sideboard card. It's a sweet card.
Yeah, it is. It gets around counter magic. It stops any bounce spells, and it just gives you something to do with all of the mana that you have. Once you get flooded and you draw a Miscutter Hydra, the Blue Jacks is just going to have to take X damage, where X is one less than the total amount of mana you could produce that turn.
There you get a look at Miscutter Hydra. Oh, he fights, kills Tidebinder Mage, unlocks his elf.
Elvish Mystic.
Yeah.
And Thassa hits the battlefield for Sam Black.
Yeah.
And there's a 4th land. He has a Mutavault, so he has 3 islands. So the most devotion he can add to his battlefield will be 3. There's 4 mana, and
so he attacks with the Mutavault, kills the Domri Raid, plays Tidebinder Mage, says, please, for your own safety, just stay tied to this chair. I don't want to have to shoot you. I'm blue. I can't actually shoot you.
So it looks like Ali Rade picked up Pelucranos World Eater. He's going to play a forest, which will... Well, he's thinking about not playing a forest. He also has a Stomping Ground. That's also an option. He has a Destructive Revelry, which, although it does destroy, and it can destroy an artifact or an enchantment, Thassa is indestructible, so that will not be the target unless we want to use it just to deal 2 damage. So there's the Pelucranos that we were just mentioning. It is a 5/5 with Monstrous XX Green.
Do you remember when, Juzam Jin was the crown jewel of a display case in a Magic store?
I remember when 5/5 for 4 was just too good, so all the subsequent 5/5 for 4 dealt the damage to you or it did something awful.
Here comes Biden of Thassa.
Yeah, Biden of Thassa gives Sam Black the devotion he needs to attack with his Thassa. There should be some flavor bonus here if you have the Biden and the Thassa in play. Other than just drawing a card, you should get a little bit more. But I guess Sam Black would just settle for the extra card. So he draws a card. Ali Rade goes down to 13.
There is a Master of Waves coming.
The Waves?
Maybe. He might be a little worried about just losing everything to the...
to the Pelucranos?
Pelucranos, yeah.
Well, you might be a little off from that because it's XX green.
You
So
just got to kill the master waves.
yeah, I guess that's the only one you have to kill. There are all these waves and no one to master them. So do you think Ole is expecting a master of waves right now, or is he just?
He's got to know it's coming. Is he just? Does he just want to jam a miscutter Hydra and
maybe even play defense with it? Just hold back something. Except
right, he can block the Thassa well.
Yeah, he can block. Thassa has that ability.
Yeah, make it unblockable.
And Sam will be untapping as part of his turn.
Wow,
so,
that's so broken that they let you do that.
Yeah, you can untap with Thassa in play. That's silly. So it looks like
you're gonna look at Thassa, God of the Sea, indestructible 5/5 for 3 mana.
That's fair.
And 5 pips of mana. Beginning of your upkeep, scry 1. You just do that every turn. It's so good.
I wish I could scry 1 every turn. I guess I should, pray to Thassa.
Yeah. Look, pray you find your Galrider slivers.
So Ali not in a great spot, even though Pelucranos is threatening to, kill something if he really wants to eat.
Yeah, he needs
he's feeling hungry.
He needed that land to come into play on tap so he could kill the Tidebinder Mage.
So he attacks with the Pelucranos. That's going to bring Sam Black down to 13 as well, and that is a Destructive Revelry, which is going to get rid of the Bite It. It's going to also deal 2 more damage to Sam Black. So you bring him to 11. It's not really a race just yet, because the Thassa is probably going to be turned
and we
into
see
a
1/1 Miscutter Hydra.
Oh, the shields up Miscutter Hydra.
It's like, oh, you're just blue, right? Like, I'll take a hit from a Mutavault.
Yeah, the Mutavault can still attack, and Thassa still has the ability to make a creature unblockable. But attacking for 2 doesn't seem nearly as good as it used to, now that the Pelucranos is just waiting to become bigger than this 5/5 and just take over this game.
There's another Bident.
Extra Bident.
Yeah. It's a Quadant.
All right, so the Bident comes down. That's going to bring the devotion back up to 5.
Did you just hear the disdainful glee in Sam's voice? He's like, draw a card.
Hey, drawing a card. That's probably the best thing you could do in a Magic game.
Judge's Familiar.
Yep, Judge's Familiar comes down. That's going to give him an extra little pip of devotion and gives him a flying Ophidian, basically. As Ollie looks at a second Miscutter Hydra along with
Did you say a Miscut Hydra?
No, it could be a Miscut Hydra. I'm waiting to see the first Miscutter
Hydra, yeah.
But looks like, is that Shock?
I just got a crimped one.
Like, I was looking at the card, and I was like, what card ends with Shock? Shocking, like...
Stone Shock Giant?
It's like, no, that's all right. No, it's just Shock. He has Shock in his hand. It has a couple of targets. He could use it to get rid of the Judge's Familiar. He could use it to take out the 2/2 that's
the Tidebinder Mage unlocked his
Tidebinder Mage, which also changes Thassa to not a creature anymore. It's also an instant speed way to get rid of the Mutavault, which I don't know that it's really threatening right now.
Yeah, no, I don't think he's that worried about that.
So this might be a good opportunity for Ale to just pass the turn with a bunch of mana open. He's got to be considering that, but he also has the option of playing a 4/4 Miscutter Hydra.
Did you know there were scry tokens in booster packs these days? As Sam puts a token card on top of his library so he remembers scry, doesn't want to forget.
I thought they just had some clever new sleeves that I had never seen before.
Oli Rade, Pro Tour Hall of Famer. 5
Invitational winner.
Invitational winner.
Name his card.
Sylvan Safekeeper.
Yep, Sylvan Safekeeper. He had a lot of hair when that card was made. And a Shock takes out the Tidebinder Mage. He decides that that extra mana is pretty important, as well as change the Thassa back to, a spiritual enchantment. but not a spirit. Yep,
So
still.
Polukranos can still fight the Judge's Familiar if need be.
Yep, it can monstrosity for X equal 2, or X equals 1.
Yeah.
Which will put 1 counter on it. But instead, there's going to be a Mistcutter Hydra with 3 counters on it. So there's a 3/3 Mistcutter Hydra, a 1/1 Mistcutter Hydra, and a Polukranos.
And now we're going in.
We're getting aggressive, says Alirade.
I mean, Sam's at 11.
Yeah, and that's 9 damage, and 4 of it can't be blocked by all those blue creatures. The only one that can be blocked is a 5/5, and I don't know if Sam Black is willing to chump block with the Judge's Familiar.
Next turn he gets an extra attacker.
Next turn he does get an extra attacker.
He is going to have to chump. He's going to take 4. He's going to go to 7.
It's going to go to 7. Thassa's well away
Yeah.
from becoming a creature, unless this next card is on double blue as far as devotion is concerned. Sam keeps the card on top, so it must be a good one. It could be something that turns Thassa back on. It could just be a very good card that gets him out of the situation. We haven't seen it yet. But
I mean, he's still going to deal. You know, he gets to untap. He also has, you know, if he draws a land, he can Polukranos for 3.
Is that a rapid hybridization?
Oh my!
Well, there's 4 blue.
I think we're going to see, yes.
We're going to master some waves. And I'd have to think that if Master of Waves is the play here,
Yeah,
that last
you need to hybridize that Polukranos right now. I guess you can just do it in response to him activating it.
You actually can do it in response to activating it. That does work, and you effectively get a time
that's
lock.
actually much better.
Right.
Sink all your mana, try to kill my guy.
So Ali just drew a land, and that will let him activate Polukranos for 1 additional X value. So is it more valuable for Ali to keep that card in his hand to, you know, pretend like he has something, or does he want to just go all in?
Well, he doesn't need to do 3, right? He just needs to do it for 1.
1 is all it takes to take out the Master of Waves and all of the elemental tokens, as those elemental tokens will revert to their 1/0 status.
So he does it for 2.
In response,
there's the hybridization.
Oops.
Wow.
So here is your frog lizard.
have a frog lizard that looks remarkably like John Finkel.
I wonder if this was also approved.
That's a special.
by
That's
Mr.
a special on-camera token.
And there you see it. That's a good-looking frog lizard.
Yeah.
To be honest, you know.
Quite the catch.
Yeah,
honestly,
I've seen worse frog lizards. Completely honest.
So this is an interesting. Like Ollie's so close, right? He can just get Sam in 2 attacks, but he doesn't really have 2 attacks. He doesn't have that kind of time.
Right. I think he really needs to not die to the subsequent attack.
You can just get in for 4, but then
Yeah, if he gets
those are 2/1 elemental tokens.
Yeah, and a lot of those creatures won't be able to be blocked because Thassa still has the ability. Any double blue, actually any single blue devotion creature from Sam Black turns on Thassa 2 more mana, or is it 2 or 3 more mana? I'm not sure exactly how much it takes to give a creature unblockable, but that's 5 damage that just can't be stopped.
All right.
2 more mana, and
Sam
that's...
goes down to 4. Scry. Do you like it?
He likes it, or is he still thinking?
Thinking.
He's thinking.
Yeah.
Good game.
This actually is a good game. It's been going back and forth.
Yeah, I mean that rapid hybridization Polukranos play is really basically something to just keep in mind when you're playing against Monstrous and Limited. That if you Voyage's End or Griptide in response to the Monstrous, they don't get to do anything.
Right. If the creature actually does not become
monstrous, yeah, it needs to be there. It needs to be there on the resolution of the ability.
Has to be there in order to gain the status of being monstrous.
Then instead of being monstrous, it just becomes monstrous under the bed and makes you cry.
So I believe we're still thinking about the scry.
Sam starts pantomiming, like how his attack step might go, what could happen. We've got 3 blockers.
Yeah, so Sam's working with a Bident of Thassa, actual Thassa, God of the Seas, a Master of Waves, and 4 elemental tokens from said Master of Waves. He also has a Mutavault along with 5 islands.
And a not insignificant card on top of his deck.
Exactly, a card that he is considering heavily whether or not to keep, while Alirade is looking at a Elvish Mystic, a 3/3 Fog Lizard token, and a couple of Mistcutter Hydras. One's a 3/3, one's a 1/1. He also has 5 land, of varying tappage of green and
So
red.
he does decide to keep it.
So he keeps it. It costs 3.
It is a Night Veil Spectre.
It is a Night Veil Spectre. That turns Thassa back on. It gives him a flying blocker. Unfortunately, it's still blue, so it can't get in the way of those Mistcutter Hydras. But it allows him to effectively lose one of his creatures and still have a Thassa. So maybe the play is to leave Thassa back on defense, or does he really want to get in?
Well, he can't. There is no defense, right? He's.
Oh yeah, he's down at 4. He has to win.
He's dead to the crack back here. Unless he gets to keep his Mutavault.
He does have his Mutavault, so Mutavault
yeah.
can get in the way of one of those Hydras. He can either chump block the 3/3, or he can jump in front of the 1/1 and actually eat it. So in come the elemental tokens. Looks like 2 of those at least are going to be eaten. 1 more could trade with the Elvish, which is what happens. So only 1 gets through. Alirade goes to 9. Alirade loses Mystic, and Sam Black loses 3 of his tokens. He still has 1, and he has a bunch of creatures left back on defense. He has 3. Actually, he has 4 if you include the Mutavault.
Only the Mutavault can block those Mistcutter Hydras.
That's right. One of them was a 3/3, one of them was a 1/1. Very relevant. The decision will need to be made whether or not the Mutavault wants to stick around. So now Alirade's only attacking with the 3/3 Mistcutter Hydra.
Yep.
And Sam Black's going to take this opportunity to not take 3 damage.
But then he's thinking now, he's like, wait, maybe I just want to take the 3 damage.
Yeah.
Maybe I want to go to 1. I'm holding a Dissolve.
He's holding a Dissolve. He's holding 1 more card. He also has an island. Not sure what that last card was. We'll get his hand up on the screen so we can figure out what that is. Oh, it is a Dissolve. It's a Dissolve and an island. So Alirade ships to turn. Sam doesn't block. He goes to 1. He keeps the card on top.
So can he just make enough guys unblockable here?
He made 2 guys unblockable, and he attacks with the 3rd one, which also can't be blocked, and that's it.
Wow.
Sam Black wins a nail biter against Hall of Famer Alirade.
That was just white knuckled.
It was pretty white knuckled. Although I can't exactly relate to that term because and no matter it's just lighter brown knuckle. That's all I got. All right, Rashad Miller, Brian David Marshall. Are we actually going to hear from?
I think we're going to talk to Sam Black. Hear a little bit about the process of arriving at the mono blue devotion deck.
I want to hear the process of deciding how you actually wanted to play the end of that match because there's a lot of ways you could do the things that are there. I mean, you had the Mutavault.
Just that decision to go to 1.
Yeah. How do you know that this deck doesn't have 1 point of direct
Well,
damage?
again, he had a Dissolve, so he was safe there.
He did have the Dissolve, and activating the Mutavault would mean that he couldn't play the Dissolve. Man, he's pretty good at Magic.
He is pretty good.
And he's only tied for 25th?
Only tied.
Oh, man.
He's looking to improve on it. What was his record coming into this round?
Into this round, Sam Black was undefeated.
So he is still undefeated. He's 5-0.
He's still undefeated, along with Luis Scott-Vargas, who I believe won his feature match.
He did win his feature match. Luis is also 5-0. Pretty impressive.
Pretty impressive, Channel Fireball, Star City Games.
Could see another Star City Channel Fireball matchup, rematch next round.
This rivalry, it's, they're creeping up with each other, maybe forming like a little teepee. I don't know. I don't know. No teepees. But, so we're going to be hearing from Sam Black. We definitely want to hear, first of all, this seems like a very Sam Black deck first. I think he had a lot. I think he had a lot to do with this deck being the Star City Games deck. But we're going to hear it from him, and I also want to know how you make. I think why did he? We know why he took one damage. Took the damage, but let's find out what Sam Black has to say. Take it away, Tim Willoughby.
Well, we're back down in the feature match area, and that was an intense match, Sam Black.
Yeah, very, very much so. Game 2, I just, my first 4 draw steps were islands, and he killed my first 2 guys, and I had nothing going on. And he started playing, big Ember Swallowers and stuff, and then, thought about conceding when I got to the point where I could overload a Cyclonic Rift to bounce his board. Decided not to, picked up, he played a, huge Hasty Hydra before combat, attacked with everything. I Cyclonic Rifted his board, and then I just have, 2, a 1/1 and a 2/2, and he's 16 or something, and I just play a Bident, attack, draw, and I have these rapid hybridizations that I'm able to use to buy time against his huge Hydra that comes back down, and almost squeak it out, but he takes game 2, and then game 3 was on camera, and that was similarly very, very close, absolutely down to the wire match.
Those Hydras really, really tough against your deck, right? I mean, you've got Mutavaults and then Rapid Hybridization, right?
Yep. Mutavault, Rapid Hybridization, and Overload Cyclonic Rift are my only ways to interact with it.
But as it turns out, that was exactly enough. Congratulations. Team Star City Games with a bit of blue devotion. Not that surprised, having seen you with a bit of devotion to blue, having seen the way that you like to play with M14 Limited. Congratulations, Sam. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Heading back to the booth now. Thank you.
Well, rapid hybridization, multitasker.
Yeah.
It's definitely a multitasker.
So let me ask you a quick question.
All right, I got an answer for you.
What happens if Ole monstruses for 1, and then in response to rapid hybridization, monstruses for 1 again? Does he win that game?
Maybe. It's a very different game. I don't know. I mean,
kills the Master of Waves, right?
Yeah, it does kill the Master of Waves, but the tokens didn't really do a lot that game.
Sure.
They did the tokens dealt 2 damage.
All right, something to think about.
Yeah, that is actually something to think about. A way to options you have. All right, I hear that the news desk is ready to tell you what else happened during round 5 of this tournament. So we're gonna send it back to Richard Hagan so you can find out what's going on.
Thanks very much, Rashad. Thanks very much, Brian David Marshall. What a game that was. Sam Black, well done, 5-0. Lots of other people are 5-0 and 4-1 and 3-2 and 2-3. You know all that. But what you want to know is, what am I going to play next week in Standard? Well, maybe you're going to play the deck played by this guy who's just coming right up. It's Christian Calcano. It's Esper Control. Over to the video wall. It's time for another deck tech.
Hi, welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Zach Hill here with Christian Calcano.
Yep.
Chris, tell us what you're playing today.
I'm playing Esper Control today.
Cool.
Same deck I played 2 weeks ago at Star City Games Open. Did pretty well with it. I went top forward, and since then I changed it around a bit, and I like where I'm at right now.
And without getting into the individual cards, we'll go through those later. If you could just give kind of the zoom out strategy of the Esper Control deck. What's that deck trying to do?
Sure. I mean, Esper Control deck basically is a deck that has a lot of removal spells. It's got some powerful planeswalkers like Ashok, Elspeth, Jace, and basically just wants to stabilize, get to the late game, cast a big Sphinx of Revelation, and then finish them off with, Elspeth or Ashok even.
Sure.
Yeah, that's it.
Cool, yeah, it's a strategy that's been good basically for as long as Sphinx's Revelation has been legal.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
Let's take a look actually at some of the cards that are in that deck. Now, one of the most important things to do is kind of to stabilize early, and really a question to answer is why you want to play blue-white at all. Some of the key cards are Supreme Verdict, which you got 4 copies of, Detention Sphere 4 copies, and 3 copies of Sphinx's Revelation. These are some of your only 4s in the deck. Why are these cards so important?
Well, Verdict obviously crucial against all the aggro decks.
Oh, yeah?
Like you need a Wrath on turn 4 against those decks. And Detention Sphere, it's more so like the same thing, except that against like the mid-range decks, like Naya for instance, like killing a Domri is just brutal. Like you need to get rid of Domri.
Domri Raid, the
Domri
Planeswalker,
Raid, yes.
red-green, yeah.
And also it's a good card for the mirror match because the matches come down to the Planeswalkers. So it gets rid of their Jace, their A-Shocks, their Elspeths. So yeah, it's pretty good there too.
And why only 3 Sphinx's Revelation when it's such an important card?
Yes, it's important, but basically you only really need to cast 1 Revelation to pretty much get ahead in the game. And having 4 is just too excessive.
Okay.
Because you can get, quote unquote, like flooded on them like early on in the game, and against like aggro strategies, it's just not where you want to be. So that's why there's only 3.
And let's actually talk about how you deal with some of those aggro strategies. We've seen Supreme Verdict, we've seen Detention Sphere. You were telling me you actually had a pretty good aggro matchup. If we can look at the next slide and see exactly why that is. I mean, 3 copies of Azorius Charm, 2 Far and Away, 2 Doomblade, 2 Heroes Downfall.
Yeah.
Sounds like killing creatures is really important to you. Is this why you played black? Or tell us how we got here.
Yeah, well, black gives me better removal.
Oh, yeah?
Like Far Away is just very, very good. It gets rid of cards like Obzadab, Blood Baron that are problems in mid-range. And against aggro, I can just far a creature to like just stabilize and save time to cast a Verdict later in the game. And Doomblade and Downfall, they're spot removals, but Downfall obviously serves a purpose in all matchups because it can hit Planeswalkers as well.
Now, we've seen a lot of decks for Azorius Charms because you can cycle it early. Why are you only playing 3 of those?
The reason why I'm only playing 3 is because I feel it's only very good against aggro, and against mid-range and control it gets a lot worse.
Sure.
Against control, I pretty much always side them out. Since all they're doing is cycling. And against mid-range decks, some of those decks I don't want to be Azorius Charming them, like the decks with Domri Raid, like I said earlier. And
yeah, that's awkward.
And those other mid-range decks have like Blood Baron, which is just a stone blank. So that's why there's only 3.
Cool. Okay, so one of the things you were talking about that made this deck really good is its Planeswalkers. You actually have a lot of those. Let's take a look at which ones Chris is playing right here. You see 4 Jaces, 3 Ashiok, and 2 Elspeth Sun's Champion, which isn't in all of these decks. Now, let's just take this from the beginning. Jace Architect of Thought, 4 copies of this card. Why is he so good?
It's the best card in the format.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really? That's a bold claim.
You just want Jace in every matchup as well. Yeah? So, he just does it all. Like, he stops aggro decks, he gives you card advantage. If he ever gets to A, like in a control mirror, the game's over. You can't ask for more, really.
Basically, he's good in every matchup.
Absolutely.
And he gains you card advantage. Do you find yourself mostly just like -2, or do you build him up, or does it just really
It all depends. Against aggro, he's always like slap, +1. And against control decks, also -2 is usually the first thing you do, and then you tick him up and -2, get more card advantage. But,
now, Ashiok is a card that when the set came out, people were kind of making fun of, saying it wasn't real
I saw
good.
That. I may have been one of those people, but then I quickly realized like 10 minutes later that I was just dumb.
And why is he good? Why is he very good?
I mean, this card is, it's not a card that I really want against like the mono red aggro deck, but against the other aggressive decks, it's also very good. It's good against mid-range, it's good against control. When you +2 this guy, they gotta deal with it. You know what I mean? Like, against certain, especially the decks that are playing like Voice and Fleece Mainline and Smiter. I mean, when you +2 this guy, you can get, if you hit like Voice or Lion or any of those things, it's just for no reason.
And now, Elspeth, it's 6. A lot of people have Aetherling in this slot. Why is Elspeth better than Aetherling?
Well, the reason is that Aetherling is just not very good against aggro.
Sure.
It's just a card that you never want to draw.
Okay.
And against the Naya mid-range deck, it's not very good, but it's good against the other ones. So yeah, Elspeth really, it's a card that can take over the game. And it took me a while to come around on that one, but I'm happy I have it.
Cool. All right, let's round out the main deck real quick. Taking a look at these next slide. You got a couple of counter spells. You got 2 Dissolve, 1 Syncopate.
Yeah.
I mean, we could go into the numbers, talk about it all day, but really a lot of people play a lot more counter than this. Why are you only playing 3 counter spells?
I mean, I'm just scared of aggressive decks, and they're just not that good against them. And against the mirror, I can side into more counter spells if I need. So I figured that I wanted to have. I still need a counter spells main deck, but I just didn't want to pack 6 or 5 like I did before, so that's why I cut down on them.
Cool. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at the mana base, because that's actually something that a lot of the times people will criticize about this deck. You've got the Ravnica dual lands, it makes sense. Of course you're going to play all 12 of those.
For sure, yeah.
But what I want to look at actually are the temples, which are what we're going to take a look at next. You are playing, I believe, 3 Temple of Deceit, 3 Temple of Silence, And then you were saying you had 9 whole basics. A lot of people aren't playing this deck because they say the mana is bad. What do you say to that?
I mean, the mana is the weakest part of the deck.
Oh yeah.
So that's why I ended up upping the basic land count. I used to play as low as 7, and I fluctuated, but I came to the conclusion that I need to be on at least 9 because having your lands come into play on tap is just so important. Like sometimes you just can't afford to take 2 off a land, or you can't have a temple come into play or something. So yeah, basics are, I think, what makes this deck better.
And I mean, how, aside from just reading the card, how does a temple compare to a Ravnica Guild Gate?
I mean, they're very different. I mean, the Ravnica Guild Gates, the land. Sorry, wait, you mean the Ravnica Shocks, right?
No. I like, is it just like, oh, it's a come into play tap down with a little bit of upside, or does it change the way that your deck plays?
No, it changes everything.
Really?
I mean, Scry is just, these lands are very, very powerful. Like, I know early on people thought they were bad or unplayable or anything, but they let you kind of like shape the game in a sense, just knowing what you want to draw and putting cards you don't want on the bottom. They're just amazing.
Cool. Okay, let's take a look at your sideboard really quick. We've got kind of what looks like an anti-control package. You can correct me if I'm wrong. You've got 3 Thoughtseize, 2 Duress, 2 Negate, 1 Aetherling. I guess A, do you bring all these in control matchups? And B, are there any times you like bring in Thoughtseize but not Duress?
Against control matchups, I always bring these in.
Okay.
Against some mid-range decks, I bring in Thoughtseize, but usually not.
Oh, yeah?
I actually just played against junk mid-range now, and I didn't bring the Thoughtseizes in. So, but they're mostly just for control.
You basically just take out removal spells and add these?
Take out some of the Wrath, some removal spells, Azorius Charms.
Sure.
And they just come in with the discard and the Aetherling. And
cool. And then there's finally the stuff that isn't for control matchups, or at least is for less typical ones. You got Glare of Heresy, Ratchet Bomb, Blood Baron of Viscopa, and the final copy of Far and Away. Now it seems like each of these kind of do different things. Walk us through what these are doing in your sideboard.
Well, Glare is for the wet aggressive decks and the junk mid-range decks and the Naya decks. And it actually, it comes in against control as well.
Because of Detention Sphere?
Detention Sphere, Elspeth, and cards like that. So that's why that always comes in. And Blood Baron, sometimes I bring it in against control as well. If I feel like they side out all their removal spells, then it's really going to be really hard for them to kill that, guys.
Totally. And finally, the Ratchet Bomb and the Far Away?
Yeah, Ratchet Bomb is mostly just for the aggressive decks, and the Naya mid-range decks that can get pretty aggressive because they have a lot of threats. And the Far Away is just for the same thing, like aggro and mid-range. Yeah, that's
cool. All right, this is Christian Calcano here with Esper Control. Again, we're talking about the pillars of the format. You're going to see a lot of decks like that, a lot of blue-white control decks with Revelation. I think this list is a good place to start, though. Yeah. So I'm Zach Hill with the Tournament Center. Let's throw it back to Rich at the desk.
Thanks very much to Christian Calcana and to Zach. Again, the pillars of Standard starting to come together. You've got your mono red, you've got green white, you've got Esper Control, and so on. And we're going to see mid-range green red later in the day. So here's where we are. We are heading towards round 6 of 8. And picking you up, let's take a look at our leaderboard. So these were a selected group of the 53 players that were on 3-0. So by no means the whole of the undefeated squad, but nonetheless some of the most famous names. So let's take a check on how they're going. Well, Sam Black, you just saw in a terrific match against Olorada, goes to 5-0. Calcano 5-0. Patrick Chapin, he goes to 4-1 over Frank Karsten. Now Jeremy Desani, he is an utter monster on the European Grand Prix circuit. He has one of the highest win percentages of any man alive right now, and he is finally piecing it together at the Pro Tour. This is his first time he's been really in the mix, and I'm very excited to see how he progresses. John Finkel 5-0, Hao Shan Huang 4-1, John Larkin not yet off the mark in Constructed. Mahara, our number 20 ranked player, is 5-0. You can see the rest on the other side there, but right now as I look at the main standings, there are a total of 14 players who still have perfect records. So what are we going to see in feature match action? In round 6, we have for you David Kaplan against Pat Cox of the United States. They are all both 5-0. Calcano plays Ben Friedman. That's a terrific match between good friends, both 5-0. Paul Rietzel against Luis Scott-Vargas. That's a text match, so we must have something super special lined up for video. We really have. It is Makihito Mihara of Japan against John Finkel. All of them at 5-0. All of them in the feature match area for you right now.
Dude, we got some good stuff here.
I just want to see what John Finkel and Makihito Mihara are playing.
I know, that's all I want to know. Rashad Miller, Brian David Marshall. So we're going to be watching John Finkel and Makihito Mihara. And is it safe to say John Finkel maybe on the Mono Blue Devotion deck? That's my guess.
Yes, it is.
Okay, safe bet. Are we going to let people know what the Mihara's playing? Or
No, let's go. We'll get there.
Secrets?
Yeah, secrets.
All right, let's go down and watch him play. Find out what's going on. I love Magic.
Me too.
Yeah. All right, round 6 of Pro Tour Theros. I'm Rashad Miller here with Brian David Marshall, and we're about to watch some powerhouses play some Magic.
Couple of world champions.
Couple of world champs. Makihito Mihara versus John Finkel. Star City Games versus free agent for now. No team for Mihara.
I mean, I think he worked with the Japanese players tend to work together. I'm not sure who he worked with. His deck looks a little different than some of the other players I saw.
Looks like something I could get behind.
Yeah, he is playing green-red Devotion, and the god he is devoted to is Nylea.
Ooh, Nylea. We'll show you a Nylea once one hits the battlefield.
Yeah, we got some World Eaters. We got some Voyaging Satyrs.
Really?
Voyaging Satyr.
Well, it does untap your...
Nick the Shrine to Nyx.
Yeah.
All roads lead to Nyx.
Oh, my. Okay. Let me just calm down to tell you what's going on in the game. So we have a Frostburn Weird for John Finkel, and that is facing off against a Burnetry Emissary and a Elvish Mystic for Makihito.
There you get a look at Makihito Mihara's hand.
All right, attack with the Frostborn Weird. Probably no pumps, so it's just going to be 1 damage. And John Finkel's follow-up is Thassa, God of the Sea.
Yeah. I mean, who more than John wants to just scry every turn? There you see a Nykthos Shrine to Nyx.
And Nykthos Shrine to Nyx. And that's going to plop down Pelukos, the World Eater. Burnetry Emissary gets in for 2. It's going to bring John down to 18, I believe. We'll get those life totals straightened out in just a second. But things to note, John Finkel's Devotion is at 3 and currently has a Night Veil Spectre in his hand, so that's going to push him over the edge.
And I believe he's looking at a Tidebinder Mage.
Yep. Very relevant in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely.
Extremely relevant. It can take out the Pelucranos for a little while.
Lock it down until they start getting salty and fight a little bit.
Yeah, until it gets a little hungry and decides to eat at least part of John Finkel's world.
I am going to start with Tidebinder Mage.
Yum. So there's a Knife Veil Spectre. Attack with the Thassa, which is now, a creature.
5/5 indestructible monstrosity.
Yep, Makihito takes the 5. He's going to go down to 14. Draws a card. Looks like he might have drawn an Aliyah. Not sure, but he's got a lot of mana to work with. His Devotion's up to 5 as well, which means he could tap 3 land, one being the Nykthos, and that will get him 5 mana, and he has 1 left over, so he has 6 mana total to work with this game.
By the way, just talking about how fast some of these Devotion decks are, these monocolored decks are. David Kaplan already up 1 game on Patrick Cox on the back table.
David Kaplan, a longtime pro from Canada, also played on the Mox.
Yeah.
Played in the Mox.
Yeah, that's how he, when he top-aided Pro Tour Worlds in 2011, he got there courtesy of the Mox. So, Mihara sends in Polychronos.
No blocks. Finkel's going to go down to 13, unless he's still considering a block.
No, he said no blocks.
I guess Makihito is considering eating some worlds. He has a lot of mana. He can actually take out whichever creature he'd like. He has 6.
He's 4
He
showing.
has 7, so he can do it for 3. No, he can only do it for 2. He only has 6 mana.
So you can't really kill either of those creatures right now. But
He can play. Oh my! So this is when the deck, quote unquote, goes off. It's Burning Tree Emissary. He's going to add 2 mana to the pool, which those 2 mana is going to be put into the Nykthos. And now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana being added by the Nykthos trying to Nyx. And with that 7 mana, a Domri Raid's going to hit the battlefield. And fights will be picked, I'm sure. 5 mana still floating.
Okay.
What to do with all this mana.
let me see what's going on here.
Yep.
On the top of my deck.
Temple of Abandon comes down. Keeps the card on top from the Scry 1 ability. Sometimes it's good to know what the future holds before you decide before you make decisions like, do I want to draw this creature? Is it a creature that I'll draw?
Just show you what cards he's holding there.
He did draw the Nalia. Has enough mana to play it. But first he is going to... What is Makihito going to do? Makihito.
He's going to plus his Domri Raid, reveal Scavenging Ooze.
Yep, he grabs the Scavenging Ooze. And then plays the Nalia, God of the Hunt.
Which is very much devoted. He says, I need an English version. We'll give you an English version here.
Yep, we'll give you the English version. Nalia has a lot of text on her, but not as much as her bow.
Her bow has a lot of text.
But bows are very versatile. But here we go. Nalia, God of the Hunt. It's indestructible as long as your devotion to green is less than 5. It isn't a creature. Other creatures have trample, which is very relevant, especially with a Pelucranos on the battlefield.
Yeah.
If there's a couple of smaller creatures in play as well, and giving them trample, it's fine. But the big thing, which usually isn't always the big thing, is 3 and a green, target creature gets +2/+2. And when you have as much mana as you can dream of at your disposal, that becomes actual relevant ability.
Yeah, we have a mailing list that I'm on. We're all a bunch of people are watching at home right now. And my phone just started buzzing, and it's like, well, that was a fair turn. a lot of Pro John viewers who are like, well, that was, a pile of centaur poop.
I mean, imagine if a Voyaging Satyr was on the battlefield when all this happened. The game would be over. But, if anyone can fight through this, it's John Finkel.
He was like, you know what, you can have your devotion. He's like, I don't care.
You have a lot of mana, and basically the one card that makes all that mana, abusable in Nalia. Normally, when a green ramp-based deck gets all of its permanents on the battlefield, that's kind of it. That's all you really have to deal with. The mana doesn't mean anything anymore. But now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. His devotion to green is 9, which means that he has 9, 10. He has 10 mana.
Yeah.
11 mana.
11 mana if you count his elf.
Yeah, because the Elvish Mystic also taps. So 11 mana. Next turn he plays a 12th mana. That's
+6/+6 trample on something.
Exactly. Or spread about many things. I'm sure John Finkel already knows that. He figured it out way before we did the math. Yeah. Way before we figured it out. Let's count this.
Pretty devastating monstrosity trigger too.
Oh yeah.
He has
and if that guy gets really big, it has trample.
Yeah.
Thanks to Nalia.
Yeah, I wonder if John's gonna have to Tidebinder Mage here just to tap it down so it doesn't just kill him next turn.
Right. It is the biggest creature, the Pelucranos. Right now it isn't the biggest creature because Nylea is actually a 6/6, but it is the biggest creature that currently has trample. So being able to tap that down would lessen the the potential of just dying to all of the mana that's in play. It's a lot less mana efficient to give +2/+2 for 4 mana than it is to give +1/+1 for 2 mana and kill a creature.
Thank you.
Oh, John just goes on the offense.
7, you do 7.
John figures that the only way he can win this game is by getting aggressive. Or possibly he wants to get some card advantage out of his Nightveil Spectre and use... Is that another Pelucranos?
Yeah, that's looks like a Pelucranos,
Yep,
yeah.
that's the second Pelucranos.
I think we're going to see a Tidebinder Mage here on Pelucranos.
And there we have it, Tidebinder Mage. It is going to target the Pelucranos with this Enter the Battlefield trigger. So Pelucranos won't untap until Tidebinder Mage leaves the battlefield. And that Tidebinder Mage was added to Finkel's Thassa, Frostburn Weird, and a Nightveil Spectre. Makahito Mahara is looking at a lot of permanents in play, a lot of mana at his disposal. He has a Nylea, Elvish Mystic, a couple of Burning Tree Emissaries, a Dominaid, and a Pelucranos, which is being bound by a certain merfolk, which we mentioned a little earlier. Mahara lays his land, so that's the 12th mana. So now Mahara has access to 12 mana. Now, what he wants to do with this 12 mana?
You're fine.
No one knows but Makahiro Mahara.
Pelucranos looming large. He can kill the Nightveil Spectre and the Tidebinder Mage with it.
It can. Not only would that free up the Pelucranos, giving Mahara a fairly large trampling threat. Right. It would turn off Devotion for Thassa, which means that the only thing that stands in the way would be a Frostburn Weird, and that's not enough to, fight off
a 10/10 World Eater.
Yeah. Now, Makahito Mahara is currently the 20th ranked player in the world.
Nylea is going to fight the Frostborn Weird. We might not get this far.
Yeah, there's a lot of fighting going on here. This is definitely just a schoolyard full of bullies.
Yeah, you just... Sounds like Ben Friedman is up a game against Christian Calcano on the back table.
All right, so we have a fairly modest attack with a couple of Burning Tree Emissaries and a Nylea. And it looks like Luis Scott-Vargas is up 1-0 over Paul Rietzel.
And Paul Rietzel is playing, of course, he's playing with Team Star City Games, so we're pretty sure he's playing the blue deck as well. So Tidebinder Mage gets in the way here.
Just jumps in the way of a 6/6.
Yeah, says take 4.
That's going to bring John down to 9. And this is so much stuff over on the board at Makahito Mahara's. And this is exactly what a green ramp deck wants to do. This is how I like to play Magic. These are the things I like to see when there are Magic cards being played and things on the battlefield. They need to all be little green things, and, doesn't matter how big they are.
We're still in game 1 here, but Patrick Cox and David Kaplan are going to game 3 already.
It must be a blazing fast matchup down there.
Well, we know David's playing red, and so and John scoops it up.
He's seen enough.
He scries, doesn't like it, draws a card, doesn't like it.
I wonder what he was looking for.
He was like, man,
and he's so dejected with it, he just gets up and leaves.
No, he's talking to a judge. He's got some questions about the cards. Most of Mahara's cards are in Japanese. Mm-hmm. He's like, just clarifying, just making sure I know what this does.
Theros is available now on Magic Online. Play in sealed deck tournaments and booster draft release events from now through October 23rd to add the Harvester hero avatar to your collection. And then get ready for the Face the Hydric Challenge running October 24th to November 6th. For more information, visit mtgonline.com.
How many Polychronos do you think you're going to see at Friday Night Magic this week?
I mean, it's a mythic, so a few, a few. You know, I mean,
it certainly makes you want to. Watching this, what it can do, it certainly makes you want to play it.
Well, it definitely is one of the best things you could do if you have a whole bunch of mana in your anything ramp deck. Yeah. We look at it as a mythic rare. It's a Hydra. We got a lot of Hydras in this set. It's cool. Face the Hydra. It all kind of makes sense. Is that the Hydra you're facing, actually?
I don't believe so.
I think that it looks like the Hydra that Elspeth kind of took out.
Place's name was Phytohydra.
Phytohydra. So it was previewed in the Monsters deck, dual, Monsters versus Heroes.
Yep.
Which I didn't know that.
Yeah, I might pick one up this weekend now.
Oh, yeah,
it's basically just gonna crush the aggro decks.
It's gonna crush every deck that I love to play. Which means that I'm gonna have to play one of my own.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was the playtest name, Phytohydra.
Phytohydra.
It's like they knew that we were going to be in Ireland. It's like that everything's green in our background. We got all these Irish nicknames. I have this wool hat on. At least I'm prepared. Everyone's prepared but you.
I mean, I'm actually half Irish.
Oh, well, I guess you don't have to be prepared. You did it right, sir.
Yeah. Been prepared for generations for this moment.
So you're John Finkel. I know, a stretch.
Yeah.
Just
Plastic Man can't stretch that far.
All right, so you just saw Mahara basically vomit his hand onto the battlefield while you're playing your fair one permanent at a time, trying to get your Thassa.
I think rapid hybridization is going to be coming in. That card seems like it was terrific. Mm-hmm. Probably see the dissolve come in also. It sounds like maybe a similar plan to what Sam did in his matchup, although that was against a slightly different deck.
Okay, and it doesn't look like there's a lot of other options in John's deck that actually interact with anything.
I don't think you want a Jace Architect of Thought.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to be what's going on here. It's like a lot of mana and then one huge threat that's capitalizing on the amount of mana that you can produce. Any thoughts on the negate? Negate is specifically non-creature, or is it instant or source?
It's non-creature. It's non-creature, so you can get a Planeswalker with it. It's pretty sweet.
Right. But you can't get a god with it.
No.
All right.
They're still creatures when you cast them.
So let's say that you are. We're not going to say that you're Paul Rito. That's Paul Rito's deck. But let's say you are Makihiro Mahara, and this. I don't know if this is a great matchup for you, but just staring at the way that game went, it doesn't seem very hard.
I feel pretty good about my Mistcutter Hydra, a card that we've seen people bringing in. Especially against a deck like John's, which is also trying to be devoted and is maybe putting out. We saw him have some tough boards where he had a Frostborn Weird and a 3 toughness creature, and it's really difficult for him to get multiple creatures with his Polychronos. Is to bring in Wasteland Viper, and so you do is you attack with your Polychronos, you bloodthirst it with Wasteland Viper, and then you do one to everything you can possibly hit, and then they death touch. They die of death touch.
Oh, I thought it was
you give them the bad finger. Yeah.
So it's not just a 1/2 for 1 that you just plop down.
You can.
It's not Sedge Scorpion Plus.
You can Sedge Scorpion it sometimes, but really it's the Cunning Spark Mage, Basilisk Collar combo from Pro Tour San Diego.
It's a combo.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I'm in. I'm in every.
Are you making notes for your deck?
Well, I dream of this deck. As soon as Nykthos was a card, I looked at it and went, "That's just another Cradle." Oh, yeah. And people went, "No, it's not a Cradle.
No, it's a Coffer.
It's a Coffer.
It's a Coffadal.
No, it's a little bit better than Cradle sometimes because one guy makes 3 mana instead of just one guy making 1 mana. Cradle's a great card, but this is just as good.
And it always makes 1 mana, right? Which is why it's very different than Coffers. And I mean,
and Cradle, a lot of times, there are a lot of 1 land cants you can't keep because your land was a Cradle and you just don't have any mana. Yeah. You don't have that problem, and I love that the way that Magic Design has, they decided that if a card's a land, it should tap for mana. Most of the time, all of the time.
Yep.
All right, so now we're looking at opening hands. Mahara's got. I didn't see any land in there.
No, I did not see any lands. He's shipping it back. It looks like John is standing pat, though, on his 7.
That's a nice 7. Couple of islands, a Mutavault, and
Tidebinder Mage and a Master of Waves.
Yeah, Tidebinder Mage seems to be a serious card in this matchup.
Yeah, again, we talk about the idea of Magic 2014 cards that have suddenly made themselves known, in this new format. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen Lifebane Zombie also.
Well, Lifebane Zombie is a great card, and it saw a lot of play when there was a lot of Thrag tusking going on.
I don't want a Polychronos to resolve either.
Yeah, I guess that's true, but that also means that you're playing black.
Yeah,
we haven't seen a lot of black decks yet.
Right.
Maybe
I'm ready. I've drafted a lot of Gray Merchants. I can muster 4 for a constructed deck.
I'm with you there. I think Gray Merchant can get the job done. So we have a couple of updates for you guys. We have David Kaplan winning 2-1 over Patrick Cox, and I believe Christian Calcano won 2-0 over Ben Friedman. I believe that's the last one that I heard. Oh, the other way around. Ben Friedman wins 2-0 over Christian Calcano. So we only have 2 matches going on. The one that we are currently watching and the Luis Scott-Vargas versus Paul Rietzel match. And we are playing Magic, and John Finkel has a couple of islands, and Makahito Mahara has a forest and a Nykthos. Looks like Paul Rietzel and Luis Scott-Vargas are tied at 1 apiece.
There you get a look at Mihara's stats. 281 lifetime pro points, 4 top 8s, obviously that world championship.
So pretty slow starts for both of these players. When Thassa is your first play.
Let me tell you something. That's an aggro hand for John. turn 3 Thassa, scry 1. Yeah, he's off to the races.
Yeah, it's just scry every turn. It's a crystal ball that we don't have to pay any more mana for. But Makahito missed his 3rd land drop and had to settle for a Caryatid.
Biden to Thassa. Waiting on the Thassa's emissary.
All Thassa all the time.
Yeah.
Probably not going to see any more Thassa cards.
Here comes Dami Ray.
Yep, Dami Ray and, a Elvish Mystic.
Free card.
Yeah, it's going to kind of help with his mana troubles. It's going to ramp him up a little bit more. And it also, draw a card. Maybe he can get a 4th land off the top of his deck to, continue his steady stream into his mid-game. John draws a card, plays a land, and plays a Cloudfen Raptor, and follows that up with a Master of Waves. So how many triggers do we have here?
Go ahead.
Not sure yet, but Thassa is just going to take out the Dami Raid. I'm not sure if Cloudfen Raptor actually got evolved. We're going to see if we get a counter on that guy, because it will evolve at least twice.
By the way, Master of Waves also gives a nice little bonus to your Mutavault.
It does. It makes your Mutavault a 3/3 because it is also an Elemental. Yep. It looks like John Finkel actually missed the Evolve trigger, so that Cloudfen Raptor is going to have to wait a couple of turns before it can get some power and a little more toughness. Scavenging Ooze comes down for Makahito. There's currently 1. There's no creatures in the graveyard, so that Scavenging Ooze won't be able to gain any counters, but it is a body that can get in the way of the many 2/1s that are on the battlefield right now.
John pushes his card, draws.
Nightveil Spectre. There's a Tidebinder Mage. It's going to tap down the Elvish Mystic, which gets rid of a blocker, but probably more importantly, limits the amount of mana that Makahito Mahara has to work with. Mutavault's going to get activated. It's a 3/3 if it becomes a creature. It does have the creature type elemental amongst all of the other creature types in the game.
So John just sends everything but the Master Waves, doesn't want to lose all his tokens. He's going to draw
a lot of cards.
lot of cards.
The damage is pretty important right now, but yeah.
Mario's like, no,
Yeah.
no, you can do the damage to me, but I will not let you draw 7 cards. I refuse.
You know, sometimes people just sit and watch things happen when the game is actually over. But But Makahiro Mahara, he knows when the writing's on the wall. He says no.
Maybe he's trying to get a little bit of edge. Tilt. John's like, I can't believe I didn't get to draw 7 cards that turn. So mean.
Minor victories. Ultra Pro is the leading manufacturer of trading card game sleeves and deck boxes. If you're looking for official Theros portfolios, card storage boxes, deck boxes, sleeves, and playmats, Ultra Pro has you covered. For more information, visit wizards.com/magic merchandise. Some sweet planeswalkers on all those things. We got Elspeth, we got Ashiok, we got Xenaghost.
Got all of them. Now we have Hall of Famer, freshly minted, Luis Scott-Vargas in the feature match area against Paul Rietzel. Paul Rietzel, of course, a Pro Tour champion.
He is a Pro Tour champion. He's a Grand Prix champion. Yeah. He is... I'm sure he's won some other things. Not a bad Magic player.
So he's playing the same deck we saw Patrick Chapin playing a little earlier.
Well, I was going to guess he was going to be playing the white weeniest deck of them all.
So he's playing Soldier of the Pantheon, Precinct Captain, but he's also playing Desecration Demon and Obsidian. So I don't know,
Well, you got to make
some
some
schizophrenic. It's like schizophrenic weenie.
All right, so we do have Magic going on. Luis Scott-Vargas leads off with a Beta Mountain, getting fancy. Second Beta Mountain, and that is an Ash Zealot. 2/2 first strike and haste is going to attack Paul Rietzel down to 18. Oh, I would.
And so, if there's a Burning Tree Emissary here, nope. I was going to say there were some pretty gaudy mana things he could do with that Nykthos Shrine to Nyx.
Yeah. Let's Nyx that right now.
Sure. Yeah. Have to judge. Judge, if he activates this,
it's a mana ability like any other. You can't respond to it. It's just like both abilities.
You hear them talking about
responding to a mana ability. The answer is no. You cannot do that.
Your Doomblade will not work that way.
All right, so nothing from Luis Scott-Vargas. Looks like he needs a green source to play his Dominate. Desecration Demon is going to eat up some life total if this board stays clear. And a little bit of ritualing from Luis Scott-Vargas. He plays a second Nykthos after he taps the first one for mana, so that he actually has 4 mana to get a Purphoros onto the battlefield.
A little bit of the new legend rule will work.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like it from a gameplay perspective. Flavor-wise, I don't know. So Read the Bones, limited All-Star, and now constructed staple in black decks. Paul Reese was thinking about those top 2 cards, and he likes one of them. Belvin goes to the bottom, draws 2, loses 2 life.
16.
Paul Rietzel currently at 16 life. We'll get that updated. Attack with the Desecration Demon. That's going to bring...
An uncontested demon.
And there is a Soldier of the Pantheon. Looking to gain a little bit of life. But you don't gain any life from an Ember Swallower Beast.
No. It's going to get Doombladed, yeah.
Everything dies to Doomblade.
Yeah, it really does.
Follow that up with a second Soldier. These Ash Zealots aren't looking so hot now that there's a 6/6 taken to the skies. Although it does deal 2 damage to Paul Rietzel thanks to the... And it's like, you know what? The Hero's Demise is more than enough.
Just to see how well I can play.
That's twice we've seen this matchup now of the black-white deck versus the red devotion deck.
Yeah, the black-white deck is getting the best of this
come up on top twice.
Like a really good
Although, Luis Scott-Vargas didn't have a great curve that game.
Are you taking this? Oh, they're all busy?
I'll grab that.
We'd like to thank Card House Games for being an official card retailer here at Pro Tour Theros. Enter the code PTDUB, that's DUB, when ordering on cardhousegames.com for 10% off your next purchase. For more information, visit cardhousegames.com.
We're going to get back over to the Makihiro Mahara John Finkel match, which is...
I think it's good that we were able to peek in on the mono red versus black white matchup. Yeah. During the sideboarding and shuffling of the mono green, the mono blue versus the greenish devotion deck that we were starting on. Trying to get you as much magic as possible.
Sounds like both these players are mulliganing, going down to 6, I believe. I don't think they're both going down to 5.
Yeah. We shall soon find out. I'm trying to gauge from the level of excitement or disappointment on their faces, and it's hard to tell. Or I would guess that they're going down to 3. Six it is.
All right.
So we got a bunch of land, a Scavenging Ooze, and a Elvish Mystic for Mahara.
Yes, you may start.
And they're both satisfied with their hands, so we lead off with an Elvish Mystic for Mahara and Island Go from John Finkel. How many times have you seen that play?
Yeah. Coming up on close to 20 years.
So 20 years of
Island Go?
Yeah,
it really is. It's probably 19 years of that. So attack with the Elvish Mystic.
And that's got to be Scavenging Ooze, keeping the beats going. A lot of creatures in play doing what they're not really meant to do. Scavenging Ooze kind of wants to eat the graveyard. It's just being a bear right now, and Elvish Mystic wants to be a mana ramp, but it's just being a 1/1 attacker. John Finkel down to 16 already, and there is a Voyaging Satyr.
How, on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you to see a Voyaging Satyr?
Just in general?
I mean, in constructed.
I'm pretty excited.
I thought you might be.
So Nightveil Spectre comes down to play defense for John Finkel. It's going to hold off most of these creatures.
Let's take a look at what John's got going on here.
Looks like Mahara contemplated attacking with the Scavenging Ooze, but you really can't get through that 3 toughness is just a little much. No creatures in the graveyard in order to get any +1/+1 counters for the Ooze. And I don't think that Mahara has a way to get creatures into his graveyard unless he attacks with his redundant his mana generators.
He's holding another Elvish Mystic here. He doesn't have much else other than 2 lands, so I guess he's...
John just takes it.
Yeah.
And that Elvish Mystic that you just mentioned, it's on the battlefield.
Yeah. And here we go, looking at John again. Should anything big and ugly show up, he's got a rapid hybridization for it.
He has a pretty exciting hand. He has a Thassa, he has a Cloudfin Raptor, and he has the Nykthos, Shrine of Nyx, to allow him to really generate a lot of mana and get all those guys in through the meager defenses of Mahara in the form of a bunch of 1/1s and 1/2s. But one of the downsides of the ramp deck is sometimes you get a bunch of ramp spells and you don't get any of your any of the cards to take advantage of all of that mana.
And we see a Stomping Ground.
Yep, that's revealed from the Nightveil Spectre. It's probably a good thing because Mahara did not want to draw that land. He really wants to draw a business spell, quote unquote, so that he can use the 7 to 8 mana that he'll have available next turn to,
Cloudfin Raptor, 4 mana. Play Thassa and have Devotion. So you trigger the evolution on your Cloudfin Raptor. pretty sweet.
That is pretty sweet. All right, so the card was drawn for Mahara, but I wasn't sure what it was. We will get that in just a second. But looks like Mahara wants to get in there with his 1 power guys. Is this just so that Scavenging Ooze has something
do something
to eat?
with his Scavenging Ooze, yeah.
Mahara taking his time, thinking what to do. Does he really want to get some value out of the Scavenging Ooze? Is he that antsy to do something with his mana?
Gotta get something started.
And a 3/3 would be very good on this board, except for the 5/5 indestructible that's in play now. But
and the 3/3 flyer. And
all right, so a Caryactid hits the battlefield. A Sylvan Caryactid. Still not the action spell that Mahara was looking for, so John Finkel is in a great position.
There's a Frostborn Weird triggering the Raptor.
Yep.
Make my guy unblockable.
Yep, 2 more mana. This was a Shrine activation, so the 2 more mana is going to make the creature unblockable. So that's 9 damage that Makihito Mahara just cannot stop. And a Mizium Ward is going to be removed from Mahara's library to the Exile Zone. And that would have been a good pickup for Mahara just to clear this board. And it's not looking like that's going to happen anymore. I saw a red card. I believe it might have been a Burning Tree Emissary. If it is, that's not enough to get the job done. Another attack with the 3 mana creatures, the 2 Elvish Mystics and a Voyager Satyr. John's at a healthy 14.
Yeah, John's like, I have no interest in putting any creatures in your graveyard.
Just no value for you. And there is the Burning Tree Emissary. 2 mana, nothing to do with it. Pass the turn. Mahara's just he's putting a lot of creatures on the board. None of them have flying, and they can't interact with the 2 creatures that are doing the second most damage. And Thassa just allows the other 2 to come through willy-nilly.
Yep.
I believe Mahara might be
he's
dead on
board.
Yeah, this is dead on board.
He's just hoping that John has nothing.
Well, he doesn't need anything else because Nykthos makes 6 mana. That's a 7th mana.
Kill your guy.
Unblockable. Unblockable. Who's last 2? 1, 2. So he's 3/2.
And that's it.
Yeah.
John Finkel.
8 billion.
Yeah, John Finkel attacks for $1 million and wins this match 2-1.
Blue deck wins.
Blue deck wins. Since when do blue decks attack for like
pretend you have Domri.
that much?
I love it.
Here we go. Back in the booth. Rashad Miller, Brian David Marshall. We're going to talk to John Finkel, but before that, I think I need to make a T-shirt that says John Finkel, Alan Go since 1999.
How about since 1995?
1995?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. I was
Everyone
there.
starts off with green. Everyone starts off with the forest.
John's always been about the islands. Sometimes he paired him with mountains, but he's always been a blue mage.
Yeah. Now that first game between Mahara and Finkel, Mahara just got out to this explosive start.
Yeah.
And he got all of the big creatures he needed. He had all these mana sinks, and he was just able to run over John Finkel. And if that happened to me, I would be discouraged. First of all, because I wasn't playing that deck. but second of all, it's like there's nothing you can really do to interact with what that deck just did. Like.
No, I mean it's certainly just the Nykthos decks in general seem to have a a lot of volatility. We've seen a couple of hammers fall on empty chambers. It's like pull the trigger, nothing happens.
All dressed up, nowhere to
yeah,
go.
What we saw there, draw all your mana ramp and draw all these little kind of, dorky little creatures that don't do much in combat, and then, your opponent's like, oh, he's like, I got my shrine, I've got my devotion guys, I'm able to just, use my mana very efficiently every turn and sink it into killing you.
Yeah. And a lot of the blue devotion cards are a little more, power toughness, efficient than the cards that Mihara were playing, because like Elvish Mystic, it's a 1/1. It makes a mana. It's 1 devotion, not really a lot going on there. You really need a lot of those cards.
Yeah, there's not a cheap GGG card that he's playing.
There's no. I'm sure there's some, because there was a cycle of those cards in.
Sure. Well, yeah, there's Rebel Belt Raiders.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that guy. I guess not good enough.
Probably not good enough.
Yeah, it's not good enough.
Oh, it's nice when it has trample.
It is nice when it has trample, and that's what Nalia does.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's good when you are able to just be able to throw all those cards down and then replenish, which is something that the green decks don't have now. Like decks of in the past that were able to do these things had green creatures or green spells that are able to go, okay, now I got all this mana, and instead of using my mana on the mana sink, I use my mana on more cards. And missing that in these standard decks means that sometimes you draw this opening hand that you just can't lose, and sometimes you draw this opening hand that you just hope gets there, and it doesn't.
Right. There's another green devotion deck that's running around that we saw that's splashing blue for Cyclonic Rift, which seems like an exciting card to be playing.
That's a good one. It's an exciting card. It's definitely necessary in this environment. There's a lot of things that are going on where you just need to get them all out of the way, especially if it's a devoted mirror, because then you just have to clear the way, not only so that you can win, so that they can just stop doing ridiculous things. But enough of us babbling on. Let's see what time Tim Willoughby has to say. He's standing right now with John Finkel.
And here I am with John Finkel, having beaten former world champion Makahito Mihara. This deck seems like the perfect deck for you. It's got card drawing, you've got like rituals in your lands. Like, how did this deck come to be?
Yeah, the deck, it's pretty good. It's a lot of fun. It came about, we were at the castle.
You've been testing the castle now in Ireland, right?
Oh, yeah, testing at the castle with Team SCG. Kai and Gabe went into kitchen. They came out with this deck. They played with it a little bit. I think actually the first day or night it didn't even do that well. Gabe tried taking out the Raptors. I saw it lying around. Kai makes the worst proxies. There are cards for A. It was an Aetherling. There were Aetherlings like Prognostic Sphinxes at the beginning, but they were definitely onto something. His Tidebinder Mages and Frostburn Weirds were indistinguishable. The Judge's Familiars, I don't even know what letters those were, but Gabe had tried to move in a more controlling direction, took out the Raptors, and I started jamming with it. It was so much fun. We worked on it. The Raptors went back in. All the expensive cards came out. We ended up with a few tricks, and here we are. And yeah, it seems like we're doing great with the deck, so I'm really excited.
Absolutely, and what a team to be working with. I mean, yourself and Kai, often talked about as the two best players in the game, all on one team with SCG, and then so many other Pro Tour winners and Hall of Famers in that team as well. It must be quite the experience.
It's an amazing team. We also have someone who's probably most often considered the third best player of all time in Gabriel Nassif.
Absolutely.
We have Zvi Moshwitz. He couldn't make it, but he's obviously in the top 10, if not top 5 all time. Phenomenal deck builder. Sam Black as well. We also have the person who I think might be the best Magic player in the world right now, in Reed Duke. Billy Jensen. I mean, he's got to be top 5 right now. Owen. I mean, all three of those guys I would have definitely taken before me in this tournament for who's going to win. They're just all so good and they play so much. So yeah, it's just a great team. I'm so happy to be a part of it.
And just incredible for testing as well, I guess, that that you're going to be playing at the very top level in every practice game, and then when you're here, it's just more of the same, right?
If you saw the practice games, I'm not sure I played at the very top level in all of them. I actually missed a Cloudfin Raptor trigger there. It was irrelevant, but still, embarrassing. I'm sure Owen wouldn't have done it. I'm sure if we'd been in the house, Owen would have jumped across, over the table from the other side and said, "John, that game 3 down? Yeah, you missed those Cloudfin Raptor triggers." And I said, yeah. But no, it was great playing with them all.
Everyone's supporting each other, and by the sounds of it, Star City Games doing really, really well in this event.
Yeah. It seems like we're having just a great tournament.
Best of luck to you in the rest of the rounds, John. It's great to see you at the top again.
All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Back to the booth.
Now, John Finkel is a man who wants to play the best deck. Now,
are you talking about the word fun that he used?
Yes, he said this deck was fun. He said I'm having so much fun.
To be fair, when John's playing with islands, he's having fun.
Okay, so that's all. It doesn't matter what those islands are doing.
I also want to point out the anecdote he said, or the hypothetically said, where Owen would have leaped across the table and said that game three
hypothetical.
tables. He was 3 tables down. Owen's like, oh, you missed that. That was John. John would be like, "Oh, by the way, Judge, 2 tables down. That guy just made a misplay in the tournament." That's what he used to do when he was Owen's age. So.
Oh well, that
was quite a compliment, I think, to Owen there.
It is. It's a compliment, I guess, to both of those players.
Yeah.
But enough for us. Let's find out what else happened during round 6. Take it away, Richard Hagan.
Hey guys, welcome back to the news desk. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, and I've got some updates coming in. Let's take a look at the standings that we have as we start to wind down day 1 here. I have David Kaplan defeating Patrick Cox 2-1. Let's take a look here. And Pierre Dagan has beat Antoine Ruel. That looks like an all-France battle there, 2-1. John Finkel defeats Makihito Mahara 2-1 as well. As you can see, some huge names here sitting at undefeated. There's John Finkel that we just mentioned. He is undefeated. Pierre Dagan as well that I just mentioned. And this is a big one. Paul Rietzel of the USA defeating Luis Scott-Vargas 2-1 as well. I think that's Luis's first loss. And as you can see, some pretty big names here. Sam Black, we're still waiting on that one. Ben Friedman sitting at 6-0. His name tends to pop up quite a bit. Again, Paul Rietzel sitting at 6-0. And Jeremy Dezani is at 5-1. We'll try to get that update for you as soon as we can. Lucas Tayak, 6-0 as well. All right. More updates to follow, but for now, I have Zach Hill over at the wall with the deck tech. Why don't we send it over there? Zach?
Welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Zach Hill here with Oscar Jones.
Yeah.
You're going to sit and tell us about red-green monsters. Now, we're talking about one of the pillars of the format. Red-green mid-range decks make up a huge percentage of the field. Can you tell us a little bit about what your deck does?
Yeah, my deck just tries to have a pretty strong early game with stuff like Colonian Tuskers, maybe ramp with Elvish Mystic, and just play some big guys that are hard to deal with.
And why exactly did you want to play this deck of everything that you could have played at this tournament? You said you were pretty confident in the list.
Well, to be quite honest, my friend Alex or John Sittner is playing this deck, and I just decided it'd be best to play whatever he played.
Sometimes you got to trust your friends, right?
Yeah.
Well, cool. Let's take a look at actually some of the cards in the deck. We're going to start out kind of with the early game and figure out how to get. Later on, we see kind of the core of the first couple of turns. We've got 4 Elvish Mystics, 4 Experiment 1, and 4 Colonian Tusker.
Yeah.
Now, the first 2 guys we see in most of the green decks that are in this format, you can kind of talk about why they're good, but I want to hear about why GG33 with no abilities is really good right now.
Yeah, I think it's good just because if you don't end up going Elvish Mystic into Domri Raid, then you want to have another plan. And sometimes if you've got an Elvish Mystic, or if you don't have a 1-drop, then Colonian Tusker's there to fill in. Also, it's a really good follow-up to an Experiment 1 on turn 1. So
that's definitely true. That's a lot of power.
Yeah, and it can really just put the beats on really any deck. It's bigger than most things that you can play at.
Now, you're really a 2-color deck. You don't have any real devotion synergies. Is that card hard on your mana base at all?
No, not particularly. The mana is definitely skewed towards green. There's more green sources than red. Sometimes I haven't been able to cast it on turn 2, but it's such a good turn 2 play that that's why it's there.
Cool. Okay, so let's move up the curve a little bit. We've got another 2-drop that's not really a 2-drop in Scavenging Ooze. Boon Satyr, one of the breakout cards of the tournament, and then of course Domri Raid, who is a contender for the best card in all of Standard. Tell us a little bit about these guys here and why they're so important to like the middle few turns of a deck like this.
Yeah, sure. They're well, Scavenging Ooze is something you can play on turn 2 if you don't have a Tusker or another 2-drop or even a 3-drop, and he sticks with the theme of the deck of just being really good late game as well. He's good. He's good early to if you play him, and some guys have died, you can just activate him for relatively minimal investment, and then he's a real threat that they have to deal with.
Yeah,
he's a pretty good follow-up to like a Supreme Verdict too. So he's a good guy at any stage in the game. He's a good guy to have.
Now, if you look at a card like Boon Satyr, like neither mode is kind of groundbreaking.
No, not
I guess. And yet I've heard so many people say, I want to be playing Boon Satyr at this tournament today. Like, why is this guy so good? It's kind of, I guess, not obvious to me.
In my experience, having the ability, well, especially post-sideboard, you have some instants that are good to cast, like Destructive Revelry, being able to hold up Destructive Revelry or Boon Satyr if they don't have a target for your Destructive Revelry. Earlier today, I played against a deck who had, he had Detention Sphered my Pithing Needle, which was naming Jace at the time, and I was able to leave up Boon Satyr and Destructive Revelry. If he played a Jace, I was going to kill his Detention Sphere, get my Pithing Needle back. If he didn't do anything like that, I can just play my Boon Satyr and still be keeping up with the...
Cool. So it gives you a lot of flexibility.
Yeah.
And then
his 5 mode is really good. Because if it's wrath proof in a sense, in that if you just bestow it on your guy and then they wrath, you've still got your Boon Satyr.
Right, and you hit them for 4 that time.
And you can really dodge, some sorcery speed removal like Anger of the Gods, Supreme Verdict, and you hit them for 4 right after that. It's a good card to have.
Seems really good.
Yeah.
Okay, we see Domri Raid. We know what he does. He draws you a lot of creatures.
Yeah,
but
he's best start to play.
Yeah, this here though is what I think I'm really excited about. And that's Polukranos World Eater 3 copies, Gore Clan Rampager 4 copies, 3 of Stormbreath Dragon. These are kind of your fatty boom booms.
Yeah.
Why are we playing these cards?
Well, Gore Clan Rampager, I'm pretty disappointed if I'm casting it, but he's pretty much the best pump spell ever. So that's why he's there. And he's like, you really can't draw too many Gore Clan Rampagers, as it turns out. If you've got any sort of early game, he's just great to have.
And he's kind of like a spell that you can draw off your Domri Raids.
Yeah, absolutely. And Polukranos is, he's very big for his spot on the curve, and he's also got an activated ability that's relevant a lot of the times. Against really any deck running creatures, you can often play a turn 3 or 4 Polukranos and follow it up with Monstrosity.
Now, are you worried at all of having 3 copies of a legendary creature in your deck?
No, I don't think I am, because he's just... If he's around, like, you're probably winning the game anyway. And if they deal with him and you have a follow-up Polukranos, so be it. And I've got a follow-up from Polukranos.
Sure, and then the Stormbreath Dragon, he says protection from white on him, so a lot of people are like, oh, what if they're not playing white? I mean, but the rate on this guy is really, really good, right?
Yeah. I would say he's a little bit worse than Thundermaw in that his clock is less.
Sure.
He kills your opponent in fewer turns, but protection from white isn't completely irrelevant either. You have protection from Azorius Charm and Detention Sphere out of some of the blue-white X decks, and Selesnya Charm is not protection. I guess he doesn't need pro-white to be that anyways, but you can monstrous him.
Yeah, right, exactly. Cool.
And he really just provides reach late game, like something to do late game, and he's hard to deal with.
Yeah, like sometimes you just draw a lot of mana and you need something to do with it.
Yeah,
that's certainly something to do with it. Well, cool. So these are kind of they got a section of their own, I guess. We got this order from the way you wrote down his deck list, but see 2 Mizium Mortars, which again are kind of good both early and late, and then this 1/1 Planeswalker split of Xenagos and Chandra. Is there rhyme or reason to that, or do you kind of not want to draw 2 of a single one, or how did we get here?
Well, interestingly enough, it was up until last night, it was 2 Xenagos, and there was a Mutavault in the main deck instead of a basic mountain. But the fact that there's Mizium Mortars in the main and side, and I go up to 3 Mizium Mortars, John goes up to 4.
Sure.
We just want to have mountains. We want to have red mana, and Chandra is also generally going to be better than Xenagos. So the reason not to play Chandra is because it can be hard on your mana if you don't have red. But she's better than Xenagos, I would say, and she's just And there's something to be said for having a split in Planeswalkers when you're not sure too.
Totally.
So.
Cool. So speaking of your mana base, I want to look at that right now because one of the reasons that people like this deck is that its mana is a little bit better than other cards in the format. We've got 4 Stomping Ground, obviously, 4 Temple of Abandon, 10 Forest, which helps you cast those Colonian Tuskers, and 6 Mountains. So you've got 14 red sources. But I want to talk to you about Temple of Abandon real quick. There was a lot of conversation when the temples first came out about just like, were they good? Was the drawback worth it? Was it that much better than a gate? I noticed you're playing 4 temples and 0 gates. Seems kind of quite a bit better than the first rule Guild Gate. But exactly how good are these cards?
It's definitely much better than gates. I don't think I've had many mana problems with this deck. I don't anticipate having many mana problems. And Temple of Abandon, if it was another Stomping, I'm not sure if I could play 8 Stomping Grounds if I would, but I can't, so I'm playing Temple of Abandon. They're better than gates, and the ability to scry away sometimes excess lands, or if you keep a hand with 2 or 3 lands and you want to get to 4 or 5 for Pelucranos or Stormbreath Dragon, I definitely want to have Temple of Abandon to be there. And usually you can play it without losing you can find a spot to play it without losing too much tempo. So
cool. All right, I want to take a look at your sideboard. As you alluded earlier to ramping up out of mortars in the board, it sounds like you've got a lot of ways to kill creatures. And a card I'm particularly excited about is Flames of the Firebrand. A lot of people came to the table with like aggro decks that are capitalizing on Mutavault. And I think a lot of people kind of forgot this card exists.
Yeah.
How did we get to our kind of anti-aggro package, if that's what this is?
Well, the Flames of the Firebrand and Shock are there almost exclusively for mono red. Flames of the Firebrand is really good against mono red, as it turns out. It's almost always going to be a 2-for-1, and sometimes you mize and it's a 3-for-1.
And why 1 Shock? It's like one of those
just because
numbers.
It's a 1-drop. Sometimes if you're not doing anything on the first turn, that's the easiest way to lose to mono red. So
Gotcha.
That's why that's there. The Misty Mortars is there to have against any sort of green mid-range deck that's like running a lot of creatures.
Sure.
The guy who got the list from and actually was running 2, but 2 Flames and 2 Misty Mortars, but I ended up deciding last minute to go to.
That makes sense.
Partly because I didn't have a 4th Misty Mortars, but I would say I think I'd stick with this.
And then Ratchet Bomb, is that also against red decks, or is that doing something different?
Depending on what the red deck is, Ratchet Bomb comes in. If they're running multiple, like many 1-drops, like 12 or 16 or 20, you bring in Ratchet Bomb for those decks. It's there primarily, however, for the green-white decks, which are running Advent of the Worm. They have voice tokens. It's good against 0 converted mana cost things and 1.
Oh, which is cool. You don't take it up at all. You just leave it sitting around at 0 to kill 5/5s.
And you can't get your Advent of the Worm anymore.
Totally. All right, so there's more to do than just kill creatures, obviously, out of the sideboard. Just rounding it off here. Peak Eruption, Pithing Needle, Destructive Revelry, Hammer of Porphyros. I think we've seen most of these before. Pithing Needle for Planeswalkers, Revelry for Detention Spheres, and I guess Trading Posts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Hammer, good against control decks, but what I want to ask you about is Peak Eruption. Because most of the red decks we see are like aggressive decks whose curve stops at like 3. Why do we want that card, and what's it good against?
This is here because I was anticipating a non-zero amount of red mid-range decks that are like black-red, green-red. Well, I wouldn't board it against Mirror, but like black-red X or like blue-white-red, of course, is the best place to have Peak Eruption because they were running Chain to Rocks, presumably. And that's why that's there. I'm not honestly sure it should be 3. Maybe it should be 2. Maybe it should be 3.
Totally.
But I think it's there because there was not really anything else to put in.
And if you get a Chain to the Rocks, it's like the greatest thing in the universe.
Absolutely.
All right, cool. So that rounds out your sideboard. Thanks again, Oscar. This is red-green, just again, pillar of the format, red-green monstrous. I'm Zach Hill, and let's kick it back to the desk.
This camera's gonna be on. Go. All the way out there. Hey guys, welcome back to the desk. Marshall Sutcliffe here. Hi, Zach Hill. How's it going?
How you doing? I'm
All right,
wonderful.
so there's still quite a few matches out there.
Okay.
A lot of sweet standard decks. I've got some information that we're going to be bringing you guys in just a little while, but not at the moment. For right now, we're going to be sending you to a video. So I give you Inside R&D Part 2.
Here on Inside R&D, we've already seen how the gods use devotion to reward their followers. Now it's time to talk with the creative, design and development teams about the other signature mechanics that help make Theros a world teeming with gods, monsters and heroes.
One of the things I loved about Theros is that you had so many large creatures available to you, because often that is a hard thing. In Innistrad, we struggled with large green creatures, but here there's this wealth of, everything's big, everything feels mythic, everything feels monstrous, and then it was a nice companion to then you had the heroes that could kind of occupy the smaller range. So I actually found that to be an exciting thing about Theros is the wealth of amazingly large creatures that we got to play with.
In the movie, if you ever watch when the hero fights the monster, here's what happens. It happens in every movie. That they start fighting, the monster's winning early on. But then the hero comes back and he's able to beat the monster down, and the hero's like, I've done it. I've beaten the monster. But then no, the monster somehow gets better, or it gets bigger, or something happens, and the monster's like, oh, I wasn't really paying attention. Now I'm paying attention, and now the monster starts winning. And then eventually the hero is somehow able to defeat the monster. But we needed that moment. That there's a moment where the monster clearly like upgrades, they're there and it seems bad, but then wait a minute, I have extra arms or a bigger head or something. I did not give you my all, and now I'm giving you my all. And we wanted to capture that sense. So I said to my team, look, we need a monster mechanic. I wanted something that could take our monster and kind of level them up to the big bad, so that the hero, as the hero levels up, the monster could level up.
We wanted our monsters to be very threatening. There's all these stories about there's a giant monster ravaging the countryside, and the king would always call for a hero and say, hey, go deal with this thing. It's suicidally dangerous, you'll love it. And the hero goes off and battles the monster. But the monster needed to be threatening. And just having a creature there, it's a threat, but it doesn't have a sense of urgency the way the monstrous ability has. With monstrous, in a couple of turns, they're going to have a couple of more lands, and that monstrous ability is going to be activated, and it's going to be devastating because there's always a huge, powerful ability.
So Monstrosity is a new keyword action appearing in Theros. It appears on what we call the monsters. Basically, it's the effect of an activated ability, so each one will have you pay some mana, and then you get to Monstrosity with a number, and that number is the number of +1/+1 counters that you put on the creature when that ability resolves. But there's a catch. Monstrosity also turns the creatures monstrous, which is a term that we use to describe basically a creature that has been, you've done the monstrosity thing. So you can only do it once. So once they're monstrous, they can't become monstrous again. So a lot of these creatures will have abilities that trigger when it becomes monstrous, and that's only going to trigger once unless that creature leaves the battlefield and comes back. Then it's a brand new creature, and you can monstrosity all over again.
So 100-handed one is a brilliant design. It is just hilarious that block 99 additional creatures. The funny thing is, in some formats, it's different that you can block 100 and not you can block any number.
And originally, it actually said it can block any number of creatures. And then we were in some meeting, and I don't remember who said it. We were in a design meeting. Someone said, they're joking around. Well, how about it blocks 99 additional creatures? And we all laugh, and then I go, you realize we're doing that.
One thing we came up with was the Shipbreaker Kraken. Release the Kraken, where the Kraken attacks and can actually hold people up in the air and incapacitate them while it breaks the ship.
I love when mechanics get to be flavorful, which is my job is to say, look, whatever the art is, whatever the names are, fine, we're going to do awesome stuff there, but I want the actual mechanics, as much as I possibly can, to themselves be flavorful.
Ember Swallower, to me, is one of the just most archetypal monstrous cards. The big problem that these kings had in classical times were these monsters that were just destroying the land. They were ravaging the land. And so a card that literally makes people sacrifice lands feels like the best expression of the ancient Greek giant monster that we can have here.
Innistrad had a dragon in it. And everyone was like, really? Gothic horror? I don't remember dragons in Gothic horror. Okay, we cheated. We put a dragon, and people love dragons. It's a scary dragon, whatever. We cheated. So now comes Theros, and we preview, okay, we're doing this dragon. And they're like, again? They're like, no. There are dragons in Greek mythology.
Especially in Limited,
this is a format where your monsters are going to get huge. Your heroes are going to get loaded up with their heroic bonuses, with auras, and you're going to have these huge heroes facing off against these huge monsters. And way more than most Magic sets, you're going to be smashing each other with these just huge guys, and it's awesome.
So the amazing thing about the heroic mechanic is that it really embodies the hero's journey that runs through myth. The idea that you start out and you're called, or a quest is presented to you, a problem that you have to overcome, and then you have to rise to the challenge.
So heroic is a new ability word that appears in Theros. It appears in front of triggered abilities of creatures that when you cast a spell that targets them, now this spell could be an instant or a sorcery or even an aura. A lot of people don't realize that auras do target the creatures when you cast them. So you get some bonus. A lot of the heroic abilities put +1/+1 counters on the creatures. A few of them have additional effects. So it's a way for these, heroic creatures, as it were, to rise up to meet the challenges of Theros.
So the heroes start out small. They're young Luke Skywalker on the farm in Tatooine, and as the game progresses, you target them with more and more auras and more giant growths, and whenever that happens, they get bigger, and they get bigger, and they get bigger until they are prepared to face the monster in battle and defeat it.
If you think of the labors of Hercules, each labor that he accomplished helped equip him for the next labor that he faced. And I think the heroic mechanic embodies that amazingly well and just contributes to the Greek feel of this set.
So we made a special case to split apart what we think were heroic triggers that made heroes that were fighting and heroes that did more mage-like abilities. So Labyrinth Champion is an example of a hero that is casting a spell every time that you use his heroic ability. We tried to do those in blue, a little bit in red, and tried to make the fighters in the other colors.
One of the aspects of the color wheel that development focuses on is that similar colors play differently. So green and white both get +1/+1 counters. The Phalanx Leader we reduced to 2 mana, so it was really getting you to build a deck with a lot of creatures, with each one getting a +1/+1 counter. While the Centaur Battlemaster, that was just individually powerful. It gets 3 +1/+1 counters itself every time.
Heroes come in a wide range of looks and feels and strengths and attributes, and that's what we were trying to capture among creative and design and development, is the idea that a hero doesn't have to look a certain way. A hero doesn't have to solve a problem in a certain way. A hero can look very small and do something very clever, or a hero can be unexpected and tricky in the way that they, and that means there can be heroes in black. They have their own way of solving problems and overcoming obstacles and achieving their quest.
The best part about heroic is that it incentivizes you for doing the things that are awesome. You get to play all your combat tricks, you get to play auras, which are sometimes very clunky and limited, and they will power up your guy. And so when we were costing these, a lot of the time we had to think about how much value you're getting up front on your hero versus when you're able to get a lot of triggers and you're able to really power it up all the way through. Most of the time we ended up where targeting it once or twice, it's going to be over the curve and it's going to be a very efficient creature.
Experienced players know what you're supposed to do with Giant Growth is attack with your guy, they block, and you Giant Growth to kill your thing. A new player is going to just attack you and Giant Growth their guy and be like, take 3 more. That's not actually all that good, but the impulse to do that is there because it's fun to do stuff to your creatures and make them better. The idea behind Heroic is that's fun. How can we make it right to have play patterns like that? Which, when I first saw this, I'm thinking to myself, I'm a strong Magic player. I know it's terrible to do this. Why are you trying to make me do this? And then it turns out it's actually fun. So I was kind of brought in kicking and screaming. It took us a lot of work to get all of this right, and in fact, Heroic is the reason that Scry is in the set. When you have Heroic as a thing that is creating variance, because you have to play your creature pump spells and some creatures, there was too much variance in the set for what we want. We want there to be some variance, but there was so much because of how Heroic works that we needed to add some kind of smoothing stuff, and that's why Eric decided to put Scry in the set in the end. That connection is not immediately obvious in hindsight, but adding Scry made everything better.
On Theros, enchantments are the magic of the gods. So when you use a bestow creature and enchant it onto one of your other creatures, to us that is the gods granting favor to your creature. You'll see that the bestow creatures and other enchantment creatures have this, we call it the Nyx frame. Nyx is the realm of the gods, this kind of starry night look to it, and that helps you distinguish the divine magic of enchantments from mortals and their magic.
We certainly had some trouble figuring out what the power level of bestow was. It was, during design, we had one cost. You could either get a creature or you could get an aura that turned into a creature. So it was clear that we didn't quite have a handle on the implications of what this mechanic could do. It was, I believe Eric Lauer suggested, hey, let's have two costs because one of these is just way better than the other. And we went with that, and it made the whole thing a lot better, I have to say.
We added a bestow cost that cost more. So you'd have to choose, do I want to play this early and get a creature out of it, or do I want to wait and bestow, get the bonus, and later down the line get another creature, a form of card advantage?
Bestow has a lot of moving parts. And one of the ways that we made it simpler is that we set some rules for ourselves. And this is going to be true through the entire block. Every bestow card that you see, it's a creature. The bonus it gives to creatures that it enchants is going to be the same as the power and toughness that's printed on the card. And the things that it will give to the creatures it enchants are going to be the same thing that it has itself.
You've got a creature or an aura that'll fall off and become a creature. It's a little bit complex, so we had to really focus on making the commons very straightforward effects. The blue Nimbus Naiad grants flying, the white one grants vigilance, and they all are very flat bonuses. They're always the same power and toughness, so you can just look at it there on the battlefield and you know exactly how much of a bonus your creature has.
The Boon Satyr is there to really give an efficient creature that can be bestowed. There's three ways to play this, really. You can just flash it out at the end of your opponent's turn or during combat as a 4/2. You can bestow it on your creature in the middle of combat to hit hard, or you can block with a creature and bestow to pick off an attacker, and then on your turn smash it.
When you have a set that has a lot of themes in it, you've got enchantment creatures, you've got heroic creatures, you've got monstrosity creatures, you've got devotion. So there's a lot of stuff going on. How do you make it all mesh together? The thing that actually sticks everything together the best is the bestow mechanic, where you can enchant your heroes. You're targeting them with a spell. They actually have a heroic bonus. You're putting more permanents on the battlefield. Your things that like enchantments, like your bestow cards. They're creatures themselves. They can attack and block if you have nothing else to do. They have colored mana symbols on them. They're turning your devotion on. So everything works when you have a glue piece like the bestow mechanic to bring it all together.
Richard Garfield in Alpha made creature enchantments. They were always beloved, but in the early days they were weak. Mostly because of card disadvantage. The idea that I could pay mana, get this thing, but all they have to do is destroy my creature, and then I lose also the aura as well as the creature. And even if I go to put the aura on the creature and then destroy the creature, then the aura also goes away. So you got 2 for 1, as they say, a lot. So we spent a lot of time historically over the history of design. Like, you know, we had in Mirage, we had auras that you could cast as instants. They kind of doubled as instants as well as being auras. And then in Tempest, we had flickering auras so that you could take them, you could put them back in your hand. So you know, if you saw that something would get destroyed, you could return them so you didn't lose them. You know, in Urza Saga block, we made the Rinker-like mechanics where when it died, it went back to your hand. Like, you couldn't even lose it, you know. And so we keep messing around. You know, we've made auras that when it dies, you get something. You know, Ravnica had auras that you got something else when you played them. You know, we definitely had auras where the Umbras, where you know, when it went away, then you got the creature, and you know that we keep trying to find different ways to just make auras better. So in some ways, Bestow is kind of the end, or maybe we'll keep going, but Bestow is definitely like, you can't be 2 for 1. There is no way to be 2 for 1. Even if they bolt your creature as you're playing it, it just looks around and goes, no creature, oh, I'm a creature. You know, even then it just comes to play as a creature. So like, there's no way to actually 2 for 1 with this thing. You know, and one of the best things about it is you put it on the creature dies, and then now it's a creature. So like, now you get this extra bonus out of it. You know, and so I feel like Bestow really is us saying, look, guys, we want you to play auras. They're good. Just play them.
While heroes may call out for divine intervention against their monstrous foes, for a chosen few, legendary status is already assured. In part 3, we'll meet some of the great characters, old and new, ready to make their mark on Theros.
All right, great stuff there. A little inside R&D. Does that remind you, Zach Hill?
I was going to say, it takes me back.
Yeah, It wasn't that long ago that you worked in R&D, but it's been a decent chunk of time now.
It's been about 14 months now.
Yeah, you've been 14, you know, right off the top.
Not that I've been counting by the day, by the minute, but yeah.
Welcome back to the News Desk, guys. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Zach Hill. And Zach, I had a chance to talk to some of our text writers. You know, the video stuff that you're watching right now that Zach and I and all the rest of the team do is part of our coverage here, but we also have a lot of text coverage provided by, you know, we have 5 or 6 writers over there that are just, you walk by at any given time and all they're doing is typing. You can see it on Daily MTG on the coverage page. One of the pieces that Mark Calderero was working on was a metagame breakdown. So I wanted actually to get your thoughts on this stuff, Zach. So why don't we bring that up right now and we'll go through. So the way I want to do this, Zach, is I'm going to show you the top 8 or 9 deck lists by numbers, and then we'll go back and pick the ones you want to talk about. Cool. So let's take a look at the first one. It is Esper. It's a control. It's Esper control, and it's the most individual instances of a deck is 46. Let's take a look at the next one, Celestia Aggro, 43. So right up there as well. Gruul mid-range, 37. Now tied for that one is Mono Blue Devotion, and Devotion is something we're going to be talking about it a lot, Zach. Next one is another Devotion deck. This one's Mono Red Devotion, sitting at 32 instances of the deck. Naya mid-range is 30. Junk mid-range. Now, Junk is a nickname that we use for 3 colors, Zach.
Yeah, we don't mean it's bad.
No.
It usually means that it's black, green, white.
Yes, and that's what's going on here, and that's a mid-range deck as well. And then we've also got Naya Aggro sitting at 18. So the difference, by the way, between a Naya mid-range and a Naya Aggro was number of 1-drops is how they determined it. And all right, so Zach, what stands out to you on this list as interesting or topic-worthy numbers?
I think the first thing is the amount of mono red. This was a card or a deck that was doing very, very well in the format's early stages. It's still reasonably popular, but not in anywhere near the numbers that we'd seen.
Yeah.
Other things that stand out to me are Mono Blue Devotion. There are 2 major teams playing that. A big chunk of Team Star City Games.
Yep.
And then I believe the French squad is on that.
And there's a couple of other outliers too.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, based around, Thassa, incredibly powerful card, Master of Waves. And then I see 46 Esper decks. One of the things coming into this tournament, people were saying, is the mana of that deck is just too bad.
Oh, okay.
And that a lot of the cards that you get from playing black, like Thoughtseize, like you can't even cast on time. But it seems like a lot of people either overcame that problem or felt that the card power that you get was just worth having to deal with a little bit inconsistent mana.
Yeah, now it's interesting to look at the list because the top one is a pure control deck.
Right.
None of this, I'm going to switch gears and beat you down. It's just, we are going long game. I'm going to try to beat you with my huge, powerful long game plays. But as we start going down the list, a lot of these decks can be aggressive or just are outright aggressive as we look. Celestia Aggro, Gruul midrange certainly has a fast gear to it. I mean, you can build it to be faster, but it absolutely can beat down. Mono Blue Devotion actually has that same thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, which is interesting. And then Mono Red Devotion, of course, also can be quite aggressive. It also has a big top end, too. Talk to us a little bit about Devotion this is the first time that we've seen it on a stage like this, right? And I mean, right off the bat, you know, we've got, what, like 69 right here decks that are right in the middle that are devoted to this devotion mechanic. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's several different ways you can approach this. The first is the gods. Both Thassa and Porphyros, very, very powerful. They want you to have 5 devotion, that's 5 colored mana symbols amongst your permanents.
Right.
But in exchange, you get a hugely undercosted, indestructible creature in addition to several abilities.
Right.
Then there are cards like Fanatic of Mogus, cards like Master of Waves, that are, you know, individually powerful cards of the devotion mechanic that are just extremely good by themselves. And then finally, there's Nykthos Shrine to Nyx.
Oh man,
that is one of, I think, the breakout cards of the tournament.
Yeah, you know, you and I were kidding around earlier. We were looking at Frank Karsten's deck list, and what did he write down?
Yeah, so Frank sits down on his deck registration sheet, and he
this is really funny.
He writes down Tolarian Academy, and then crosses it out, and then says, "Oh, Nykthos Shrine to Nyx."
Yeah.
Tolarian Academy, of course, being just one of the most overpowered cards of all time.
Yes.
Another legendary land. Pro Tour Rome, one entire tournament just revolved around like figuring out dumb ways to kill your opponent's Tolarian Academies or just beat you on the first turn.
Yeah.
So that's quite a comparison.
Yeah, I think that was apt and funny. Good for Frank. He writes for us sometimes, but he's battling here as a Hall of Famer. Yeah. Now, what about this Selesnya aggro deck? I know that you like this 2-color combo when it comes to the draft format for Theros, but how does it translate over to a standard?
Well, I think it's an incredibly effective standard deck. You've got great matchups against control because of Voice of Resurgence and the number of threats you can play at instant speed.
What are the key ones?
Boon Satyr and Advent of the Worm.
Okay.
You also have, what's that card? Rootborn Defenses.
Yes.
That allow you to resist Supreme Verdict. And then against aggressive decks, you just have size. Normally you want to be the bigger creature in an aggro mirror, and you have unflinching courage, specifically against like the red decks, so they're probably not going to be able to race you very well. So I think Selesnya is just very well positioned against the format's other popular decks.
Okay, I have one more thing before we start to push over. I'm told that the players are being seeded shortly here. So we see a control deck, an aggressive deck, and a mid-range deck round out the top 3. And then as we kind of go down, it's mid-range, aggro, and then, you know, I don't know what you want to call the devotion decks. They can lie on either side, but I'd say something like mid-range aggro.
Yeah.
We have this is a pretty diverse field here. How does that sit with you as somebody who developed for this environment?
A lot of these decks are decks that we expected to be pretty good, and so it's looking pretty consistent with what we had in the Future League. The thing that I think is most exciting, though, is actually what's not here. There's 200-ish more decks that we haven't even begun to talk about right now. So that means the field is really deep. I think there's a lot of exciting stuff that can go on in this standard.
Yeah, and you're totally right, Zach, because we're looking at a snapshot of the early decks. This is the whole field.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
I mean, this list does go on further, but we're going to see the ones that emerge as the successful decks as we move into day 2. But for now, we are ready to go back down to the booth for the next round here from Pro Tour Theros.
Hello and welcome back to the booth. We are about to go into our next round here for round 7, and we've got a bunch of great feature matches. I'm Tim Willoughby, here with Brian David Marshall, and we're going to be getting down to the feature match area very soon, but we've got Lukas Jakovsky of the Czech Republic against John Stern of Canada on video. In the back, a hot matchup, Kai Buda against Osip Lebedavic.
Couple of Pro Tour champions. You get to read about that in the text coverage.
Absolutely, yeah.
Probably managed to get them on camera at some point this round.
And if we're looking to get a few matches on camera this round, Stanislav Sivka against Christian Calcano. They both like their slightly slower control decks. Good chance we might get a chance to see a little bit of them on camera. And then finally, Antoine Rouel of France. It's been a little while since we've seen him on the Pro Tour. But, you know, he's got the Hall of Fame ring. He can come whenever he wants, and he wanted to come to Dublin. And he's going to be playing against Matej Zadelkai. He finished in the top 8 of the last Pro Tour. We're going to get a chance to potentially see him in this feature match area as well this round.
Awesome. I'm really excited. The matchup we're going to look at, John Stern. He's playing red-green, no devotion.
Really?
So an undevoted
something a little bit different.
Deck, yeah. And then looking at
Yuklowski normally likes control
Yuklowski
decks,
deck,
right?
and this is a black-red control deck.
Black
this is
red.
not something we've really seen much of. We got Anger of the Gods, Read the Bones, Dreadbore, Thoughtseize, Desecration Demons, Demons and Dragons. This is D&D.
Sweet.
This deck is D&D. Demons and Dragons.
I like it a lot. And normally from Lucas, we'd expect some sort of counterspell type deck. Here he's controlling it with discard and just killing your creatures.
Yeah, discard and
I love it.
Dragons. We're going to send it down to the floor and get a look at this deck in action.
Let's go. And here we are for round 7 of Pro Tour Theros here in Dublin. And on our video feature match, we're just closing in on Lucas Yuklowski of the Czech Republic against John Stern of Canada. There's John on your left. And these players, we've got a few different decks to watch this round, Brian.
Red, green, undevoted. Just, Polychronos and Stormbreath Dragons on both. Stormbreath Dragon on both sides of this matchup. But Colonian Tuskers.
They're pretty sweet. 3-3 for 2.
3-3 for 2 coming down for John Stern.
Let's see if he can pull it off. We've got a little bit of scrying going on from Yuklowski. He does like his control decks, and this not the normal control deck from him.
No. This again. There's a tiny bit of white here. We see the Temple of Silence. He scryed with it.
And a Scavenging Ooze there from John. First creature on the board. No creature in the graveyard yet, but still a beater.
Yeah. Especially against maybe a slower deck that's going to take a little while to get set up.
And we see there Yuklowski's record on the right-hand side of the page. Already 50,000 in career winnings, in spite of being just 22. And what have we got coming from him here? He's immediately getting rid of that Scavenging Ooze.
Just dreadboard it.
No point letting it stay on the battlefield, potentially getting larger and making racing difficult.
So there you see Scavenging Ooze, but let's take a look at the other cards in these players' hands. For John Stern, you see a stranded Colonian Tusker. He does not have a second green. By the way, that Boon Satyr and the Polychronos are also stranded. Meanwhile, on the other side of the table, this is the hand that Yuklowski will be adding cards to as he's cast the Read the Bones that he was holding.
So already before the Read the Bones, he had a pretty solid hand. He's got the mana, he's got a big threat, and then he's got ways of controlling the board. And it's only got to get better with Read the Bones. It's the sort of card I was normally expecting to just play in Limited, but really excited to see it in Constructed too.
Yeah, we've seen it in the black-white control decks. Now we're seeing it in black-red.
And that 2-life probably not being attacked as hard in this matchup as it would be from some of the other red-green decks or more or less mono-red decks that we've seen this today so far. But it looks like John Stern there has got his third land. It's a Stomping Ground. He's going to take his 2 damage in order to get mana, and there's that Colonian Tusker, the 3-3 for 2 mana. Right on time.
See a fistful of cards.
And it looks like there's the Desecration Demon there from Yuklowski. So the 6/6 flyer going to demand an answer of some kind from John Stern. And John still a little bit tight on mana, possibly going to have a little bit of trouble here, but there's the extra forest. It looks like he's cooking with gas now. He's got the options in terms of what he wants to do. And is it just a matter of plopping down Polychronos here and saying, you know what, sooner or later I'm going to have the biggest creature on the board?
Well, everything certainly starts with getting that guy in play. But again, what's kind of interesting about this deck is he's playing a much more fair Polychronos.
Yeah, there's no huge acceleration here, but
he kills the Desecration Demon. Yep.
So it looks like Desecration Demon dealt with pretty quickly and easily there, but Rakdos Return dealing with the entire rest of John Stern's hand.
A card we saw a lot of at the World Magic Cup.
I mean, it's funny to me that it took as long as it did for us to see much from Rakdos Return, because whenever you do get to play it, it's a huge, huge play. And we see here that now John Stern basically living off the top of his deck. And look, Yukolovsky, all of the options available to him. He's a little bit behind on the board, but this is a control deck after a fashion, and he will be able to win back a little bit, even though for now he's just building his hand with another read the bones there. And we've found out that it's actually a Amizium Mortars and a Shock to deal with Desecration Demon. So
makes sense.
I don't think he minds too much taking the 2-for-1 there, because the red-green decks don't necessarily have loads of ways of dealing with something quite as large as Desecration Demon. And is this another answer from Yukolovsky, or is it time to start committing more threats to the board?
I think he's going to play a Desecration Demon here.
You dealt with the first one.
Yeah, but now you have no cards in hand, so like you don't have a steady supply of creatures to, make me keep this guy at bay.
Yeah, I mean, you can only put off the demon for so long when you're drawing one card a turn, and it has to be a creature every single turn if he's going to keep it tapped down.
Yeah. Frowns for team coverage. Antoine Ruel up 1-0 on Mete Zalkai on the back table. Although, hooray for Team Hall of Fame.
Yeah, absolutely. The Hall of Famers, by the way, this has been quite the showing. There's more Hall of Famers playing, in this event than I think I've seen in any other. Clearly the class gets bigger every year, but there's a lot of Hall of Famers we've not seen for a while.
A lot of people showed up that don't show up for every event.
The Ruel brothers, Camille Cornelson's here.
Oh, wow, I hadn't seen him. That's awesome.
I know that...
Here comes Stormbreath Dragon.
So we've now got the demons and the dragons on Yukolovsky's side of the board, and not a huge amount from John Stern to fight it back. That Caryatid on the other side of the board not going to do a huge amount beyond helping John Stern's mana here, because all of Yukolovsky's threats potentially coming in the air. So the best it can do is be sacrificed to tap down Desecration Demon. Nothing stopping the dragon, though. That one looks to be coming in for 4.
What else is... What is John Stern going to do to get out of this?
I mean, he seems to be in a pretty tough spot here, because he can't really race. And the 4/4 dragon now all of a sudden means that even if creatures are coming along to deal with Desecration Demon, he's on a 3-turn clock just from that.
You're dead, right?
Well, there's the question from Yukolovsky. You're just dead, right? And
you have no cards in hand. Am I missing an onboard trick? And he's like, yep, tick the demon out.
Here they come, and that's a monstrous dragon. And that's game 1.
Oh, it will be. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. So pretty sort of straightforward start there for Lucas Yukolovsky. He's going bigger than the red-green decks, which is not something we've seen a whole lot of.
Yeah, Stern missed stumbled a little bit. He got a Colonian Tusker stranded in his hand for a turn. Didn't hit GG on turn 2, and
yeah,
all of a sudden, and then
yeah.
Rakdos return just wrecked him.
We'd like to thank Card House Games for being an official card retailer here at Pro Tour Theros. Enter the code PTDUB when ordering on cardhouse.com for 10% off your next purchase. For more information, visit cardhousegames.com. So both players here going to their sideboard. It looks like John Stern has got a fairly sort of carefully worked out cheat sheet here. He's carefully made notes on what he should be doing in different matchups.
He went to Trinity College and checked out a book on Standard.
I would be intrigued as to whether or not there's a chapter about this red-black deck. This one, not necessarily one I was expecting.
He's looking for a little illumination here.
I mean, he's got a few options in here, but it's interesting to try and see which ones might be best for him.
Things get a little rougher for him in game 2 when Yukolovsky gets to bring in Lifebane zombies.
He does have Arbor Colossus, though. Now, that's an interesting monster. Firstly, a massive 6/6 for 5, but also, if he gets the time to do the monstrous ability, that will shoot something out the air.
Sure. So, 6/6 guy that's poking its head up through the clouds. But again, Rakdos return, he gets to, Yukolovsky can empty his hand, gets to Dreadbore, gets the hero's downfall, that thing. He's obviously not going to play into the Colossus. Sounds like Kai Bude's up 1-0 on Osip Lebedovich.
Kai there doing what he does best, winning at Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, and then to the surprise of no one, Christian Calcano and Stanislav Sivka are still playing game 1.
Tense matchup, that one.
Yeah. They'll still be playing as we get close to time being called, as my guess.
I mean, both methodical players. They both like their control decks, and
I think they both like their Esper decks, right? Like they're
yeah. I mean, Sifka's one of the people that we would see just going, you know what? I'm going to try and deck you with like just planeswalkers. Let's not worry about this red zone nonsense.
Right. Both of them just trying to hide behind Ashioks.
Ashioks all over the place, doing what they do best.
Yeah, go for it.
And each player shuffling up here, making sure that they have... It looks like they've finished with their sideboarding here, so just figuring out what they need to do for
I think
this
John
next game.
Stern's loaning some dice to a judge. I'm not sure.
I mean, you know, sometimes judges need to figure out random numbers, which is fair enough.
We get a magnificent shot of the hall. Still lots of people playing. People want to get to X and 4 to make day 2.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, just 2 rounds left today, so some people will have more work to do than others.
Yeah.
But yeah, everything to play for. And spinning around, we get to see our full feature match area here. Great to have 4 feature matches in. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see a few more of the other tables in this.
Oh, I'm sure we'll have time.
Kind of hoping we get to see a little bit of Kai versus Osit, but if Kai's already 1 game up, then I guess that might not be a possibility. Lucas here just sort of cool as a cucumber.
Yeah.
He's been here plenty of times before. Pass it across. Quick shuffle. Let's see what our 7 looks like. And it looks like we got a little bit of a mulligan here from Lucas. Not quite happy enough. There was a wry smile as he looked at his hand. Potentially an easy choice for him. Sometimes you get the hands where it's like, well, I've got 2 lands and just not quite the right action. And sometimes it's just the easy, well, there's 7 spells here. At least I don't need to think too hard about this one. I can needle you a little bit, just a little bit of play acting perhaps. Get the Oscar noms in. And a stern face there from the other side of the board.
Yes. But no matter how you slice that. So let's take a look at Lucas Tchaikovsky. A little bit more about him.
I mean, this is a player who's had quite a bit of success, both individually, and he's been on the national team a number of times, I believe.
Oh yeah. He's he's got a 6th at Worlds in 2010. He's got 4 more top 32s, and he was 9th place at Pro Tour Dark Ascension.
Ooh, always a tough cut, that one.
Yeah,
but
yeah. So it's a top 8, and possibly a virtual top 8. And he's got 2 GP top 8s, and then he's in Rome 2009. His team was 3rd place. He's really young.
Yeah, I hadn't realized quite how young he is. So what, 2009, he'd have been a teenager.
Yeah, he's only 22 now.
and he feels like a fixture on the Pro Tour. Yeah. He's just been around forever. And yeah, still plenty to see from Lucas. Like, I'm not sure we've seen the best of him yet, which is saying something because we've always seen a lot of very good Magic.
Yeah, he's got 139 lifetime pro points. I mean, he's going to be, Hall of Fame eligible at some point.
Absolutely, and he's again got a Dreadboard. This time the Colonian Tusker came down on turn 2 from Stern, so a slightly better start for John Stern here, but still not able to apply the amount of pressure he perhaps really wanted to with that 3-3 for 2.
Stern is passing the turn on turn 3. We're going to... both players.
I mean, if you're going to miss a land drop, you kind of want your opponent to too, right? Keep it fair. Though, Pelukronos the World Eater, not necessarily the fairest of Magic cards.
Yeah, interestingly, the World Eater is going to get devoured here.
Don't eat the Eater. Or, maybe you should.
Don't eat the Eater, eat the game.
So John Stern up to 25 life, but I'm pretty sure he'd rather have simply just had his 5/5 there.
And
but
there's that Arbor Colossus you were talking about, but what do they say about Arbor Colossus in the set review? Dies to Doomblade.
Yeah. And they're, not able to get full value from his 6/6. Sucks up a burn spell, and here we see a Thoughtseize. 2 dragons there in John Stern's hand.
Destructive Revelry.
and a
and a Burning Earth.
Yeah, Burning Earth, okay here, but
he could have played it sooner. He didn't really. We see one non-basic right now from Joklowski.
And Joklowski taking the dragon there. He who has the most dragons is probably in a pretty good spot in this matchup. So no point holding much back here from Stern now. Joklowski knows exactly what he's working with, and still stuck on 3 lands. This might well be the time to sort of... Oh, he's floating mana in response to that Burning Earth. And a Magma Jet here to hopefully smooth out his draws a little bit. Ah, well, that works. 2 lands there, straight on top of his deck. Still not necessarily loads of action from Joklowski next turn, but knowing that he's going to be drawing into what he needs to cast his spells, pretty important at the moment.
I hear a very animated Osip Levinovich in the background, which makes me think they're going to go to a game 3.
Ooh. I mean, to be fair, Osip Levinovich, one of the more animated players on the Pro Tour.
But his animation is definitely proportionate to how much he's winning.
That is true, yeah. Remembering the finals when he won his PT, he was pretty rambunctious, shall we say.
Yeah. He sees 2 lands on top, and he's thinking about if he wants both or one.
I mean, one of them is a non-basic, so, I mean, is there the argument you say, well, maybe I could try and do a little bit better?
I think he just wants his mana. Take a little damage here.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, on 18 life, Joklowski pretty safe. There's not any actual threats on the board, though he knows there's a Stormbreath Dragon waiting in the wings, shall we say. At the moment, Stern, though, almost a mono-green deck, so he still needs a little bit of help to get the dragon out.
So it leaves both on top.
First feeling is that it didn't really do anything.
The Magma Jet that doesn't do much, but then there's Chandra. She'll do just plenty, ticking up for now, but at some point going to be a great source of card advantage potentially. This is what was being checked by Joklowski. He wanted to figure out whether or not his Chandra was going to get hit by Burning Earth.
If I tap a land for mana, if you can tell me the damage goes to Chandra or not.
I think I can choose that. Yes, it does. But check.
So. What's the question? So my question is, if I tap some non-basic land for mana, if he can deal the 1 damage to Chandra, or he has to deal the 1 damage to me.
So, when it's non-combat damage controlled by your opponent.
All right. So that means he can.
So play for Chandra.
No, we didn't do anything. I'm just asking.
Yeah. So he can redirect on resolution.
Right. Thanks.
I will not redirect. Take one.
Go.
Well, it's not one to redirect there, since that resolves before the Chandra.
But Chandra perhaps not quite as secure as she might otherwise have been.
I'll take one.
21.
Domri.
And there's Domri Raid.
So it sounds like we have 2 matches tied up, a couple Hall of Famers. Kai Booty and Osip are tied at 1 apiece, and Antoine Ruel and Mate Zadelkai.
Big Z bringing it back for the coverage
also
team.
tied at 1. Oh, and we have a result in the Calcano-Sifka staring contest.
It's a draw.
No, Calcano's up 1-0.
All right. So this one we've seen immediately there. Domri Raid came down, ticked up to +1, and found a Colonian Tusker who joined Domri on the board.
I was curious if Zadelkai was going to... I mean, Joklowski was going to scry there since he knew he had that land on top.
Another Magma Jet there. And the power of Scry, we've already seen it in Limited, and I guess with Thassa we're seeing it a huge amount more in Constructed than perhaps we have done previously. Smoothing out draws left, right, and center, a really great addition to...
No, never mind, sorry. We got a misreported result there. I think that might be my fault. It sounds like Kai Buda made short work of Blavidovich, 2-0.
So Kai there now on
You'll be able to read about that on the
points.
text coverage. Yeah, Kai Buddha 5-2.
I'm always excited when I hear about Kai and John and like some of the players.
5-2, guaranteed to be playing on day 2 now.
Yeah, like love seeing them do well. Like these were the players that were great when I was first starting to follow the Pro Tour. Turns out they're still great now. Who knew? And Yuklowski here, a bit of a decision on his hands.
That's the Magma Jet.
Has a little look.
It looks like he sees a couple of Life Bane zombies.
Well, they're pretty good in this matchup.
Although he knows there's some information about what's in Stern's hand right now.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, he kind of wants to get his side of the board sorted out before the second red mana source comes for John Stern, because Stormbreath Dragon could be quite a big issue here.
Well, I believe, let's take a look at what he's holding in his hand. But I believe, he has a Hero's Downfall. I thought he may have had another Devour Flesh. But Klofsky has Stormbreath Dragon and Hero's Downfall. Whereas for John Stern, we see Sylvan Caryatid, Boon Satyr, Stormbreath Dragon, Destructive Revelry.
And that's a Scavenging Ooze that's just come off Domri Raid.
And a Scavenging Ooze, okay.
Domri Raid doing good work here, and when you see Planeswalkers ticking up on both sides of the board,
yeah,
it's a kind of like a 2-on-2 match that's going on here. Domri, hugely powerful, in part just due to the fact you can cast it for 3 mana, so it can get going really soon. And just enough creatures in the graveyard that Scavenging Ooze immediately able to do a little bit of pre-dinner snackage. Immediately up to being a 4-4 and helping John Stern's life, which was already looking pretty healthy anyway.
Right, pretty robust.
23 life against the red deck. Pretty happy with that. And Yuklowski still hasn't really been able to get a whole lot going here.
He does have the Stormbreath Dragon. He can just swoop in and take out the Planeswalker if he wants. But, still has to contend with that.
Oh, so each of the Planeswalkers here.
Oh, hi.
Now, Chandra and Scry is a really nice combination. Not one I'd actually thought of until exactly now when we start to see it.
Right.
But yeah, like, knowing what's on the top of your deck makes Chandra Pyromaster so much more powerful.
So much more like a Jace.
Yeah, Jace is everywhere, and all of a sudden it makes sense that Yuklowski doesn't need to be blue anymore. He's able to get his Jaces in other colors as well.
Yeah,
Scry and Domri Raid equally doing good work. I mean, it's really changed the face of the format.
Yeah. Interesting. Stern does not redirect any damage to Chandra from the Burning Earth. He's like, no, I'm gonna, I'm working on your life total right now.
Fair enough. I mean, Chandra at this point is on such high loyalty that her ultimate is not necessarily something that we would expect to see a huge amount of, I wouldn't have thought, in this matchup.
There's the land.
Is there an incoming dragon? I mean, now there's a Desecration Demon in play, it's perhaps not quite so exciting, but looks like John's shaping up to tap quite a few lands here. I mean, it could be a bestowed Boon Satyr, but slightly unusual time to be doing it.
So it's 9-7?
Yeah.
That now a 9/7 Scavenging Ooze. Not a bad spot to be in. Could we be about to see a fight?
I think we are going to see a fight, yeah.
That demon does not very often lose in a straight-up fight.
And now we're going to see a little bit of a mauling of...
Take one, gain one.
Mauling of Chandra? Or does he just drop Joklowski to 6? Yeah, he attacked Joklowski there.
I think that's probably fair. I mean, what's Chandra going to do?
How many cards?
I mean, it looks like Lucas there looking at a Thoughtseize in his hand. I mean, ultimately, the cards that are in Stern's hand are not the problem here. that a huge Scavenging Ooze, and yeah, something special is going to have to come here. Possibly not what he was looking for off Chandra there.
He can, Hero's Downfall, the Scavenging Ooze, but that's going to leave him with, it'll leave Stern with a Boon Satyr.
Yeah, so Thoughtseize here getting rid of that dragon. Yukovsky correctly identifying that was basically the last turn that he was likely to be able to snag it before it came into play.
Plays the land.
And he's ready with the Hero's Downfall. Murder Plus.
We were calling it Murder and Mayhem. Split card.
Oh, I like that.
Kill target creature, kill target planeswalker.
Yeah, it's okay.
And there another Arbor Colossus.
That was an Arbor Colossus.
Arbor Colossus, when it comes down on turn 5, I've had this happen to me in draft, one of the most horrendously big monsters that you can expect to see. The green creatures in this set, truly massive. Except for that one. Just the 1/1, but the acceleration there still potentially important, and really Stern here able to just sort of sit back and go, you need to find answers because I'm the one presenting the real threats.
Lucas keeps pointing at that, at his planeswalker like, you want to redirect some damage over here? All right, go team coverage.
Sounds like Matej Zadelkai just won 2-1 over Antoine Ruel. Antoine started strong, but it was Big Z that finished things off.
So, yeah, the Hero's Downfall takes out the base creature, but leaves a Boon Satyr behind, and then Arbor Colossus joins the team.
And Yukovsky here, nope,
Yep,
doesn't look he's got what he needs. So, looks like we're going to have a game 3 here.
Sweet.
I mean, these are really interesting decks. It's kind of cool to me, the fact that even though Devotion has clearly had a big impact on this Pro Tour, there's lots of different ways to go in this format.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? You see cards like Pull Out Chronos being played, Arbor Colossus, and you're like, oh, well, obviously they have all that mana from the Devotion.
Qualifiers for the next Pro Tour have begun, and the format is Theros Sealed Deck. You could be on the big stage for Pro Tour Born of the Gods, taking place February 21st to 23rd in Valencia, Spain. For more information, visit wizards.com/PTQ. Look at these detailed notes. This is beautiful here from John Stern.
He's consulting the ledger.
It actually is.
It's a ledger.
That's fantastic. So it looks like in addition to sort of having his deck list, he may well have lists for every deck that you could conceively think of in the format.
Or again, you talk to teams and like, well, I haven't really seen a deck here that we didn't think about. We tried something like that. So you do have a gauntlet of decks that, okay, this is the road that you're going to take if you're going to go black-red. This is the road you're going to take if you go Selesnya. These are the sideboard options.
Yeah.
So.
And I think that the thing that seeing that ledger says to me is, this is some proper preparation that's gone in here.
Yeah.
These are not hastily scribbled notes or sort of the result of a conversation over breakfast about the final thoughts on the format. This is a concerted, carefully planned attack for this Pro Tour.
So Scavenging Ooze did the bulk of the heavy lifting for John Stern. Now let's take a look at the rare card from Magic 2014. It's a 2-drop that can eat graveyards, and as we saw, grow to enormous size and gain some life.
I mean, the fact it's useful against aggressive decks or decks with strong graveyard strategies means that it's just always a pretty safe bet in any green deck at the moment.
And it's also obviously very exciting to get this card in Standard. It had made a splash in Legacy after it was printed in the Commander product as a Commander exclusive card. It's one of the first cards we've seen make that jump from the Commander product to a core set and to see play in standard.
Yeah, it's kind of done the Benjamin Button. It starts off in the old formats and then gradually comes into the younger ones rather than the other way around. And very cool that some of those sort of special release sets that you have something a little bit different. That means that there can be cards that maybe they are a little bit pushed for some of the other formats.
Yeah, and the ability, it was, I'm almost not surprised because obviously the card's awesome, but it was a card that got was a lot more popular in the previous standard because its ability to interact with cards that were decks that are trying to reanimate junk reanimator decks, things like that.
Flashback.
Yeah, or flashback, exactly. Snapcaster Mage. We saw Scavenging Ooze actually, make people cut back on their Snapcaster Mages in Amsterdam during Worlds Week because they're like, well, I just don't want to have a 2/2 flash creature that doesn't really do anything.
But yeah, I mean, the Oozes in the last few years in Standard have just been powerhouses one way or another. I mean, but yeah, this one does a huge amount of work. But even now, when it's kind of being a much fairer creature in a way. It's just this guy that gets a little bit bigger over time, gains you a little bit of life here and there.
Well, I mean, it comes down, it does something, and then it dies. It's perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, and it's a 2-drop as well. That if you draw it on turn 8, that doesn't mean to say it's completely irrelevant at all.
No, not at all.
And in some respects, it's just it's a 5/5 for 5 on turn 8 or something.
Yeah, it can get very big. It can be very Mistcutter Hydra-esque.
Mistcutter Hydra, of course, one that we've seen a huge amount of play with. Very, very powerful considering that there is a mono blue deck out there.
Yeah. Lukas Chklovsky, not happy with his 7 cards. He's sending them back.
And that, of course, didn't bode well for him in the last game. So a little bit more pressure now. Lucas not necessarily one to show that pressure on his face, but he's got to be feeling it now.
I just love that shot of the hall.
The slow spin.
Yeah.
The cameraman
so many people still, hope is still alive for so many players in this room.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we got 1 round left after this today, and getting to the record you need to make day 2 on a Pro Tour, not easy. This is the toughest competition that you can face in Magic the Gathering. But yeah, all these players really playing hard to try and make it onto the day 2, and ultimately the big goal is Sunday, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, everyone comes in with different goals. I mean, there are people who are just like, you know what, I just want to learn something. I mean, there are people who certainly have that, experience going to the Pro Tour. All right, we're underway here. It's a Blood Crypt from Lukas Chklovsky.
Stomping ground there from John Stern. So the Ravnica duels here. No scrying going on, but just regular coming into play tapped. Good to see relatively safe mana on both sides of the board, though. We should have a good game here.
I mean, we'll see how good a game is when Lifebane Zombie is just like, hump.
And there's the Ooze, straight down as a 2/2.
What do you got? He gets his pen ready.
Well, there's a Boonsatyr and Pelucrinus and Arbor Colossus. So there's some targets here. What do you take, do you think, Brian?
Probably taking that Pelucrinus.
Yeah, I guess there's still a little bit of time to deal with some of the others.
Boonsatyr can come down next turn, though, so maybe that's also more than fine.
And John Stern, he's not trying to be clever with acceleration. He's just going, I have more massive threats than you do. And with you being virtually any opponent in the room.
And the ability with Boonsatyr to go over the top of a symmetrical creature.
We see there is a Doomblade in Lukas Chklovsky's hand, so he knows that he's got an answer to at least one more threat after the one that he takes with this Lifebane Zombie. And then, I guess, a Rakdos return to clear up the rest of John Stern's hand relatively soon. Yeah, maybe the Satyr is the pick here.
Yes, I think it's certainly Satyr or Pelucrinus, but he's like, let's just get rid of this thing.
Pelucrinus down. There will be no feasting on worlds, at least for now.
He's like, yeah, I'll trade 2 for 1 with my Lifebane Zombie.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, he knows that Rakdos is going to be doing some good work relatively soon as well. And that looked like Amizium Mortar's So there's plenty of answers here in Lucas Gakowski's hand. I mean, the life total's still 20 for 20, but lots going on already in this game.
Flash in a Boon Satyr at the end of the turn. Play a Agos.
Now that looks to be a 2/2 red-green Satyr token coming down, and that's got haste, so a very quick offense suddenly appeared here for John Stern.
Yeah.
The velocity of the red-green decks is about as high as I've seen it with red-green. I mean, red-green obviously has a storied history at the Pro Tour. I mean, back when Zvi Moshewitz won in Tokyo, Ryan Fuller went undefeated in the Swiss with his very fast red-green deck, and the red-green decks here, not quite the same sort of style, but a lot of power from them.
Here you see what Jaklowski's thinking about.
Doomblade there, taking out the Satyr. So just 2 damage here coming from the remaining Satyr of mono Satyr aggro from John Stern at the moment. Now, of course, Rakdos Return here has the potential to deal with both the Planeswalker and the cards in John Stern's hand, as he can redirect the damage, right?
Yes. Yes, he can.
Potentially a little bit shy on mana to get the full blowout.
Looks like he's got another Lifebane Zombie. He knows there's an Arbor Colossus sitting in John Stern's hand. He can, dispatch that.
Yeah. The sideboard Arbor Colossus not so good when the sideboard Lifebane Zombies come down first.
I don't know if that Arbor Colossus is a sideboard card. Is it? Okay.
Yeah, 2 coming in from the sideboard. I mean, clearly very good against Demons and Dragons, which seems to be the way that Yukovsky's going. But Yukovsky just passes here. Hoping to get full value out of that Rakdos Return. There's Stormbreath Dragon, but immediately that's dispatched with Hero's Demise. Does not want that one getting into the red zone. Just taking 4 from ever incoming Satyrs from the other side of the board. And there's the Rakdos Return. 3 damage to you, redirected to your Planeswalker. Ditch your hand. You can have those 2/2/2s. Let's see who wins. But I mean, I guess the good thing for John Stern, the way that he's built his deck is because it's got more threats, it top decks really well. Now, that being said, Anger of the Gods there means that all of a sudden John Stern literally just living off the top of his deck, and with a dragon coming in for Lucas Yukovsky, this match may have just turned.
Yeah, I feel like this match may have been there for a little while.
4-point chunks in the air. It's not going to take very long for John Stern to be finished off here. And we can see those cards in Yukovsky's hand there. Doomblade and Anger of the Gods.
This is a monstrous dragon here. Take 8.
Eek. And there's the handshake. Lucas Yukovsky wins 2-1 over John Stern. A big victory there. Demons and Dragons does it in the feature match area.
Good old D&D.
The thing is about this format is that the Rakdos Return is actually good against red-green.
Yeah, it's really good against me. I don't know if this is good against you. It's not very good.
Not very, and that this destroy target artifact or enchantment. What do you want to hit with it?
I just brought one in because you had the Temple of Silence, so I can hit Kira.
So that quite the match that we saw a full 3 games from some comparatively fair decks, I suppose, considering some of the other things we've seen in the format. But Lifebane Zombie there, what a powerful sideboard
Yeah,
card.
I mean, we saw him, get the ideal 2-for-1. He's like, I'm going to take a creature from your hand. You're going to attack with your guy. I'm going to block. We're going to trade. Let's move along.
Absolutely, yeah. And the fact that it's cheaper than a large proportion of the threats that are coming out of the green decks means that it's just the ideal answer. You know that you're going to be safe on turn 3 playing it out there, and when you've already got Thoughtseize, you know when's the right time to play it as well.
Yeah, I certainly like the way Jaklowski's deck played out. I'm curious how it plays out against the more unfair red-green decks that are capable of more explosive, dumping their hands onto the table early.
Yes.
Some of the capable of some of those more explosive draws. I think we're going to hear a little bit from Lukas Jaklovsky about his deck and maybe why he built it and what he was expecting coming into this tournament. I think Rashad's lining up a conversation with the young man from the Czech Republic.
Oh, fantastic!
But I really like this. I'm very excited about it. This is a deck I'll play on Magic Online.
Every deck here is a pleasant surprise.
Yeah. All right, let's go. Let's send it down to Rashad, who's standing by with Lukas Jaklovsky.
Hey, Rashad Miller. I'm here with Lukas Jaklovsky. Now, I was noticing that there's a lot of similarities of the deck that you were playing here and the deck that Stanislav Sivska is playing over there. Did you guys work together on what you got?
Well, basically, I didn't really play any game with the deck before this event. That was my actually first match here, the round 4, and I'm playing basically the same list as he does with, I don't know, maybe he plays 2 cards different or something like that. And that's about it. Like he tested it for a few days with Ivan Floch, and that's about it. Like
now this means you may not have all the information that you need to answer the question that Brian David Marshall wants to know, which is, what are the other matchups like? How good or bad are the devotion matchups?
Well, I actually have no clue about that. I mean, we are talking about the mono blue deck that we saw here. We didn't even know it exists before this event. Well, at least for me, that's true. Maybe it's not true for him, but he said he thought the deck is just so horrible he didn't even playtest it or anything. So, I don't know. No?
Well, maybe you'll just avoid it the rest of the day tomorrow, but we'll see. I'm sure you'll do fine. You'll do fine. Rashad Miller, let's send it back to the booth.
Okay. Well, he didn't have a lot of information. He's like, look, someone handed me this really powerful weapon, and I started using it, and I started blowing things up. What can I tell you?
It's a nice position to be in where you've got, Pro Tour winning friends who've worked on decks that can say, you know what? I'm going to hand you this one. It's pretty good. And, he's doing fine with it. So clearly it's working out so far. And realistically, his chances of dodging a devotion deck, pretty slim.
Pretty slim. So we just saw how his deck fared against like a mid-range, leaning towards aggro deck. We're going to go down to the floor and take a look at how the same deck fares against Esper Control.
Get a nice sort of 2-for-1 on finding out how this deck works. This is awesome.
There you get a look at Stanislav Sivka on your right. Christian Calcano drawing a bunch of cards on the left.
Drawing a bunch of cards on the right. There's an Underworld Connections in play for Stanislav Sivka.
We're not going to be here very long, it looks like. Chris Calcano is up 1-0, and Stanislav Sivka, currently ranked 10th in the world, sitting on 3 life.
Sivka, of course, the champion of Pro Tour, returned to Ravnica, but in a bit of a tricky spot here. I mean, the Esper decks don't normally kill that fast, but once Elspeth starts coming into play, it can get pretty messy fairly fast, and Elspeth immediately there, killing off a Desecration Demon, and there's Blood Baron of Viscopa. What you going to do about that, Stan?
It's 9, right?
I mean, I guess a big Rakdos return here could just do it, right?
Yeah.
How many lands does he have? How many negates does Christian have?
Well, the answer to that is 1 on the negate front.
I guess 1's enough, though.
There's definitely a Rakdos return for Stanislav Sivka. Not quite sure, does he have 11 mana? But it sure looks close.
It's definitely close.
Yeah, that's 11. It shows him the
negate.
Yeah.
And that's the game. So he has an option for winning the game, but yeah, the counter spell's pretty good, as it turns out.
Yeah. Christian Calcano wins that match 2-0, and that where does that leave Chris?
Chris is on 18 points now, so he's X-1 on the tournament thus far. The only loss that he's had was also in the feature match area to Ben Friedman earlier on. There he was up against Naya and didn't quite pull it together, but Christian, he started great in the draft. He had Perforos and rode that to a 3-0. And he seems really, really happy with his constructed deck also.
Well, he has a little bit of experience with this. A couple weeks ago at the Star City Open, first one of the season, he played the Esper control deck. Has made some modifications to it. We did a deck tech with him. Zach talked to him about, how his deck evolved over the 2 weeks and some of the changes he made. Very, very planeswalker heavy control deck.
And I guess this is one of the slightly unusual decks in the format in that it is an evolution of an established deck rather than striking out entirely new ground. So he's got potentially quite a lot of experience playing with this breed of Esper control.
This is the kind of deck Calcano really enjoys playing. If he can't play with Doran, he's someone who likes casting the Sphinx's Revelation. I mean,
absolutely.
And really, who doesn't?
Yeah, I mean, Elspeth, a huge new weapon for these decks, though. I mean, being able to say, well, first off, I'm going to kill a creature, and then I'm going to make a million 1/1s. It's a slightly different angle of attack to the sort of Etheling plan.
Were you surprised that a 6-mana Planeswalker has been able to have such a huge impact quickly? But I guess we saw it with Garrick.
I mean, 6 is a lot. I mean, I guess the control decks do get up to that sort of mana, but Sphinx's Revelation, you get to cast it end of turn. 6 mana in your main phase. That means that really you want to have 8, 9, 10 lands in play?
Or 6. When you get to make 3 tokens, you do get to, it does protect itself very nicely.
Sure. And that one of the hallmarks of a good Planeswalker, right?
Yeah, plenty of cannon fodder to sort of get in the way.
Under the bus.
Yeah.
Or, if they have Polychronus, just, chop its heads off.
Yeah, Polychronus is probably not a good thing to face down. But, I mean, again, Elspeth also comes down and just kills that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's part of her hero's journey, I guess, in Theros, right?
Yeah. Ashiok's been a big addition, I think, for Calcano. And hopefully we'll hear a little bit about how the deck has been treating him. We're going to send it right down to the floor to Rashad Miller, who's standing by with Christian Calcano.
Hi, Rashad Miller, and I'm here again with Christian Calcano. Now, as I walked up to you with the microphone and let you know that I was going to ask you a question, you told me you thought you were going to lose that game. You can't believe that you won that game. Tell me what's so hard about this matchup, or is it something hard playing against Stanislav Slivka? Because you won that 2-0, and you stayed cool and calm again. So tell me, what had you so worried?
Well, I mean, it's just against his deck, his mid-range deck. There's so many things I have to worry about. He can either go control and have cards like Rakdos Return, Duress, Thoughtseize. He had Underworld Connections the entire game, drawing a lot of cards. But then at one point he started going aggro with he had 3 Mutabolts in play and a Lifebane zombie, and I just got fortunate to hit my last Revelation late in the game, and it got me back in and drew me the Blood Baron I needed.
So there you have it, Sphinx's Revelation. Winning games, yet again. I'm going to send it back to the booth.
Sphinx's Revelation versus Rakdos Return. 2 sides of the coin, but it looks like, in that instance, Sphinx's Revelation did it.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, the last Expel is going to be the one that gets you.
I mean, or the last Expel that gets countered, as we saw in that exact matchup.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can. So, it sounds like we're ready to throw it back to the studio.
Fantastic. It's been a great round.
Yeah, and we've got one more round to bring you after this. Let's send it over to the news desk.
Hey guys, welcome back to the news desk. Marshall Sutcliffe here, and I've got some updates to bring you. Now remember, the list that we have for our current leaderboard, or current scoreboard, is not actually a true leaderboard. We took the people that were at 5-0 and a couple of select 4-1s, and we've been tracking their progress. We're going to be bringing you the actual leaderboard as we exit the day, after this next round. But I've got some updates. Let's bring that up right now. We have Sam Black has improved to 7-0. He beat Ben John 2-1. Ben, this is his first time his first time on the Pro Tour. He was sitting at 5-1. He's now at 5-2. Huey Jensen played against Perez, also his first time. So these are, you come to the Pro Tour, you got to sit down against a newly minted Hall of Famer. Pretty rough, but Perez actually beats him. He is now 6-1. Looking down at BBD versus PVDDR, yeah, that's a lot of letters, but from that alphabet soup rises Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa 2-1 over Brian Brown to win, and PV is now 6-1. Dave Kaplan 2-1 over John Finkel to improve to 7-0 for team face-to-face games, and Pierre Dagon 2-0 beats Ben Friedman, and he is also 7-0. All right, so we're going to be keeping up with those for you as we go, and like I said, we're going to transition over to the actual true leaderboard as we exit our day one. We've still got one more round to bring you here, but before we do, I have Zach Hill over at the wall with Rob Doherty for a deck tech.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Zach Hill here with Hall of Fame member and Your Move Games founding member Rob Doherty. You're here playing a green-white kind of mid-range aggressive deck.
Green-white beat down.
You're going to beat him up like this. Can you tell us a little bit about that deck?
Well, green-white is a great deck to play if you like creature fighting, because basically you're playing fantastically powerful guys for their cost, low in the curve, and you got some great combat tricks, giant monsters that you can play at instant speed. So you just have a lot of big men, a lot of combat tricks. You're the best deck if your opponent's trying to get down and dirty and fight with creatures. So
hey man, I like to fight with creatures. All right, let's take a look at some of the creatures that are actually in the deck. We've got them up on the wall here. Now, a little bit different from a lot of other builds. You have multiple 1-drops of different colors. You've got Experiment 1 and Soldier the Pantheon, and then of course the staples, Fleecemane Lion and Voice of Resurgence.
So we were talking about those amazing cards for their cost. So if you look at Experiment 1, this is probably the best 1-drop ever printed. You get so he's a 1/1 for 1, but immediately on turn 2 you're playing a guy who's bigger than him, so he gets a +1/+1 counter, so you're getting that 2/2 for 1, which would be fantastic if it stopped there, but it doesn't stop there because you just keep playing bigger and bigger guys. He gets more and more counters. You can remove counters to regenerate him, so he survives from Wrath of God style effects, so he's just a fantastic monster. And then Soldier the Pantheon is a classic Savannah Lion style 2/1 for 1, but he's got great special abilities. So he's got protection from multicolor, so there's a lot of multicolor cards in this format. Even the monocolor decks are running multicolor cards.
Cards like Burning Tree Emissary, Boros Reckoner.
Exactly, and this guy can block those guys all day long. He's protection, can't be hurt by them. So if they've got multicolored removal, multicolored creatures, he's doing great for you there. Plus, he's gaining you life as they cast those things. And if they don't have any of that, well, he's a 2/1 for 1 mana, so you're getting in there and smashing.
Cool. Now this lion, you know, we know a lot about Voice of Resurgence already. We've seen it in action. Fleecemane Lion, a lot of people weren't very excited about it when the set came out.
Which is crazy because he's he's a 3/3 for 3, and you cannot underestimate that monstrous ability. I mean, brings him up to a 4/4, which is a really solid size, but that indestructibility is huge. That, you know, he's again surviving from any kinds of creature sweepers. He can hold off bigger guys all day long. He's just, you know, he's a monster at 3. He can really give your monster 3/3 for 2 mana, and he can give your opponent real headaches.
Cool. All right, so those are a lot of the less expensive threats, the cards you play in the early game, but it doesn't really stop there, like you were saying. This is kind of a populate package. The playtest name was Propagate. A lot of people are bringing these kinds of cards in out of their sideboard, except obviously for Advent of the Worm.
Sure.
You're choosing to main deck them. Why is that?
Well, Green-White did kind of had a surge last week, which made it a little more of a questionable choice for the event because it's going to be in more people's test pools and people pay more attention
react to it. They'll metagame against
it. So I wanted to make sure I was prepared for the mirror, which was going to come up. So we had the main deck, Trostani as a 2 of, and a package of tokens, so that we can make sure that the Trostani is actually doing her thing. Because if Trostani gets going, then if you're in like a mirror match, like they're never going to be able to catch up. So and of course, if you're playing against like mono red or something, that card hits and the tears start.
And then of course, I guess Rootborn Defenses not only gives you one of these tokens, but can protect you against Supreme Verdict.
And it's the ultimate combat trick. Like if you're in a big creature fight with all your guys versus all their guys, making your guys indestructible, getting another guy on top of it, that's wonderful. And again, versus the destroy all creatures effect, you've got the ability to play an Advent Worm at the end of their turn. You've got the Rootborn Defenses, so you can make your guys indestructible in response. So you've got a lot of game versus that style of effect.
Totally, and I guess a 3/3 for 2, a 5/5 for 4 at instant speed, not too bad just by themselves.
Exactly, yeah, they're great beasts. They go well with your populate package, and you've got a lot of tricks between the Advent and the Rootborn Defenses. You've got a lot of tricks to pull out.
Cool. Okay, so that's a populate package. There's still a little bit more in the main deck. We see Celestia Charm, which can also give you a token.
Yeah.
But I want you to talk about Boon Satyr. This is a card that's not really intuitive to people why it's as awesome as it is.
Yeah, well, I was among them. Like when the set first came out, Boon Satyr looked okay.
Yeah.
And then we had it in some of our playtest decks, and wow, it's just fabulous because it's so flexible. It's a little surprising that we've got this 4/2 in a deck where we could be playing a 4/4 at the same cost. But the fact that this is flash, so you can again, it's one more thing you can play at the end of the turn. So if you're playing against control, we've got 4/4 power Boon Satyrs and 4/5 power worms that you can throw out there at the end of their turn. So you're just giving them fits on how to protect themselves against you, and that bestow ability is really good. The fact that you can just throw it out there as a combat trick as well. So just the Boon Satyr is just incredibly flexible card and really fun to play.
Cool. And finally, you're rounding it out, I guess, with 2 Ajani and 1 Scavenging Ooze. Are those just kind of sideboard cards that made the main deck, or are they doing something specific?
They're just really good cards. But they're both really good cards that aren't necessarily good in large numbers.
Gotcha.
Ajani is a great planeswalker for bashing with because he gives that whole double strike flying thing, and just really he just has a really powerful kill them effect. His growth ability is okay, just throwing in +1 counters, so he's not amazing versus control, but he's a great fighting card and a great evasion card for a deck that's short on evasion.
Gotcha.
But he's a planeswalker, so you can't have multiple out. He's kind of he's a special trick that you want to throw down, so he just works well in small numbers. And so he deserves main deck attention, whether you want to play 1, 2, 3.
Sure.
But I settled on 2 because he's something that I want to draw frequently because of the power of his effect. But I didn't want to get stuck with a bunch of them in my hand.
Gotcha.
He basically needs creatures to play with.
Sure. And then 1 Scavenging Ooze.
All right, Scavenging Ooze is just an incredibly powerful card. So you get a 2/2 for 2. You pull creatures out of the discard pile. You're gaining life. So 1, if anybody happens to be playing graveyard-based effects, he can mess with them. 2, in the mid game, he just gains you a bunch of life and becomes a giant monster. So he's really, really good. But again, not so good in multiples because your second ooze goes hungry because your first ooze ate everything. So this is a card where the first one gives you the biggest boost. Sure. So one of him lives in the main deck, and he's good against everybody. You're playing against a creature beatdown deck, you eat their creatures, you eat yours. If you're playing against control, after they've blown up your board, you drop him down, he eats the graveyard, and okay, now I got a giant threat on the table.
Totally.
So
But
he's
don't
good
want
versus
the,
everybody.
Right, but don't want the diminishing returns. Okay,
Yeah.
so we look at the lands. This is how you cast your spells. Reasonably straightforward. I think I actually want to take a look at the sideboard right here because your sideboard's pretty awesome. Looks like this is kind of your anti-aggro package.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, indeed. And it's you already have a pretty good game one versus the aggro with the way the main deck is built. And this package, really pushes it over the top.
Cool.
You've got the Unflinching Courages, which, obviously powerful enchantment, and that life gain. So if you're going against like a mono red deck or whatever, you can drop that down on one of your already solid beefy creatures, and you just gain so much life on every swing. It's really hard for them to come back from one of those, dropped on a guy.
Totally. So that's kind of your anti-aggro package.
Yep.
We've got some more miscellaneous cards in the sideboard, though. Yep. We've got kind of your answers. We see 3 Glares of Heresy, a Hunt the Hunter, Pithing Needle, and a Sundering Growth. These are kind of your typical sideboard cards. Sure. But then Celestial Flare and God's Willing. You have 1 God's Willing in the 75. What's that guy doing there?
Well, I'm actually a big fan of powerful one-offs.
Oh, yeah?
Because
tell us about that.
Well, basically, it keeps your opponents guessing. Like, people will be talking about the deck that you're playing, and they'll be like, oh, watch out, he's got God's Willing after boarding, or he's got God's Willing in his deck.
Right.
And so if the card is quality, it's a good card that you want to play with, but you've got so many choices of good cards, sometimes having ones of several can be a great answer, because either they play around it and then they're playing around a one of in your deck, which is a good chance you don't have, or they're not playing around it, in which case when you do play it, it's got that, the full effect.
And it makes for a great story.
And it makes for a great story. And you can keep your opponents guessing. Like when you're playing on the professional level, a lot of times people are going over all the possibilities. Okay, what can he have in this scenario? Especially if you're in a thing where people know your deck list, they start thinking about the possible options. And by having powerful one-ofs like that, it just makes their math that much harder.
Awesome. Okay, well, that's some Hall of Fame advice from Rob Doherty. I'm Zach Hill here at the Tournament Center. Let's head back to the desk.
Hey guys, welcome back to the news desk. Marshall Sutcliffe and a Zach Hill appears. I got a few updates to show you guys, and then Zach, you and I are going to have a little chat about a few Theros cards as our players are being seeded for the next. So why don't we take a look at our standings. Again, I want to remind you that these were the people who were at 5-0.
Right.
And now we're just sort of tracking them, but we're going to actually bring you the full-on leaderboards after the next round. So some pretty big happenings here. As you can see, we have some undefeateds. Number 25 ranked player in the world, Sam Black, is 7-0. Great to see it. He's known for building great decks. He's got a Pro Tour top 8, and he's got a really great start to this PT as well. Ole Rade improves to 6-1 by beating the 15th ranked player, Luis Scott-Vargas, who drops 5-2 here. Christian Calcano, he beat Sivka. Stanislav Sivka is the 10th ranked player in the world, and Calcano beat him to go to 6-1. Only 1 loss on the day so far.
I've been really impressed with Calcano's confidence. He loved his deck, said he boldly declared that he was the best drafter in the room.
Did he?
Yeah, but then backed it up with a 3-0 run.
Yeah, not bad.
So I could see him taking that to the top 8 today.
A few more that we have here. Paulo Vitor Damarosa played against Brian Brown to win. He won, so he improves to 6-1. So even though we haven't seen Paulo out here quite as often as we have in the past, he just comes here and crushes every time. 6-1 right now, looking to have a really strong start to the day. Paul Rietzel sitting undefeated right now as well. So that's somebody that we definitely want to look out for. He's had a lot of success on the Pro Tour. All right, so we'll be keeping an eye on these, and like I said, we're going to be transitioning over to our true leaderboard as we go into the last round of play here. But for now, Zach, let's talk some cards. You and I love to do this. Let's just get that out there right now. This is kind of something that you and I love to do. So I've got some Theros cards that I'm going to bring up on slides for you, and I'm just going to get your opinions and your thoughts on them. Maybe any stories that you had from when you were in R&D, anything like that.
Well, yeah. I mean, one of the things I love about a new fall set is just being able to go through kind of the way the environment's shaken up, some of the exciting things that the new set brings. And as a guy that worked on it, I like to see my babies out in the world.
Yeah, and I think that's really cool to get your perspective. There's not that many people that can offer it. So let's take a look at Chained to the Rocks.
Oh man.
Yeah, this is a rare enchantment, and as you can see, it's a little conditional. It asks
a little bit.
It asks some things of you, but it also rewards you quite nicely for it. Talk to us about Chained to the Rocks.
Yeah, so Chained to the Rocks came out of a meeting where we were trying to come up with flavorful cards. We invented, I think, this, Trojan Horse, and Rescue from the Underworld all in like one meeting. We were like obsessed with all of them. I think we made Prometheus in the same meeting too. So, what we loved about this card is, in addition to being incredibly thematic, it also, it popularized enchantments by being a really high quality enchantment that you could play in Standard, which would in turn encourage people to play enchantment removal in Standard, which would then create like an interesting metagame around like how much or how little do you play. The better straightforward enchantment destruction is, the better the new gods are, because that means their indestructible ability is more relevant.
Oh yeah.
And it's always cool to make new cards, more exciting and more powerful. So Chain to the Rocks is just doing all kinds of work for us. It also makes you think, like, should I splash red in my blue-white deck? Should I play red-white aggro? There's a lot of decks that you can build around because the payoff of a 1-mana
Exile? That's insane.
Yeah, unconditional removal spell is just so good.
Yeah, that is a tempting card. I've definitely had my eye on it. Next one we've got BDM loves this card, and I can see why. It's super powerful. Fabled Hero. And so this guy is a heroic double striker who can quickly become much larger. I think that's an understatement. I've seen that card get out of hand, right? I mean, that thing, well, talk to us about it. I mean, that card's awesome.
Yeah, so this card is inspired by a card that we thought was really successful. That was Mirren Crusader.
Great card.
Card that had protection from black and from green, kind of a thematic card, good against Phyrexia. But, the protection was one of the reasons the card was super powerful. But the really exciting play pattern was, it only had 2 toughness. It was reasonably vulnerable, but it could output tons of damage quickly. So what combines excellently with that is, of course, the heroic ability.
Yeah.
Because 1+1/+1 counter is 2 more damage and 1 more point of first strike damage, meaning it's harder to trade.
Yes.
So what's cool about this card is if you put it into a deck that is, good with heroic anyway, has a lot of cards, Titan, Strength, just giant growth effects, enchantments, those, even independent of heroic, are great with Fabled Hero. And Fabled Hero has heroic.
Yeah, and it happens to also have heroic. This one was kind of a sleeper.
Yeah.
I saw it and I thought, oh, that's pretty good. And then I saw somebody target it or something, and I'm like, oh wow, like ooh. And then it was like, and then they did it again, and I was like, okay, never mind. Like this is just a very potent package that can deliver the goods pretty quickly too. Also, really sweet flavor text on it. Make sure you check that out. Let's take a look now at Heliod, God of the Sun. So this is a Zeus riff, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, so the idea is that Heliod was sort of the white portion of the pantheon. The really cool thing we did with Theros, in my opinion, is a creative team, Mark Rosewater is also really adamant about this, was taking kind of the traditional Greek pantheon of gods and then aligning them around Magic's 5 colors.
So cool.
Because, the color, each, classical god has like a distinct personality, and each color has a distinct personality. So this really is kind of Magic's take on classical theology.
Right.
And that sounds nerdier than it is, but you actually get really cool things. So yeah, Heliod's sort of a Zeus analog, sort of an Apollo analog, sort of a, Helios analog. But you get some variants, right? So Zeus throws thunderbolts at people. It's not really a very white thing though, so Heliod has a sun lance, which is like the rays of the sun, which is also kind of neat.
That's cool.
As a Magic card, it's designed to be, a card that helps white aggressive decks have resilience against control. It's also pretty good in control mirrors because even if they detention sphere it, sometimes you're able to make a couple of guys with it. It's not irrelevant in creature battles. It's actually, Vigilance is a really powerful ability.
It really is.
It's kind of an underrated ability.
Especially when you give it to all your creatures.
Well, exactly.
There's a huge difference. When I've got one Vigilance guy, but they can still find an attack if you're trying to beat them down. But when all of your guys have Vigilance, it really does just stonewall. It makes your opponent, puts them in an incredibly awkward situation.
And if you think about it, Vigilance is sort of a form of card advantage because it's like every creature is a split card, right? It's like 4 points of damage on offense or 4 points of toughness and damage on defense.
Yeah,
right, depending on what is mattering.
Sure.
But yeah, so if you're able to have both an attacker and the blocker of the creature at the same time, it's kind of a weird mid-rangey form of card advantage. I think that's pretty cool.
It is kind of cool.
A 4-mana 5/6 indestructible, assuming you can turn it on.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's take a look at our next one. It's a cycle. It's the Scry land. So these are the temples.
Oh yeah.
And these are interesting. Talk to us a little bit about these. I mean, they look so simple, right? It's like, hey, it makes 2 mana, it comes to play tap, I get to scry 1. But man, when you look at that opening hand, and now you're trying to make decisions based off of, do I need more lands? I can play it. Talk to us a little about these scry lands.
So we debated these cards very intensely because they make really minute, minuscule decisions like regular part of gameplay that can like make or break a game.
Yeah.
And it's so hard sometimes to figure out that like, oh, the reason I lost on turn 16 was because on turn 15 I should have put a card on the bottom with Scry and I kept it on top, or vice versa. And that's just really, really hard to perceive. And so it's hard to have really satisfying learning moments with Scry sometimes. Yes. But the upside is you get to shape your own destiny, which is like very much in the Greek theme. You get to, get mana screwed less and mana flooded less.
Yep.
And, they're a pretty satisfying play pattern. So at the end, we decided to go with it.
Sweet artwork, too. All right, I am told we are ready now to go back down to the feature match area for the last round here from Pro Tour Theros.
Hello and welcome back for round 8 of Pro Tour Theros. And I tell you what, we have an embarrassment of riches this round in terms of feature matches.
I don't think I've ever heard Daily MTG editor Patrick Trick Jarrett utter a profanity before.
He was very excited.
It was a joyful
absolutely.
profanity of the most gutteriest language.
To
he
give
was
you an
so
idea,
excited.
Here are some matches that are not actually making it into the feature match area because these players are...
Oh, don't do it to people. They're going to be so sad.
We'll start with the ones we have got then.
Okay.
But we might tease a few of them later. So on video, we're starting off with Pro Tour winner Paul Rietzel against David Kaplan.
World's top 8 competitor, Mox competitor, legacy deck innovator David Kaplan.
John Finkel against Patrick Chapin. That one's going to be on text.
Oh my gosh.
Hopefully we'll get to see a bit of that. Kind of jealous of the text reporter.
We get to see Star City Games deck versus Star City Games deck. The black-white deck versus the blue devotion deck. Yeah, that's going to be exciting.
Madej Zadelkai, friend of the coverage team, against Paolo Vitor Damo de Rosa. And Hall of Famer Rob Doherty against Willie Adel.
But we're going to start off on Paul Rietzel and David Kaplan, and I think we are ready to see them play right now.
Let's go to the feature match area. And welcome to round 8 of Pro Tour Theros. We've got a great feature match for you here. On the left of your screen, that is Paul Rietzel. He is playing the black-white deck from Star City Games. And on the right of our screen, there's David Kaplan, mono-red. This is exactly the deck that David Kaplan likes playing in Standard.
Yeah, team face-to-face games, works with Alexander Dehane quite often. There's a turn 2 Precinct Captain.
Now, the first strike on Precinct Captain, really, really relevant in this format. If it stays alive.
Yeah. And there's
Burning Tree Embassy into Gorehouse Chainwalker.
Is the Gorehouse Chainwalker chained or unchained?
It looks like it's entirely chained.
Huh.
The leash is still there.
Let's take a look at each of these players' hands here. Let's start with Paul Rietzel, the Pro Tour Amsterdam champion.
So this is a black-white deck that you described it as white permanents, black spells.
Yeah. But some black permanents too. No, it's like a weird, white weenie control deck.
And we know that Paul Rietzel loves white weenie. We've seen him win a Pro Tour with it. But here there's Desecration Demons, Doomblades, Thoughtseizers. He's got a lot of different things going on.
So there you see David Kaplan decided he was going to double block the Precinct Captain in the hopes of killing it, but a Doomblade took out one of the blockers, and then First Strike took out the other one. Precinct Captain lives to fight another day. And
Chandra's Phoenix just smashing in the air, though. This one helped out by so much quality burn in the format, but in a straight-up race, the Phoenix probably not going to do it against the Captain, right?
No, I don't think so.
And Rietzel here.
He's holding another one. I mean, he wants to just get his damage in before the Desecration Demon comes online.
That demon really tough for Kaplan to deal with because, I mean, he can sacrifice some creatures, but his creatures can't really pile on the pressure in quite the same way.
Wait, how? What just happened? We already have one game result in the feature match area. Sounds like Madej Zadelkai has a 1-game lead over Paolo Vitor Damo de Rosa already.
I mean, even mulligans take a long time, right? They don't just happen in.
Tidebinder Mage did the the job.
The first one may not have. The second and third ones between them were able to do a number on Paulo Vitor Damaderosa. So Matej Zalkai, a very, very quick lead there in the feature match area.
There we see Thoughtseize from Paul Rietzel. Took a shock that David Kaplan had an opportunity to play last turn on the Precinct Captain.
Here's the punishment.
Yeah, and now he will get punished for that. Here comes a token.
So 4 damage there with Mutavault coming in. Soldier token coming off the Precinct Captain. Paul Rietzel, assuming he gets to 4 land, gets to cast that Desecration Demon, there's really not much more that he could ask for from his start.
There's a second Challenger's Phoenix. Gets Paul down to 14 or 12?
Down to 12.
12, there we go.
I mean, you'd have thought that the mono-red deck, that this would be the fastest deck in the feature match area. This a feature match area with 42 Pro Tour top 8s in total.
Wow.
That little stat there from Pro Tour statistician, Mr. Richard Hagen. I mean, that's absurd. I mean, I know that we get to pick the matches, but, like, there's 2 players in each match, and all of these players are just of the absolute top caliber.
Here comes another Precinct Captain. After Mutavault, Token, and Precinct Captain come in.
So Kaplan down to 11 now, and his hand is just lands. So basically, everything he's got is out there on the board right now.
Well, there's a chained Cackler.
Kaplan all about the chained monsters at the moment, and quite frankly, that's not where they're happiest, and it's probably not where he's happiest either. All it's going to be is a blocker. Like, the best it can do is, trade with a soldier?
Keep in mind, I mean, he has Paul down to 8.
I mean, I guess, yeah, 2 attacks in the air will do it, but...
2 attacks, we're running burn spells.
Mutavault here jumping in the way of something.
He's going to block 2 tokens.
I mean, yeah, blocking 1 captain because a token's coming back somewhere or another, right?
No. Goes the land destruction route here. Wastelands.
Yeah, and why not? Pretty powerful in Legacy, and we know that Kaplan loves Aviator Legacy. That the area that he sort of first made a name for himself. Not played on the Pro Tour, but as it turns out, it's been pretty successful on the pro scene also with his standard decks. More often,
ultimately decides to eat a token.
Well, first strike down. We might as well do it in order. So that guy's dead. I'm going to go damage. You take another 3. You go to 6. My soldier dies here.
All right, so Kaplan now on 6. This game will not take much longer.
Go.
And that looked like a lightning strike there drawn by Kaplan, and that very relevant given Paul's life total.
2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3.
Doing some math, trying to figure out if he can weather this attack and fling the burn at Paul's head.
It's going to be a close one. And that one of the things that, like...
Nope, decides to lightning strike. Yep. Says I've got to just kill you with my flyers in the air anyway, right?
I mean, lots of people talk about the red decks as if they're really straightforward to play. Like, working out where that burn's going, really important. And we've seen from the likes of Patrick Sullivan that, like, when you play the red deck right, super, super powerful, and playing it right is not a straightforward task. That Godless Shrine, mocking Paul Reitzel a little bit, probably doesn't really want to have to play it untapped. But, I mean, I guess if he's on 4 anyway, like, he's already facing lethal.
Activate. Yeah. Kill it.
And Hero's downfall for the Mutavault there. That's enough to secure the game for Paul Reitzel. He takes the first one in a really close race.
Wow. Yeah, it said 6 on the screen, but I guess that was...
Black source.
Oh, no, that was 6 because the Mutavault gets through.
Yeah, the Mutavault animates, but before it gets a chance to block, just kills it off.
Paul Reitzel's great at exactly 20 damage.
You can play Magic at a store near you every Friday, and Planeswalker points and battle against your friends in Friday Night Magic. October's FNM promo is Gore Clan Rampager. Visit wizards.com/FNM to find a store near you. So we've had some pretty quick matches in the feature match area already. Mutavault key in both of these decks. Not everyone can play it because of devotion, but
well, right. I mean, the question coming into this tournament for a lot of teams was Nykthos Shrine to Nyx or Mutavault, right? They had sort of spot for one or the other.
Yeah, I mean, as we see here, it's a land that can attack, interacts with tribal cards. Zathrid Necromancer mentioned here.
We saw Galrider Sliver
Master of
Master of Waves both interact with this card beautifully.
Absolutely, yeah. Definitely not worth forgetting the fact that this is all creature types, because some of those creature types super relevant.
Creature types, Morningtide, a set that cared about creature types quite a bit.
And in Modern Masters, some of the stuff that it did in there, I mean, it's a giant.
Well, it was originally going to be in Modern Masters, but they decided to put it into M14 to give aggro decks a reason to be two colors.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's interesting that sort of you'd have thought the monocolored decks could go, well, you know, we can just play Mutavault, it doesn't really hurt us, but because of devotion, it's a real decision.
Yeah.
And Kaplan here, one of the red decks that's saying, you know what, I don't want devotion, I want to be faster than that, I want to not let you get time to get devotion going, I'm just going to kill you. And Rietzel's deck is pretty quick, but on paper, not perhaps quite as quick as Kaplan's, though one way or another, we're going to have a quick match here, I think.
Right, both these players are sitting at 7-0.
Yeah, I mean, the perfect day one doesn't assure you a top 8, but like you can't ask for anything more, right?
it's as good as it gets. I mean, you can have a fairly mediocre day 2 and have some great tiebreakers and feel pretty good. You come out of the
And it sounds like we've got another result here. Rob Doherty from the USA, another Hall of Famer.
Who just did a deck tech with Zach Hill, talking about his Selesnya deck.
1-0 against Willie Adel. Nice position to be in. He's on 15 points at the moment, so a little bit more work to do, but you got to keep winning, right?
Yeah. This is it's a long road. It's a long 2 days to get to that top 8.
Absolutely, yeah.
And it's like as soon as you. You see players all the time. As soon as they sort of let up, it's that keeping that even keel, right? Not getting too high on being 8-0, and not getting too low on being 5-3.
Yeah, so I remember speaking to Craig Jones. Now, Craig Jones, obviously best remembered for the top deck Lightning Helix, which took him into the finals of the first Pro Tour Honolulu. But he's someone who has had it both ways. He's had the undefeated day 1, and then, I mean, Pro Tour LA, he went undefeated day 1 and then basically OX'd day 2. Like, keeping on a straight even keel and just saying, I'm going to take each match as it comes, win them all, and then just make top 8. Like, it's not an easy task, and the psychological side of it really important.
Yeah.
It's like the Irish guys are telling me, oh, isn't Guinness big in Scottsdale?
It looks like this sleeve is scratched. Can I switch it?
Please.
Just fixing a sleeve there for Kaplan. Got to make sure that everything is all above board and neat before you go into the match.
And I believe Paul Rietzel was talking about some local tourism.
I mean, if you're going to be traveling to the other side of the world to play an event, you don't just want to, come and play cards. You've got to at least see a little bit of where you're coming to, right?
You're in England. Have you been to Ireland before?
This is my first time in Ireland, actually. Bizarrely, I've been to Japan like 3 or 4 times, but admittedly, the Pro Tour helped me get there too.
Sure.
But yeah, this is my first time in Ireland, and I've got a day or so after the Pro Tour finishes to go and do pretty sightseeing.
Oh, excellent. Definitely do the Kilmaine in jail.
Yeah, I saw your photos on Facebook, and it just seemed
pretty spectacular, pretty moving, pretty amazing insight into the history of Ireland as a free country.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's awesome to me that because of the Pro Tour, I get to go to like 3 or 4 like awesome like little mini break holidays away and see all sorts of different things every single year. And it looks like our players are just looking at their opening hands. That looks like a pretty solid one. 2 lands and a bunch of 1 and 2 cost spells for the red deck. Not necessarily an unusual starting hand, but certainly a powerful one.
Foundry Street Denizen for David Kaplan.
That one, pretty rare that 1/1 is just a 1/1. There we see it getting in for 2 immediately as it's joined by a 5-fist striker.
Does he have a Chandra's Phoenix to assemble the battalion?
Oh. It looks like Soldier of the Pantheon there, not at its best. I mean, it'll trade with one of these creatures, but so would any other creature.
I'm invulnerable. Nothing can. Oh wait. Oh. Ow. Ow. That burns. That burns. What's going on? I thought I was invulnerable.
And yeah, not only is he vulnerable, he can't even block. So Kaplan here with a pretty decent start. Maybe not the perfect start, but he's certainly not going to be complaining.
A very, very rare agreement between two Magic players. Matej Zadelkai wins to go to 7-1, defeating Paulo Vitor Damarosa 2-0, and both players agree it wasn't close.
A great little bit of editorial there coming from our sideline reporter, Richard Miller. 2-0, and like, we still haven't had a game result from John Finkel versus Patrick Chapin. They're still playing game 1, I believe.
Exile or discard? Exiles it.
Oh, we've just heard that Finkel is actually 1-0 up there, so...
Sin Collector takes a lightning strike from
Kaplan?
From Kaplan, yeah. Lightning strikes 2-1. Battalions.
Lightning does strike twice.
Yeah.
I go to 9.
And gets Paul down to 9.
This is not looking close to take the vernacular from the Matej Zadelkai match at present. I mean, as long as that 5-fist strike is around.
And there's another one waiting in the wings.
And there's basically not been a turn yet where Rietzel has been able to do a reasonable block. And basically that's all he wants to do right now. A little shake of the head there from Paul Rietzel, and I'm guessing that's not him dancing along to whatever music's playing in his head right now.
Maybe he's got a Fiend Slayer Paladin that he is.
Well, that one a pretty solid one, though it doesn't actually have protection from red, so still potentially going to be...
Can't be the target of spells.
Yeah.
Red or black spells.
I mean, I guess the first strike means it's pretty reasonable in any of these fights, but that's only if it can actually block. Because the likes of Goblin Shortcutter, for example, could just come down and say, nah, you can't block this turn, and you're very, very nearly dead.
This is what Paul Rietzel has to work with here.
So the Whip of Erebos, the lifelink, going to be very relevant if he can stay alive and keep creatures on the board for long enough. Precinct Captain, obviously a fantastic blocker as well, but again, all of these caveated by if you can stay alive long enough. And there's the first unleashed creature of the match, Rakdos Cackler, also another 5-fist striker, so this next turn's attack is going to be brutal.
I'm not going to block this guy. I'm thinking about those guys. You have 1 card, right?
Yeah.
And Rietzel, the one with the pedigree for playing aggro decks since forever. So
I mean, Kaplan at Worlds, when he made the top 8, was also playing a mono red deck. He is quite comfortable setting things on fire and turning things sideways.
But each of these players very comfortable in the red zone and figuring out the complicated damage races. So this is kind of a masterclass, I guess, in the aggro mirror.
Trying to figure out how to block with his Sin Collector.
I mean, Sin Collector already done some good work there, getting rid of a lightning strike, clearly huge, and finally gets involved in blocking, kills off one of the 5-fist strikers, because let's face it, there's 2 of them on the board, then basically there's nothing doing for Paul Rietzel next turn in terms of
right, he
getting in the way.
Takes 5, goes down to 4 here.
This looks like the comeback that David Kaplan needed.
I mean, you know that someone plays a lot of red. when they have their special red lands.
Yeah, those mountains look like their original beta mountains.
Yes.
So these mountains, older than various players on this Pro Tour.
Sure. Older than Shahar Shenhar.
Absolutely. Older than our current world champion. But you know what? They still tap for red mana like any other.
And then we see the one card looming in David Kaplan's hand is a lightning strike.
So Paul Rietzel on a virtual 1 life here.
Well, I mean, he also, if regardless of, if he plays a small blocker, he's able to kill that and then, sort of stun the Fiendslayer Paladin with a Fire Fist strike.
Yeah, like definitely a hard place for Rietzel here.
Paul says, I'm going to get in and gain 2 life. I'm going to go to 6 here.
And I guess if he knows that he's not got a reasonable blocker to play.
Go. He does have a Mutavault.
Everybody's coming in.
This is going to be a Devour Flesh.
I will Devour Flesh you. 4 blockers.
It says 1/1's going to go away.
Yeah, so he's got just enough to stay alive here, except for that lightning strike.
Right, he's like, let me wait until you're all tapped and committed to this process, and then I'll show you what I got. Show me what you got. I will show you what I got.
So 1-1 between these 2 aggro decks. We will have a rubber game here. Show your devotion to Theros today by purchasing your Magic apparel at mtgmerch.com. Now, a whole bunch of different Magic shirts there, all of them Theros themed. I'm currently going for the Planeswalker Nyx themed ones, the one on the far left there, but all of these pretty cool.
Yeah, I really like the Planeswalker symbol one quite a bit.
I actually like both the Planeswalkers. So the one on the far right as well, the Planeswalker symbol's just sort of a very iconic new symbol to Magic that
looks nice under a blazer. That's what I care about.
Convenient for today, and indeed the whole weekend.
Sounds like John Finkel, Patrick Chapin is tied up at 1 game apiece, and that is that the only other match in the feature match area right now? Take a look at Lightning Strike. That was the card that just came, finished the game out for David Kaplan. Efficient 2 mana spell, can kill most heroes.
I mean, it can also be used to deal with Bestow creating the massive creatures.
Sort of.
I mean, I'd rather not have the one massive creature.
Right.
Obviously, that's only if you can get there in response to the spell before the Bestow, I guess.
So. It's a functional reprint of Searing Spear, and if you're wondering why isn't this just Searing Spear, then it's meant to show off the god Karanos. So it has some flavor implications which is why they went this way with the card.
Now, we've not seen Karanos yet.
I was just thinking the same thing. Maybe it's in David Kaplan's sideboard.
But yeah, checking the flavor text in some of the cards from Theros, there's definitely a few teasers of things to come.
Oh yeah. No, it's not done.
Yeah, there is more to go.
Reminded of the Mel Brooks routine from History of the World. It's like these Therans, they have a god for everything.
Comfortable shoes.
Here you see these guys shuffling up before I venture down too far down that road.
But yeah, lots of things to still come. We're going to Nyx at some point.
Yeah.
Having a little journey there. See what's going on. Seeing what's born of the gods, They've been up to stuff. Stuff's getting born.
Nyx is going to be an interesting place. I mean, just the shrine has been all the rage this weekend.
I mean, we've already seen a lot of good things to show devotion to. There has to be more, right?
Cycle of gods that have 4 colored mana in the.
Oh, wow.
Casting god.
Don't you worry about devotion, guys. I'm just devoted to myself.
God of narcissism.
Costs 5 black.
Yeah. B.
What's your
B?
deck of choice? Well, in Modern, it's Splinter Twin. I play a lot of Vintage, or I used to play a lot of Vintage.
Get the cards?
I was a little kid.
People have started tweeting me their favorite lines from History of the World.
Fantastic. I expect a full rendition this evening as we draft.
Let's face it, you can't torque them out of anything. Here we go. Game 3.
And
Paul Rietzel on the play.
The play, a very important factor in an aggro mirror like this. Well, an aggro matchup, clearly this is far from being a mirror, but for Mutavault. And looks like lands and spells again there for David. That one of the things I guess to be said for playing a monocolored deck. It's not just about devotion. You always hit the right color of mana.
Although we have seen like the double Mutavault can't cast a Chandra's Phoenix draw, but that's pretty rare.
A little bit of scrying going on here from Paul Rietzel. He's not going to have a turn 2-drop Priest Captain, but there's almost certainly going to be at least 1 2-drop here from David Kaplan.
1, 2. Okay.
And of course, the 5-face striker getting so much better when it's joined by a friend immediately. So much easier to make a battalion, and Kaplan very close to having one already.
I believe we're not quite there yet on the push tool, but I believe he is holding a Chandra's Phoenix. And there it is.
There it is, the team. Hero's Downfall immediately dealing with the striker there. We see Rietzel showing a huge amount of respect for the striker.
Well, I mean, it really was the difference in that last game. I mean, he just didn't have any time to hide behind anything.
Like, I don't know if there was more than about 1 block in the entirety of that second game. And we see in this match potentially Rietzel deciding to go big for the third game.
Look at this hand that Paul Rietzel has.
Oof. So Hero's Downfall to set up, and then Blood Baron of Viscopa to knock it down. I mean, the lifelink there just huge. Obsidat, of course, no slouch either, it must be said.
10 to 20.
I mean, Kaplan doing good work. He's got Rietzel down to 10.
Shortcutter says Sin Collector can't block, and then get you down to 10.
And another Chandra's Phoenix in David Kaplan's hand. This is going to be a really...
Wow. Blood Baron of Viscopa could change this match considerably. Blood Baron of Viscopa and Obsidian Ghost Council booth going to make things very, very rough. You're going to have to put in some overtime here, David Kaplan. It's not going to just be, we're not just doing 20 damage here in this office. We're going to need you to do a little more. Yeah. We're going to need you to chip in. We're going to need you to stay late tonight. Yeah. Show us what you got. You got to make an impression on us.
So there's the Blood Baron. Lots of abilities on this card. Almost all of them fairly relevant in this match, it must be said. The lifelink, pretty big. Both Chandra's Phoenixes coming in.
And Kaplan is on Mountain.
The first chunk coming out there. 16 plays 10 now?
Yep.
Oof. There's Obsidat. Another little bit of drain there, 2-point drain, and is Rietzel going to keep Obsidat around as a hefty blocker here? Looks like he might.
Yes, he does. Paul has climbed all the way to 12. Rakdos Cackler is way out of his weight class.
Yeah, like this is no longer the bantamweights. These are some pretty heavyweight monsters.
I'll tell you when they're final blocks, okay?
Obsidat happy to get blocking here.
2 cards. Yep.
What do you have? Do you have a Rakdos Cackler?
Trying to play around these 1/1 unleash monsters, but you're just not giving me the opportunity to.
Paul Rietzel goes back down to 6, but he's going to be able to climb back to 10.
Yep.
And we know he's holding a pair of Heroes Downfalls, so he can deal with both those flyers next turn. Or this turn. Or is he only holding 1 Hero's Downfall? He is only holding 1.
Looks like it's just the one and some
it's
lands
just the
there.
1, yeah.
I mean, 1 probably enough to keep this race, I want to say fair, but it's clearly not fair at all, is it? I mean, both of the creatures on Rietzel's side of the board just massively outclassing everything that Kaplan's got. All Kaplan has going for him is raw aggression, and that raw aggression hitting a brick wall right here.
And forcing Paul to think about, like, how far back do I need to stay here?
Like, does he basically have to assume that every card in Kaplan's hand is 3 damage, that is a burn spell?
Or, if he's holding a Goblin Shortcutter, or a burn spell, he hasn't seen the deck list. He doesn't know that there's not an act of treason.
A Fanatic of Mogus, maybe?
A Fanatic of Mogus, absolutely. That would be pretty ridiculous here. Do we have a Fanatic of Mogus?
Correct. Go.
We have 2 active treason in the sideboard, so they potentially could be very relevant here. But I don't know whether or not Kaplan would have had the read to bring these in.
Yeah. Is that your attack?
Yes.
Block. Hold on.
And Rietzel now looking like he's going to pull the trigger. I'm not sure where I'd call Chandra's Felix a hero, but it's fallen out the sky.
Yeah.
And
That is dead.
Yep.
And a Doomblade there, Paul Rietzel drawing for his turn. More removal is pretty good for him right now. He just needs to keep chunking on through.
It's been fascinating, though, how Kaplan's just, not that he has a different line to take, but his aggression has forced that Obsidat Ghost Council to just, not do its thing, right? It's just like, it's just big, right? And it's like a green creature all of a sudden.
It's Polychronos with no monstrosity.
Yeah.
I mean, which is still pretty exciting.
Yeah.
let's be real here. But yeah, I mean, the demeanor of David Kaplan the entire time he's played it has, the whole way through, Rietzel has been forced to really think about everything that's going on.
Kaplan's sitting at 1 now. And now it's time.
Yeah.
So,
and there's the handshake. Paul Rietzel, 2 games to 1.
Wow. That was very impressive.
Very aggressive.
I don't have any.
This boy here have alligator blood.
Spell, but like the way you're playing, you could be
Obsidat blood.
Oh wow!
You had a burn spell?
No, but like I needed to play as if I did.
Right.
Looking to ignite your competitive spark? Take your game to a Grand Prix and see how you fare against the best players in your region, as well as top visiting Magic pros. Upcoming Grand Prix include Louisville, Hong Kong, Antwerp, Santiago, and Valencia. For more information, visit wizards.com/Grand Prix.
I guess we'll probably be at the same table tomorrow, right? Yeah.
So,
these guys talking about drafting together tomorrow. 8:07. It looks like we're going to go over to a pretty marquee match here.
Star City Games shirts on both sides.
2
very different decks, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've seen the black-white deck already in Paul Rietzel's hands. I believe it's a pretty similar build. Those players on the same team, of course. But
yeah.
Oh, there's the handshake.
And John Finkel wins the match.
So John Finkel went into that match on 18 points. He's on 21, just
7-1.
loss.
What a great day one for him.
I mean, I'm not surprised he's done well. This deck seems to me like the John Finkel deck. I mean, if you think about it, if you get Thassa down with the Biden, then basically you can turn any creature into a Shadow Mage Infiltrator. You've got, you know, Nykthos, Shrine to Nyx, like you've got all of these effectively rituals. You can just storm up, you can cast so many spells in a turn. Like, this is just the summation of what John Finkel does.
Those two Hall of Famers are done. Let's go to Hall of Famer Rob Doherty, and someone who's been in the Hall of Fame discussion this year and will probably remain in the Hall of Fame discussion going into next year, Brazil's Willie Adel. Rob Doherty is on your left. He's playing green-white. And
that's a lot of loyalty there. 6 loyalty there on a Ajani Caller of the Pride, at which point he becomes a very, very dangerous threat indeed. And a Ratchet Bomb there from Doherty. It's going to take...
That was Adel who played the...
Oh, from
Willie Adel, currently the 6th ranked player in the Magic Pro Tour Top 25.
So yeah, I mean, we often talk about Paulo Vitor Damaderosa as being sort of the big Brazilian player to watch out for, but actually it was Willie that was leading the team there at Worlds this year.
There you get a look at Rob Doherty's stats. He's one of the older players on the Pro Tour, coming up on his 300th Pro Point with his appearance here today. 5 top 8s he's got to win. Looks like maybe the Mutavaults are keeping that... the threat of Mutavault are keeping the Experiment 1 at bay.
Though, of course, Ratchet Bomb now ticked up high enough that it can force the Experiment 1 to lose a few counters to regenerate.
Right. But what we know is that Rob Doherty is holding Advent of the Worm.
Now, as I understand it, a monster of that size with Double Strike is a pretty clear and present danger to Willie Adel's life total.
So he sacks the Ratchet Bomb, regenerates the Experiment 1. It taps, though, as part of being regenerated. In come 2 Mutavaults from Willie Adel.
I smell an ambush here.
And here comes a 5/5 monster.
This, the format of Monstrous Monsters, but this one's been around for a while.
Takes a worm token out of his graveyard. Blocks a Mutavault. Willie Adel defiantly throws the other Mutavault into the graveyard.
Willie Adel currently ranked 6, and the performance he's putting in here, he's got every reason to think that he's going to at least maintain his rank, if not potentially improve on it a little bit.
So another Mutavault comes down for Willie Adel.
Both these players currently on 15 points. They've had 2 losses, but hoping to finish up the day with a win, go into drafting tomorrow in really good shape. So we see another Experiment 1 there in Rob Doherty's hand. Not necessarily likely to evolve anytime soon, but he may just not mind, because ultimately Willie Adel's on 4 life, and Rob Doherty has 2 fairly beefy threats.
Okay, there was a little confusion as we shifted over very quickly. Rob Doherty's on 4, so he needs to be very mindful of his attacks here. You know, does not want to let 2 Mutavaults just sneak in and steal this match away from him. It's just that he feels like he's beginning to wrest control of it.
Yeah. Time to protect his lead at the moment. He's leading one up in the match. Advent of the Worm token is coming in. It's not gonna take that many turns for it to make these life totals far more similar. And Experiment 1, a perfectly fine blocker when that's what Rob Doherty needs.
Right, there you get a look at a Johnny Caller of the Pride, which he's going to be able to, make 4 cat tokens next turn.
I mean, not the most exciting number of cat tokens, but it'll be enough. And the Double Strike, I mean, all 3 abilities on this Planeswalker are very effective, but one of the things that's most impressive about this one, just it comes down on turn 3, and it's got 4 loyalty before you do anything.
Yeah, here's a Lifebane Zombie. It just sees a land from Rob Doherty.
Normally, of course, a fantastic sideboard card in this matchup, able to take just about anything from Rob's hand, but that's only if he's got a threat, and right now, all his threats sat on the board.
Here we go. Willie Eagles at 8. How do you feel about a flying double strike? Advent of the Worm. Is that something you would be interested in, Robert Doherty?
Just having a little think about it. There's 8 counters there. All 3 abilities live.
Flying and double strike.
That is a sizable worm ending this game. There's the handshake. Rob Doherty advancing to 6 and 2. Willie Adel now
Still alive at 5 and 3. Sounds like we're gonna get a chance to talk to Rob Doherty, but
we don't have enough for it to
you know, we'll let those guys get set up down there. We did a deck tech actually with Rob Doherty.
Oh, awesome!
You know, and his green white Selesny deck. You know, one of the sort of known the pillars of the format.
Yeah,
coming into the standard. You know, one of the early decks that we saw week 1, and you know, people had like a couple options. They're like, well, you know, I can pick up this deck that I know does well, and I know fares well, and then I can make some adjustments to it.
Yeah.
Or I can unveil my secret tech.
And there's been a fair amount of unveiling today. I mean, we've finished our day's rounds of standard today. Obviously, we've got a whole bunch more tomorrow before we get to top 8, but we've seen a lot of new decks.
Right. I do feel like that somewhere around round 2 of standard, there was a lot of people, you know, pulling the cloche up off of their deck, and everyone was like, "Oh, Nykthos, Shrine to Nyx. Oh, yeah, that's what I built too. All right." Let's see what Rob Doherty has to say about his Selesny deck and his, you know, 6 and 2 day 1 performance here for the Pro Tour Hall of Famer.
Hey, Rashad Miller, and I'm here with Hall of Famer Rob Doherty. Now, with all of these crazy devotion decks and these super grindy control decks lying around this tournament, what made you decide to take a very traditional kind of on-curve green-white approach to this tournament?
Well, I think it's very important for players to know themselves, and I like playing control, and I'm pretty good at it. But the last time I played control on a Pro Tour, I had 3 draws, and draws are 2/3 of a loss. So I decided I wanted to go with some beatdown, and this deck can basically fight anybody. It's close to a bye versus the red decks. It can fight versus any creature decks, and it's got decent game versus the control with your voices and all your flash creatures. So it's got a lot of game, and you're beating down, so you don't have to worry so much about the clock.
All right, well, you have a very impressive day 1 record. How do you feel you're going to do day 2 in the draft? How comfortable are you in draft? And how do you think your deck is going to fare in the day 2 metagame?
Sure. Well, I work a lot, and I have 4 kids. I've got a Kickstarter going for a new game, Star Realms, and we've got and I'm working with Stoneblade Entertainment. So I've got a lot of work, a lot of kids. So I practiced a little bit. I did some constructed testing, and then I did a bunch of my very first play experience with the new set. My pre-release was the Star City Games team sealed, which we managed to top 4, so that was cool. And then I did a bunch of drafting on Magic Online. So I've gotten past that steep part of the curve. So I did the quick learning that you can where you can pick up most of it, but I wouldn't call myself a master of the format. And obviously, going into day 2 with a good record, you're starting to go against the people who actually test all the time. So yeah, I'm kind of in the gamer dad category, like a lot of the Magic players out there, where I love Magic and I play it when I can, but you know, there's a lot of real life that interferes. So so I'll do my best. We'll battle.
Well, obviously, the best of luck to you tomorrow. And this is Rashad Miller, and we're going to send it back to the booth.
Thanks.
Rob Doherty flying the flag for gamer dads everywhere.
But you know, I know a lot of gamer dads, certainly in the New York, New Jersey area, who are going to be excited to hear that and excited to see, you know, someone waving that flag all the way into day 2 in pretty solid position. Probably at a terrific draft table. He did well in his first draft. If he can do that again, he's going to be in great shape to maybe make a run. For a top 8 for gamer dads everywhere.
Yeah, and gamer workers, gamer businessmen. Paul Ritzel has a full-time job and still makes it to wins Pro Tour. So everybody can win a Pro Tour. You just need to be really good at Magic.
Let's find out about some of those everybody's back at the news desk and see who else has been doing well here at Pro Tour Theros. For Tim Willoughby, this is Brian David Marshall sending it back to the desk.
And welcome back to the news desk, guys. Some intense action happening out there. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I am with Zach Hill, and we've got some more updates coming in now. There's still 10-ish minutes left in the round, so they're going to be coming fast and furious here as we see updates. I've been checking my computer screen here, but why don't we put up the results screen so that we can get you guys a snapshot of some of the highlights here. The first thing that you'll see, not quite updated yet there, but Paul Ritzel, he beat Dave Kaplan. We saw that in the feature match area to improve to a mighty impressive and perfect record of 8-0. Another player who's also at 8-0, freshly off of a win over Pierre Degas, is Sam Black. And we're going to have an interesting discussion about that in a few minutes, Zach. There's a same team, different decks, same record, and it is the ideal record. So that's pretty awesome. Still waiting on Finkel versus Chapin, Calcano versus Alexei Shasov. So we'll see on that one. Ole Rade, he's a Hall of Famer.
Yes.
He is 6-2. After losing to Lukas Yaklovsky, who improves to 7-1. So Lukas Yaklovsky, the guy's kind of a machine.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he puts up solid records time and time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, and really, the Czech Republic is their entire country just is a playtesting team. Like I was talking to Tony Portland in Croatia, and they said they
every
just were all
citizen
playing
play test.
Yeah, the entire country. It's actually nationally mandated.
That's awesome. I want to go there.
It's like national service.
Yeah, I've been there, and I didn't see that many Magic cards.
You should have looked harder. But yeah, I mean, they've got Mate Zadolkai.
Yes.
They've got, from the region, they've got obviously Stanislav Sivka, and they've got Jaklovsky, as well as a host of other supporting players. So I mean, they are a powerhouse.
Yeah, it's really impressive. Taking a look at another record here, Jacob Van Lunen. We work with him, and he was 5-1 coming around. He picked up a loss here, but he's still 6-2, so very solid start. He 3-0'd the draft, and he 3-2'd the standard portion. He was very happy with his deck coming in. He was testing with Brian Brownduin and Jerry Thompson, doing some testing there. But Michael Derzo beat him 2-0. So those are some of the early results that we have. And it looks like Alexei Shasov has defeated Christian Calcano here. So he beat him 2-0. So let's see where that puts them. Christian Calcano 6-2. So banging start. You mentioned that he was pretty confident with his.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. I mean, these 2 losses really huge for Calcano. I mean, I know how easy it is to come up. I mean, when I was pro touring, I can't tell you how many 4-0, 5-0, 6-0 starts that I had. But the problem is keeping up your focus and keeping up your momentum. Because once you lose one, you start to tell yourself a story. You're like, okay, you slack off a little bit. It's the end of the day. You get tired. And 2 quick losses, all of a sudden you're back in the middle of the pack again.
That's right.
I mean, 6-2, you're still very well positioned to set up a solid day 2.
Yeah.
But it's not a free roll.
It's not. And it's not one of those, because if you can manage to go in undefeated, you have so much flexibility, right? Things can go a little wrong for you, and you can still have a legitimate shot to make a run at the top 8. With 2 losses, the news tightens a little.
Yeah, I mean, you can do it.
Yes.
And you actually have a loss to give, but it means that you're going to have to put up like a 5-1, or I guess 6-1-1 performance, really, to be able to do that. And that, that's what it takes to top 8 a Pro Tour qualifying.